Hello and welcome to my Yugioh channel. So today we're looking at a brand new card which is being introduced. It's called Millennium Seeker. It's supposed to be based on the appearance of Shadi, who was one of the Millennium Keepers. I think he had the Ankh. I think that was the one he used. And it's a level 4 Dark Attribute Spellcaster effect monster with 1000 attack and 1000 defense. You can only use this card's name's first and second effects once per turn each. 1. When you take 1000 or more battle or effect damage, you could special summon this card from your hand. And 2. You can target one monster in your opponent's graveyard that does not have a question mark attack. Your opponent can choose one monster in their deck that does not have a question mark attack. But if they do not choose a monster, or if that target's attack is higher than their chosen monsters, special summon that target to your field. Also shuffle their chosen monster, if any, back into the deck. Otherwise, your opponent adds their chosen monster to their hand. Okay, so this card has quite confusing wording on it, and I would probably need a little bit of clarification if I get this wrong. That's the first part of the effect, 1000 attack, 1000 defense, nothing really to it. For a level 4, that's very weak. It being able to special summon itself as in response to battle or effect damage is okay, but because it's better to special summon than to just normal summon this, its effect isn't great enough for it to justify normal summoning and wasting that normal summon for that turn. The secondary part of the effect is a massive gamble, because if I'm reading this right, and you choose a monster that actually is that attack is higher than your opponent is, then you're able to kind of special summon. But then if it's not, then your opponent adds that card to their hand. So depending on what you go for, it could be a massive risk, because your opponent is able to just search for any monster they have in their deck. That is a massive threat. I would say this card is significantly weaker than anything else. There are some interactions this card could have. I mean, you've got Trap Dust Shoot, which is an example of a way, if you've already got that set on your field, call it, and then you can just send that card back. But what's the point of that? You've just essentially called a monster to send it back to the deck. It could be an interesting side strategy if things go wrong, you've got some kind of balance. There are other cards as well. I'm sure there's a couple out there like Mind Crush, where you can then call a card, then it goes to the graveyard if you've called it correct. That's a way, but otherwise, this is like giving your opponent a DD designator. It's just letting them summon and search for what they want, which is the last thing you want to see. There might be interactions with this card further down the line. I'm sure they're going to add something in the deck as a way of making this card good. Because otherwise I can see it just being easily forgotten about, other than the kind of iconic imagery around the scales that you can see behind him. Hey guys, it's unfortunate to mention, but for some of you who may already know, but fans of the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX and Dragon Ball are also probably well aware of this person's work. Unfortunately, she has passed away as a result of an illness she had. According to Anime News Network, Hiromi Suru, a renowned Japanese voice actress within the anime business since 1968, has passed away at the age of 57. Now, according to doctors, she suffered an aortic dissection whilst she was driving her car on the Shuto expressways in a circle route in the Chu ward of Tokyo, and very unfortunately was announced dead upon arrival at the hospital. Most people will be aware of her time as Bulma in Dragon Ball, both the original series and its many sequels. But for those of you who are Yu-Gi-Oh! GX fans, you may recognise her as the female voice and main voice of GX antagonist turned ally Yubel. Her family has made known that they are planning to have a private funeral. It is such a shame for someone who was not even really that old, to have passed away in such a tragic way. Think in a very busy environment and with such a tragic means of death, which is likely to have come on suddenly. I was quickly looking at her work, just out of curiosity, just to see what she has done, and she has played one of the things she played was the lady at the bar within the One Piece story, who discussed with the Straw Hats about the worst generation of pirates, and also announced their bounties at the time. This was in the Sabaody Archipelago arc. She has had a long history of work from the story of Perrine in 1978 to some of her latest works, including the Dragon Ball Super, which has been going from 2015 and onwards. A brand new legendary collection coming to the TCG, and this time it's based on Kaiba, so expect all his classics along with some hidden extras. You never know what direction Konami is going for. This by no means indicates that they will get a Link monster, but for me it seems like, very convenient timing that they would announce this now, whilst we are currently getting the slew of new Link monsters for the older archetypes. It says in the promotional material that the Master of the Blue Eyes and the CEO of Kaiba Corp descends next spring with several new cards. The release date is scheduled for the 9th of March 2018, so from now you're looking about 4 months. The retail price is about $29.99 in dollars. So if you were to translate this into English, you'll be looking somewhere around the region of about £20 or so. Or you never know, they might just put it more expensive because, that's what Konami does. It's probably more realistically speaking £25. Let's just go with £25, guys. The promotional information states total dueling domination never goes out of style for Seto Kaiba. This spring, Legendary Collection Kaiba brings together many of Kaiba's most famous cards, along with other powerful cards, often using them together in a 100 card all foil mega set. Joining them are 5 brand new cards, inspired by classic cards like Lord of D and the Flute of Summoning Dragon. Topping it off in the Legendary Collection tradition is a hardback fold-up game board with a complete one-player duel field on one side and an unbordered Kaiba art version on the other. Each Legendary Collection Kaiba box contains 3 Legendary Collection Kaiba Mega Packs. Of course, there's no way that Kaiba would settle for, normal Mega Packs. So each of these Mega Packs contains 4 secret rares and 6 ultra rares for a total of 10 foil cards per pack. That's 30 cards per box. 5 new cards based on some of Kaiba's most famous cards like Lord of D, including a new fusion monster to summon with the Fang of Critias and a game board. The most interesting thing for me is the whole evolution of Lord of D and the Flute of Summoning Dragon. I wonder if they will get the Ancient Millennium treatment, that their effects and stats get boosted to becoming more usable. I would like to see from the new Flute of Summoning Dragon to be able to summon, 2 dragons from the deck, with maybe, a caveat, a downside that they may not attack for the duration of the turn. As for Lord of D, I would want it to be able to boost its attack and defense, not insanely, by something reasonable like 300 for each dragon in either player's graveyard. That will do. As well as, the standard protection effect that it gives to your dragons. As for the Fang of Critias fusion monster, these have all been based on fusing with some of the most powerful trap cards. I would love for them to make a torrential tribute version where it could destroy all monsters on the field except itself when something is summoned, or a bottomless trap hole version that enables once per turn to banish the first monster your opponent summoned to the field. Remember that some of the examples that Seto Kayaba has used before with the Fang of Critias have included the Crush Card virus, as well as Mirror Force, and they introduced a newer trap called Tyrant Wing, which enabled the Blue Eyes to attack multiple times. What would you like to see from the new cards? The same treatment as the Ancient Millennium cards, as in upgraded versions? And which trap effect would you like the new Critias fusion to come with? Remember, like I said, most of the effects are based on the classic cards, such as Crush Card Virus or Mirror Force, so that is why I was suggesting Torrential Tribute is a definite possibility. Brand new trap card. It's called Level Resist Wall, and it's coming out of the 2021 Premium Pack. It's a normal trap with the effect you can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. One, if a monster you control is destroyed by battle or by an opponent's card effect, you can target one of those monsters, special summon any number of monsters from your deck in defense position, whose total levels equal the level of that target, but their effects are negated. Okay, so what I'm seeing from this card is this lets you bring out various types of monsters, considering that it depends really on what level of monster is destroyed. If you've got a high level monster, that gives you the flexibility to go into a number of different levels to combine into that total level. That's really good when you think of it from aspects like synchro summoning, which are very level dependent. Alternatively, it does let you also look towards an Xyz summon if you've got, say, a level 8 and you need 2 level 3s. Essentially, you can bring those 2 level 3s out and a level 2 as well, just as a defensive thing, and it helps to progress your game state. It also helps to thin your deck, depending on what you bring out and how many monsters you bring out to equate to that level. It means you're thinning that deck by that many cards. If you're looking at things like, say you've got, again, with the example I gave, a level 8 monster and you want level 1s on your field, by all means you can get a few level 1s out there and then maybe a level 4 out there as well, just to fill up the field. It also helps to go against some of the massive weaknesses that some of the rank 1 monsters have, which is often that they can't be summoned that easily. You know, by the time you get it out, your opponent's already beaten you, they've got the advantage, they're massively defeating you. Examples of this are, for me, I think of Chaos numbers 13 and 31. Those, I think it's Cain and Abel, those 2 cards. They have only 500 attack each and are intended to reflect any battle damage to your opponent. That's their purpose. So being able to combine those is one of the interactions I think will work best with it. And it does provide that level of flexibility. It's nice that they're summoned from the deck rather than having to be summoned from the graveyard. Otherwise, I would say this card is absolute trash. The fact it comes from the deck, even if it is in defense mode, doesn't matter. You can link those away, you can synchro summon, Xyz summon, you've got so much flexibility with this card, and I think it's going to be one of the more valuable ones in that pack. Today we get the news for the release of Yugioh's final Ace monster that he used to stop Death Meteorite. It has its OCG effect revealed. This is Odd Eye's Revolutionary Dragon. This is a level 12 light dragon pendulum monster with a question mark for its attack and defense, and its pendulum scale is 12. Its pendulum effect is 1. You cannot pendulum summon monsters except dragon monsters. This effect cannot be negated. 2. Target 1 dragon fusion, synchro, or Xyz monster in your graveyard. Destroy this card, and if you do, special summon that monster. Its monster effect is cannot be normal summoned or set, can only be special summoned by pendulum summoning it from your hand or by attributing 1 dragon fusion, synchro, and Xyz monster, each to special summon this card from your hand. The first effect is you can discard this card from your hand, then pay 500 life points, add 1 level 8 or lower dragon pendulum monster from your deck to your hand. Second effect is this card gains attack and defense equal to half your opponent's life points. Third effect is once per turn, you can pay half your life points, return all cards on the field and in the graveyard except this card to the decks. The pendulum effect, enabling the resummoning of a dragon extra deck monster, can be useful if, for example, you are bringing back Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon or Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. It can also be beneficial to bring back other extra deck monsters. As for the monster's effects, discarding it to search a card is not that useful, as searching can be done better by other cards. The second effect means, at most, typically your monster will have 4,000 attack and defense, but it will normally be less considering its summoning requirements. However, its final effect is the one you want, to return all cards from the field and graveyard to the decks. Means if your opponent has spent time setting up their graveyard, you have undone all of their work and forces them to restart. So what do you guys think of this card? As one of the final cards to be introduced at the end of Arc V, how does it contend in comparison to cards like Shooting Quasar Dragon and other final release cards? Guys, what's up? Remember that video I showed a couple of days ago about the sleeves and the Japanese players being able to pick any two cards within the game, and those top two will then become the card sleeves to be made? Japan has started trolling like nobody's business. They've started with this card, Morinfen. For anyone who doesn't know what this is, it's a level 5 Fiend monster with 1,550 attack and 1,300 defense. And I know the first thing you're thinking. You're thinking, why would anyone go for this? The whole idea is it's Japan's version of a joke. This is labelled as the chief rubbish tribute monster, considering its stats are not even usable. You've got monsters with 2,000 plus attack now that are level 4, or can gain that many attack points through a secondary effect. This on its own is awful because you require it to be tribute summoned, and also the fact it's a normal monster makes it even worse. It's all in good spirit anyway. The chances are this will stay there for a while, but as soon as, the 22nd is the end date at the filming of this is the 12th, so I'm guessing probably day 21, September 21st, they'll probably change their mind and get rid of this card. They'll go for something more classic, something they probably prefer. I don't know, something like Red Eyes Slash Dragon or whatever else. It's generally quite funny anyway. I can see the light-hearted side to it. This was a monster released way back in Metal Raiders, so there you go. You got your first pack. The chances are, this will go instantly within the next couple of days. At the moment, this was gathered from the Japanese Twitter. They'd revealed the top 5 cards to be chosen sleeves, and this was as of September 10th. They include the Silent Magician, the newer model, not the older version, so don't get those two confused. Supreme King's Arc, I can understand this. Yugioh, Arc 5 has just been and gone recently, and therefore, since this was like the big main boss monster at the end, they always have one of those at the end of a series. It was predictable for that to be somewhere near the top. It'd be great if it was. I'd love sleeves. I probably would buy them actually as an import from Japan if anyone was offering. Traptix Rafflesia, that's quite self-explanatory. The fact is it's relatively strong. It can bring out, trap holes to be used from your deck. So it's very versatile. It being a rank 4 means it's easy to go into and has seen very competitive play. Morinfen, obviously, we've just discussed. And good old classic Red Eyes Black Dragon. Now, for Red Eyes Black Dragon, I can see the point of it. It's a very classic card, being used within the first Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters, Joey's main signature monster, and therefore it has a lot of relevance for their fan base. So, what do you guys think of these 5 cards combination? Do you like the picks that Japan has at the moment? Do you think there's anything you'd get rid of from there? What would you choose as your top 2 if you had the power to vote? As always, leave your comments down below and make sure to give Morin Finn the love it deserves. Come on, guys. It's an oldie but goodie. It needs its chance in the spotlight. We need a Synchro or an Xyz version of this card. Make it rank 5, make it 2,550 attack, 2,300 defense, and can attack all monsters and inflict piercing damage. We have the full set list of the Wave of Light structure deck. This is courtesy of one of the European conventions that happened a couple of weeks ago. The first card is Eva. This is a light fairy level 1 with 500 attack and 200 defense, and its effect is, if this card is sent to the graveyard, you can banish up to 2 other light fairy monsters from your field and or graveyard, add from your deck to your hand level 2 or lower fairy type monsters with different names except Eva, equal to the number of monsters banished this way. You can only use this effect of Eva once per turn. This card is good for use to add the Heralds of Green, Purple and Orange, light, whom can negate certain moves made by your opponent, so it provides as a decent little search. The next card is Sacred Arch Air Knight Parshath. This is a light fairy level 9 with 2,800 attack and 2,300 defense, and its effect is, if you activate a counter trap card, or if you negate the activation of a spell or trap card, or monster effect while this card is in your hand or graveyard, except during the damage step, you can banish 2 other fairy monsters from your hand, field and or graveyard. Special summon this card. If this card attacks a defense position monster, inflict piercing battle damage. When this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you can add 1 Parshath card or 1 counter trap from your deck to your hand. This is the new boss monster introduced. This can summon itself quickly by getting rid of 2 fairy monsters from the hand or graveyard, enabling instant access to this card. The ability to recover a counter trap or a Parshath card will continue to provide more field advantage to counter your opponent's moves. The next card is Minerva, Scholar of the Sky. This is a light fairy level 4 with 1,700 attack and 400 defense, and its effect is, each time a counter trap card is activated, this card gains 500 attack immediately after it resolves. Also, if the Sanctuary in the Sky is on the field, add 1 counter trap with a different name from that activated card from your graveyard to your hand. This monster is able to constantly increase its attack points, meaning it could become its own boss monster after a little time, and helps to recycle your counter traps by sending them back to your hand. Next card is Power Angel Valkyria. This is a light fairy level 4 with 1,800 attack, 1,050 defense, and its effect is, if you negate the activation of a spell or trap card or monster effect, add 1 light fairy monster from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of Power Angel Valkyria once per turn. This card enables you to search for the monsters you need at the time, whether that be a Parshath to do more damage, or a monster like Herald of Purple Light to negate trap effect. The next card is Neo Parshath the Sky Paladin. This is a light fairy level 7 with 2,300 attack and 2,000 defense, and its effect is, you can special summon this card from your hand by attributing 1 Air Knight Parshath you control. If this card attacks a defense position monster, inflict piercing battle damage to your opponent. When this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, draw 1 card. While the Sanctuary in the Sky is on the field and your life points are higher than your opponent's, this card gains attack and defense equal to the difference in life points. It has the same draw a card effect as the original Air Knight Parshath, however has a stat boosting effect equal to the difference in life points, provided of course you have greater points and have Sanctuary in the Sky on the field. This is best used when you are winning, as it can finish off your opponent. The next card is Air Knight Parshath. This is a light fairy level 5 with 1900 attack and 1400 defense. And its effect is, if this card attacks a defense position monster, inflict piercing battle damage to your opponent. When this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, draw 1 card. This is a decent effect, as if you can use a card like Double Attack to provide additional attacks, you could potentially be drawing 2 cards within a. Next card is Meltiel, Sage of the Sky. This is a light fairy level 4 with 1600 attack and 1200 defense. And its effect is, each time a counter trap card is activated, gain 1000 life points, and if the sanctuary in the sky is face up on the field, destroy 1 card on your opponent controls. This provides you with the answer to your cost problems in the deck, as well as providing a destruction effect to increase your advantage. The next card is Harvest Angel of Wisdom. This is a light fairy level 4 with 1800 attack and 1000 defense, and its effect is, when this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, you can add 1 counter trap card from your graveyard to your hand. This is a decent monster to use on the field and provides access to already used counter trap. The next card is Bountiful Artemis. This is a light fairy level 4 with 1600 attack and 1700 defense. And its effect is, each time a counter trap card is activated, draw 1 card immediately after it resolves. This provides a +1. Also, often your counter traps will remove a card from your opponent's field, so to you it may only be replacing a card, but to your opponent they have a -1. Next card is Laird the Liberator. This is light fairy level 4 with 1400 attack and 1500 defense, and its effect is, add 2 of your removed from play fairy type monsters to your hand each time a counter trap card is activated. This enables you to access fairy types you may have used as costs for summoning, such as is needed by the new Parshath, as well as, for example, a very old card called Soul of Purity. And the next card is Guiding Ariadne. This is a light fairy pendulum level 4 with a scale of 3, 1700 attack and 800 defense, and its effects are, its pendulum effect is, apply these effects, you do not pay life points to activate counter traps, nor do you need to discard to activate counter trap cards. Its monster effect is, if this card is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can reveal 3 counter trap cards from your deck. Your opponent chooses 1 for you to add to your hand, and you shuffle the rest back into your deck. This card prevents you from having to pay the costs associated with most counter traps, as well as providing as a searcher when it gets destroyed. The next card is Archlord Christia. This is a light fairy level 8 with 2800 attack and 2300 defense, and its effect is, if you have exactly 4 fairy type monsters in your graveyard, you can special summon this card from your hand. If summoned this way, target 1 fairy type monster in your graveyard, add that target to your hand. Neither player can special summon monsters. If this face-up card would be sent from the field to the graveyard, place it on top of the deck instead. This card is able to stop your opponent from special summoning, making it difficult to deal with, and provides a recovery of a fairy type from your graveyard. The next card is Splendid Venus. This is a light fairy level 8 with 2800 attack and 2400 defense, and its effect is, all non-fairy type monsters lose 500 attack and defense. The activation and effects of spell and trap cards you control cannot be negated. This card reduces your opponent's cards, as they won't likely be running fairy type monsters, and it enables your spell and trap cards not to be negated. The next card is Athena. This is a light fairy level 7 with 2600 attack and 800 defense, and its effect is, each time a fairy type monster is summoned, inflict 600 damage to your opponent. Once per turn, you can send 1 face-up fairy type monster you control to the graveyard, except Athena, then target 1 fairy type monster in your graveyard, except Athena, special summon that target. This can do decent effect damage, as you'll be summoning multiple fairy types on your turn, as well as being able to set up with stronger monsters from your graveyard in exchange for lower fairy monsters. The next card is Tethys Goddess of Light. This is a light fairy level 5 with 2400 attack and 1800 defense. And its effect is, while this card is face up on the field, when you draw a fairy type monster or monsters, you can reveal one of those monsters to draw one more card. This card enables a draw from a search you may use with other fairies, or even in your normal draw phase, providing a better hand advantage. The next card is Hecatrice. This is a light fairy level 4 with 1500 attack and 1100 defense. And its effect is, you can discard this card to the graveyard, add one Valhalla, Hall of the Fallen, from your deck to your hand. This searches a card which can enable you to special summon high-level fairy-type monsters, provided you don't have any monsters on your field. The next card is Yugioh. This is a light fairy level 4 with 1700 attack and 0 defense, and its effect is, this card cannot be destroyed by battle. When this card's controller takes any damage, destroy this face-up card. This card can be treated as 2 tributes for the tribute summon of a light fairy-type monster. This card keeps itself on the field, especially when paired with Sanctuary in the Sky, as you take no battle damage from attacks made by or against fairy types. It also acts like a more specific Kaiser Seahorse, as you can get rid of it to summon a level 7 or higher fairy type monster. The next card is Nova Summoner. This is a light fairy level 4 with 1400 attack and 800 defense, and its effect is, when this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, you can special summon one light fairy type monster with 1500 or less attack from your deck. If the Sanctuary in the Sky is face up on the field, you can special summon one Air Knight Parshath instead. This enables you to get a decent fairy from your deck, as well as getting one of your Parshath, provided you have Sanctuary in the Sky on your side of the field. The next card is Honest. This is a light fairy level 4 with 1100 attack and 1900 defense, and its effect is, during your main phase, you can return this face-up card from the field to the hand. During either player's damage step, when a light monster you control battles, you can send this card from your hand to the graveyard. That monster gains attack equal to the attack of the opponent's monster it is battling, until the end of this turn. This card is able to force your opponent to lose a monster, and takes a lot of damage. This works well within the fairy deck, alongside decks such as Photon, Galaxy, and Light Swarms. Next card is Herald of Orange Light. This is a light fairy tuner level 2 with 300 attack and 500 defense, and its effect is, during either player's turn, when an effect of an opponent's monster is activated, you can send this card and one other fairy type monster from your hand to the graveyard, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it. This card is able to destroy a monster that is trying to activate an effect. If timed with the deck your opponent is using, you can stop their combos quickly. Also, it being a tuner can be used to bring out the Synchro Parshath. Next card is Herald of Greenlight. This is a light fairy level 2 with 300 attack and 500 defense, and its effect is, during either player's turn, when your opponent activates a spell card, you can send this card and one other fairy type monster from your hand to the graveyard, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it. This works to negate and get rid of spells that your opponent needs, such as their field spell, as these are integral to most archetype decks. This card is Herald of Purple Light. This is a light fairy level 2 with 300 attack and 500 defense, and its effect is, during either player's turn, when your opponent activates a trap card, you can send this card and one other fairy type monster from your hand to the graveyard, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it. This works to negate trap cards, likely to be the least used considering less people use traps cards. However, sometimes you do face that one rogue deck that this becomes better than the others. The next card is Guiding Light. This is a light fairy level 1 with 0 attack and 0 defense, and its effect is, when this card is normal summoned, you can target one level 1 light monster in your graveyard, special summon that target. There are quite a few of these, and could have some form of recovery, or at the very least be used within a synchro deck to bring out Formula 6. The next card is DD Sprite. This is a light fairy tuner level 1 with 0 attack and 100 defense, and its effect is, you can special summon this card from your hand by removing from play one face-up monster you control. And if you do, return the removed from play monster to the field during the next standby phase. This card is a special summon, so you can place another monster on the field to synchro summon during that turn. The next card is Hanawata. This is a light fairy tuner level 1 with 200 attack and 300 defense, and its effect is, during either player's turn, you can discard this card. Any effect damage you take this turn becomes 0. This is not that effective, as unless you are facing a burn deck, you cannot guarantee using this effect. Next card is the Sanctum of Parshath. This is a continuous spell card that says, this card's name becomes the Sanctuary in the Sky while on the field or in the graveyard. All fairy-type monsters on the field gain 300 attack and defense. Set spells and traps on the field cannot be destroyed by card effects. Also, neither player can target them with card effects. Once per turn, you can target 3 fairy monsters and or counter traps in your graveyard with different names. Place them on top of your deck in any order. This provides a basic increase to your fairy types, as well as protecting your spell and traps, and recovers your fairy and counter traps back to the top of your deck. The next card is the Sanctuary in the Sky. It is a field spell that says battle damage to the controller of a fairy type monster from a battle involving that fairy type monster becomes 0. This prevents you from taking battle damage. The next card is Cards from the Sky. This is a normal spell card that says, remove from play 1 light fairy type monster in your hand and draw 2 cards. You cannot special summon or conduct your battle phase the turn you activate this card. This is your draw card for the fairy deck. The next card is Celestial Transformation. It is a quick play spell card that says, special summon 1 fairy type monster from your hand. That monster's attack is halved and it is destroyed during the end phase. This can be used as a tribute for a stronger monster. The next card is Valhalla, Hall of the Fallen. This is a continuous spell card that says, once per turn you can special summon 1 fairy type monster from your hand. You must control no monsters to activate and to resolve this effect. This card enables you to go into your stronger fairy type monsters without tributes as long as you don't control any monsters. The next card is Ties of the Brethren. This is a normal spell card that says pay 2,000 life points, then target 1 level 4 or lower monster you control for the rest of this turn. After this card resolves, you cannot special summon monsters. Also, special summon 2 monsters from your deck with the same type, attribute and level as that monster, but with different names from each other and that monster. You cannot conduct your battle phase the turn you activate this card. This card can bring out your other fairy type monsters who will have effects that can support them. The next card is Rebirth of Parshath. This is a counter trap card that says when a spell or trap card or monster effect is activated, reveal 1 counter trap card in your hand, discard 1 card, and pay 1,000 life points. Negate the activation, and if you do, shuffle that card into the deck. You can then special summon 1 Parshath monster from your deck or extra deck. This card is able to return an effect back to the deck, making it difficult for your opponent to draw back into that card, as well as bring out a Parshath monster. The next card is Light of Judgment. This is a normal trap card that says, if the Sanctuary in the Sky is on the field, you can activate this card by discarding 1 light monster from your hand to the graveyard. Choose 1 card your opponent controls, or 1 in their hand. You can look at their hand and send it to the graveyard. This is a removal card effect, so your opponent is not able to benefit off of this and can remove 1 of their stronger cards. The next card is Miraculous Descent. This is a continuous trap card that says, select 1 of your fairy type monsters that is removed from play and special summon it. When this card is removed from the field, destroy that monster. When the monster is destroyed, destroy this card. This is good if you have used effects to remove your monsters from play. The next card is Synthetic Seraphim. This is a continuous trap card that says each time a counter trap card is activated, special summon 1 Synthetic Seraphim token. It's a fairy type, light level 1 with 300 attack and 300 defense. This enables you to summon a number of tokens which can be used as tribute. The next card is Divine Punishment. This is a counter trap card that says activate only if the Sanctuary in the Sky is face up on the field. Negate the activation of a spell, trap, or monster effect and destroy that card. This shuts down anything your opponent does, providing you have Sentry in the sky on the field. This card is Dark Bribe. This is a counter trap card that says when an opponent's spell or trap card effect is activated, your opponent draws a card, also negate the spell or trap card activation, and if you do, destroy it. This is able to shut down your opponent's back row, but the drawback is they are able to activate another card. The next card is Solemn Warning. This is a continuous trap card that says when a monster would be summoned or when a spell or trap card or monster effect is activated. That includes an effect that special summons a monster, pay 2,000 life points, negate the activation or summon, and if you do, destroy that card. This is able to negate anything your opponent does, however it does cost 2,000 to use. Next card is Ultimate Providence. This is a counter trap card that says when a spell, trap, or monster effect is activated, discard the same type of card, monster, spell, or trap, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card. This allows you to negate anything provided you have the same type of card you are negating. The next card is Drastic Drop-Off. This is a counter trap card that says when your opponent adds a card from their deck to the graveyard, including drawing, they must discard one of those cards. This enables you to get rid of something before they have the chance to use it. Next card is Recall. This is a counter trap card that says when your opponent activates a monster effect, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card. Also, your opponent draws one card. This acts as a more specific version of Dark Bribe, stopping your opponent from using a monster. You should note that Solemn Judgment and Beckoning Light are not actually in this set. For the TCG, as Solemn is currently banned within our ban list, and as for the other one, I don't understand the reason for Beckoning Light, and are therefore being replaced with Dark Bribe and Recall, which I consider to be quite strange since Dark Bribe and Recall have very similar effects. So what do you think about the cards in this structure deck? Do you like them? Were there any cards you wanted in them? And what do you think of the replacements received over in the TCG? Are they good enough, or are they basically the same effect card printed twice? Today we have some information regarding Duel Links. This is an update from the original video, introducing the first characters being shown from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. According to the Japanese Duel Links Twitter account, they have confirmed that Ken, or as you may know him as Ohashi Kenichiro, the Japanese voice actor of Jane Yuki or Yuki Judai from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, will be at the Duel Links Tokyo Game Show special stage. Presumably, he'll be there to help promote further details about the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX World expansion of the Duel Links game. For those who don't know who this guy is, he is also a Japanese rock singer who made his voice actor debut in the anime industry as Jane Yuki. From then on, he has been hired in other anime throughout the years and started in a band called the Nabs until he went solo. This is considered the norm for the band's first three series when they hired rock stars, male idols as the leads, with more recent series hiring stage actors. So, what do you guys think about this information? Do you think that he will voice within the Japanese game? When do you think the update will be released? And what more information are you hoping to learn about the update? Alongside with the announcement of the new maximum mode that is being introduced within Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duels, they've released a couple of different archetypes. The other one that I'll be discussing in another video is actually the original one shown in the anime. I thought I'd look at this one first just because it's a little bit unique and different. These are called the Super Magitech Deity Magnum Overrode. So it's quite unusual a kind of name, and they both have kind of different ways of reacting. We'll just see how they are. This is my first reaction to them. Super Magitech Deity Magnum Overrode left. Okay, so that must be positioned on, probably has to be positioned on in the left column. It's a level 4 Dark Attribute Machine Maximum Effect monster. It has 800 attack and 0 defense. It's that blue one you can see. The requirement for its maximum mode is you can activate it by sending one card from your hand to the graveyard if your life points are lower than your opponent's. Until the end of this turn, this card's attack equals the difference in life points. Okay, so that, depending on how that works, if you've got, say, 2,000 life points less than your opponent, just by discarding a card, you're able to make this card a 2,800 attack monster, or even more, depending on how the game state is. That's not a bad effect, considering how bad some of the monsters have already been introduced within the game. I can easily see this mechanic actually being quite effective. The second card is actually the maximum monster itself. It's Super Magitech Deity Magnum Overrode. It's a level 10, and I think this is one of the only level 10s that's been introduced into the game so far. It's a Dark Attribute Machine, a maximum effect monster. It's got a maximum attack of 3,500. Keep in mind that's very important. Its normal attack is 1,900, and it's got 0 defense. You can maximum summon together with Super Magitech Deity Magnum Overrode L and R. And the requirement is for the maximum mode. The continuous effect is this card cannot be destroyed by the effects of your opponent's trap cards. So the whole point of this maximum monster, the reason it's got 2 different attack points, if you want to know, if you just summon it and treat it as a normal monster, it has 1,900 attack. If you manage to summon it alongside the other 2 versions, the L and the R, that's where it has that 3,500 attack. Considering at the moment there aren't any other monsters with that level of, attack, it's incredibly powerful, and the continuous effect of it to be able to protect itself from your opponent's trap effects from destruction, that's an amazing effect. The other thing is it does bulk up from the previous effect of L as well. So if you're in a disadvantage, this card isn't a 3,500 attack monster. It could be well over 4,000 if you can get things right. And the final card is the R, which is a level 3 Dark Attribute Machine maximum effect monster. It's got 500 attack and 0 defense. The requirement as the maximum mode is you can activate by sending the top card of your deck to the graveyard. The effect is choose one face-up monster your opponent controls. Until the end of the turn, this card gains 200 attack times the chosen monster's level. This is dependent on your opponent's monsters, what they have out. If they've got something powerful, basically the higher the level, the more likely you are to get attack points from it. This is an amazing effect because the whole point of the middle boss monster within this is to rack up its attack. You can essentially OTK with this card if you can get the conditions right. If the life points difference are significant, you could get this card to over 5,000 attack, and if your opponent has, say for example, a level 7 monster, that's an extra 1,400 attack on top of that. So potentially you could be dealing with a 6,000, 7,000 attack monster that your opponent isn't going to be able to respond with traps against. Being able to use this and access these types of effects is an amazing choice and option for the Rush Duels series, and actually I would say my only concern of this is how quickly is this going to become a power crept mechanic. At the moment, most of the monsters out there are so weak that using this strategy will be enough to game any deck significantly. I can just say that as an outright statement. I know that's the case. And how vicious are these maximum monsters going to be? I mean, if this is already getting 6,000, 7,000 attack, where are they actually going to finish with this? Are they going to have various other forms of maximum monsters? How easy are they going to become to summon? Because at the moment, much in the same way as you look at synchro monsters, much in the same way that you look at Xyz monsters, even Link monsters, when they start off with their mechanic, they're very specific to an archetype or some kind of a structure. If you look at synchro monsters, some of them require to have certain types, certain attributes, different factors which forced a condition on them. The same with Xyz monsters. Some of them require types or attributes in order to summon. This at the moment needs three specific cards to summon at the same time. When is it going to become a case of they're going to introduce very generic ones, but that you can mix and match and be able to adapt their effects? As soon as that part of the mechanic starts being introduced alongside maybe spell and trap support through searching some of these cards, it's going to make it very difficult to compete against unless you're running this type of thing as well. And the other thing I've got to think of is, what is the other thing that they've introduced within Yugioh that they haven't within, say, some of the other series? The answer to that is the legend cards. When are we going to receive some kind of hybrid legend maximum card? That is definitely going to happen. How soon it's going to happen, who knows? Could happen within next year. Could be near the end of the series. More likely, I would say near the end of the series, because otherwise that'd be too broken, and they always go for these massive boss monsters at the end. There will be some surprises thrown in, I have no doubt. But how and when they're going to interact or introduce these is a question of time, really. What do you think of these cards? Is this something you're impressed with? Do you like the direction that Konami is going with this? Or do you think that ultimately Rush Duels are going to end up speeding up the same as standard Yu-Gi-Oh! Duels? And do you think actually we're going to end up in a situation much the same, where we end up with too powerful monsters, the game state becoming too complicated, too quick, too fast for new users to understand and to compete effectively and to even have fun?
Within the latest set for the Supreme Darkness, we received some support for the Evil Heroes. Now, some of this is very generic, but we did get a specific retrain of a couple of cards. Most notably, we've got the Evil Hero Toxic Man, which is a retrain Evil Hero version of Elemental Hero Bubble Man. But I noticed out of the 3 fusions that we got, none of them actually helped support or was used as an alternative fusion substitute for Elemental Hero Bubble Man. So I wanted to discuss what types of effects we could hopefully see if we do eventually see fusion monsters which had Man as their material. Elemental Hero Mudball Man is a Earth Attribute Warrior type fusion monster with a level 6, 1900 attack and 3000 defense. Currently this requires the Elemental Hero Bodman and the Elemental Hero Clayman, but it doesn't have an effect. I think if you were to bring this into an Evil Hero version of itself, you would want to add an additional effect where maybe it can attack using its defense points whilst it's in defense position, as that would give an upgrade to it. Currently, its effect only says that it must be fusion summoned and it can't be special summoned by other. Therefore, it's kind of an effect and a non-effect in and of itself. Elemental Hero Electrum is a light attribute warrior type fusion effect monster. It's level 10 with 2900 attack and 2600 defense. It requires as its fusion materials an Elemental Hero Avian, Elemental Hero Burstenstrix, Elemental Hero Clayman, and an Elemental Hero Bubbleman. And it must be fusion summoned while face up on the field. This card is also Wind, Water, Fire, and Earth attributes. When this card is fusion summoned, shuffle all banished cards into the deck. It gains 300 attack for each monster your opponent controls, with the same attribute as this card. The design on this as an elemental hero means that it does require quite a few resources to bring it out for very specifically named monsters. One way of alternating that is saying that you might need to use Elemental Hero Bubbleman, but you can use an attribute of any of the other cards so that it still keeps within its theming as an evil hero. So you can have any of the other fire attribute heroes, a attribute hero, and a wind attribute hero alongside the toxic bubble man to bring it out to make it more easy. Another thing that you could do is, one aspect of this card is it's missing the dart attribute. Within the evil hero version, you could always either alternate the card to become a dart attribute monster or to include the light attribute in its card text, so it's a dart attribute normally, but as it's on the field, it is treated as all 6 attributes. The reason for that, there are a couple of cards such as Little Burst, which if you contribute monsters of specific attributes, lets you just wipe out the field. There's another one which is like Furin Kazan, which has multiple different types of effects. So long as you tribute a monster that has to be a wind, a water, a fire, and an earth, there are ways of making that work. An upgrade to the shuffling effect would be not only to work on the shuffling of banished cards into the deck, but those that are also in the graveyard. And I would up the boosts of the attack points for each monster the opponent controls with the same attribute from 300 to 500. Elemental Hero Mariner is a water attribute warrior type fusion effect monster. It's level 5 with 1400 attack and 1000 defense. It requires an Elemental Hero Bubbleman and an Elemental Hero Avian, and it must be fusion summoned. While you have any set card in your spell and trap zone, this card can attack your opponent directly. An Evil Hero version of this card would probably not require you to have a set card in your spell and trap zone to attack directly, and it might have an additional effect, for example, to banish a card from your opponent's hand when it inflicts battle damage until the end of the turn as a way of removal, or for it to attack and to not have any effects activated during the battle phase. Elemental Hero Steam Healer is water attribute warrior type fusion effect monster, a level 5 with 1800 attack and 1000 defense. It requires an Elemental Hero Burstentrix and an Elemental Hero Bubbleman, and it must be fusion summoned. If this card destroys a monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, you gain life points equal to that monster's original attack in the graveyard. If this was to get an Evil Hero version of itself, it could be called something like Toxic Healer or something quite similar to that. I would suggest that it has a half and half type of effect where you maybe gain the full life points of the monsters that you destroy by battle, but that you get to inflict half the damage of that opponent's monster to the opponent, so it has like a burn style of effect. Or you could do the reverse of that, where you have the alternative option. You gain half the amount of life points of the monster that you destroy by battle through this card, but you burn your opponent for the full amount of damage equivalent to their attack points. Elemental Hero Tempest is a wind attribute warrior type fusion effect monster. It's a level 8 with 2800 attack and defense. It requires an Elemental Hero Avian, Elemental Hero Sparkman, and an Elemental Hero Bubbleman. It must be fusion summoned, and you can send one other card you control to the graveyard, then target one monster you control. While this card is face up on the field, that monster cannot be destroyed by battle. The design of this is very slow, and to make it as an Evil Hero version, you could call it something like Evil Hero Fury Tempest, or, anything of that type of theming to it, as it refers to storms, hurricanes, anything alongside of that. The condition and the cost on this card, it's quite tricky, as you need to send a card you control to the graveyard. Maybe the cost be expanded to other parts of the field and through the deck, as discarding from the hand, the graveyard by banishing it, or sending it from the field, or sending it from the deck to the graveyard would provide more options. It could also adjust its effect to, rather being destroyed by battle, to be protected from being destroyed by card effects. Or you could think of it in another way, in choosing multiple monsters and having various effects applied, not just being protected from being destroyed by battle, but a combination of being protected from being destroyed by battle and card effects whilst this card is on the field. It could also downplay other costs by maybe sending the required materials, as it does require 3 specifically named monsters from the deck to the graveyard to bring it out as an Evil Hero. Now, these are the ideas that I've had so far for the Toxic Bubbleman. I think that's a decent enough effect for each of them, and I would love to hear what you guys think of the card and what you would hope to see. I'm personally thinking this isn't the last support, that this is the initial support, and with this evil version of Bubbleman out there, why we haven't got a fusion version of itself, I don't understand. Maybe they're waiting to bring out a brand new fusion, as they have done with a couple of others that aren't in the traditional Elemental Hero strategy. They already have that. They have Malicious Bane. There is an equivalent of that. They have the Dark Gaia, which I know there's an original Gaia, but it is pretty separate from it. And even some of the newer support doesn't always link back to those cards.
Full information surrounding how Aster Phoenix and Bastion Nassau work, alongside the decks you face them at, their skills, unique drops, and additional cards that they can unlock. I think we will start with Aster and his Destiny heroes. In order to unlock Aster, you need to summon Dark Monsters 200 times in GX World, and then unlock him as a playable character. You need to complete the following missions: You need to perform 2 fusion summons in 1 duel, win 3 duels without using any level 5 or higher monsters, and win 1 duel against Aster Phoenix at level 30 in Duel World. As for his skills, you get Destiny Calling at level 4. Its effect can be used after your life points are at 2000 or below. Play the field spell Dark City. If there already is a field spell on your side of the field, return it to your hand. This skill can only be used once per duel. Dark City is a field spell that says when a Destiny hero monster attacks, if its attack is lower than the attack of the attack target, the attacking monsters gain 1000 attack during damage calculation only. Now, this is the Destiny hero version of Skyscraper, but what I find most unusual is that to get Jaden's field spell, it takes a lot more to bring it out than to access this one. You receive it, if I remember, at level 35. This might have been intentional, as Jaden has a number of fusion monsters with decent stats that can protect him, in comparison to Aster, who has a couple of fusion monsters, but mostly effect monsters with lower attack stats. The second skill is Master of Fusion. You get this at level 13, and its effects can be used each time your life points decrease by 1800. In the draw phase, instead of doing a normal draw, Polymerization spell card from outside of your deck is added to your hand. This card is not that useful. Like I said, with the other skill, Jaden has far more fusion cards than Aster, and so as an ability, I would ignore it. The third skill is Reinforcements. You can get this at level 20, and its effect can be used each time your life points decrease by 1800. Return 1 card from your hand to your deck, and draw a random warrior-type monster. This can help search out your Destiny heroes, as unlike Jaden, who has some other types of cards in his deck, including Elemental Hero Voltic, who is a Thunder type, the Destiny cards are all warriors. And the final skill is Bring It. This is a dropped skill, and is therefore the most difficult to get. Its effects can be used each time your life points decrease by 1800. In the draw phase, instead of doing a normal draw a random level 8 Dark Warrior monster card from your deck. This is not much of an ability. The 2 cards specifically that you want are Destiny Heroes, Dogma and Plasma, and each of these need 3 monsters on the field in order to summon them, making them quite difficult at times to meet this condition. As for Aster's starter deck, he has 1 Destiny Hero Plasma. This is a Dark Warrior level 8 with 1900 attack and 600 defense, and its effect cannot be normal summoned or set, must be special summoned from your hand by attributing 3 monsters, and cannot be special summoned by other ways. Negate the effects of face-up monsters while your opponent controls them. Once per turn, you can target 1 monster your opponent controls, equip that target to this card. You can only equip 1 monster at a time to this card with this effect. This card gains attack equal to half the original attack of the monster equipped to it by this effect. This card can steal an opponent's monster and takes half of its attack points. Against the right monsters such as Blue Eyes White Dragon, this will make this card 3400 attack, and helps to shut down your opponent from activating monster effects, while you are, of course, free to use your own monster effects. He has 3 Fiend Sword. This is a Dark Warrior level 4 with 1400 attack and 800 defense, and is a normal monster. He has 3 Crocodilus. This is a Water Reptile level 4 with 1100 attack and 1200 defense, and is a normal monster. He has 3 Tigerax. This is an Earth Beast Warrior level 4 with 1300 attack and 1100 defense, and is a normal monster. He has 3 Unknown Warrior of Fiend. This is a Dark Warrior level 3 with 1000 attack and 500 defense, and is a normal monster. He has 3 Dragon Statue. This is an Earth Warrior level 3 with 1100 attack and 900 defense, and is a normal monster. He has 3 Ryukishin. This is a Dark Fiend level 3 with 1000 attack and 500 defense, and is a normal monster. He has one guard penalty. This is a quick play spell card that says select one monster on the field. If it is changed to defense position, this turn draw one card. This is a strange choice, but asked to use this in the duel against Zane, where Sparkman was equipped with Spark Blaster, and changed Zane's Cyber Twin Dragon to defense position twice by turning it to defense, turning it to attack, then turning it back to defense to use up Spark Blaster's effect and draw himself 3 cards.
A guard penalty spell card! Now I can choose any monster on the field, and if it switches to defense mode, I get to draw a card. So I think I'll pick your Twin Dragon. And what do you know? I can use my Spark Blaster to switch it to defense mode. So while he's taking a nap, I'll draw a card. Did you get all that? Maybe I should show you again by switching him back to attack mode. Now then, how about an instant replay? Back to bed, little dragon! Forget, I get to draw one more.
He has 3 Destiny Hero Drill Dark. This is a Dark Warrior level 4 with 1600 attack and 1200 defense, and its effect is, if this card is normal or special summoned, you can special summon one Destiny Hero monster from your hand with attack less than or equal to this card's attack on the field. You can only use this effect of Destiny Hero Drill Dark once per turn. If this card attacks a defense position monster, inflict piercing battle damage to your opponent. This card enables field presence to be established more easily, and the piercing damage is decent. He has 3 Destiny Hero Diamond Dude. This is a Dark Warrior level 4 with 1400 attack and 1600 defense, and its effect is, once per turn, you can activate the top card of your deck, and if it is a normal spell card, send it to the graveyard, otherwise place it on the bottom of your deck. During the main phase of your next turn, you can activate the effect of that spell card in your graveyard, even if you no longer control this face-up card. This card can be useful if he stats his deck in a certain way. That can also be a risk. You might flip over a card that is not a spell card, but is useful and would be put to the bottom of the deck, making it difficult to get it back outside of mandatory shuffling effects. In this deck, he has 2 copies of Destiny Hero Plasma. He has 2 Destiny Hero Dogma. This is a Dark Warrior level 8 with 3400 attack and 2400 defense, and its effect is, cannot be normal summoned or set, must be special summoned from your hand by attributing 3 monsters, including at least 1 Destiny Hero monster, and cannot be special summoned by other ways. If you still control this face-up card during your opponent's next standby phase after you special summoned it this way, half your opponent's life points. This can make it difficult to get out, and so in that respect you may be fortunate enough not to have to face it. However, if this is brought out, make sure you have some spell or trap destruction effect cards, as you will have some considerable life point loss. He has 1 Destiny Hero Fearmonger. This is a Dark Warrior level 4 with 1000 attack and 1000 defense, and its effect is, during your standby phase, if this card is in your graveyard because it was destroyed by battle and sent there since your last standby phase, target 1 Destiny Hero monster in your graveyard except a Destiny Hero Fearmonger, special summon that target. This can be a bit of a problem card to face, as it revives his other Destiny Heroes. If you intend to destroy this monster, ensure you have a backup spell or trap in place just to protect yourself. He has 2 polymerizations, a fusion spell card that says fusion summon 1 fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as fusion materials. This is your standard fusion spell card and is only relevant for 1 particular fusion that we'll get to a bit later. He has 1 Over Destiny. This is a normal spell card that says target 1 Destiny Hero monster in your graveyard, special summon 1 Destiny Hero monster from your deck, whose level is less than or equal to half of that target's level, but destroy it during the end phase of this turn. This card can be useful for bringing out a lower level hero, but you have to be careful as this may be a means of trying to bring out either Dogma or Plasma. He has 3 copies of Destiny Draw. This is a normal spell card that says discard 1 Destiny Hero card, draw 2 cards. This can be a problem as he can draw into exactly what he wants, easier than you can, as there aren't any real draw cards that are better than this currently in Duel Links. He has 2 Decounter. This is a normal trap card that says when a monster you control, when a Destiny Hero monster you control is targeted for an attack, destroy the attacking monster. This is a problem card as you never know when he has this, and if you are using a decent monster, you could end up wasting it very quickly, leaving your field very exposed. He has 1 Destiny Signal. This is a trap card that says when a monster you control is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, special summon 1 level 4 or lower Destiny Hero monster from your hand or deck. This is his searching card, and it also replaces the monster that he's just lost. He has 2 Destiny End Dragoon. This was the fusion card I was mentioning beforehand. This is a Dark Warrior level 10 with 3000 attack and 3000 defense, and requires a Destiny Hero Dogma and a Destiny Hero Plasma. And its effect is a fusion summon of this card can only be done with the above fusion materials. Once per turn, you can target 1 monster your opponent controls, destroy that target, and if it was face up, inflict damage to your opponent equal to the attack it had on the field. You cannot conduct your battle phase the turn you activate this effect. Once per turn during your standby phase, if this card is in your graveyard, you can banish 1 Destiny Hero card from your graveyard, special summon this card. You have to be very careful when facing this, as this would destroy your monsters and inflict significant damage, enough to cause you to lose, and even when trying to remove this card, it can simply be revived during Asta's next turn. Your best option is to prevent this card from coming out in the first. Now, as for the unique drops that Asta provides, these include Destiny Hero Dasher as a secret rare. This is a Dark Warrior level 6 with 2100 attack and 1000 defense, and its effect says, once per turn, you contribute 1 other monster. This card gains 1000 attack until the end phase. If this card attacks, change it to defense position at the end of the battle phase, 1 time only when you draw a monster card during your draw phase. While this card is in your graveyard, you can reveal it, special summon it. This card must be in the graveyard to activate and to resolve this effect. This card is able to beat most decent level monsters by attributing what may be to you a weak other monster. Putting it in defense may seem bad, but it encourages your opponent to destroy this card and lets you use its other ability to summon what you draw, provided it's a monster. This means it replaces itself in terms of field presence. The next card is Destiny Hero Double Dude. This is a secret rare. This is a Dark Warrior level 6 with 1000 attack and 1000 defense. And its effect is, cannot be special summoned. This card can attack twice during each battle phase. During your standby phase, if this card was destroyed since your last standby phase, you can special summon 2 Double Dude tokens, Warrior type Dark level 4 with 1000 attack and 1000 defense. This card must be in your graveyard to activate and to resolve this effect. This card works well in combination with Dark City, as it becomes a 2000 attack monster whilst it's attacking a monster and is able to replace itself when it is destroyed with 2 tokens, which can help to bring out either Dogma or Plasma. Destiny Hero Diamond Dude is a secret rare. Destiny Hero Fearmonger is a secret. Destiny Signal is a secret. Destiny Hero Doomlord is a rare. This is a Dark Warrior level 3 with 600 attack and 800 defense, and its effect is, once per turn, you can target 1 monster your opponent controls, banish that target. You cannot declare an attack the turn you activate this effect. You must control this face-up attack position card to activate and to resolve this effect. The banished monster returns to the opponent's side of the field in the same battle position during your second standby phase after activation. This card can remove a threat from the field for a couple of turns, which can be long enough for you to defeat your opponent before they have the chance to come back. Destiny Hero Departed is a rare. It is a Dark Warrior level 2 with 1000 attack and 0 defense, and its effect is, during your standby phase, if this card is in your graveyard, special summon it in face-up attack position to your opponent's side of the field. If this card is destroyed by battle, banish it instead of sending it to the graveyard. If a card effect would send this card to the graveyard from the hand or deck, banish it instead. This card can only be useful if your opponent has few life points, as it is forced to be summoned in attack position, meaning you can cause the remaining damage more easily. Guard Penalty is a rare. Despirit is a rare. This is a normal spell card that says special summon one level 4 or lower Destiny Hero monster from your hand. You must not control any face-up Destiny Hero monsters to activate and to resolve this effect. This enables you to start setting up your field, especially useful if you have this card in your opening hand. The last unique drop card is Destruction of Destiny. This is a rare. This is a normal trap card that says send 3 cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard and take 1000 damage for each spell or trap card sent to the graveyard this way. At the moment, there is no real reason to play this card, as you could potentially lose up to 3000 life points just to try and set up your. As for the level up rewards, the first is at level 3 with Captain Tenacious. This is a Dark Warrior level 3 with 800 attack and 800 defense, and its effect is, once per turn, during your standby phase, you can target one Destiny Hero monster in your graveyard that was destroyed by battle. Since your last standby phase, if you controlled this face-up card when the target was destroyed, special summon that target. This is good to revive your Destiny Heroes. However, since you do not have D-Shield currently in the game, you would have to find a way of protecting this card. At level 7, you get Destiny Hero Doomlord. At level 10, you get Deformation. This is a continuous spell card that says each time a face-up Destiny Hero monster you control is destroyed, place 1 D counter on this card for each of those monsters. When you normal or special summon a monster during your main phase, you can send this card with 2 or more D counters to the graveyard, add up to 2 cards from your deck and or graveyard to your hand with the same name as that monster. This can be good to search, providing you have multiple of a certain card. At level 11, you get D-Chain. This is a normal trap card that says target a Destiny Hero monster you control. Equip this card to that target. It gains 500 attack. When it destroys a monster your opponent controls by battle and sends it to the graveyard, inflict 500 damage to your opponent. This gives your Destiny Heroes a 500 attack boost, which can work with Diamond Dude becoming 1900 attack, or the classic Double Dude with Dark City being able to inflict damage along with 500 effect damage per monster destroyed. At level 23, you get Dark City. At level 25, you get Over Destiny. At level 33, you get Destiny Hero Blade Master. This is a Dark Warrior level 3 with 300 attack and 600 defense, and its effect is, during opponent's battle phase, you can discard this card. All face-up Destiny Hero monsters you control gain 800 attack until the end phase. This can make your Destiny Heroes strong enough to defeat an opponent's monster on their turn, as well as, since this responds to your opponent's attacks, and increase all of your heroes, you can prevent your opponent from doing anything that turn. At level 35, you get Destiny Hero Malicious. This is a Dark Warrior level 6 with 800 attack and 800 defense, and its effect is, you can banish this card from your graveyard, special summon one Destiny Hero Malicious from your deck. This card can be used to help bring out Plasma or Dogma. At level 38, you get another copy of Destiny Hero Malicious. This makes sense as it requires multiple copies in order to use its effect. At level 40, you get Destiny Draw, the draw card that enables you to get to your combo pieces faster and set up your graveyard. It is good using it with Destiny Hero Malicious, as this forces your card to be sent to the graveyard at no real cost to you. So, what do you guys think about Asta's support? Is there enough for you to work with, Or do you think some of the other Destiny heroes should have been introduced? Notable absences include Defender and Dunker. I find it also interesting that whereas Alexis was provided with her classic support, Aster has been given Drill Dark, which was a card he used when he was in Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5. This is not so much of an update video as a speculation video within the manga. There are a couple of DD monsters that were featured that have never been released. It is supposed to have surpassed Reggie's Zero Laplace. It says in the article that this is more just to inform you about the cards. The first card is DD Extra Surveyor. It is a level 5 with 1000 attack and 0 defense, and has a pendulum scale of 4. It does not mention any effects with it, so it could just be a vanilla pendulum monster. For a level 5, this is incredibly weak. Its stats are beyond a joke, frankly, so I wouldn't pay too much attention to it. We're here more so for the second card, as we're scrolling down for it. And this is, the second card is DDDD, so it's a 4D monster. And it's called Super Dimensional Supreme Emperor Zero Paradox. This is a level 12 monster with 3000 attack and 3000 defense, and its effect is this card cannot be normal summoned or set. This can be special summoned when you pendulum summon a DDD monster, and the combined value of your pendulum scales exceeds that level. When this card is special summoned, you can destroy all other cards on the field. This, for a card, is quite useful, as its summoning conditions aren't difficult, provided you can bring forth a larger pendulum scale, such as DD7 Thomas, which is a scale of 6, and bring out subsequently maybe a scale of 3. You can pendulum summon a level 8 DDD monster and still meet this card's requirements. The effect to destroy all other cards is embedded within a few other cards. Such examples are Sky Scourge Norlerus or Chaos Dragon Envoy of the End. This ability is great if it can be used, but the problem is that with the amount of negation around through cards such as Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, Effect Veiler and the like, that this effect could be stopped immediately, though your opponent would still have to deal with a 3000 beta in both attack and defense. The other problem is, if this card was to be introduced, and I'm guessing this won't be for another year or two, there are already cards that can out this immediately, as it has no inbuilt protection. The best example that comes to mind is the relationship between Blue Eyes White Dragon and Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon, as Alternative Dragon could be special summoned, use its effect to remove this card from the field, and still remain on the field with no consequence. So, what do you guys think of this card? Do you think the effect is too standardized, the summoning requirement is bizarre, or think that at the time of release it won't see any recognition? This is not so much of an update video as a speculation video within the manga. There are a couple of DD monsters that were featured that have never been released. It is supposed to have surpassed Reggie's Zero Laplace. It says in the article that this is more just to inform you about the cards. The first card is DD Extra Surveyor. It is a level 5 with 1000 attack and 0 defense, and has a pendulum scale of 4. It does not mention any effects with it, so it could just be a vanilla pendulum monster. For a level 5, this is incredibly weak. Its stats are beyond a joke, frankly, so I wouldn't pay too much attention to it. We're here more so for the second card, as we're scrolling down for it. And this is, the second card is DDDD, so it's a 4D monster. And it's called Super Dimensional Supreme Emperor Zero Paradox. This is a level 12 monster with 3000 attack and 3000 defense, and its effect is this card cannot be normal summoned or set. This can be special summoned when you pendulum summon a DDD monster, and the combined value of your pendulum scales exceeds that level. When this card is special summoned, you can destroy all other cards on the field. This, for a card, is quite useful, as its summoning conditions aren't difficult, provided you can bring forth a larger pendulum scale, such as DD7 Thomas, which is a scale of 6, and bring out subsequently maybe a scale of 3. You can pendulum summon a level 8 DDD monster and still meet this card's requirements. The effect to destroy all other cards is embedded within a few other cards. Such examples are Sky Scourge Norlerus or Chaos Dragon Envoy of the End. This ability is great if it can be used, but the problem is that with the amount of negation around through cards such as Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, Effect Veiler and the like, that this effect could be stopped immediately, though your opponent would still have to deal with a 3000 beta in both attack and defense. The other problem is if this card was to be introduced, and I'm guessing this won't be for another year or two, there are already cards that can out this immediately, as it has no inbuilt protection. The best example that comes to mind is the relationship between Blue Eyes White Dragon and Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon, as Alternative Dragon could be special summoned, use its effect to remove this card from the field, and still remain on the field with no consequence. So what do you guys think of this card? Do you think the effect is too standardized, the summoning requirement is bizarre, or think that at the time of release it won't see any recognition? So you've seen the videos maybe about the new maximum mode and the introduction of a different archetype. Well, this archetype, the Yugioh, the Heavenly Emperor Dragon Tree, is another one of these maximum mode monsters. This is the one that was actually shown in the anime itself, so it is the original archetype for this new series of monsters. This was developed by Nail when he was dueling, I think this is episode 23, somewhere along those lines. 22, 23, somewhere like that. Okay, so we'll just cover the effects. So the first one, I'm just going to, for simplicity, it's Yugioh, and it's just the same name. This first one's L. It's a level 4 light attribute Cyverse type maximum effect monster. Bear in mind, I think this is the first Cyverse type monster that's introduced into the game, which is quite interesting. How they're going to progress with that, who knows. It's got 900 attack and 0 defense. The requirement as a maximum mode is you can activate by sending the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard. And the effect is you choose one face-up monster, it must be level 8 or lower, your opponent controls, and destroy it. The second, which is the maximum monster itself, it's the level 10 light attribute Cyverse type maximum effect monster. Its maximum attack is 4000 and it has a standard attack of 2000 and 0 defense. You can maximum summon together with Yugioh, the Heavenly Emperor Dragon Tree L and R. Requirement is to go into maximum mode itself, and it has a continuous effect. This card cannot be destroyed by the effects of your opponent's trap cards, much like the previous one that also had the same effect. So I'm wondering whether they're actually just going to look at having very similar effects to start off with, and maybe change the L and the R versions to alternate so they're archetype specific. That might be a direction they're planning to go into, or they might just be doing this and testing things out before rolling out more nuanced effects. But generally speaking, 4000 attack isn't bad. For a maximum attack monster, it's double its original attack. Even 2000 is okay, but for a level 10 monster, it's a bit of a pain to use. And R has as a level 3 light attribute Cyverse type maximum effect monster. It's got 600 attack and 0 defense. The requirement is for its maximum mode, you can activate by sending the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard, and the effect is to choose one defense position monster your opponent controls and change it to face up attack position. bear in mind that the middle dragon, which is the maximum monster, is the one that can copy the other effects of the other monsters. So not only are you able with the L version to get rid of one of your opponent's, threats, you could potentially just even, not even have to get rid of it, really. You could just run over if you want to, if potentially you don't want to pitch the cards from the top of your deck. Or alternatively, with R, you're able to choose a defense position monster, flip it face up, and remember the L version can only choose a face up monster. If your opponent has face down defense position monsters, this is where the synergy comes into effect. You can essentially make that monster face up, use the first effect to get rid of that monster, and then attack directly to end the game. The issues I've got with these cards, and this is the same I have with the other cards, are, yes, the middle version, which is the boss monster, is incredibly threatening, and, you're not going to get rid of that very easily. If they target the other two monsters, and that's generally the way you're going to go to defeating this monster, get rid of the other versions, that way it cannot copy the effects of those versions, and then come after this card. That's the way I see this working. Eventually, they will come up with spell or trap support, which redirects your attacks to the boss monster itself. I think there's already one. There's Earthbound Spirit, which is already in Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duels. It's an old card that was introduced way back from Yu-Gi-Oh! The original series and was just thrown into this. That's already effective. But you'll have specific ones for maximum monsters. I love the design of it, and I think these cards are amazing. I also think there's going to be a lot of a push for players to introduce using battle position changing cards, things like block attack, just to get rid of the boss monster itself, because the other two aren't the issue. It's that middle one that is the massive threat. What do you guys think of these cards? Is this something you like? I personally love the design. They're basically the same card, but it's just one that looks in a different direction. And I love how, when you look at them, they look like a kind of Hydra. I think that's the design, that they all interlink. And I love the whole jigsaw piecing of those cards and the artwork together. I think it's amazing, and I think it'll only get better and inspire more fans into the game.
Today we'll be looking at another card from Code of the Duelist. This is the Ascended of Thunder. This is a light Thunder type, level 7 with 2,700 attack and 2,400 defense. And its card effect reads: you can special summon this card from your hand by paying 3,000 life points. If this card summoned this way,
internet working. Check.
In its owner's control is destroyed by an opponent's card by battle or card effect, gain 5,000 life points. For those of you who are unaware, this card is a much better remake of an older card called the Immortal of Thunder. This card was a monster with 1,500 attack and 1,300 defense. It was a level 4 that gained life points by 3,000 and reduced your life points by 5,000 when this card went to the graveyard. That card came out in Metal Raiders, which was the first pack to be released in Yu-Gi-Oh! Back on the 1st of December 2004 as a common. I've just realised how old I am, guys. Very old. The ability, as you can tell, is much better, as now the gain is greater than the amount of life points you pay. Also, with this card's stats, they are very, very usable at the start of a duel, as you can get rid of a lot of other monsters. The cost of 3,000 life points is quite a heavy cost, but could be added to a deck that gains a lot of life points, such as Arrow Mages, so as the cost is minimized. Unfortunately, if this card is drawn late in the duel, you risk having this card break your hand and result in a poor draw or a dead draw, as some people call it. Overall, I like the nature of this card. It has the quality and hallmarks of the original version, only with a lesser cost, which was necessary to see any play whatsoever, and is by far much more powerful. It could also be used for rank 7s. You have a few cards out there that enable you to that have a normal summon a level 7 by maybe cutting its stats in half. So you can go into things like Big Eye, Dracosack, and other cards that are rank 7. This card can be used within Thunder decks, as there are support cards that work well with this, along with the card being light. There's a lot of support cards to bring it out or to protect it. A card that would work well with this is the Creator. This may seem like a strange choice, but the Creator is able to special summon a monster, so you would not get its effect, but could act as an offensive-defensive combination, where the Ascended of Thunder is the attacking monster, and the Creator is the defensive monster. The Creator has 3,000 defense points, so by all means it's capable of defending well. In case of cards such as Mirror Force gets used, at the time of recording, this card is 99 pence, which is more than reasonable. I'm sure this card will have some benefit in rogue decks, especially down the line when people forget about this card's utility. Though saying that, it does have competition from other cards that can special summon themselves from the hand when certain conditions are met. But however, this condition is probably the least problematic. It's probably the easiest to resolve, and because it resolves on your turn, you control when and how you use it. There are other cards that respond to effects, but then you have to pick and choose when that happens. So what do you guys think of this card? I think it has its utility, its usefulness. I think it will see some play in some rogue decks. But do you think it's worthwhile? Do you think you'll be using it in anything? Do you think you'll be siding it against anything? Or do you think this is just another one-off card that Konami is trying to introduce? Because, of course, this is one of those types, the Thunder type, that gets less in the form of support. Do you think there'll be more support for Thunders down the line? Would you like a Thunder structure deck, like the Dinosaur structure deck supported dinosaurs? Today we'll be looking at another card from Code of the Duelist. This is Ib, the World Chalice Priestess. This is a water spellcaster, link monster with 1,800 attack, and is a link 2. The link points are left and right. The requirements for this card are 2 monsters with different types and attributes. Its card effect reads, this linked card cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. Your opponent cannot target this linked card with card effects. If a monster or monsters this card points to would be destroyed by a card effect, you can send this card to the graveyard instead. If this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can special summon 1 World Chalice monster from your hand. The summoning requirements for this card are very specific. Fortunately, the deck runs multiple types and multiple attributes, making its summoning not that difficult. As for its first effect, this can only be used as a secondary summon, so unless you have another link monster out, this effect has no chance of activating. However, if and when you get the chance to do this, this card will be greatly protected, as there are few cards that could blind remove this card. This would force your opponent to target the other link monster you had first. So if you had a stronger Link monster, you would almost be guaranteed some sort of protection. As for its second effect, to be used as destruction fodder, as a substitution, this to me makes no sense, as I would think the whole purpose of this card is to keep it protected, rather than to protect something else. However, it does work in relation to its last effect, as when it gets sent to the graveyard, you can bring out a World Chalice monster, enabling this card to be replaced for another Link monster. Overall, this card's effect is very confusing, as the whole point is to protect it. It offers itself no protection. It would have been better to have been offered protection from its link points by sacrificing a monster linked to the card. At the time of recording, this card is currently on sale on eBay for 99p. This is fair pricing for the card, as it is only integral to the archetype until something better can be revealed to replace it. Though I do admit I do like the artwork. It does look like a quite nice artwork. It reminds me a little bit of Iria, the water charmer. And generally I think the card looks good. I'll definitely pick one up, if not just as a collector's purpose. So what do you guys think of this card? Do you like it? Do you think it's strong enough for the deck? The World Chalice Dragon. This is a Wind Dragon Link monster with an attack stat of 800 and is a Link 1 monster. It requires one normal monster, but it specifies it cannot be a token. Its card effect reads, during your main phase, you can normal summon one World Chalice monster in addition to your normal summon or set. You can only gain this effect once per turn. At the start of the damage step, if this card battles an opponent's monster this card points to, you can destroy that opponent's monster. If this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can special summon one World Chalice monster from your hand. This card has a very easy requirement, as within the archetype there are 3 monsters who currently are normal monsters, and each of them is decent in its own means. You have a decent attacker, a decent defense, and a decent middle monster. The first ability to be able to normal summon twice per turn means you can easily bring out Link monsters. However, this card would have to be as part of a second link rather than their initial link, as its link points to the opponent's board. The ability to destroy a monster it points to is a decent ability, but the problem is your opponent is not going to attack into a monster they know is going to be destroyed instantly. They will summon this a monster to a different zone and will run this card over very quickly. You've got level 1s that are stronger than this card. Its last effect, to special summon a World Chalice from the hand, means you can gain field advantage easily as this card replaces itself. Overall, it has its uses within the deck as a means to an end, but is a card that cannot be depended on heavily and will be replaced when further support comes out for the archetype. At the time of recording on eBay, it is priced at 99p. This seems right for the nature of this card and is a rare, so there are multiple copies out there. So this card isn't currently in demand. So what do you guys think of this card? The ability to have another summon is actually very popular. I mean, you had Seraph Knights, wasn't it, with the Gem Knights that were... Seraphonite was being splashed into various decks because it just enabled an additional generic normal summon. So that was considered good because that you could go into ranked monsters, you could go into Xyz monsters, synchro monsters. It would enable you to make various other plays. just through a couple of cards. The design of the card looks quite good. I like the artwork. But do you think this card will stay around for a long time? Do you think people will play the deck?
We have some information for the brand new characters for Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, including their skills, their initial decks, and of course the unique level rewards that come with them. I will probably be making these into individual videos, one for each character. So we will start with Jaden Yuki. To unlock GX, you need to unlock Jaden himself. To do so, you need to summon 10 warrior-type monsters in total, and have reached Stage 8 of Duel Monsters World. This will be easy, short of you maybe having this Duel Links from yesterday. You would have completed this ages ago. Don't worry, for the trouble of doing so, you get 10 gems and 1 Winged Karibo. Winged Karibo is a light fairy level 1 with 300 attack and 200 defense, and its effect is, if this card on the field is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, for the rest of this turn you take no battle damage. This can be useful if your opponent has a large field presence, as this will enable you to survive this turn. First, we will start with Jaden's skills. The first is Where the Heroes Dwell. This can be used after your life points are 2000 or lower. Play the field spell Skyscraper. If there already is a field spell on your side of the field, return it to your hand. This skill can only be used once per duel. This is quite a lot of damage to take before you can access the field spell, and can be problematic as your life points may be too low to properly use it, as Skyscraper only provides you with an attack advantage during your battle phase and does not keep that bonus, making most of your elemental heroes too weak to sustain an attack, and may be enough damage to deplete your life points to 0. A classic example of this is Elemental Hero Bubbleman. When it attacks, it would become 1800 attack, which is okay, but when it's not attacking, it's only got 800 attack, making it an easy target. The next skill is achieved at level 4. It's Fusion Time, and this effect is it can be used each time your life points decrease by 1500. In the draw phase, instead of doing a normal draw, draw a polymerization spell card from outside of your deck, and which is added to your hand. This effect is okay, but with the introduction of Elemental Hero Blazeman, that can automatically search out for a polymerization, means this ability won't likely see much use. The next skill is Reinforcement. This is achieved at level 13, and its effect is can be used each time your life points decrease by 1800. Return 1 card from your hand to your deck, and draw a random warrior-type monster. This effect is decent, as you can replace a weak card with something potentially stronger, and if run in an elemental hero deck, can draw most cards within the archetype. The last skill is Miracle Fusion, and this is a dropped skill, making it the most difficult to obtain. Its effect is can be used if your life points drop below 500. In the draw phase, instead of doing a normal draw, a Miracle Fusion spell card from outside of your deck is added to your hand. This skill can only be used once per duel. This is a very risky skill to have, as it does not give you much space to maneuver. Either you get your life points down to this level, or the likelihood is your opponent defeats you with such a low number of life points. Also, it does not work effectively if you try and force your life points down, and Duel Links does not give you a main phase 2, so you would be risking ending your turn to hope your opponent does not have a comeback. The ability to use Miracle Fusion is good, as if you have a decent graveyard, you have options for the fusions you can go into, but is understandable why the skill can only be used once per duel, otherwise this effect would be too broken. Now, the best example I can use, which is similar to this effect, is one of the Paradox Brothers effects, which is to you summon Sanger of the Thunder, Kazujin, and Suijin, to the field, you have Gate Guardian in your hand, and neither of the 3 monsters you have can attack nor activate their effects, but you can summon the Gate Guardian, obviously. Now, I had this happen actually in a duel when I was player versus player, and my opponent attacked my face-down defense position monster, but what he didn't take into account for was I had a face-down trap card called Mishizuri. As soon as he destroyed my monster, I flipped it over, destroyed his Gate Guardian, and he quit the duel. The reason being because he had no other cards. That gave me all the card advantage, and meant that he could not come back from that position. As for his starter deck, he has 1 Elemental Hero Neos. This is a light warrior level 7 with 2500 attack and 2000 defense, and it is a normal monster. He has 3 Elemental Hero Burstinatrix. This is a fire warrior level 3 with 1200 attack and 800 defense, and is also a normal monster. He has 3 Elemental Hero Avian. This is a wind warrior level 3 with 1000 attack and 1000 defense, and is also a normal monster. He has 3 Oscillo Hero. This is an earth warrior level 3 with 1250 attack and 700 defense, and is also a normal monster. He has 3 Beaver Warrior. This is an earth beast warrior level 4 with 1200 attack and 1500 defense, and is also a normal monster. He has 1 Card Ejector. This is an Earth Spellcaster level 3 with 400 attack and 400 defense, and its effect is, once per turn, you can target 1 card in your opponent's graveyard, banish that target. This can be useful if your opponent has set up their graveyard in order to revive that monster. He also has 1 Winged Karibo. I've already shown the effect for that, so I won't show it again. He has 3 Kushido Spirit. This is a continuous spell card that says monsters on your side of the field cannot be destroyed in a battle if the monster's attacks are equal. This is very situational at best and should not be run. The last card he has is 2 Fusion Gate. This is a field spell card that says, while this card is on the field, the turn player can fusion summon 1 fusion monster from their extra deck by banishing a fusion materials listed on it from their hand or field. This card enables fusions of monsters without polymerization, and fusing into more than 1 is possible. This is good if you can guarantee game, or at the very least do a lot of damage. The next deck he uses is based off when you face him at level 40. These are obviously 1 Elemental Hero Neos. He has 1 Elemental Hero Stratos. This is a Wind Warrior level 4 with 1800 attack and 300 defense, and its effect is, when this card is normal or special summoned, you can activate one of these effects. You can destroy spell or trap cards on the field up to the number of hero monsters you control except this card. Or the second is add 1 hero monster from your deck to your hand. This card can either destroy a back row up to 2 cards, or enable a search for a particular hero, which could then make it easier to fusion summon for one of your fusion elemental heroes. He has 2 Elemental Hero Sparkman. This is a light warrior level 4 with 1600 attack and 1400 defense, and it's a normal monster. He has 1 Elemental Hero Necroshade. This is a dark warrior level 5 with 1600 attack and 1800 defense, and its effect is, once while this card is in the graveyard, 1 level 5 or higher elemental hero monster you normal summon can be summoned without tributing. This is good for summoning Elemental Hero Neos, as it is the only one in the game outside of this that requires a tribute summon. This means it can respond to stronger monsters. Hopefully sometime in the future they might consider bringing in Blade Edge, because that has a couple of fusions which were quite classic ones as well. There's 1 Elemental Hero Wildheart. This is an Earth Warrior level 4 with 1500 attack and 1600 defense, and its effect is, this card is unaffected by trap effects. This can be good when facing a back row heavy deck, and if equipped with the right cards, can become a decent beat stick monster. He has one elemental hero, Blazeman. This is a fire warrior level 4 with 1200 attack and 1800 defense. And its effect is, if this card is normal or special summoned, you can add 1 polymerization from your deck to your hand. During your main phase, you can activate this effect. You cannot special summon monsters for the rest of this turn except fusion monsters. Also send 1 elemental hero monster from your deck to the graveyard except elemental hero Blazeman. And if you do, this card's attribute, attack and defense each become the same as the monster sent to the graveyard until the end of this turn. You can only use 1 elemental hero Blazeman effect once per turn, and only once that turn. This card brings your fusion card, can alter its stats to become a beta, and can substitute itself for a fusion material for a fusion monster. He has 2 elemental hero Clayman. This is an Earth Warrior level 4 with 800 attack and 2000 defense, and is a normal. He has 1 elemental hero Bubbleman. This is a Water Warrior level 4 with 800 attack and 1200 defense, and its effect is, if this is the only card in your hand, you can special summon it from your hand. When this card is summoned, you can draw 2 cards. You must control no other cards, and have no cards in your hand to activate and to resolve this effect. This card's effects are situational, but at the right time it can be very useful. Being able to draw 2 cards enables you to reach your resources much easier. He has 1 Righteous Justice. This is a normal spell card that says destroy spell and trap cards equal to the number of elemental hero cards you control. This can get rid of your opponent's back row, and played correctly can get rid of any back row they have, and of course helps you push for game. He has 1 Emergency Call. This is a normal spell card that says add 1 elemental hero monster from your deck to your hand. This enables a search, which can bring your fusion materials together into your hand. He has 1 Heated Heart. This is a normal spell card that says target 1 face-up monster you control. Until the end of this turn, it gains 500 attack, and if it attacks a defense position monster, inflict piercing battle damage to your opponent. This can provide a monster with an additional boost, and is especially effective when facing defensive-based. There is 1 Oversoul. This is a normal spell card that says target 1 elemental hero normal monster in your graveyard, special summon that target. This card can bring back most heroes. Of note include Neos, who has 2500 attack, and Sparkman, who is a 1600 attack monster, and of course a fusion material in its own right. He has 1 Skyscraper. This is a field spell that says when an elemental hero monster attacks, if its attack is lower than the attack of the attack target, the attacking monster gains 1000 attack during damage calculation only. This is used to make your heroes defeat other monsters during a turn. If used well, can get rid of some of your opponent's stronger monsters as well. He has 1 Dark Factory of Mass Production. This is a normal spell card that says target 2 normal monsters in your graveyard, add those targets to your hand. This can bring some of your fusion materials back to the hand to bring out a fusion monster. There's 2 Polymerization. This is a normal spell card that says fusion summon 1 fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as fusion materials. This fuses your monsters together. He has 1 Fusion Sage. This is a normal spell card that says add 1 Polymerization card from your deck to your hand, then shuffle your deck. This basically searches out your fusion cards, but the ability of shuffling your deck as an after effect is actually quite decent. If you've been drawing badly, perhaps a shuffle to your deck might put things into perspective and put things right. He has 1 Negate Attack. This is a counter trap card that says when an opponent's monster declares an attack, target the attacking monster, negate the attack, then end the battle phase. This helps to protect your monsters for a turn and can keep you in a position to draw into your necessary cards. He has 2 Elemental Hero Thunder Giant. This is a light warrior fusion level 6 with 2400 attack and 1500 defense, and it requires an Elemental Hero Sparkman and an Elemental Hero Clayman, and its effect is must be fusion summoned and cannot be special summoned by other ways. Once per turn, you can discard one card to target one face-up monster on the field with original attack less than the attack of this card. Destroy that target. This can remove a decent attack monster and enables for 2 monster destruction, considering if you factor in its attack. He has 1 elemental hero, Darkbright. This is a Dark Warrior Fusion level 6 with 2000 attack and 1000 defense, and requires elemental hero Sparkman and elemental hero Necroshade. And its effect is must be fusion summoned and cannot be special summoned by other ways. If this card attacks a defense position monster, inflict piercing battle damage to your opponent. If this card attacks, change it to defense position at the end of the damage step. If this card is destroyed, target one monster your opponent controls, destroy that target. Piercing damage is a decent effect, but it turns to defense mode, and this is where its other effect becomes useful, as it tempts your opponent to destroy this card and enable it to destroy a monster in return. He has 1 elemental hero, Necroid Shaman. This is a Dark Warrior Fusion level 6 with 1900 attack and 1800 defense, and requires an elemental hero, Wildheart and Necroshade. And its effect is must be fusion summoned and cannot be special summoned by other ways. When this card is special summoned, target one monster your opponent controls, destroy that target, then special summon one monster from your opponent's graveyard to their side of the field. This enables you to trade in an opponent's strong monster for their weakest, to cause the most damage to them, and to reduce any threats against you. He has 1 elemental hero, Mudball Man. This is an Earth Warrior level 6 with 1900 attack and 3000 defense, and requires an elemental hero, Bubbleman and Clayman. And its effect is must be fusion summoned and cannot be special summoned by other ways. This is a great defensive option, provided you cannot do anything else. The next set of cards are unique level up rewards. At level 3 is elemental hero Wildheart. At level 7 we have Featherwind. This is a counter trap card that says when a spell or trap card is activated while you control a face-up elemental hero Avian, negate the activation and destroy it. This is very situational, and the chance of you drawing into both this card and Avian are rare. At level 10, you get elemental hero Flame Wingman. This is a Wind Warrior Fusion level 6 with 2100 attack and 1200 defense, and it requires an elemental hero Avian and Burstinatrix. Its effect is must be fusion summoned and cannot be special summoned by other ways. When this card destroys a monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, inflict damage to your opponent equal to the attack of the destroyed monster in the graveyard. This, when facing an attack position monster, guarantees 2100 damage, and even when facing a defensive monster, any attack it has will be inflicted as damage. At level 11, we have elemental hero Bubbleman. At level 14, we have elemental hero Marina. This is a Water Warrior Fusion level 5 with 1400 attack and 1000 defense, and it requires an elemental hero Bubbleman and an elemental hero Avian. And its effect is must be fusion summoned and cannot be special summoned by other ways. While you have any face down cards in your spell and trap card zones, this card can attack your opponent directly. This card can be used to finish your opponent, or at the very least get your opponent close to it. At level 16 is elemental hero Steam Healer. This is a Water Warrior Fusion level 5 and requires elemental hero Burstinatrix and elemental hero Bubbleman. And its effect is must be fusion summoned and cannot be special summoned by other ways. When this card destroys a monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, gain life points equal to the attack of that destroyed monster in the graveyard. This enables you to gain life points, especially beneficial when you are on low life. At level 21, we have elemental hero Flame Wingman. At level 23, we have elemental hero Clayman. At level 25, we have Oversoul. Level 33, we have Miracle Flipper. This is a light spellcaster level 2 with 300 attack and 500 defense. And its effect is, if you control a Miracle Flipper, You cannot summon this card. Your opponent cannot select another face-up monster as an attack target. If this card is destroyed by battle, special summon it to your opponent's side of the field at the end of the battle phase. If this card is destroyed by the effect of a spell or trap card, destroy one monster your opponent controls. This can trade over to your opponent's field, and when your opponent is on low life and is playing defensively, this could end up being their downfall. At level 35 we have Skyscraper, at level 38 is O Oversoul, and at level 40 we have Our Righteous Justice. The unique drops are Elemental Hero Neos as an ultra rare. Elemental Hero Tempest is a secret rare. This is a Winged Warrior Fusion level 8 with 2800 attack and 2800 defense, and it requires an Elemental Hero Avian, Bubbleman and Sparkman, and its effect is must be fusion summoned and cannot be special summoned by other ways. You can send one other card you control to the graveyard to target one monster you control. While this card is face up on the field, that monster cannot be destroyed by battle. This can help to protect some of your weaker monsters, enabling you to maintain field presence. It can also protect itself with this effect, making it immune from battle destruction. We have Elemental Hero Thunder Giant as a secret rare, Winged Karibo as a secret rare. The Flute of Summoning Karibo is also a secret rare. This is a quick play spell card that says add one Karibo or one Winged Karibo from your deck to your hand, or special summon one Karibo or one Winged Karibo from your deck. This can help to protect your life points for a turn. We have Elemental Heroes Sparkman, Bubbleman and Wildheart as rares. Card Ejector is also a rare. We have Spark Blaster. This is an equipped spell card that says equip only to Elemental Hero Sparkman. During your main phase, you can target one face-up monster, change the best position of that target. After you use this effect 3 times, destroy this card. This can work against specific monsters that either have a stronger attack or defense. The only issue is they have to be face up, so defensive monsters can be more difficult to use in combination with this effect. So I think I'm going to leave it there with the end of Jaden's cards. What do you think of the cards he currently has? Is there anything missing that you would have liked? Like I said, I think one of the key cards missing is Elemental Hero Blade Edge. The reason I say this is there are a couple of fusions that have gone with Blade Edge. In particular, you have Wild Edge, which was the fusion between Wildheart and Blade Edge. And you also had a fusion between Sparkman and Blade Edge as well. I'm sure there's a couple of other heroes that are around that have been forgotten about, maybe even a couple of newer ones like Elemental Hero Ocean, you have Elemental Hero Wood, Elemental Hero Nospi. But then again, you never know, they may introduce those later on to the game.
So I was going to make a new series. I'm calling this Forgotten Cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! With there being over 10,000 cards within the game, many of them don't actually see much play, other than your kind of standard cards, the ones that are considered the most powerful for that time within Yu-Gi-Oh! The issue is, obviously, some of these cards were actually relevant during their time. For example, Message in a Bottle was during the Xyz era, where Xyz summoning was prevalent, and you could do a lot with this card. If anything, this card actually has more utility now because of what it can do. You can go into various different cards with it, and even though you have monster effects which can get to the same result, this is often not too bad of a card when you think about it. So its effect is target 3 monsters with different levels in your graveyard, special summon all 3 of them, their attacks become 0, also their effects are negated, and if you do not Xyz summon this turn after summoning those 3 monsters, you lose 4,000 life points during the end phase. You cannot special summon any other monsters except by Xyz summon during the turn you activate this card. So the point of this card is to be able to get access to an Xyz monster relatively quickly. Of course, they're not going to make it that easy to just instantly go into, say, a rank 9 or a rank 10 monster. They want you to put a little bit of the work in for it, so you'll have to run cards that equalize their levels. Otherwise, you will be losing that 4,000 life points. Even considering that these monsters have their attacks become 0, worst case scenario, if you have a life point based deck where you aren't too worried about the 4,000 life points, you could just go into defense position monsters to kind of shield your life points a bit more. Also, this is fine if you're using, say, vanilla monsters, because if you're running them, they don't have any effects to negate anyway. This card can be searched by the effects of Dark Sage, which is the evolution of Dark Magician, the Ancient Gear Drill, Alchemic Magician, Angemal, the Fiendish Mark, a Mythical Bestiomorph, and Left Arm Offering. Also, without the restrictions on things like Tribute Summons, you can bring out any of the Egyptian God cards with this, or any of the Wicked Gods. Their abilities and strength could compensate for the loss of your life points. You do not also have to use all 3 monsters for the Xyz summon. You just need to Xyz summon that turn. So potentially, if you don't have the necessary cards and then you just want to summon another card, for example, to go into rank 7, you can just use that Fusilier Dragon, which can be normal summoned by having its attack points and defense points cut in half. That's always an option. You can also be running Starlight Starbright or Galaxy Queen's Light, which can equalize the levels. There are a number of powerful Xyz monsters out there, such as Super Dimensional Robot Galaxy Destroyer, Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon, and number 92 Heart Earth Dragon, as well as others such as Dyson Sphere. This card can also be used with the Heraldic Beasts, because Burner's Falcon is able to reset their levels to level 4, so you can go into their rank 4 Xyz monsters if you like. I think one of them is number 26 and the other is number 8. And in a Super Quantal deck, this can be used to quickly summon the 3 Quantum monsters, and then summon into a Super Quantal Fairy Alphen, which can equalize levels for the Xyz summon. Any Super Quantum monsters not used for the Xyz summon can be used as an Xyz material. What do you think of this card? Is this something you would consider running in any particular deck? Do you think it's quite a dead effect, considering that you have other cards in the game that have similar effects? Remember, Soul Charge is able to do this kind of thing, but much better, and actually can get up to 4 monsters for the same level of life point loss. Also, restrictions on this special summoning outside of Xyz summoning could be difficult, especially with the variety of extra deck monsters that are currently in the game. You've got Fusion, Synchros, Xyz, and Link monsters.
Make sure to subscribe for more daily Yu-Gi-Oh content. So today we've got a brand new card which has been introduced within Yu-Gi-Oh Rush, and it's a brand new maximum monster. It's called Hyper Engine Vast Vulcan. As you can see from the look of it, it does look like a very powerful card. So we'll just be reviewing it. So the left version is a level 4 Fire Attribute Warrior type maximum monster with 900 attack and 0 defense. The requirement: maximum mode, send the top card of your deck to the graveyard, and the effect is to choose one face-up monster your opponent controls, and it loses 800 attack until the end of this turn. Then you can destroy the field spell your opponent controls, if you do inflict 800 damage to your opponent. Whilst I think this is actually a decent effect, it's not necessarily that overwhelming. Yes, you do get to, reduce your opponent's attack by 800, so you can actually hit your opponent that much harder, but it is very conditional with the secondary ability, because if you're not able to get one of your opponent's field spells, then you can't do the burn damage. The cost itself isn't too bad, it's just sending the top card from the deck to the graveyard, so it's a very easy condition to meet. Okay, so here is the maximum monster itself, Hyper Engine Vast Vulcan, a level 10 Fire Attribute Warrior type maximum monster with a maximum attack of 3,300, or its original attack of 1,500 with 0 defense. And the requirement is you can maximum summon this card together with the left and right versions. The continuous effect is pretty much the same as all the other maximum monsters, in that it cannot be destroyed by your opponent's trap effects. This seems to be very much a running theme. This has happened to Yugioh, the Heavenly Emperor Dragon, and to I think it's Yugioh's maximum monster as well, and I'm sure it's happened to the other ones that have been shown in the past as well. And of course we've got the final card, which is the right version. This is a level 3 Fire Attribute Warrior type maximum monster with 600 attack and 0 defense. The requirement for maximum mode is to send the top card of your deck to the graveyard, and the effect is to choose one face-up monster on the field, and it loses attack equal to the chosen monster's level times 100 until the end of this turn. Then inflict damage to your opponent equal to the chosen monster's level times 100. Basically, from this effect, the higher the level of your opponent's monster, the more attack stat it's going to lose and the more damage your opponent is going to take through burn effects. So if you're looking at something like a Blue Eyes White Dragon, for example, you are reducing its attack from 3,000 to 2,200, and your opponent's going to take 800 points of burn effect damage. It's actually quite good piecing the three cards together, because basically the left and the right arm works to both do burn effect damage and to reduce your opponent's monster's attack to a point where the maximum monster can just clobber that card. It's definitely a decent pickup and something I would consider running, especially for the time being, and I love the design of all three artworks.
Today we'll be looking at a new release for Japan. This is some more merchandise. This is a Cyrus Red Parker or Slifer Red Parker jacket. Cosper is releasing a new expensive Parker based on Jaden's classic jacket from GX. So here are some of the images for the Parker. So you will have the Parker is 155 centimeters for the female model and 170 centimeters for the male model. It is going to be on sale until October 2nd at midnight and will be delivered in December 2012. They don't have any concrete information in regards to that, but it's going to have the Dual Academy image on there. Its specification is going to be 67 centimeters long, 52 centimeters wide. It's going to be made of 100% cotton. So it should actually wear quite well, quite comfy. It's supposed to be priced at 16,800 yen, plus its tax, which would be 18,144 yen. So what do you guys think of these jackets? Would you be interested in getting one? I know a lot of you who aren't in Japan would probably love this merchandise to come over here. So would you be willing to perhaps buy it from Japan, get it on order from there, and have it delivered to your country? As always, I'd love to hear what you guys think. I personally would love to get one, but at the moment I'm going to kind of stay off until they perhaps look into doing this kind of merchandise in the UK, as I can consider there to be maybe if they were to vary the size. I'm quite a fat guy, so that is just too small for me.
Evil Hero Toxic Bubble is a much better version of the Elemental Hero Bubble Man. With Bubble Man, its effect requires you to only special summon when it has been the only card in your hand, and you only get to draw 2 cards if and when you have no cards in your hand and on your field, making it a very inconsistent draw card. Whereas Toxic Bubble, it has the opportunity and ability to let you draw 2 cards each and every turn, provided that this card is special summoned and that you already have a fusion monster on the field.
We have some more merchandise associated with Jaden Yuki, and it includes his iconic shoulder bag. Keep in mind that this is a limited edition, and so it may sell out faster than you can get it. The specifications for it are 51 centimeters in height, width of 19.5 centimeters, and 19 centimeters long. It is to be made of synthetic leather for the exterior, polyester and cotton for the interior, and will be priced at 8,424 yen. This is roughly £55 when the conversion was made. The first make-to-order production for the site reservation period lasts until noon of January 22nd, 2018, and the product delivery is currently planned for mid-April 2018. In terms of the storefront reservation acceptance period for Cosper, the official shop, is until January 21st, 2018, and for G-Zone, the 19th of January. Promotional material says it, just like Jaden's favourite bag, Jaden's favourite bag appears a real product, a large size shoulder bag. It has a high quality calm finish using antique synthetic leather. The upper part can be opened and closed by removing the belt. On the side there is a large zipper which lets you easily access the inside without having to consistently open and close the top. Its characteristic square pockets are easy to open and close with magnetic buttons. It has an inner pocket and an adjustable belt. There are also a number of t-shirts being offered. These are of Jonichi, Yami Bakura, Team Satisfaction, the team of Jack, Yusei, Crow, and Kalin, Ryoga Iratukuruze catchphrase, and Vector's Yukaranu catchphrases. These are all sized at medium, and the measurements are 67 centimeters long by 50 centimeters width and 20 centimeters long, made from 100% cotton. It will be priced at 3,132 yen, or around £20, and will be released in late February. Lastly, there will be an IV's fan service large tote bag with a height of 40 centimeters, length of 48 centimeters, and a width of 15 centimeters, made from 100% cotton, and will be priced at £12.68, which will also come out in February. What do you think of these merchandise? I like the shoulder bag as it is one of the things you remember most about Jaden. However, chances are they will have already run out or stopped the order for additional requests, considering the demand from Japan alone. Do you like the merchandise? Would you be prepared to pay £50-odd for the bag? Or is this far too expensive? Do you think they will bring this over to other countries? Or will this be yet another one of those Japanese exclusives? I have already mentioned Asta, and now it's time for Bastion to get his own video covering his skills, decks, and reward cards. At least on the bright side, this is some acknowledgement to who he is as a character. For those unaware, in the promotion video they left him till the very end, where he only received a couple of seconds. This is in reference to his constant need for attention, and can be seen in the following clip that I'll just put here.
Wait! Challenge me, Master!
Oh, get a life. Sartorius doesn't want to duel against you. Get it through your thick skull.
But look at all the medallions I've already won. Isn't he impressed? Any loser could win a bunch of medals from some slackers.
Yeah, but look at Sartorius. He's dueling a pro.
Oh, I just want to be noted.
Now, in order to unlock Bastion, you need to win 50 duels with 3 or less cards left in your deck, and then you must complete the following missions. Win 1 duel using only water monsters, win 1 duel using only fire monsters, win 1 duel using only earth monsters, and win 1 duel using only wind monsters. For those of you who don't understand, this is based off the number of decks that Bastion runs, which he mentions in a couple of episodes. The first where he faces Chaz Princeton in episode 12, when Chaz throws his cards to the sea, and Bastion explains that he has multiple decks. The other was in episode 34, where he faces the Shadow Rider Tanya and asks which deck she should choose. As for his skills, the first is Silent as Water. This is at level 4, and its effect is can be used after your life points are at 2000 or below. Play the field spell Yumiruka. If there already is field spell on your side of the field, return it to your hand. This skill can only be used once per turn. This can be useful if you are planning to play a properly water-based deck and can make some of your stronger water monsters into over 2000 attack beatstick monsters as they each gain 500 attack. The second ability is received at level 13. This is called Quick as the Wind, and its effect is can be used after your life points are at 2000 or below. Play the field spell Rising Air Current. If there already is a field spell on your side of the field, return it to your hand. This skill can only be used once per duel. This can be useful if you are planning to play a purely wind-based deck and can make some of your stronger wind monsters into over 2000 attack beatstick monsters. It works well when paired with a Harpies deck. The third ability is Mighty as Fire. This is at level 20, and its effect is can be used after your life points are at 2000 or below. Play the field spell Molten Destruction. If there already is a field spell on your side of the field, return it to your hand. This skill can only be used once per duel. There is a fire attribute deck that specializes with the Element Dragon and Elementsaurus as to boost with their fire attribute effects. This would make them 2500 attack, and with the number of fire attributes being increased from the recent DD Duel Tower, this is one of the easier attributes to work with. The fourth ability is Firm as the Earth. This is a dropped skill, and its effect is can be used after your life points are at 2000 or below. Play the field spell Gaia Power. If there already is a field spell on your side of the field, return it to your hand. This skill can only be used once per duel. There are a number of warriors that are Earth attribute, and so would benefit not just from the legendary warrior structure deck, which provided equipped spell boosting, and the A forces, paired with this field spell, and you will have monsters that are level 4 and over 3000 attack. Take for example X-Saber Anu Piranha. If equipped with a Sword of Dragon's Soul, this would make her 2500 attack. Add the field spell, and this would become 3000 attack, and then add the A forces with 2 other monsters on the field. This would become 3600 attack. The fifth ability is Radiating Light. This is a dropped skill, and its effect is can be used after your life points are at 2000 or below. Play the field spell Luminous Spark. If there already is a field spell on your side of the field, return it to your hand. This skill can only be used once per duel. There are a few light monsters that work with this, in particular the fairy deck that works with Freya, the Spirit of Victory, as this would increase its attack by 400, plus the field spell is a 900 boost. Take for example the Agent of Venus, this would become 2500 attack. The last ability is Dark as Night. This is a dropped ability, and its effect is can be used after your life points are at 2000 or below. Play the field spell Mystic Plasma Zone. If there already is field spell on your side of the field, return it to your hand. This skill can only be used once per duel. There are quite a few dark monsters that could benefit from this card. Of note, there are some Archfiend cards that can be boosted to over 2000. Bastion's starter deck includes one Water Dragon. This is a Water Sea Serpent level 8 with 2800 attack and 2600 defense, and its effect is cannot be normal summoned or set, must be special summoned with bonding H2O. The attack of fire monsters and pyro monsters on the field becomes 0. When this card is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, you can target 2 Hydrogeddon and 1 Oxygeddon in your graveyard, special summon them. This card is really only useful against fire attribute decks, which aren't often seen though the destruction effect to bring back the other cards is decent, as this refills your field enough to be able to tribute them for a higher level monster. He has 1 Oxygeddon. This is a Wind Dinosaur level 4 with 1800 attack and 800 defense, and its effect is, if this card is destroyed by battle with a pyro monster and sent to the graveyard, each player takes 800 damage. This effect is not likely to be useful, but the attack stat is enough to be viable as a summon for the turn. He has 2 Hydrogeddon. This is a Water Dinosaur level 4 with 1600 attack and 1000 defense, and its effect is, when this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, you can special summon 1 Hydrogeddon from your deck. This card can help to set up your field, but I don't understand why they wouldn't give him 3. It is not too concerning to face, as it can be run over, but do not permit this card to use its effect, as this could do lots of damage to you. He has 3 Violent Rain. These are a Water Aqua level 4 with 1550 attack and 800 defense, and it's a normal monster. You shouldn't care too much about this standard attack, as it can be ran over very easily. He has 3 Biomage. This is a Light Fairy level 3 with 1150 attack and 1000 defense, and it's a normal monster. It's easy to run over and should not be a problem. He has 3 Dissolver Rock. These are an Earth Rock level 3 with 900 attack and 1000 defense, and is a normal monster. He has 3 Hinotama Soul. This is a Fire Pyro level 2 with 600 attack and 500 defense, and is a normal monster. He has 3 Lala Leon. This is a Wind Thunder level 2 with 600 attack and 600 defense, and is a normal monster. He has 1 Bonding H2O. This is a normal spell card that says tribute 2 Hydrogeddon and 1 Oxygeddon. Special summon 1 Water Dragon from your hand, deck, or graveyard. To avoid this, you will have to ensure that either of the acquired monsters is in his graveyard and not on the field. His level 40 deck includes 3 Hydrogeddon. This is a problem, as if you let its effect go through, he can search the necessary cards needed to bring out Water Dragon. He has 3 Oxygeddon. This is to ensure that he doesn't run out the necessary materials for Water Dragon. He has 2 Carboneddon. This is an Earth Dinosaur level 3 with 800 attack and 600 defense, and its effect is, if this card battles a fire monster during damage calculation, this card gains 1000 attack during damage calculation only. You can banish this card from your graveyard, special summon from your hand or deck 1 level 7 or lower dragon type normal monster in face up defense position. You can only use this effect of Carboneddon once per turn. The first effect you won't need to concern over unless you are running a fire-based deck, or very much your opponent. The second ability enables him to bring out Hyozanru. This may only have 2100 attack, but its defense is 2800, which can be difficult to get over unless you intend to run stat-increasing spells. Speaking of which, he is running one of the Hyozanru. I've mentioned his stats already. He is also a Light Dragon monster. He is running 1 Water Dragon. He is running 2 Fossil Dig. This is a normal spell card that says add 1 level 6 or lower dinosaur type monster from your deck to your hand. This is a problem, as you may have believed you have destroyed the keycards for Water Dragon, but then again with this he can just recover them. He is running 2 Ryuku. This is a normal spell card that says target 2 face-up monsters on the field, half the attack of 1 monster, and if you do, add that lost attack to the other monster. These effects last until the end phase. This can cause you to take considerable damage, so be careful of which cards you bring out. He is running 2 Bonding H2O just to bring out his Water Dragons. He is running 2 Fossil Excavation. This is a continuous trap card that says activate this card by discarding 1 card, then target 1 dinosaur-type monster in your graveyard, special summon that target, negate the effects of that monster on the field. When this card leaves the field, destroy that monster. When that monster is destroyed, destroy this card. This helps to bring back the cards for Water Dragon, as well as increase his field or protect his life point. He has 2 Magic Cylinder. This is a normal trap card that says when an opponent's monster declares an attack, target the attacking monster, negate the attack, and if you do, inflict damage to your opponent equal to its attack. You have to be very careful with this card, as if you have a strong monster, this could backfire on you and end up losing you the game. As for the unique drops, Bastion gives you Water Dragon as an ult. He has Homunculus the Alchemic Being. This is a secret rare. This is a light plant level 4 with 1800 attack and 1600 defense. And its effect is, once per turn you can change the attribute of this card. Not much use, but has decent overall stats to be used as a standard level 4 beta. Next card is DD Survivor. This is a secret rare. This is a Dark Warrior level 4 with 1800 attack and 200 defense. And its effect is, during the end phase, if this card was banished while face up on your side of the field, this turn, special summon this banished card. This effect can only activate once per turn. This effect is not likely to be used, but the attack is good for its level. The next card is Cursed Seal of the Forbidden Spell. This is a secret rare. This is a counter trap card that says when a spell card is activated, discard 1 spell card, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it. And if you do that, your opponent cannot activate spell cards with that name for the rest of this duel. This is a card that he used against Jaden to shut down his polymerization for the duel, and I would argue that this is the only application available for this card at the time, for the time being. I will put a clip here just to show you when it was used.
Go! Trap card! Cursed Seal of the Forbidden Spell! Now, by discarding 1 spell card from my hand, I can negate your spell card and destroy it. And you can no longer use the card that was destroyed by this effect for the remainder of the duel.
DNA Transplant is a secret rare. It is a continuous trap card that says activate by declaring a 1 monster attribute. All face-up monsters become that attribute. There aren't that many decks that can work with this at the moment, unless you are running an attribute deck, but like the effect of a different monster from a different attribute, I want to ensure it gains the same boost by the attribute field spells. Yugioh is a rare. DD Scout Plane is a rare. It is a Dark Machine at level 2 with 800 attack and 1200 defense, and its effect is, once per turn during the end phase, if this card is currently banished and was banished this turn, special summon it in face-up attack position. This effect is not usable at the moment and is very weak. Bonding H2O is Spirit Barrier is a rare. This is a continuous trap card that says, while you control a monster, you take no battle damage. This was also used in the duel against Jaden and protected his ritual monster. I believe it was called Litmus Doom Swordsman.
I'm activating a trap! Spirit Barrier! Now, as long as I have a monster on the field, Spirit Barrier will change any battle damage done to 0.
In terms of the level up rewards, at level 3 you get DD Scout Plane. At level 7 you get Yugioh. At level 10 you get Hydrogeddon. At level 11 you get Chemicritter Carbo Crab. This is a Fire Aqua Gemini level 2 with 700 attack and 1400 defense, and its effect is, this card is treated as a normal monster while face up on the field or in the graveyard. While this card is a normal monster on the field, you can normal summon it to have it become an effect monster with this effect. During your main phase, you can send one Gemini monster from your deck to the graveyard, then add one Gemini monster from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of Chemi Critter Carbo Crab once per turn. This card enables you to set up your graveyard as well as search for a necessary card. At level 14, you get Oxygeddon. At level 16, you get Chemi Critter Hydron Hawk. This is a water winged beast Gemini with 1400 attack and 700 defense, and its effect is this card is treated as a normal monster while face up on the field or in the graveyard. While this card is a normal monster on the field, you can normal summon it to have it become an effect monster with this effect. You can discard one card, then target one Gemini monster in your graveyard, special summon it in defense position. You can only use this effect of Chemi Critter Hydron Hawk once per turn. This enables you to bring back some field presence and use their abilities more easily. At level 18, you get Homunculus, the Alchemic Being. At level 21, you get Oxy. At level 23, you get Chemi Critter Hydron Hawk. At level 25, you get DD Survivor. At level 33, you get Chemi Critter Carbo Crab. At level 35, you get Poly Chemi Critter Hydreigon. This is a Water Dragon Gemini level 8 with 200 attack and 2800 defense, and its effect is this card is treated as a normal monster while face up on the field or in the graveyard. While this card is a normal monster on the field, you can normal summon it to have it become an effect monster with these effects. When another Gemini monster is normal summoned, you can make that monster gain 500 attack and defense. If a Gemini monster you control would be destroyed by a card effect, you can destroy one other card you control instead. This can help to boost the stats of Gemini monsters, as well as provide destruction protection towards some of your stronger Gemini monsters. At level 38, you get DNA Transport. At level 40, you get Poly Chemi Critter Deox Ogre. This is a Dark Fiend Gemini level 8 with 2800 attack and 200 defense, and its effect is this card is treated as a normal monster while face up on the field or in the graveyard. While this card is a normal monster on the field, you can normal summon it to have it become an effect monster. With these effects, the normal summon of a Gemini monster cannot be negated. Once per turn, you can banish one Gemini monster from your graveyard, then target one card your opponent controls, destroy it. This enables your Gemini monsters to be summoned successfully without being negated, and can help to eliminate your weaker Gemini monsters to remove their card.
Today we'll be looking at another card from Code of the Duelist. This is Zombina. It is an Earth Zombie level 4 with 1400 attack and 1500 defense. And its effect reads: if this card in its owner's possession is destroyed by an opponent's card, by battle or card effect, you can target one level 4 or lower monster in your graveyard, except Zombina, special summon it. This card has very balanced stats and could be useful in circumstances where you are trying to defend your life points, as it brings out another card. Combine this with a card that floats, such as a Mystic Tomato, and this will help you to avoid multiple attacks during that turn. Also, it does not negate the effects of the cards being summoned, enabling you to utilize those monsters' strengths. There is a lot of support for this monster, as being a zombie, it benefits from cards such as Book of Life to bring it back from the graveyard, Call of the Mummy to special summon it from the hand, and Gozuki, recent support for zombies, and Mizuki, an older card supported for zombies, who can either send it to the graveyard to be revived later, or be special summoned. Overall, this card has a lot of use outside of a pure zombie build, and can support generic decks, as all decks will run level 4 or lower monsters. At the time of recording, this card is priced at 99 pence, which I think is good for it, as it's just a common. Should be easy to find multiples of if you want to run more of them. Just pick up a box of Code of the Duelist, you'll find them. I would advise running 2 of them along with floating cards such as the Attribute Summoners. These are Shining Angel, Mystic Tomato, Flying Kamakiri, and the others. So, what do you guys think of this card? Do you see its utility? Will you be running it as a means of getting out maybe a rank 4? Or will you use it to try and get a Synchro Summon off or a level 8 monster? It does seem like a decent card. The ability to, bring out another monster very easily means it's very versatile. It's good at any time when you draw it, outside of maybe, your first turn. But it does not really have much in the means of weakness, outside of maybe its effect being negated. Even saying that, its stats aren't too bad, and though your opponent might have something stronger than that, you're not going to sustain as much damage as if you were to have used something like the previous card's Motivating Captain. Today we'll be looking at another card from Code of the Duelist. This is Supreme King Dragon Dark Rebellion. This is a Dark Dragon Xyz monster that is rank 4 with 2,500 attack and 2,000 defense. It requires 2 level 4 Dark Pendulum monsters. Its card effect reads, once per turn, before damage calculation, if this card battles an opponent's monster, you can detach 1 material from this card until the end of this turn, change the attack of that face-up opponent's monster to 0, and if you do, this card gains attack equal to the original attack of that opponent's monster. During the battle phase, this is a quick effect. You can return this card to the extra deck, special summon up to 2 face-up Supreme King Dragon and or Supreme King Gate Pendulum monsters from your extra deck in defense position. This card's stats are the same as its original form, but enables a full reduction of your opponent's attack points to gain that strength, as opposed to the half which is with the original Xyz Rebellion dragon. This strategy can be very effective, as if your opponent has a strong monster, such as Blue Eyes White Dragon, you can be inflicting 5,500 damage to your opponent's life points. And since this lasts until the end of the turn, it should not be threatened by any attack reducing cards. The other benefit is, if this card is threatened, you can send it back to the extra deck to bring out 2 Supreme King Gate or Dragon monsters, enabling you to protect your life points. Or if a different monster is required to deal with your opponent, you can bring out a rank 4 such as Castell or number 101 to give you the advantage. This card is a rare and should be easy to find. Its utility is restricted to pendulum decks and is therefore not splashable unless you intend to put sufficient dark pendulums in your deck. The ability to use this effect twice whilst it's on the field means you can bring your opponent's life points down very quickly. This card will not see too much play, as pendulums have lost their strength, and is one of few cards that will see less play than their original form, as its original form was a generic rank 4. At the time of recording, this card is currently going on eBay for 99 pence, and is easily understandable why it would only go for this price. So, what do you guys think of this card? Would you consider running it in your pendulum deck, if assuming that you will be creating a pendulum deck? I mean, you do have other cards such as that new Pendulum Paradox that they're trying to fix the pendulum problem. They wanted to remove the mass special summoning from the extra deck, but they're trying to balance it out by at least providing more support and better searching for their pendulum monsters. Do you like its artwork? I don't think it's too bad as an artwork, but I suppose I was a bigger fan of the original. I like the purple in the other card. I think it looks better than the, shall we say, neon or lime green that this new card is bringing. We have another new card from Flames of Destruction, and it's supposed to be for the World Legacy, intending to be a merger of Ib and Lee. This is Destroy Mayor Iblee. It is a dark linked level 2 Cyverse effect monster with 0 attack and 0 defense, and its effect is you can only use this card's name's third effect once per turn. When this card is normal summoned, you can target one link monster in your graveyard, special summon it to your field linked to this card, but its attack becomes 0 and its effects are negated. 2. You cannot special summon any monsters except link monsters. And 3. If this card you control is sent to your graveyard, you can special summon this card to your opponent's field in defense position. This card has no stats to speak of, but is used to be used for its effects rather than anything else. With the first effect, you can bring back a link monster. However, it must be linked to this card, so that means it can have a limited usefulness if you don't have the link markers to make use of this effect. So before summoning it, you will need to be aware of which link monsters you have in the graveyard to give yourself the best chance to use them. This enables you to make additional extra monster zones to go into another link monster, so this is a stepping stone style of effect monster, much the same as something like Sea Archiver is also for link monsters. As for the second effect, this has a very restricting ability in that you can only bring out link monsters. This forces you to make a link 2 from this unless you already have monsters on the field to make a stronger link monster. Lastly, the final effect sends it over to your opponent. This means that your opponent will have to make a link monster. This can be useful if your opponent isn't running anything, and is meant to counter anything else that your opponent is intending to summon. The trouble is that your opponent will have link monsters, otherwise with Master Rule 4 you would only be able to have the one extra deck monster. Overall, whilst this card is trying to counter certain decks, it does a terrible job of it. This is better for use to bring out your own link monsters than to stop your opponent, as your opponent can do something as simple as tribute it for a level 5 or 6 monster, or use it as a cost for an effect, if push comes to shove. What do you think of this card? Will it make any difference to the game? Will you be playing any? And which decks will it work with best? And also, which decks will it counter? We have some names, courtesy of Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains episode 23, as to the new names of the cards used by the Dr. Genome that I mentioned in a previous video. These are from the Crunchyroll subs, and so they're as reliable as you would like them to be. These include Helix Mama Troll, Goki Dark Mask, Goki Poison Mist, Goki Rescorpio, Graveyard Incubation, Helix Gothiclone, Helix Dreadrat, Goki Serpent Splash, Regeneration Cure, Helix Necro Darwin, and Goki Octostretch. The most interesting thing here to note is that to avoid religious problems, Helix has now been localized to Helix. It loses the demonic reference, so, you know, hell being very much religious, especially to Christianity, but keeps the DNA in reference, obviously, with the double X, as in like a double X chromosome. Also, as a last point of call, I would draw a case towards a couple of the new Goki monsters. They, from what I've been hearing from people, the other Gokis have had references to, obviously, wrestling matches.
However, they seem to have removed this reference for some of the newer lots. I mean, Dark Mask is not a type of move, neither is Poison Mist. Perhaps in this way they are trying to focus on a different direction for the Gokis, rather than simply just the attack and deal damage, which is synonymous at the moment with them. So what do you think about the archetype name change? Is this predictable, or is this something that you found
a new card coming out of the new Extreme Forces pack? This is being released in February, and guess what? It is support for an archetype from the past. The Ghost Tricks. Woo! Wait, what do you mean you guys aren't scared? Oh, I understand. Who would be scared of this person in a sheet? All kidding aside, guys, the new card's name is Ghost Trick Reform. This is a normal trap card that has the following effect. You can only use the second effect of a card with this card's name once per turn. Its first effect: target one Ghost Trick field spell card you control, return it to the hand, then activate one field spell from your hand or deck. Second effect: you can banish this card from your graveyard and target one Ghost Trick Xyz monster you control. Special summon one Ghost Trick Xyz monster with a different name from your extra deck, placing it on top of that target monster. This special summon is treated as an Xyz summon. For those of you who already understand the playstyle of this deck, please skip ahead to my opinions and the utility of the card. I will leave a timestamp in the comments section to make it easier to find, as I will be explaining what they do for newer players. As a starting principle, I will quickly go over what the premise of the Ghost Tricks are as a series of monsters. They were introduced within 5 packs, including Shadow Spectres, which was released on the 8th of November 2013. So these are all the cards that have been released in Shadow Spectres. From your top left, these are Ghost Trick Ghoul, Ghost Trick Lantern, Ghost Trick Spectre, Ghost Trick Witch, Ghost Trick Yugioh, Ghost Trick Jiangshi, Ghost Trick Stein, and Ghost Trick Alucard. And I almost forgot our favourite friend, Ghost Trick Spectre. Then following on from there, we had in the form of Legacy of the Valiant, which was released on the 24th of January 2014. From left to right again, Ghost Trick Jack Frost, Ghost Trick Mary, Ghost Trick Neko Musumi, Ghost Trick Skeleton, Ghost Trick Mummy, Ghost Trick Yeti, and Ghost Trick Dullahan. And our last form of support came in the form of Ghost Trick Werewolf and Ghost Trick So Cute Boss. It's supposed to be a play on Succubus. This was released in Primal Origin back on the 16th of May 2014. Now we'll have a look at how they work. Ghost Tricks are either level 1 or rank 1 Fiend, rank 2 Spellcaster, or 3 Zombie-type monsters, with 1 Xyz monster corresponding to each level combination, with the exception of Ghost Trick Angel of Mischief, who is a rank 4 fairy-type monster. They feature a variety of effects, mostly revolving around flipping monsters face down, both yours and your opponent's, and protecting themselves as long as they are face down. The 3 types of monsters each follow a set of general effect guidelines. The level 1 monsters have effects that trigger while in the hand, and they react to destruction, attacks, and damage, providing bonuses and acting like hand traps. Design-wise, they share a prankster infantile appearance, maybe hinting to the tricks they play against the attacks of the opponent's monsters. The level 2 monsters have effects related to battle position control, allowing its controller to search for a monster or stall the opponent's moves. They share a feminine, delicate appearance. The level 3 monsters all provide useful bonuses while they are face up or when flipped face up. Their effects range from searching to burning or even milling the opponent's deck or giving bulk to a Ghost Trick monster. Their motif is basically of male figures of Halloween and folklore. The deck's main goal is to produce strong attackers over a prolonged game, which can attack directly using the field spells Ghost Trick Mansion and Ghost Trick Museum, though the archetype also contains elements of milling, burning, lockdown, and most recently with the Angel of Mischief card, an alternative win condition. Most of the Ghost Trick monsters aren't strong by themselves, thus they're left relying heavily on getting Ghost Trick Mansion on the board as soon as possible in order to launch several consecutive direct attacks early in the game. Since Mansion also protects any face-down monsters from attacks, it is easy to repeatedly activate Ghost Trick monsters' effects like Ghost Trick Jingshi and Ghost Trick Witch, Ghost Trick Scare, Floodgate Trap Hole, which flips a monster face down when summoned, and Swords of Concealing Light are also useful in this deck to provide disruptions and lockdowns. The support provided by the on-theme spell and trap cards is also diverse, with effects that range from protecting Ghost Trick monsters, from targeting and destroying effects, switching the battle position of opposing monsters, reviving Ghost Tricks monsters, and locking the opponent from flip summoning. The only spell cards of the deck is a trio of field spell cards that share the same common effect of all, allowing a player to attack directly if all opposing monsters are in face-down defense position. Consider them like some sort of alternative version of Toons. They can either search for resources, half the battle damage, and manipulating the battle position of the opponent's monsters. Now we'll look at the utility of the new card, and its first effect that brings out a field spell is at this moment not particularly that good, as they have 3 field spells to rely upon, so your opponent will know the type of strategy you're going for. These field spells are Ghost Trick Museum. Its card effect reads, monsters you control except Ghost Tricks cannot attack. Monsters cannot attack face-down defense position monsters, but can attack directly if all monsters their opponent controls are face-down defense position. At the end of the damage step, change any monster that inflicted battle damage to a player during this turn to face-down defense position. This is beneficial as a field spell, as if your opponent tries to attack with everything, then you will be able to change them all to face down. This means on your next turn, you'll be able to inflict a lot of damage with your Ghost Tricks. Pair this with the other Ghost Tricks, such as a Spectre, who can force your opponent's monsters into defense, means you reduce your damage. The next field spell is Ghost Trick Parade. Its effect reads, monsters cannot attack face-down defense position monsters, but can attack directly if all monsters their opponent controls are face-down defense position. Your opponent takes no damage. When an opponent's monster declares a direct attack, you can add 1 Ghost Trick card from your deck to your hand. This means that you can take no damage and force your opponent to attack you directly with cards such as Battle Mania and Staunch Defender to continue adding Ghost Trick cards to your hand. The final field spell is Ghost Trick Mansion. Its card effect reads, monsters cannot attack face-down defense position monsters, but can attack directly if all monsters their opponent controls are face-down defense position. All effect damage and battle damage inflicted by monsters other than Ghost Trick monsters is halved. This field spell helps to protect your life points until you need perhaps a different field spell. Overall, when looking at the 3 cards, Parade has the best ability to search cards, but you could tag out this for Museum if you feel like your opponents would not be able to recover effectively from this.
although you could choose to be very tricky with this ability, as though the field spell you control that must be a ghost trick and it have in its name, there are no requirements concerning the field spell used to replace it. There are some very dangerous field spells that synergize naturally with the ghost tricks. Examples include Xyz Territory, which is the left card. This can help to boost your Xyz monster's attacks for a battle by 200 times its rank. And the card on the right is Dark Sanctuary, that can help to stall from attacks and inflict damage to your opponent if they guess a coin flip wrong. Dreamland could also be used to destroy the highest level monster on the field if you control an Xyz monster, and there are various other examples. I will be making a separate video in relation to generic field spells that can support the Ghost Trick archetype, if you'd like to check that out later. I'll hopefully have it up and ready within the next week. I'll be going over the various field spells that tend to be generic enough. As for Ghost Trick Reform's second effect, they have a few Xyz monsters that they can rely upon. The fact that this card has double utility, once for its initial activation, and secondly whilst in the graveyard, will make it a favourable tech card in many players' decks who enjoy the Ghost Tricks. Their Xyz monsters range with the following effects. Ghost Trick Dullahan, who can cut your opponent's monster's attack in half, and gains 200 attack for each Ghost Trick on the field, including itself. Ghost Trick So Cute Boss can destroy a monster with attack equal to or less than the total attack of the Ghost Tricks you have on the field, and that zone becomes unusable whilst this card remains on the field, and cannot be targeted for attacks whilst another Ghost Trick monster is on your field. Ghost Trick Alucard, who destroys a face-down card on the field and prevents other Ghost Tricks monsters or face-down monsters from being attacked whilst it's on the field. And lastly, Ghost Trick Angel of Mischief, the final Xyz monster that has its own win condition, where if 10 materials on the card exist, you win the duel automatically. It can search for a Ghost Trick spell or trap, and can attach a Ghost Trick monster from your hand as material once per turn. That's how you stack the materials. The main benefit of this card is that Xyz monsters in this archetype are more relied upon for their effects rather than for their stats, as when you compare them with the highest you'll find is Ghost Trick Angel of Mischief, who you can clearly see has 2000 attack and 2500 defense. This means that you're also not holding onto a dead card, as typically the weakness of Xyz monsters are, unless they have some kind of material regeneration, such as this card, number 9, Dyson Sphere, who can retrieve its own materials. Also, your opponents will be aware of this and will try to force the activation of those monsters on cards they can afford to get rid of. A notable example is activating a face-down trap card in response to Alucard's effect. By enabling the card to be used as an Xyz material, you permit the Xyz monster to activate once more, which won't be in your opponent's expectation, catching them off guard. Fortunately, this card is a card that has been needed for the archetype as a whole to form Xyz material recovery. As cards in the past, the Ghost Tricks have had to run include Xyz Reborn and Overlay Regen, which have been run in order to support the use of Xyz monsters. This would of course risk drawing these cards at the worst possible times and resulting in a game loss. Overall, this card is necessary to be run at 2, as it deals with situations that your opponent will not predict,
And who knows, since they're supporting the use of field spells, this may be Konami's way of tempting us in for further field spell support, alongside perhaps even stronger Xyz monsters to go with the archetype. So, what do you guys think? Do you like this card? I think it's very versatile. It does what the Ghostricks have been lacking. They've been given a new lease of life. I can see some people playing it. I can see, you have people who have been playing this for since Shadow Spectres came out, and are probably thrilled to hear the news about this card. Do you consider there to be any perhaps weaknesses to the card? I know obviously trap negation, you've got that, but generally speaking, do you see any flaws to this card?
Make sure to subscribe for more daily Yu-Gi-Oh content. It seems I was right. King's Court, as the new deck build pack that's coming to support Yu-Gi Moto, seems to release all of the classic Knight cards. So you've got Jack's Knight, King's Knight, and Queen's Knight. And it's supposed to be supporting that very similar aspect of his royalty deck. It mentions here, the King of Games shall see you now. King's Court revitalizes Yugi's 3 Musketeers of face cards, King's Knight, Queen's Knight, and Jack's Knight, with a new high-speed summoning strategy that always leaves you with a full hand. Now, you'll notice here that you've got 3 different styles of artwork. So you've got Queen's Knight as normal, you've got a brand new card, which is a Joker card, and then you've got 2 additional cards there, which I don't know whether they're going to be separate cards or whether it's just a card. It mentions as part of the summary that 4 new cards are confirmed. A Joker monster to go with the Poker Knight, so that's Queen's Knight, that Konami states can summon itself and returns itself to the hand during each end phase. There's an Arcana Triumph Joker, a card that gains attack for cards in hand and discards cards to destroy cards of the same type. It is not currently confirmed whether it's going to be a fusion monster or not, and a spell and trap card that also return themselves to the hand. Along with new world premieres, we're getting imports from Japan as well. Some of these will support cards from Legendary Duelist Season 2 and Lightning Overdrive, the June main set. The release date is confirmed for the 24th of June 2021, with a little brief caveat saying there is no current pushback. Bear in mind with how the coronavirus is, it likely will have that, because shipments are having issues at the moment. Getting things abroad is also a problem, and obviously if people become ill, some of those get shut down just as a safety precaution. From what I see from this, I think this is really amazing. I love the balance and actually supporting cards that were famously used by Yugi, even within, say, the movie. I know Queen's Knight was used in that, but kind of forgotten about, and actually merging them into bringing a new modern theme for them. It says here as part of the set description, the King of Games shall see you now. King's Court revitalizes Yugi's 3 Musketeers of face cards. Joining the Royal Court is the world premiere Joker's Knight, a 2000 attack monster similar to Magician's Souls that can assume the identity of all 3 of the knights. You can return a Joker's Knight from your graveyard to your hand during each end phase by shuffling another Light Warrior from your graveyard into your deck, giving you a beefy free summon to use every turn without depleting your hand. Joker's Knight isn't the only new card that's going to keep returning to your hand though. 2 more world premiere Joker cards, one is a spell, one is a trap, will provide you with powerful effects and then return it to your hand in the end phase. Keeping your hand full is important for maximising the power of the world premiere Arcana Triumph Joker, who powers up based on the total number of cards in both players' hands and lets you discard cards to destroy all face-up cards your opponent controls with the same card type. Of course, Arcana Triumph Joker isn't the only monster out there that powers up based on cards in hand. If you're looking to power up your Egyptian God deck, Slifer the Sky Dragon, you can use these new cards to gather attributes, add to your summoning power, and keep Slifer the Sky Dragon strong without foregoing your ability to play your cards. Use Slifer and Arcana Triumph Joker in the same deck for even more firepower. So it's meant to combine the 2 aspects of his deck, the Slifer strategy with summoning the monsters required to tribute to bring out Slifer, whilst not reducing its attack stat. And it says here, King's Court will have support for the various cards that I've already mentioned. And here's the breakdown. So it's going to be 10 ultra rares, 15 super rares, 37 rares, and there are going to be 15 cards in the set which are also available as collector's rares. Each booster pack will contain 7 cards. 1 is guaranteed as a foil card and 6 rare cards. So you do have the ability to get more of what you need. It's not just pure commons with the odd shortlisting of certain cards. I love the design of the packs, and I think actually bringing some excitement back to some of the nostalgic cards is a way of reintroducing some of the older players back into the game. Today, with the whole new Holy Knight archetype, which requires level 7 light dragon type monsters, I wanted to just quickly review what these monsters are and how they can interact with the new Holy Knight archetype. So the first card itself is Yugioh. This is a card that was used by Atea within the... It was in the Capsule Monsters universe when they had to face these 12 different challenges. This was kind of her main boss monster, and is actually the card which was kind of based on the new archetype, so that makes sense there. It has 2,500 attack and 2,300 defense, and it is a normal monster. The next card is one of my actual favorites in terms of dragons. It's a card I have myself. It's called Yugioh. It's a level 7 light attribute dragon, same as all the others. It's a normal as well, with 2,100 attack and 2,800 defense. This card has seen play by Bastion Misawa, and that was back in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. It was used against Jaden Yuki, and it's not really used particularly well within this deck. I think it was used with Wingbeat of Giant Dragon, which returns it to the hand to destroy all of your opponent's spell and trap cards. The next card is Odd Eyes Saber Dragon. This is a light attribute dragon type, level 7, with 2,800 attack and 2,000 defense. Its effect is, if this card is in your hand, you contribute 1 light monster, send 1 Odd Eyes Dragon from your hand, deck, or your side of the field to the graveyard, and if you do, special summon this card. When this card destroys a monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, you can destroy 1 monster your opponent controls. Out of all the options you have here, I think this is one of the better ones, simply because you don't actually have to use the effects of the Holy Knight archetype monsters, or the various support they have to bring it out. You do have the option of just sending a light attribute to the graveyard and an Odd Eyes to bring this out. Potentially as well, being able to destroy another one of your opponent's monsters is also quite good, as you can maybe target their weakest monster and then, by virtue of its effect, destroy something that might be stronger than this card. The next card is Light Ray Diabolus. This card actually cannot be dealt with because of its condition, but it's something I was going to discuss anyway. It's a 2,800 attack and 1,000 defense monster. It cannot be normal summoned or set, and it must be first special summoned from your hand by having 5 or more light monsters with different names in your graveyard. Once per turn, you can banish 1 light monster from your graveyard, then target 1 set card your opponent controls, reveal that card, then place that target on either the top or the bottom of their deck. Whilst this card cannot be used by the archetype itself because it has its own special summoning restrictions on it, it is quite useful considering that the Holy Knights rely on being a light attribute supporting deck and could easily be splashed within it. The next card is White Dragon Ninja. It has 2,700 attack and 1,200 defense. It cannot be special summoned except with a ninjutsu art card's effect, and spell and traps you control cannot be destroyed by card effects. Fortunately, based on the conditions outside of something with the ability to ignore its summoning requirements, this cannot be brought out, but potentially, if this can be summoned within the deck, you're able to protect your back row, and the Holy Knight archetype itself relies quite heavily on those back row. The next card is Hieratic Dragon of Azar. It's got 2,600 attack and 700 defense. You can special summon this card from your hand by banishing 1 light dragon type monster and 1 dragon type normal monster from your graveyard. If this face-up card on the field would be destroyed, you contribute 1 face-up Hieratic monster instead, except this card. Of all the options, I wouldn't consider this card to be that decent. I mean, it's barely past a normal monster in terms of its effect. It doesn't have any. It has a little bit of protection for itself, but it does rely on you to bring out heretic monsters as well, and that means splashing several archetypes which might not work very well together. Okay, so this is the card that I was mentioning, which is the evolution of the original Seiyuu. This is Radiant Seiyuu. It's got the same stat line as the original, but it has an effect which is, if this card is normal or special summoned from the hand, you can target one card on the field and destroy it. It cannot be destroyed by battle with a dark monster. Also, it cannot be destroyed by a dark monster's effect. Once per turn at the start of a damage step, this card attacks an opponent's monster. You can banish that opponent's monster until the end phase. Also, this card can make a second attack in a row. So this card has protection from all dark monsters. Potentially, you can use things like DNA transplant to change all monsters into the dark attribute, in which case you basically skill drain yours and your opponent's field, as nothing can activate its effect. It's also quite decent because you can actually directly attack into one of your opponent's monsters, and of course, if it's a bigger threat and is stronger than this card, remove that threat, and then you're then able to proceed to attack one of your opponent's their cards. It does rely on this card is attacking though, so it does not work on your opponent's battle phase. The next card is Photon Wyvern. It's got 2,500 attack and 2,000 defense. When this card is normal or flip summoned, you can destroy all set cards your opponent controls. This is another one I would relate to similar to something like that previous Heretic monster I mentioned. Problem with it is it can only be normal or flip summoned to use that effect. It's special summoned by any of the Holy Knight monsters or by their various support. It doesn't get this effect. It effectively becomes a 2,500 vanilla monster. Even with its effect, your opponent can always chain their set cards. Those are back row, and most people don't play defensive set these days anyway. Next card is Archbrave Dragon. This is a light attribute dragon type monster with 2,400 attack and 2,000 defense. If this card is special summoned from the graveyard, banish as many face-up spell or trap cards your opponent controls as possible, and if you do, this card gains 200 attack and defense for each card banished. Once per turn during the standby phase, if this card is in the graveyard because it was sent there last turn, you can target one level 7 or level 8 type monster in your graveyard, except itself, and special summon it. Okay, so this card does have the ability to wipe out all of your opponent's back row, but it can only have this effect from the graveyard, and I don't think the Holy Knight monsters have those types of effects. Alternatively, it does let you get out some of your dragon-type monsters, which the Radiant Seiyuu is a version of, so you can always bring out that boss monster. It's a decent card, but you're going to have to set it up in a different way to how the Holy Knight archetype prefers. And of course, you've got the final card, which is Sorovis, the Ancient, and, well, actually, this is the final to main deck monsters. Sorovis, the Ancient and Ascended. It's got 2,600 attack and 2,800 defense. Ritual summon this card with Sprite's Blessing. When your opponent activates a card or effect that targets a monster you control, as a quick effect, discard this card, negate the activation. When your opponent would special summon a monster, you can return this card to the hand, negate the special summon, and if you do, banish that monster. This card is quite useful for trying to prevent your opponent from using certain effects. It's able to shut them down from doing things, so if you know, based on your opponent's strategy, how they like to play, and have the deck knowledge to help you, this is always a way of shutting them down. And as for the extra deck monsters, you have Kaiser Dragon. It's just a fusion of Winged Dragon, Guardian, Fortress 1, and Fairy Dragon. You don't essentially summon it out from the Holy Knight archetype without summoning requirements, but, you know, I thought it was worth mentioning just as it's a potential target. Michael, the Arch Lightsworn, is definitely a card you want to put within that deck. The reason being, it's a 2,600 attack monster with 2,000 defense. It's very generic in its summoning conditions. It needs a tuner plus one or more non-tuner light monsters. All of the Holy Knight monsters is requirements. And its effect is, once per turn, you can pay 1,000 life points, then target one card on the field. You banish that target. When this card is destroyed, you can target any number of other Lightsworn monsters in your graveyard, shuffle them into the deck, and if you do, you gain 300 life points for each returned card. Turn during your end phase, send the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard. So with this first effect, being able to just target a card on the field and banish it means your opponent is very unlikely to be able to recover that card unless they're playing something like Gren Marsha Isa or one of these Vanish dot depths. Otherwise, you're getting the benefit. Or when it's destroyed as well, it's able to recover your life points. The only kind of disadvantage of it is it does send cards from your deck to the graveyard, so if you're not able to sustain your turns, then you risk decking out, but that's the same weakness with all the Light Swarm monsters. It's the same with Judgment Dragon, who is their boss monster. It's the same with all of them. Next card is Black Rose Moonlight Dragon. This is the alternative version of the Black Rose Dragon, and it's got 2,400 attack and 1,800 defense. Needs 1 tuner plus 1 or more non-tuner monsters, so it's generic. This card is special summoned, or a level 5 or higher monster is special summoned to your opponent's side of the field. Target 1 special summoned monster your opponent controls. Return that target to the hand. You can only use this effect of Black Rose Moonlight Dragon once per turn. So this card is incredibly useful for getting rid of some of your opponent's threats. It does rely sometimes on your opponent going into high-level monsters, so that's where there could be issues. It does disrupt a lot of Xyz plays because they're going for rank 5s or above. They have to essentially summon the level monsters first to their field, so you can stop them that way. But it doesn't deal with link monsters because they don't have the levels attached to them. They've got link ratings, so that's where this card has a downside. The next card is Ancient Fairy Dragon. This has 2,100 attack, 2,000 defense. It requires 1 tuner and 1 or more non-tuner monsters, and the effect is once per turn you can special summon 1 level 4 or lower monster from your hand. You cannot conduct your battle phase this turn, you activate this effect. Once per turn, you can destroy as many field spells on the field as possible. And if you do gain 1,000 life points, then you can add 1 field spell from your deck to your hand. Okay, so this card has seen banned and limited use. In the past, they've limited it because it's way overused. The ability to just special summon a level 4 or lower monster means you can easily go into Xyz monsters, but that's not the effect that's often relied upon. The ability to destroy your opponent's field spells is quite useful, considering many of the archetypes actually rely on their field spells to do things. Some of the strategies are quite linear. So you've got things like Dragonic Diagram that's able to just destroy things, and then you're able to by being able to control that destruction, then destroy things which trigger off various other effects within a chain. By getting rid of that card, you lose the threat, and it's big in things like Mystic Mine, which I know people consider to be a very degenerate strategy. And of course, we've got a Yusei card, which is the final one. It's Shooting Riser Dragon. It needs 1 tuner plus 1 or more non-tuner monsters, so it is also generic. This card is synchro summoned. You can send 1 monster from your deck to the graveyard, whose level is lower than this card's on the field, and if you do, reduce this card's level by that monster's, but for the rest of this turn, you cannot activate the effects of monsters with the same name as the sent monster had in the graveyard. Only use this effect of Shooting Riser Dragon once per turn. Once per turn during your opponent's main phase, you can, as a quick effect, immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon using this card you control. So this card is very flexible with synchro decks, and is often a staple. Well, it has been in the past for a couple of reasons. First, it being a synchro tuner means that any of those other ones that require a synchro tuner, some of the biggest boss monsters, Shooting Quasar Dragon, and some of the Tech Genus Halberd, Blade Buster as well, they require this. The other thing is it's able to adopt a different level, so if you want to choose a specific synchro monster for you to go into, you have much more flexibility with this. It doesn't let you level it up, but it does level down, so depending on what you're running, this could always be beneficial. And the thing is that this can actually react to your opponent. If your opponent tries to do anything, you can always, to try and remove this card, you can synchro summon using this, dodge that effect, and bring out a brand new shiny synchro monster. So this is going to be a quick update video. This is related to Duel Links. Konami is now enabling for the first time for a Yu-Gi-Oh! Video game, allowing foreign players to use Japanese audio. You do this by going to the change language setting. You can switch it to the Japanese audio of Duel Links. However, you should be aware that the Japanese audio and the English text don't match, so for anyone trying to learn Japanese in a fun and inventive way, this is clearly not for you. So guys, what do you think of the chance to use the Japanese audio? I think personally it's quite interesting, as I suppose this would help perhaps Japanese people living in countries like the UK and America to have some sort of familiarity of home, and it is nice to have some form of audio, whether you can understand it or not. So we'll be looking at a new campaign on the Duel Links mobile app. This is the new card flipper campaign bonus. Within there, you tend to find there'll be jewel orbs, coins, gems, and there are 2 cards that have been introduced. You first have Meiku, the Barrier Master, or whatever it's called. It's a card that's already in the game, so it's easily accessible. You can get probably all 3 copies now. And secondly, we have a card back that was introduced in Yugioh Zeal. This is a card used by a character known as Rio. It's called Aurora Wing, and its ability is that it can... When this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, you can special summon this card in face-up attack position. You can only use the effect of Aurora Wing once per turn. Now, it has 1,200 attack and 1,600 defense. This is a decent effect, as you're able to revive it once a turn. However, if your opponent has multiple monsters, they can get over this and not be concerned with any results that they might have missed for that turn to do damage. The benefit of this card is the ability to set it and pass your turn, and then you get it instantly for a tribute summon. Means that you can access some of your level 5s and level 6 monsters, or alternatively, if you're using something like a water-based deck, this card can be boosted by cards such as Yumi and Legendary Ocean. No, not Yumi. Legendary Ocean would definitely boost this card up a bit. And also, the revival effect is just a nice once per turn. So what do you guys think? Do you like this card? Do you think it's interesting in the game? Do you think it has any place? But then again, we need to wait and see if they'll introduce any more of these types of cards. There are a few, and whether they'll introduce maybe Xyz monsters, maybe in the extra deck. Weevil support, and as you can see, you've got 3 cards as well. The first is Parasite Paranoid. This card is on your bottom left, as you can see it. This is a level 2 Earth Insect with 500 attack and 300 defense. Its effect is you can only use the first effect with this card's name once per turn. This is a quick effect for its first effect. You can target 1 monster on the field, equip this card from your hand to that target. The equipped monster's type becomes Insect. Also, it cannot attack insect monsters. Also, it has its activated effects that target insect monsters negated, if any. The second effect is, if this card is sent to the graveyard whilst it is an equipment card, you can special summon 1 level 7 or higher insect monster from your hand, ignoring its summoning conditions. This card is what the old Parasite should have been. It acts as an inbuilt DNA surgery and insect barrier, as well as a mini breakthrough skill. This means you no longer have to run all those spells and traps Weevil ran against Joey, or run at least less of them, as nowadays people have so much back row removal, those cards would have no protection whatsoever. The negation may be limited to insect monsters, but people run a lot of destruction effects through their own monster effects, so anything, to protect your insects is very welcome. The second effect means that when its original use has been accomplished, you can still bring out a strong monster to replace it. This could be anything from an insect queen or even perfectly ultimate great moth, since it removes its summoning conditions. This gets rid of that larvae moth meme, as now you have a guaranteed summoning for its final form. I mean, you have potential, you look at some of the other YouTubers, such as Yugioh, who actually, obviously, I know it's just a joke, they make fun of, it takes normally 6 turns when you have to equip a petite moth with a cocoon of evolution before you can get a somewhat decent beta out. Now, that used to be okay back when it first started, because card destruction was not as easy to achieve, and also some of the higher level monsters to get over that. The defense were often like level 7, level 8 monsters requiring tribute summons, and you could probably delay your opponent in that. But gone have those days. The second card is Ultimately Mutated Insect Queen. As you can tell from the last 2 cards in the name Insect Queen, it's a variation on that. This is a level 7 Earth insect monster with 2,800 attack and 2,400 defense. Its effect is it cannot be normal summoned or set, it must be special summoned by a card effect. This is quite bizarre when you think of it. You don't typically get cards that work through card effects, but we'll go more into that a bit later. While another insect monster is on the field, insect monsters you control cannot be targeted by or destroyed by an opponent's card effect. The second effect is, at the end of the damage step, if this card attacked, you contribute 1 monster. This card can attack an opponent's monster again in a row. This is a good effect as it can protect itself, and since this can include an insect on your opponent's field, this works well with the Parasite Paranoid card, as that makes your opponent's monster an insect, or it can work provided you have another insect on your side of the field. The second effect is, at the end of the damage step, if this card attacked, you contribute 1 monster. This card can attack an opponent's monster again in a row. This is a good ability, as the previous Insect Queen required you to tribute a monster just to make its normal attack. This provides you with the option if you have enough monsters to want to attack, or if you don't, you can choose not to. Always having that choice is always the better option rather than, forcing an effect through. The last effect is, once per turn during the end phase, you can special summon 1 insect monster token. It's an insect, it's an earth, it's a level 1 with 100 attack and defense. This can be useful because you aren't forced to summon a token, you are provided with the option to do so. Also, the previous version required you to have destroyed an opponent's monster in battle and summon the token in attack position. The new version lets you choose the battle mode. Again, the choice is always there. You can choose not to summon the token now, whereas it used to force you to. So often that little token would end up, losing you the game, or you wouldn't be able to attack with the old version in fear of, if you'd gotten over the monster, your opponent would have done sufficient battle damage to create a game loss for you. The one downside of the new version is that it does not gain the 200 attack boost the old version had, but it does start off with 400 attack points more than the original, considering the original boost itself being an insect on the field. This means for the old version to be stronger, you would need 4 insects on the field in total. That includes your own and your opponent's field. I like the new version, but I wish they kept the attack boost in there. After all, it is the Insect Queen. It should gain power the more subjects it has, and was integral to the old card, as the more it destroyed, the more insect tokens would be summoned, the more powerful it became. Another small downside is that it cannot be summoned except by card effect. This is not too difficult to achieve now, as you have the new Parasite card, Super Cocoon of Evolution, and most classically the Pinch Hopper, which was what Weevil destroyed through the spell card Eradicating Aerosol. That is a spell card that destroys any insect monsters on the field. You can look it up if you like, and you just look on the wiki, it'll be up there. You've got variations on this for other cards as well that destroy rock monsters, spellcasters, warriors. The list goes on. Very old cards, and they would this would then special summon the Insect Queen. I believe also Pinch Hopper was used in one of the first 5 episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. This was where a gang in the back streets bullies one of Yusei's friends, and he uses an insect deck. Within that deck included, I believe, the Metal Armored Bug, which is a 2,800 attack vanilla level 8 monster with, I think, 1,500 defense. Don't quote me on that, guys. And the guy also used a Doom Dozer. It was very much a damage card effect, damage effect deck. The last card is Super Cocoon of Evolution. This is a quick play spell card with the following effects. You can only use the second effect with this card's name once per turn. So that's a hard once per turn. The first effect is tribute 1 insect monster either player controls. That is equipped with an equip card. And if you do, special summon 1 insect monster from your deck, ignoring its summoning conditions. This is basically the Cocoon of Evolution in a spell card form, and enables Perfectly Ultimate Great Moth to be summoned instantly without having to wait the monotonous 6 turns with the old card. It could also be used to summon something like, I don't know, Ultimate Insect level 7. However, if you were to do this, you would have to forego, the its own effect, as it only works when it gets leveled up from level 5 to level 7. There are probably other insect monsters in there that you can name that this card could work well with. Off the top of my head, I can think Brain Crusher is quite a decent insect monster to go with. It's a level 7 with 2,400 attack. I know you're thinking, Peter, what use is that? It's an old card, it's level 7, that many attack points is not particularly that great. But the fact it can actually run over monsters and then steal your opponent's monsters makes it quite useful. Not only for just Xyz summoning, but with the Brain Zero, you've got Link summoning, so it's even more useful as a lot more of these Link monsters have less specific requirements to them. Well, as of the moment. I'm sure the more powerful ones will have even stricter requirements later on. The second effect is you can banish this card from your graveyard, then target 1 insect monster in your graveyard, shuffle that monster into the deck, then draw 1 card. This effect helps to reset 1 of your stronger insects back to the deck to be used by another copy of this card, or through other effects, and having a graveyard effect that enables you to draw makes you more likely to get into the cards you want faster. So, what do you guys think of the new insect support? Personally, from my opinion, I can see a lot of people maybe play testing this. The insect support, you've got so many insects that don't seem to always necessarily work together. I suppose some of these cards are more for the insect archetype as insect type as a general aspect rather than very focused as some cards might be. This means these can be used as staples within those types of deck, and I would love to play test with this. As always, leave your comments down below. Do you think this support, what could make this support even better? Do you think, since we've got an Insect Queen, that we should have an upgrade to maybe the Perfectly Ultimate Great Moth and its variations, so that they actually have an effect? As it is, they are effect monsters, but their effects are more to do with the limitations on their summoning requirements. rather than, to have any particular effect. I think those need Yugioh and his Odd Eyes cards. The first card is Odd Eyes Arc Pendulum Dragon. This is a level 7 Dark Dragon Pendulum normal monster with 2700 attack and 2000 defense, and has a pendulum scale of 8. Its pendulum effect is, if an Odd Eyes card you control is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can special summon one Odd Eyes monster from your hand, deck, or graveyard. You can only use this effect of Odd Eyes Arc Pendulum Dragon once per turn. Now, you'll be wondering why I didn't have a picture for this. This is new and exclusive to the deck, so I can't find any as of this moment in recording. The next card is Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon. This is the alternative artwork which you will be getting. It is a Dark Dragon Pendulum, level 7 with a scale of 4 and an attack of 2500 and 2000 defense. Its pendulum effect is, you can reduce the battle damage you take from an attack involving a pendulum monster you control to 0. During your end phase, you can destroy this card, and if you do, add one pendulum monster with 1500 or less attack from your deck to your hand. You can only use each pendulum effect of Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon once per turn. The monster effect is, if this card battles an opponent's monster, any battle damage this card inflicts to your opponent is doubled. This card enables a search, and obviously it protects your pendulums in some respect, and places itself in the extra deck in doing so. And it can also cause double damage, which nearer the end of a duel can be quite. The next card is Supreme King Dragon Odd Eyes. This card is a Dark Dragon Pendulum level 8 Pendulum scale of 4 with 2500 attack and 2000 defense, and its card effect reads, Pendulum effect, you contribute one Supreme King Dragon monster to destroy this card, and if you do, add one Pendulum monster with 1500 or less attack from your deck to your hand. Its monster effect reads, you contribute 2 Supreme King Dragon monsters, special summon this card from your hand. If your Pendulum monster battles an opponent's monster, any battle damage it inflicts to your opponent is doubled. During the battle phase, you contribute this card, special summon up to 2 face-up Supreme King Dragon and all Supreme King Gate Pendulum monsters from your extra deck in defense position, except Supreme King Dragon Odd Eyes. The stats on this card mirror the same as the original Odd Eyes monsters and their subsequent counterparts. The Pendulum effect is a -1, as you have to destroy 2 of your own monsters in order to search for a very restricted Pendulum monster. Furthermore, though this card can be summoned back to the field using a Pendulum summon, with the new link rules, any monsters brought back from the extra deck get the same treatment as other extra deck monsters, restricting their summoning this card in the extra card zone. As for the monster effect, the ability to special summon this card is very limited, as they must be Supreme King Dragon cards, and this means relying on searching and bringing out those particular monsters. Though this is a special summon, it still relies on the same tributes for summoning as other monsters of a level 8, meaning it is susceptible to effect destruction. The ability to let your Pendulum monsters inflict double damage as well as this particular card is decent, as Pendulum monsters like to swarm the field, and the amount of damage easily adds up. It is what was in the original Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon. The last part of its effect is useful later on in the game when your Pendulum monsters have been used up. These can end up being used for link summons or Xyz monsters, or to protect your life points for the turn, especially since it's a quick effect. The next card is Odd Eyes Phantom Dragon. This is a Dark Dragon Pendulum level 7 with a Pendulum scale of 4. It has 2500 attack and 2000 defense. Its Pendulum effect is, once per turn, when an attack is declared involving a face-up monster you control and an opponent's monster, if you have an Odd Eyes card in your other Pendulum zone, you can make that monster you control gain 1200 attack until the end of the battle phase, even if this card leaves the field. Its monster effect is, when this Pendulum summoned card inflicts battle damage to your opponent by attacking, you can inflict damage to your opponent equal to the number of Odd Eyes cards in your Pendulum zone, times 1200. You can only use this effect of Odd Eyes Phantom Dragon once per turn. This card can provide a monster with a decent attack increase, as well as causing significant effect damage of up to 2,400 at maximum. Couple this with standard battle damage, and you'll be looking at maybe 4,000 points of damage in a single turn. The next card is Odd Eye's Mirage Dragon. This is a Dark Dragon Pendulum level 3 with a scale of 8. Its pendulum effect is once per turn. If a face-up Odd Eye's Pendulum monster you control is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can destroy one card in your Pendulum Zone. And if you do, place one face-up Odd Eye's Pendulum monster in your extra deck. In your Pendulum Zone, except Odd Eye's Mirage Dragon. Its monster effect is, during either player's turn, while an Odd Eye's card is in your Pendulum Zone, you can target one Odd Eye's monster you control. The first time it will be destroyed by battle or card effect this turn. It is not destroyed. You can only use this effect of Odd Eye's Mirage Dragon once per turn. This card enables you to put an Odd Eye's in your Pendulum Zone, which can be good depending on their effects, and it provides protection to your Odd Eyes whilst it's in the Pendulum Zone. The next card is Performer Pal Odd Eyes Light Phoenix. This is a light winged beast pendulum level 5 with a scale of 3 and 2,000 attack and 1,000 defense, and its pendulum effect is when an opponent's monster declares a direct attack while you have a card in your other Pendulum Zone, you can destroy this card in your other Pendulum Zone, and if you do, special summon this card. Its monster effect is during either player's turn, you contribute this card, then target one Performer Pal monster you control. It gains 1,000 attack until the end of this turn. This can protect you from one attack by making itself the target, as well as increasing your Performer Pal monsters. The next card is Odd Eye's Unicorn. Performer Pal Odd Eye's Unicorn. This is a light beast pendulum level 1 with a scale of 8 with 100 attack and 600 defense. Its pendulum effect is once while this card is in your Pendulum Zone, when an Odd Eye's monster you control declares an attack, you can target one other Performer Pal monster you control. That attacking monster gains attack equal to the original attack of the targeted monster on the field until the end of the battle phase, even if this card leaves the field. The monster effect is, when this card is normal or special summoned, you can target one Performer Pal monster in your graveyard, gain life points equal to its attack. This can make your other Performer Pal monsters gain 2,500 attack and can recover life points. Next card is Performer Pal Skull Crobat Joker. This is a dark spellcaster pendulum, level 4 with 1,800 attack and 100 defense, and its pendulum effect is you cannot pendulum summon monsters except Performer Pal monsters, magicians, pendulum monsters, and Odd Eyes monsters. This effect cannot be negated. Its monster effect is when this card is normal summoned, you can add one Performer Pal monster, magician, pendulum monster, or Odd Eyes monster from your deck to your hand, except Performer Pal Skull Crobat Joker. This card is a searcher for basically any Performer Pal, magician, pendulum, or Odd Eyes card, enabling within any of these decks to bring out about the right card for the right moment. The next card is Performer Pal Rain Goat. This is a water beast level 1 with 0 attack and 0 defense, and its effect is, during either player's turn, when a card or effect is activated that would inflict damage to you, you can discard this card, make that effect damage to you 0. During either player's main phase, you can discard this card, then target one Performer Pal or Odd Eyes card you control. This turn it cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. This can respond to effect damage and provide your Performer Pal and Odd Eyes with battle and effect protection. The next card is Performer Pal Yugioh Golem. This is a Dark Fiend Pendulum level 4, scale of 1, with 1,600 attack and 1,000 defense, and its pendulum effect is, during either player's turn, when a card or effect is activated that would inflict damage to you, you can discard this card, make that effect damage to you 0. During either player's main phase, you can discard this card, then target one Performer Pal or Odd Eyes card you control. This turn it cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. Its monster effect is once per turn during your main phase. If this card was pendulum summoned this turn, you can fusion summon one fusion monster from your extra deck using this card you control, and dragon type monsters you control as fusion materials. This card enables a search as a result of a fusion summon, as well as enabling itself to become a fusion material. The next card is Noble Dragon Magician. This is a fire spellcaster pendulum tuner, level 3, scale of 5, with 700 attack and 1400 defense. And its pendulum effect is, unless you have a magician card in your other pendulum zone, destroy this card. Its monster effect is, cannot be used as a synchro material, except for the synchro summon of a dragon type synchro monster. If this card is used as a synchro material, unless all other synchro materials are odd-eyes monsters, place this card on the bottom of the deck. If this card is in your graveyard or hand or graveyard, you can target one level 7 or higher odd-eyes monster you control, reduce its level by 3, and if you do, special summon this card. This enables the easy summon of an odd-eyes, as it will be reduced to level 4, and special summon this to enable an easy synchro summon. The next card is Odd-Eyes Gravity Dragon. This is an Earth Dragon Ritual level 7 with 2800 attack and 2500 defense. And its effect is, you can ritual summon this card with Odd-Eyes Advent. When this card is special summoned, you can return all spell and trap cards your opponent controls to the hand. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects in response to this card effect's activation. You can only use this effect of Odd-Eyes Gravity Dragon once per turn. Your opponent must pay 500 life points to activate card effects. This card sends your opponent's back row to their hand, and they cannot do anything about it. And every time your opponent wants to activate an effect, they will have to pay 500 points for that luxury. To an extent, it reminds me a bit of Chain Energy. Anything you do, you get punished for. Or to the same effect, and to probably a better effect, you had that, it was a Red Eyes Xyz monster. I think it was Red Eyes Metal Flare Dragon or something like that. The next card is Sky Iris. This is a field spell card that says, your opponent cannot target Magician, Perform Pal, or Odd-Eyes cards in your pendulum zones with card effects. You can target one other face-up card you control, destroy it, and if you do, add one Odd-Eyes card from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of Sky Iris once per turn. This card protects your cards from card effects as well as enables a search for your Odd-Eyes monsters. The next card is Odd-Eyes Fusion. This is a normal spell card that says, fusion summon one dragon type fusion monster from your extra deck, using monsters from your hand or field as fusion materials. If your opponent controls 2 or more monsters, and you control no monsters, you can also use up to 2 Odd-Eyes monsters in your extra deck as fusion materials. You can only activate one Odd-Eyes fusion per turn. This enables you to use your already destroyed Pendulum Odd-Eyes cards, as well as the standard polymerization effect. The next card is Spiral Flame Strike. This is a normal spell card that says, activate one of these effects. If you control an Odd-Eyes card, target one card on the field, destroy it. Add to your hand one level 7 Odd-Eyes monster from your deck, or one face-up level 7 Odd-Eyes Pendulum monster from your extra deck. This enables for you to either destroy a card, or search for an Odd-Eyes monster. The next card is Duelist Alliance. This is a normal spell card that says, if there is a card in the Pendulum Zone, add one Pendulum monster or Pendulum spell or trap card from your deck to your hand. You can only activate one Duelist Alliance per turn. This card enables a search of one of your Pendulum cards, enabling a faster Pendulum scale to be built. The next card is Pendulum Impenetrable. This is a quick play spell card that says, this turn, cards in Pendulum Zones cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. Also negate any effect activated by your opponent that targeted a card or cards in the Pendulum Zones. This basically is there to protect your existing scale. The next card is Pendulum Storm. This is a normal spell card that says, destroy as many cards in each player's Pendulum Zones as possible. Then you can destroy one spell or trap card your opponent controls. This can be used to counter your opponent if they are running a Pendulum deck. Or if you no longer want your own Pendulum scale, you can get rid of it and also remove an opponent's back. The The next card is Pot of Riches. This is a normal spell card that says shuffle 3 pendulum monsters into the deck from your graveyard and or face up in your extra deck, then draw 2 cards. You can only activate 1 Pot of Riches per turn. You cannot special summon the turn you activate this card except by pendulum summon. This card enables you to recover your used pendulum monsters and enables you to draw to hopefully get those resources out fast. This card is Terraforming. This is a spell card that says add 1 field spell from your deck to your hand. This helps to bring out more advantage as most archetypes rely very heavily on their field spells. The next card is Echo Oscillation. This is a continuous trap card that says you can target 1 card in your pendulum zone, destroy it, then draw 1 card. You can only use this effect of Echo Oscillation once per turn. This can be good as you can get rid of your current scale, and since when it is destroyed it goes to the extra deck, it can be used later. The next card is Pendulum Reborn. This is a normal trap card that says special summon 1 face-up pendulum monster from your extra deck, or 1 pendulum monster from your graveyard. This enables you to recover your resources. The next card is Pendulum Switch. This is a continuous trap card that says you can target 1 card in your pendulum zone, special summon it. You can target 1 pendulum monster in your monster zone, place it in your pendulum zone. You can only use 1 pendulum switch effect per turn, and only once that turn. This is what the pendulums needed, a means of switching your pendulum monsters between their pendulum effects and their monster effects to get the best out of their effects. The next card is Dark Repellion Xyz Dragon. This is an Xyz monster. It is a Dark Dragon Xyz monster of rank 4 with 2500 attack and 2000 defense, and it requires 2 level 4 monsters. Its effect is you can detach 2 Xyz materials from this card and target 1 face-up monster your opponent controls. Its attack becomes half its current attack, and if it does, this card gains that lost attack. This is good as it can cut your opponent's stronger monsters and help to inflict more damage to your opponent. It being generic means anyone can run it. The next card is Clearwing Synchro Dragon. This is a Wind Dragon Synchro, level 7 with 2500 attack and 2000 defense, and it requires 1 tuner and 1 or more non-tuner monsters, and its effect is once per turn during either player's turn, when another level 5 or higher monster activates its effect on the field, you can negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it. Once per turn during either player's turn, when a monster effect is activated that targets exactly 1 level 5 or higher monster on the field and no other cards, you can negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it. If this card's effect destroys a monster, this card gains attack equal to the destroyed monster's original attack until the end of this turn. This card can help to shut down your opponent's monster effects and can be more useful than in comparison to back row negation. This card is Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. This is a Dark Dragon Fusion level 8 with 2800 attack and 2000 defense, and it requires 2 dark monsters on the field except tokens. Its effect is if this card is fusion summoned, you can make this card gain attack equal to 1 opponent's special summoned monster until the end of this turn. Once per turn, you can target 1 level 5 or higher monster your opponent controls. Until the end of this turn, this card's name becomes that monster's original name, and replace this effect with that monster's original effects. If this fusion summon card is destroyed, you can destroy all your opponent's special summon monsters. This card is able to become very strong, over 4000 attack, provided there is sufficient monsters on your opponent's field. The ability to copy the effect is good, as your opponent won't be able to protect this card's ability, and punishing your opponent for destroying this card means you can destroy their entire board and start afresh on your next turn. The next card is Odd Eyes Meteor Burst Dragon. This is a Fire Dragon Synchro level 5 with 2500 attack and 2000 defense, and it requires 1 tuner and 1 or more non-tuner monsters. Its effect is when this card is special summoned, you can target 1 card in your pendulum zone, special summon it. Also, this card cannot attack for the rest of this turn. You can only use this effect of Odd Eyes Meteor Burst Dragon once per turn. Monsters in your opponent's possession cannot activate their effects during the battle phase. This stops monster effects activating during the battle phase and can bring out a card in the Pendulum Zone. The next card is Supreme King Dragon Clearwing. This is a Dark Dragon Synchro level 8 with 2500 attack and 2000 defense, and it requires 1 tuner and 1 or more non-tuner Dark Pendulum monsters. And its card effect reads, if this card is synchro summoned, you can destroy all face-up monsters your opponent controls. Once per turn before damage calculation, if this card battles an opponent's monster, you can destroy that monster, and if you do, inflict damage to your opponent equal to the destroyed monster's original attack. If this card is in your graveyard, you contribute to Supreme King Dragon monsters, special summon this card. This card has a condition that is more difficult than the Venom Dragon, as you must meet the level requirements to bring out this synchro monster, and there will be times where this may be unachievable. As for its effects, the ability to act like a Raigeki for its summon means you are able to achieve instant advantage, as your opponent will have monsters on the field that may be difficult to defeat. However, this could also be a problem, as though this effect is useful, many monsters have the ability to float, therefore they can bring out other monsters to protect their life points, or stronger monsters that have card effect protection built into them. The next effect to destroy a monster before damage calculation means it can defeat stronger monsters without having to go into battle. Therefore, unless they can protect themselves, this card's effect can be used on either turn with battle, as some monsters are specific to only when they are attacking. To inflict the full damage of the monster means you can end duels quickly or bring them to a point where some of their cost cards, such as the Solemns, become useless. The final ability to revive itself reminds me of Stardust Dragon, and does so by getting rid of 2 Supreme King Dragon cards. There is some support for these cards, and can be easy to meet this condition. The next card is Odd Eyes Absolute Dragon. This is a Water Dragon Xyz, rank 7 with 2800 attack and 2500 defense, and it requires 2 level 7 monsters. Its effect is, when any player's monster declares an attack, you can detach 1 Xyz material from this card, negate the attack, then you can special summon 1 Odd Eyes monster from your hand or graveyard. If this Xyz summon card is sent to the graveyard, you can special summon 1 Odd Eyes monster from your extra deck, except Odd Eyes Absolute Dragon. You can only use each effect of Odd Eyes Absolute Dragon once per turn. This card can prevent 2 attacks as well as replace the materials lost to use this effect, with Odd Eyes monsters enabling you to bring out another of these if you wish, and if you were to lose this card, it gets replaced with an Odd Eyes in the extra deck. The next card is Supreme King Dragon Dark Rebellion. This is a Dark Dragon Xyz monster that is rank 4 with 2500 attack and 2000 defense. It requires 2 level 4 Dark Pendulum monsters. Its card effect reads, once per turn before damage calculation, if this card battles an opponent's monster, you can detach 1 material from this card until the end of this turn, change the attack of that face-up opponent's monster to 0, and if you do, this card gains attack equal to the original attack of that opponent's monster. During the battle phase, as a quick effect, you can return this card to the extra deck, special summon up to 2 face-up Supreme King Dragon and or Supreme King Gate Pendulum monsters from your extra deck in defense position. This card's stats are the same as its original form, but enables a full reduction of your opponent's attack points to gain that strength. So this strategy can be very effective, as if your opponent has a strong monster such as Blue Eyes White Dragon, you can be inflicting 5500 damage to your opponent's life points, and since this lasts until the end of the turn, it should not be threatened by any attack reducing cards. The other benefit is, if this card is threatened, you can send it back to the extra deck to bring out 2 Supreme King Gate or Dragon monsters, enabling you to protect your life points, or if a different monster is required to deal with your opponent, you can bring out a rank 4 such as Kestel or number 101 to give the advantage. This card is a rare and is generally a good idea. It's great that it's actually been introduced into this pack. The next card is Performer Pal Gatling Ghoul. This is a Dark Fiend Fusion level 8 with 2900 attack and 900 defense, and it requires a Performer Pal monster and 1 level 5 or higher Dark monster. Its effect is, if this card is fusion summoned, you can inflict 200 damage to your opponent for each card on the field. Then, if this card was fusion summoned using a pendulum monster as material, destroy one monster your opponent controls, and if you do, inflict damage to your opponent equal to that monster's original attack. You can only use this effect of Performer Power Gatling Ghoul once per turn. This card can be used to finish your opponent, as it causes 200 damage per card your opponent controls and destroys a monster they control, inflicting that damage. This could be as much as 5,000 or higher, depending on your opponent's strongest monster. The next card is Odd Eyes Vortex Dragon. This is a Wind Dragon level 7 with 2,500 attack and 3,000 defense, and it requires one Odd Eyes monster and one Pendulum monster. Its effect is, when this card is special summoned, you can target one face-up attack position monster your opponent controls, return it to the hand. During either player's turn, when a spell or trap card or another monster's effect is activated, you can shuffle one face-up Pendulum monster from your extra deck into the deck, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card. You can only use each effect of Odd Eyes Vortex Dragon once per turn. This card can send back an extra deck monster, which would be the best target, as well as reset your Pendulum monsters from your extra deck, which is more important now, as a Pendulum monster from the extra deck is now considered an extra deck monster, and can only be summoned to the extra monster zone. The next card is Supreme King Dragon Starving Venom. This is a Dark Dragon Fusion level 8 monster with 2,800 attack and 2,000 defense. It requires 2 Dark Pendulum monsters, and its card effect reads, must be either fusion summoned or special summoned by attributing the above cards you control, in which case you do not use polymerization. Once per turn, you can target one other monster on the field or in the graveyard until the end phase. This card's name becomes that monster's original name, and replace this effect with that monster's original effects. Also, for the rest of this turn, if your monster attacks a defense position monster, inflict piercing battle damage to your opponent. This card has a summon requirement to it, which means it is not suited to all decks and should be focused mostly against pendulum-based decks, unless you intend to put Dark Pendulum monsters into your deck for their pendulum abilities. The versatility amongst its summoning makes it very easy to summon. Often the problem with fusion monsters is having to wait for the fusion card, which used to be polymerization, but for a number of years since GX, archetypal and less specific fusion cards which offer further benefits when used have become available, such as Ultra Polymerization and Fusion Substitute. The ability to summon it by attributing the monsters required from the field is intrinsic to pendulums as a whole, as they special summon in mass summonings. Once per turn, this means it can be easy to bring out these monsters. This card's ability to obtain a monster effect from either the field or the graveyard is very useful, as the longer a duel has been going, the more likely you will be to find an ability that can fit a specific situation, such as card destruction or removal. The best part of this effect is that it does not specify whether this effect cannot take place. By this, it means you can use either yours or your opponent's field, as well as either graveyard. Therefore, if you feel your monsters had better effects, you can rely on them instead. The part that determines this card's usefulness is that it does not maintain that specific effect for more than a turn. This means your opponent is kept guessing, as you can change effects between each of your turns, enabling a more complex strategy to be achieved. The last part of its effect is more of a non-story. The ability to inflict piercing battle damage is something that most monsters have, but is still not to be sniffed at, as it could have some importance against defensive.
Today we'll be looking at another card from Code of the Duelist. This is Orbital Hydrolander. This card is a Dark Machine, level 8, with 3,000 attack and 1,500 defense. And its card effect reads, cannot be normal summoned or set, must be special summoned from your hand by having 5 or more monsters in your graveyard, and no monsters in your graveyard with the same name. Once per turn, as a quick effect, you can send the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard, destroy 1 card on the field. You must have at least 2 monsters in your graveyard and no monsters in your graveyard with the same name to activate and to resolve this effect. This card can be very beneficial, as the card being destroyed is not specified as to who owns the card. So for example, if you have a card that benefits from being destroyed, you can enable this effect without relying on your opponent's cards, or alternatively, you can get rid of any of your opponent's cards. This can mean you can remove any threatening back row before they can use it. Now though, the effect is good, it relies on a lot of variables. For one, you must have at least 5 different monsters in your graveyard. This is good later in the game, as you will have met those conditions quite easily. However, it stops you from running multiple copies of monsters, which could end up being putting you in a better situation than this card. Another issue is to remove 3 cards from your deck to use the destruction effect is very problematic, as though deck thinning is usually considered good. You run the risk of decking out and having a game loss, especially if your opponent happens to be playing a deck out deck, running cards such as Wormworm and Hand Destruction. Another issue with this card is facing macro decks. This is the card's greatest weakness. Having monsters removed from play means you may not be able to summon it, and even if you do, you may not be able to activate its effect. If your opponent is clever enough to remove your monsters from play, this card relies on its fueling of the graveyard, and to force it to remove them from play means, short of running cards such as Burial from a Different Dimension, this card could end up being a dead card in your hand when you draw it. Overall, this card has utility, and I am sure someone will find a way to build a deck around this card. It should, however, be pointed out, it should only really be run as a 1 to avoid multiple drawing and bricking commonly associated with heavily restricted summoning conditions. At the time of recording on eBay, this card is going for 99 pence per copy, and at this price I would consider getting one myself. So what do you guys think of this card? As a one-off, it seems to have quite a unique effect. I can't even compare this card to anything currently in the game, and there are so many cards out. Its strength lies in the ability to destroy, but its summoning requirements can be quite difficult to pull off. Can you guys think of any cards that would enable this card to come out faster?
Cyverse Wizard, a light Cyverse type level 4 with 1800 attack and 800 defense. Its effect reads, once per turn you can target one attack position, opponent's monster, change it to defense position. And if you do, for the rest of this turn, your monsters cannot attack, it's set to attack that monster. And if your Cyverse monster attacks a defense position, monster inflict piercing battle damage to your opponent. This is the new type introduced in Yugioh Vrains, the Cyverse type. From their looks, they are designed to be like futuristic creatures of different types, such as this card looks like a cyber version of a warrior. In terms of its usefulness, changing battle mode is relatively indifferent. Some monsters have similar attack and defense stats, such as Masterpiece, True Draco Masterpiece, and would not be threatened by this card, though there are some that have few defense points. The other weakness is it completely stifles your turn. If you use this effect as if you get rid of that monster, your other monsters cannot do anything that turn. Lastly, piercing damage is built into most monsters within an archetype at some stage. The overall benefit of the card is there is a lot of generic light support like Honest and Luminous, the field spell Luminous Spark, to keep it on the field, and since it is used by the main character Yusaku, and will no doubt have better spell and trap support as the series continues. The card is not noteworthy at the moment, and though it is a super rare, being difficult to get, it will no doubt be reprinted probably within the next year or two. The plant Banksioga. This is a dark plant tuner level 6 with 2000 attack and 1000 defense. And its effect reads, you can special summon this card from your hand by attributing one opponent's monster with a predator counter. If this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, place one predator counter on each face-up monster your opponent controls, and if you do, any of those monsters that are level 2 or higher become level 1, as long as they have a predator counter. This card is very useful within their archetype, as most predator plants enable these predator counters to be added to your opponent's monsters, enabling this card to be special summoned very easily. The ability to remove a monster from your opponent is a good effect, as you can eliminate problem monsters. Also, being a tuner means it can result in higher level synchro monsters. And if it is ever removed from your field, putting these counters on your opponent's monsters reduces their ability to synchro or exceed summon, as part of those effects of the counters is to make all the monsters become level 1. The biggest problem with this card is, with the introduction of link monsters, levels of monsters don't matter, just the number of monsters on their field being used. So they can play around this by summoning a link monster, getting rid of all of your predator counters. Overall, this card has great utility and should not be underestimated. It has a must-have place within the deck and should be run at 2. I think it could reach a price point of between £3 and £5 and should be collected. It is a common, so it won't be difficult to collect. So what do you guys think? Do you think this is something that was necessary for the predator plant archetype? Do you think it was a good idea for them to introduce it maybe as late as they have? Because predator plants were very much used by one of the enemies, one of the villains in Arc V, but going into the future, these are going to be slightly less relevant. So do you think it was just bad timing on Konami's points? Have they just thought that they could continue with this trend and for it to work? Or do you think it's just pointless? It's consigned slightly to that era and it's now in the past. We have a new reprint that will make an appearance in V-Jump magazine, and it is one that you will want to get your hands on. This is Blue Eye's alternative White Dragon as a holographic rare. This is what the OCG call a ghost rare. These are the highest rarity, most sought after cards within the game, and most cards printed this way are incredibly valuable and could potentially go for hundreds of pounds. Even if you look on sites such as eBay, cards such as number 17 Leviathan Dragon, who might actually not see that much use, they're still, going for about anywhere between £20 and £30, which isn't bad for a single card. This being a variation of the Blue Eyes, which is a fan favourite, will probably see V-Jump receive a large number of subscriptions. That is the only way in order to get this card. You must be a member of the V-Jump magazine. It's like any standard magazine subscription. You have to have applied within a certain time, and then you will be guaranteed the card. According to the website of the original source of this information, this is to be released on the 20th of January, and is part of the 20th anniversary celebrations, which will be probably held around next year, because that will be the 20th year. This card is also heavily used within a Blue Eyes deck, but chances are you won't be running it. You will want to be keeping it as protected as possible. Blue Eyes alternative White Dragon is a light dragon level 8 with 3000 attack and 2500 defense, and its effect is cannot be normal summoned or set, must first be special summoned from your hand by revealing Blue Eyes White Dragon in your hand. You can only special summon Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon once per turn this way. This card's name becomes Blue Eyes White Dragon while it is on the field or in the graveyard. Once per turn, you can target one monster your opponent controls, destroy it. This card cannot attack the turn this effect is activated. This is more useful than the original, as it can either choose to attack or to use its effect to destroy a monster, especially if the opponent's monster has higher attack. In terms of rarities, this card was an ultra rare in the Yu-Gi-Oh! The Dark Side of Dimensions movie pack, and has received a gold rare in the Dimension movie pack gold edition. So despite having good rarity and a bad rarity, gold rares are considered cheap and nasty. It getting this rarity may make it one of the most valuable cards, especially since it will only be sent to those who are likely to have subscribed to V-Jump magazine. What do you think of this Ghost Rare Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon? Is this something you would want? Would you like the chance to get a TCG version? Or are Ghost Rares just an attempt by Konami to make extra money? And of course, the secondary market will be going crazy for these, and they will be selling them for probably no less than about £100.
So today we're looking at some new cards within Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal, and these are going to be some more Zeal weapons for Anime Chronicle. The first card is Zexal Weapon Sylphid Wing. It's a light attribute beast type effect monster. It's a level 4 with 800 attack and 1600 defense. The first effect, you can only control one Zeal Weapon Sylphid Wing. 2, you can target one Utopia monster you control, equip this card from your hand or field to that target as an equip spell that gives it 800 attack. 3, once per turn, if your opponent special summons a monster with an activated effect, you can make the equipped monsters gain 1600 attack. And 4, if the equipped monster would activate its effect by detaching materials, you can send this card to the graveyard instead of one of those materials. I think this card was actually used in one of the duels against number 96 Dark Mist. It was when he was going chaotic with his full power, he gained all the power from, the Baryons, and he was going into using some of the Chaosic Seas monsters that Yuma controlled. His aim at that point was, because he was so drunk on power, he was able to destroy everything around him, and both Yuma and Astral had to go and confront him to take back some of that power, along with trying to defeat him. The first part of the effect, just having one of this card is fine. I think most of the Zeal Weapon cards do have this part of their effect. The secondary ability is also very much similar to how they work. All of them tend to give either their attack or defense stat to your Utopia monster. It's just consistent with how they work. The third effect does provide the difference, and being able to increase your monster's attack by 1600 every time your opponent just special summons a monster with an activated effect is incredibly powerful. There aren't too many cards with that level of increase. I know you do have some doubling cards out there like Limiter Removal, but even those are quite conditional. You're more likely to get this type of effect off more consistently than Limiter Removal, because that's a once per turn effect, and then it also wipes out all of your machine type monsters that have gained boosts from this effect. And the final effect is just being able to use this as a replacement as one of your Xyz materials. That's fine as an effect. I don't know how relevant that's going to be, unless you are in a very desperate position, in which case that's fine. But the more options and the more flexibility a card gives you, the better I see the card. Zexal Servant Ouroboros Sage is a dark attribute warrior type effect monster. It's a level 3 with 600 attack and 0 defense. 1, when this card is normal summoned, you can special summon one non-light attribute number monster from your graveyard, but its effects are negated. And if you do, equip both this card and one Utopia monster you control. The summon monster as equipped spells that each give it 1700 attack, but you can only declare one attack this turn. 2, when a monster this card is equipped to by its own effect declares an attack on an opponent's monster, you can make the attacking monster's current attack become doubled, but destroy it during the end phase. I love the design of this card for what looks to be a very
tiny card, it has a massive effect to it. Let me break down the effect. For starters, you are summoning a non-light attribute number monster. There are so many different number monsters that meet this condition. There is no excuse. You will definitely find something that you can power up with this effect. And both a Utopia and this card give your monster 1,700 attack. So that means, I think, if I'm reading it correctly, your monster gains 3,400 additional attack. And if you were to combine that with the secondary ability, you're then being able to double the monster's current attack. And remember, this is its current attack, not its original attack. So if you've got something like, I don't know, Chronomaly Atlantis, that has a very decent attack stat. I think it's got 2,600. Add the 3,400, that's 6,000 attack. Doubling its attack, 12,000 attack points. That you can rip through your opponent in one attack, especially with its effect, which lets you half your opponent's life points, or even better if you get its chaos form out, where it turns your opponent's life points to 1, and then you're able to use this effect and you're able to just get rid of your opponent then and there. It does have the disadvantage of destroying your monster at the end of the turn, but if you've got some destruction protection effect inbuilt within that card, or if you can do something like that, then definitely there is a place for this card within your deck. Never sleep on this card, it will come back to bite you. Leo Utopia Ray is a light attribute warrior type Xyz monster. It's a rank 5 with 2,500 attack and 2,000 defense. It requires 3 level 5 monsters, and the effect, this card's name is always treated as number C39 Utopia Ray. Once per turn, you can detach 1 material from this card. Equip 1 Zexal weapon monster from your deck or etch deck to this card as if it were equipped by its own effect. This activation effect cannot be negated. 2. Once per turn, while this card is equipped with a Zexal weapon monster card, as a quick effect, you can target 1 effect monster your opponent controls, negate its effects, and if you do, its current attack becomes halved. I love this card. It's very much like a fusion of Leo Arms and Utopia Ray. I think Leo Arms has been fused with it before, but just as a quick card. With this, they've actually just fused the two cards together. The summoning condition is not too bad because you can actually just summon this out using one of the rank up Xyz play cards, which is fine. You know, just going into your normal Utopia and then ranking it up, you can definitely do that. The first effect, to just equip any Zexal weapon. They've got so many different types of Zexal weapons out there to counter so many different strategies, and I will leave a link at the top of the page so you can go and check out my analysis of the different Zeal weapons that are currently in the game. The other thing is, this effect cannot be negated. That means no matter what your opponent wants to try and do, they can't do anything in response. And many of the monsters that are equipped give your Utopia further attack points, so you can keep continually boosting your monster up to a point where your opponent cannot deal with this card. The secondary ability is also quite nice because it halves your opponent's attack points. It's decent because if your opponent has anything that's particularly strong, they're not really going to want to use that monster to go into another link monster or some of your other extra deck monsters if they've used heavy resources on it. And to be able to shut down their effect easily during yours or your opponent's turn means they can't respond effectively if they've got a certain style of deck that relies on meeting certain conditions. And the final card is Zeal Catapult. This is a normal spell card with the effect you can only use this card's name's first and second effects once per turn each. 1. Special summon 1 Zeal weapon or Zeal servant monster from your hand. Then if you control a Utopia monster, you can change the levels of all face-up monsters you currently control to 4 or 5. 2. If this card is in your graveyard, except the turn it was sent there, you can banish this card and add 1 Zeal weapon or Zeal servant monster from your graveyard, then target 1 card your opponent controls and destroy it. So with this effect, the first one just lets you level out your monsters to either 4 or 5. This lets you go into any of your Utopia monsters. Most of them meet this condition either as a rank 4 or as a rank 5 monster, so you don't have any excuses not to be playing as many of the Utopias as you want. It also means you're not dependent on having to run specific cards that level up or down your monsters, as they can become very cloggy within your hand. The secondary ability, just to be able to banish a Zeal weapon alongside this card, is fine because you're then able to destroy any of your opponent's cards, be it a spell, a trap, or a monster. I think overall these cards are quite useful and will definitely help to balance out the Utopia deck. Of all the support that characters seem to be getting, there seems to be a lot of attention on Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, but saying that, Dawn of Majesty has been giving a lot of attention to Yusei Fudo and with his synchro monsters. So I'm fine, so long as they keep supporting some of the main characters, I'm more than happy about it, but I would like to see more generic support for some of the other characters that seem to be forgotten about. Whatever you think, leave those comments down below. Do you think there needs to be more support for some of the less favoured characters, Weevil Underwood, Rex Raptor, characters like that? Blair Flanagan, I know a lot of her anime-based cards never got an official release. There was a set of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Season 2 cards where she had like an egg, a dragon, and then her big dragon was like a 3,600 attack monster. None of those actually came out. And I'm sure there are other characters that are missing this type of support as well. In today's video, we're going to be covering the new skills that I think Yuya Sakaki will receive as one of the main characters within Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 in Duel Links. So the first skill I think is going to be called Can You Feel the Power? The reason for this is because that is the title and the name of the first song, which was the intro for Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5. It's also a saying that's used with pendulum summoning. And I think the effect will be an Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon will be added to your deck from outside. It can only be used if you have a minimum of 5 pendulum monsters within your deck. Now, the benefits of this skill are going to be Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon may not be instantly accessible within the game. Instead, it may become added within future packs at some point. So this is a way of getting it early access for the main character its intended purpose is for. So it means it's not going to get splashed into all sorts of random decks. And actually, I think that's beneficial. We've seen that within previous examples of other characters before they eventually get the full release. It adds to the consistency of the deck and it forces you to focus on the pendulum mechanic instead of being randomly splashed into any type of deck. Like I said, that's the main purpose of it. You don't want it being randomly added into things and then for certain decks to become broken just because they've added one random card that seems to be amazing for that deck. And the last benefit is Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon is a good searcher for pendulum cards, and since it's Yuya's signature card, it makes the most sense to have. In terms of the problems of this skill, it does limit the type of decks you can run if you have to purely rely on pendulum monsters, especially when you have a limited selection of them to begin with. Like I said, the problem is when you first go into Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5, there are going to be limitations on the number of pendulum monsters they come up with, and they're not going to give you the insanely broken ones to start off with. Well, I would hope they wouldn't, but you never know the direction Konami likes to go into. Another issue is its predictable skill, which an opponent can understand, as opposed to hidden abilities which they cannot counter so easily. For example, with some of the other characters, since they'll have multiple types of skills, you don't know what your opponent's actually going to be running, whereas with this, you can guarantee they're running a certain type of pendulum deck. And lastly, Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon has a basic monster effect to simply do double the battle damage. It's very reliant on the battle phase, and it can be countered by things that can either negate the battle phase, or put you in a position where you prevent your cards from being destroyed or attacked over. The next skill I was considering is called Time and Star. The effect would be after taking 1,500 points of damage, you can add either one Time Gazer or Stargazer Magician from your deck to your hand. So the benefits of this skill, it enables reliable drawing of one of Yuya's key monsters to help promote pendulum summoning. If you remember back in the first episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5, you ended up having both of those monsters as well as Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon be the main pendulum monsters before he started adding to the pool of those monsters. Each of them has their own abilities and are actually useful in different ways outside of just their pendulum scales. For example, Time Gazer can negate the effects of trap cards, and Stargazer can negate the effects of spell cards once per turn, preventing your opponent from developing significant advantage. It's a good way of countering individual strategies, depending on what your opponent is running. If they're running very trap heavy, you're obviously going to have the benefit of maybe the Time Gazer versus if they're very spell reliant for the Stargazer.
And lastly, it says it stays true to Yugioh's main strategy, as these are some of his first pendulum monsters. And the disadvantages of the skill would be it's predictable as an ability, and it will attempt to get rid of these cards by your opponent before they can be used, or to defeat you before you can actually activate this skill. This might just incentivize your opponent to beat you as quickly as possible, whereas before they might just be taking their sweet time over it. Another problem is it relies on you taking a certain amount of damage. You cannot rely on specifically taking this damage all the time. So if your opponent is able to put multiple attack point damage on board, relying on 1,000 points of damage is not consistent, and it might put you in a position where you might lose out instantly to your opponent. And lastly, there are likely to be cards, as is shown within the main game, that can negate or destroy pendulum monsters, or to be able to negate their summons. Whilst I don't think those cards are going to be immediately put into the game, I do think over time they will get introduced, especially if people show, some sort of annoyance when facing against pendulum decks. And the final ability I think he'll get is called Make the World Smile. It allows you to activate Smile World when you take 1,500 points of damage, and that card's effect is all face-up monsters on the field gain 100 attack times the number of monsters on your field. The benefits: it can boost your monster's attack points up by 600 at a maximum, assuming you and your opponent have 3 monsters each on your field. It adds to the total amount of damage you could potentially do, and it can overthrow some of your opponent's stronger monsters. The disadvantages: it boosts both sides of the monster's attack, meaning you both get the benefit, you and your opponent. Damage is not added unless your opponent's monsters are in defense mode. So for example, if yours and your opponent's gain attack points, it's not going to matter if they're in defense mode, because you're taking into account their defense position monsters' defense points, not their attack points. So you can boost them up by 2,000 and it wouldn't make a difference. And also it's very restrictive versus equip spells, which typically only benefit yourself, or at least disadvantage your opponent. Examples include Power of the Guardian. Which of these 3 skills would you be interested in seeing? For me personally, I love the Time and Star ability. I think it would actually be very good for them to introduce those, considering they're the first pendulum monsters that Yugioh Sakaki used. I would like least probably the Make the World Smile ability, just because as a skill it's very simplistic, but I'm assuming because it's a starting character and you're just going to be starting off with his effects, that we're not going to get anything overly powerful to begin.
The next card we'll be looking at from Code of the Duelist is Jack Wyvern. This is a level 4 Dark Machine type with 1,800 attack and 0 defense. And its card effect reads: you can banish this card and one face-up machine type monster you control, then target one dark monster in your graveyard, special summon it. You can only use this effect of Jack Wyvern once per turn. This effect is decent, as there are many dark attribute monsters that could be supported by this, and does work with the new Cracking Dragon. The attack stat for this card is very usable, and the effect can be splashed into different decks. But from the top of my head, Barrel Dragon and Blowback Dragon can be supported by this. The weakness of this card is it is very specific to require machine-type monsters, and so you have 2 choices. Either introduce a few machines to meet this condition, or run this card purely for its attack. The other problem is there are cards that summon monsters or any type of attribute from the graveyard without restrictions. Overall, this card is worth picking up, as it can be used in multiple decks, providing you use machines. And though it does result in a -1 if you bring back a decent monster, then the reward can be worth the risk. It is advisable to run 2 of these, as this card won't brick your hand, as it is instantly summonable, even if it's in your starting hand, and you do not have the desired card in your graveyard. I could see this card being valued at around £2 to £3, as it is not a specific archetypal card, and so support in the future is completely random, but someone will find a way to make this card useful. So, guys, what do you think of this card? Can you name any cards that you think will be supported by this? Any cards you think can be summoned from the grave that will benefit from this? kind of effects and surprise your opponent. As the time of recording this video as well, I did think of perhaps you could bring back Grapha, the Dark World monster, but then again, adding machines to what is a Fiend type deck is not the smartest idea. So we have some information about tips on how to play the new Power Code Link structure deck with some basic combos and deck building ideas. Structure deck Power Code Link special feature, as mentioned. A product based on the hero of Yu-Gi-Oh! Variants, Yusaku, when he fights in virtual reality under the alias of Playmaker. The pre-constructed structure deck Power Code Link has appeared on sale as of December 9th, 2017, and it's centered around the Link monsters and Cyverse monsters he uses, intending to teach you the joy of Link summoning. It includes many new cards as well as powerful cards that support Link summoning. Here, let's look at the new cards and the idea of how to play this deck, and then let's go duel, having fun via Link summons. How to use this deck, a playing image on new cards. First, let's check this playing guide, which is an image of the combos based around the new cards. So, Link summon an ace card that concentrates the power of Cyverse monsters. The deck's fundamental strategy is centered around bringing out monsters best used for Link monsters, and then bring out your ace Power Code Talker, who can greatly power itself up. You can use tokens as materials for the Link summons Link monsters in this deck, meaning you can aim to use Dongle Acorn and Phantom Sky Blaster for Link summons. If Traffic Ghost and Land for Linkus are in the extra monster zone, you can activate Packet Link to further expand your monsters, meaning you can Link summon a Power Code Talker and have the monsters needed to tribute to activate its effect. Aim to seize victory by using your strengthened Power Code Talker and the high-level monster Segmental Dragon. Use monster tokens as Link materials. This deck contains many monsters with effects to special summon monster tokens, meaning you can gather 2 or more materials for a Link summon. Packet Link is a trap card which special summons from your hand, deck, or graveyard to a zone your Link monster points to. Power Code Talker, its own effect massively boosts its attack to double, so it'll become 4,600 attack. Negate its effects to return its attack to normal. Segmental Dragon halves its attack when you summon it with its own effect, and if you activate the effect of Power Code Talker to negate that effect, you can have its original attack return, allowing you to attack. I believe its original attack is 2,600. Use the effect of Power Code Talker to suppress your opponent. 3 new Link monsters are included. The Fire Code Talker monster also appears. The Link monsters that time either require 2 monsters or 3 monsters for their Link materials. You can use any monster as material. This includes tokens, meaning you can easily call them out. Now, the first has a powerful effect to negate monster effects and a powerful effect to make its attack enormous. So this is the main boss monster. This is Power Code Talker. A Link 3 Cyverse with 2,300 attack, and it requires 3 monsters. Once per turn, you can target 1 face-up monster on the field. It has its effects negated until the end of this turn. Once per turn during damage calculation, if this card battles an opponent's monster as a quick effect, you contribute 1 monster this card points to. This card's attack becomes double its original attack during that damage calculation only. Any monster can be its materials, Link summon with 3 monsters. So this is Traffic Ghost. It's a Link 3 Cyverse with 1,800 attack, and it has no effects. And the final one is its Link materials are 2 monsters. You can use any monsters as materials, letting you easily call it out. This is Land for Linkus. It's a Link 2 Cyverse monster with 1,200 attack and requires 2 monsters. Traffic Ghost and Land for Linkus are Link monsters without effects. However, you can call them using any monsters as materials. while their link arrows directions allow you to bring out monsters from the extra deck. Also, they're strong at letting you easily send monsters that show their real strength in the graveyard, allowing you to arrange your next combo. New Cyvus monsters appear one after another. Many new Cyvus monsters appear with effects related to bring out more monsters, allowing you to easily link summon. Now, as for the support for link summons, with the effects that special summon tokens, these include Dongle Acorn, which has 0 attack and defense. If this card is special summoned, you can special summon one Dongle token. It's a Cyvus Dark level 1 with 0 attack and 0 defense. You can only use this effect of Dongle Acorn once per turn. Aim to special summon it with cards like 1-for-1 and use its effect to lead into link summons. The next one is by using allies, you can special summon Cyvus monsters from the deck. So this is Garbage Collector. It has 100 attack and 1900 defense, and you can target one other Cyvus monster you control, return it to your hand, and if you do, special summon one Cyvus monster from your deck with the same level as the monster returned to the hand, but with a different name. You can only use this effect of Garbage Collector once per turn. You can special summon a monster with the same level as the monster you use. With the monster you return to your hand, if it's like Cyvus Gadget, whose effect activates when normal summoned, you get another opportunity to use that effect. Next one, special summon it from the hand or graveyard. It leads into link summons. So we have Sea Archiver. If it's got 300 attack and 2100 defense. If a monster is normal or special summoned to a zone a link monster points to, while this card is in your hand or graveyard, except during the damage step, you can special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. You can only use this effect of Sea Archiver once per turn. Regardless of either player's field, when a monster is normal or special summoned to where a link monster points to, you can special summon this card. Next is an effect that activates when it leaves the field, which is strong. It can enable you to draw 2 cards. This is Flame Buffalo. If this face-up card leaves the field, you can discard one Cyvus monster, and if you do, draw 2 cards. You can only use this effect of Flame Buffalo once per turn. If this card is sent to the graveyard when it's used as a link material, you can use its effect to draw. Also, you can activate its effect if it's returned to the hand with the effect of Garbage Collector. Now, we have a card that supports link summons with 2 effects, useful for bringing out monsters. This is Lady Debugger. It has 1700 attack and 1400 defense. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add one level 3 or lower Cyvus monster from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of Lady Debugger once per turn. Its effect that adds allies from the deck to the hand is strong. Choose to add monsters to your hand that can special summon themselves, like Backup Secretary, allowing you to aim for further cards being brought out and link summons. We have normal summons a monster during the battle phase, pursue during a turn, and disrupt your opponent on theirs. So this is Anti-Alien. It has 1900 attack and 600 defense. Once per turn during the battle phase, if this card battled a monster as a quick effect, you can activate this effect. Immediately after this effect resolves, normal summon one Cyvus monster. If this face-up card in its owner's control leaves the field because of an opponent's card effect, draw 1 card. Its first effect can be used during your battle phase, allowing the monster to normal summon it to attack. If it's taken down by an opponent's card effect, you can recover it via its draw effect. Now, we have a level 4 with 2400 attack. Its effect that prevents it from being taken down by monsters in the extra monster zone is strong. This is Storm Cypher with 2400 attack and 0 defense. Cannot attack directly and cannot attack monsters in the extra monster zones. Is unaffected by activated effects of monsters in the extra monster zones, and cannot be destroyed by battle with a monster in the extra monster zone. It cannot deal with monsters other than monsters in the main monster zone, but it's capable of maintaining a frontline with effects that allow it to survive being taken down by monsters in the extra monster zone, along with having its own high attack. Now, the next one is its own attack is the key. It lets disrupt the opponents with effects that sweep away monsters in the main monster zones. So this is Segmental Dragon. It has 2,600 attack and 2,400 defense. You can normal summon or set this card without tributing, but its original attack and defense become halved. Once per turn, if this card was normal summoned or set, as a quick effect, you can destroy this face-up card, and if you do, destroy all monsters in the main monster zones with attack less than or equal to the attack this card had on the field. Its effect that can wipe out monsters in the main monster zone is quite powerful and can even be activated during the opponent's turn, before a monster with higher attack than this card is brought out. Judge the proper timing and disrupt your opponent. A spell and trap card that support Link Summon decks also appears. Will introduce spell and trap cards that support bringing out Cyberse and their Link monsters. So we have Seize the Winds, Storm Access, Seize, and Call Forth an Ace monster, just like from the animated series. So this is Cynet Storm. It is a field spell card. Link monsters on the field gain 500 attack and defense. The Link summon of a Link monster cannot be negated. If you take 2,000 or more damage by battle or card effect, you can shuffle this face down cards in your extra deck and excavate the top card of those cards. And if it is a Cyberse Link monster, you can special summon it, otherwise return it to its original possession. It has 3 powerful effects that support Link summoning. Its third effect allows you to be like the animated series, as long as you have an extra deck full of Cyberse Link monsters. Now we have an intense effect to bring forth monsters of level 2 or lower from all over. This is Packet Lion. It is a normal trap card that says, during the main phase 2, special summon any number of level 2 or lower monsters with different names from your hand, deck, and or graveyard to your zones a Link monster points to. You can only activate 1 Packet Lion Link per turn. If you have Traffic Ghost as the monster in your extra monster zone, you can special summon a maximum total of 3 monsters to the zones it points to. It's incredibly strong since it can call whatever level 2 or lower monsters you desire, not only from your hand, but from the deck and graveyard as well. By special summoning the Dongle Acorn, you can also special summon its token, which increases the Link materials you can use by 1, allowing you to further Link summon. Also, keep your eye on reprinted cards that have been used up to now, as well as vital powerful cards that can continue to see use are reprinted, with cards that have special summon effects that further support Link summons, such as Cyberse Gadget, Grinder Golem, Scapegoat, and 1-for-1, as well as cards that can be used in all sorts of decks, such as Droll and Lockbird, Set Rotation, and so on and so forth. There's many powerful cards inside. Now, what cards will you combine to make your deck? Consider cards that work well. Check the card database for cards that have already been released to find new possibilities, and check the card database for cards already released. What do you think about the advice they are giving? Is there anything in here that you didn't know, and what other tips would you give to players when picking up this structure deck?
So we have some information about Rush Duels. These are the new duels that are going to be proposed within Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s. But how exactly do they work, and what exactly are they? Well, the whole idea is that the Rush Duel is a new concept created by the protagonist, that's Yugioh. He doesn't like the idea of having rules, but rather building his own road forward. Of course, this is a pun of his own name. However, we quickly learn that from April 2020 that the Rush Duels will be introduced as a new product for the OCG and the physical card game. Here is a little bit of a timeline for you. The red area showing the cross-section is where they're going to start introducing the brand new products. This is introduced within the existing 11th product season, with Rise of the Duelist being the first product of the season, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel
is going to be introduced. They haven't named the product as of yet. This is to tie in with the Sevens anime and the introduction of the Master Rules on April 1st. I find this a little bit intriguing, considering that April the 1st is April Fool's Day. Is it possible that they might be adding more information as of then, or is there going to be some sort of trick that Konami's trying to play? We will have to wait and see for that. Now, as for the Rush Duels themselves, they are using specialized cards. These cards are meant to be more easy to understand and to be more attractive. Personally, from my point of view, I don't like them for a couple of reasons. First, if you look at the second card, the blue one, go and do me a favour, watch Bakugan. I can't remember the series. I think it's just after they defeat Emperor Barodius. In the following series, one of the one of the rival teams has a Bakugan that's water attribute, or Aquas. That's the type, and it looks almost identical to it. I don't like the look and style of it either. They both look like something like Duel Masters or some other theme like that. I don't like the levels being as they are. I know they're clearer, but I prefer them being fully shown. I don't understand why the attack and defense stat are being moved up, because there's no reason to. They're perfectly readable on the bottom of the card itself, and I just don't really understand. I can see why they've made it more simple. If you look at some of the pendulum effects, since pendulum monsters are both monsters and pendulum cards, they have two types of effects, and no one is going to know exactly every single card in the game. There are over 10,000 at the moment, and they'll be rapidly increasing more. So even pro players have to read some of these cards, and they can take absolutely ages. I can understand from that point of view having them simplified. However, I don't think they had to take it this far. I mean, this is quite a drastic change for them to make. I've grown up with Yu-Gi-Oh! From like the first packs. I was used to Synchro Monsters because they had some, easy enough to understand how to use them. Exceeds Monsters easy enough. Even Link Monsters, but this is a little bit unusual. As for the second rule, it's called Continuous Summoning. You can summon any number of monsters per turn, depending, of course, of how many cards you have in your hand. If you've got 5 monsters, you could potentially get up to 5 monsters up there. They still keep in mind the tribute summon rule. So that means if you've got a level 6, a level 5 or level 6, you need 1 tribute. That means if you don't have the cards required, you can't go into that monster. Level 7 or higher, it's 2 tributes. So you can be getting out some very powerful monsters. The issue I have with this is it seems like a weird version of pendulum summoning, just mass summoning, and you don't really get punished for it. It's just quite bizarre. Considering all the mechanics that have come into the game, Synchro Monsters I had no problems with, because they relied on having a tuner, which meant you needed certain, some of them required certain types, like the theme type, or certain attributes, or certain archetypes to be able to use them to go into their specific Synchro Monsters. So there are limitations in that. The Exceeds Monsters I had no problems because they need required levels, and sometimes they had to be specific types or attributes as well. Pendulum Monsters, again, probably the most controversial of them, just because the first time they were introduced, there's no punishment for you summoning them. You could summon them. If they got destroyed, you can re-summon them next time, so long as you had scales. When links came into force, that kind of reduced the impact of the pendulum monsters, which was beneficial. Links were relatively easy enough to understand as well. This is very easy to understand. It's just I don't know why they're treating normal summoning the same as special summoning now. Certain decks will have advantages from this, but it's just a strange direction for which they're going through. I suppose in another way, for the last few series, they've always added new mechanics from Synchro Xyz, Pendulum, and Last Links that they thought there were enough extra deck monsters in the game that they didn't feel that in this series they needed to overwhelm people with another brand new mechanic. So they wanted to keep everything a bit purer. Even I've seen articles saying that they're actually planning to look into bringing back cards such as Blue Eyes White Dragon, might be shown in the anime, which is quite good. I'm happy to see some of the original cards, not just constantly going to the new product. And the third part is to do with mass drawing. So each turn you draw until your hand size becomes 5. This is the part I really don't like. I could probably deal with continuous summoning, as, you know, there's ways of stopping this, such as, you know, you've got Drowning Mirror Force, if they direct attack. However, I think there should be some form of punishment for mass summoning. By drawing up to 5 cards per turn, you're not causing any sort of issue, just people just almost like throw out their hand. And in certain decks, for example the Graveyard Heavy ones, this can just be easy monster fodder. But that's just my opinion, whatever you think. I'm more than happy to kind of like discuss it with anyone on the comments. Again, traditional format is always being changed, but it's the direction of travel.
This is Trickstar Lycoris. This is a light level 3 fairy monster with 1600 attack and 1200 defense, and its card effect reads: you can reveal this card in your hand, then target one Trickstar monster you control, except Trickstar Lycoris. Special summon this card, and if you do, return that monster to the hand. Each time a card is added to your opponent's hand, inflict 200 damage to them for each card. This card is the second card mentioned within the Trickstar archetype. For a level 3, it has very good stats and is superior to quite a few level 4 monsters. The benefits of this card are, by switching out another monster, you are able to avoid that card from being destroyed, as this is a quick effect. Sometimes if you think the Trickstar you have on the field is better than this card, by replacing it with this, you are not risking your resources. The other benefit to this card is that any time your opponent draws this, includes their normal draw phase, they take 200 points of damage. The burn damage is guaranteed, and paired with the other Trickstar's effects, can force the opponent to take 2000 or more damage within a turn. Keep in mind though, this is through any form of drawing, an example being many people have draw cards in their deck, whether that's something as generic as Pot of Duality or an archetypal draw effect. This means the opponent will have to be more careful when timing to draw their cards, forcing them to get rid of the other Trickstars on your field, often through the battle phase, and force their draw during their main phase 2, preventing them from playing to their full extent for that turn. This card is a super rare, which is understandable. It is a key component of the deck, and will need to be run at 3 for the moment in the deck, unfortunately. I believe the card price for the likelihood of drawing it is probably £5 per card, unfortunately. We have some more information about a character that has made a number of appearances before, but had yet to have the opportunity to become an actual mainstay character. This is, of course, within the Duel Links mobile app. Well, we can no longer say this, considering this event is to unlock Mokuba Kaiba. And how do you unlock it, I hear you ask? Well, you need to clear 2 bingo sheets from left to right. The first bingo sheet is play 15 duels, and you'll get 30 gems from that. Obtain a card from the card trader 3 times, that's 20,000 gold. Open 5 card packs, you get 40 gems. So you're basically replacing some of the gems you've lost. Use spell cards 5 times, you'll get 50 rare jewels. You can unlock Joey Wheeler his skill of Fields of the Warrior. You have to reach stage 10 of Duel Monsters. You will have done this already, unless you literally started playing the game maybe yesterday. And you'll receive 40 gems.
You must open the deck editor. You don't have to do anything with the editor, you just literally have to open it up. So open and close, and you get 10,000 gold for that. You must beat my Valentine once in Jewel World, and she gives you 2 secret rare jewels. You must summon 20 monster cards, and you will get 40 gems. As for the lines that have been completed, the rewards will be 1 line, a shield, spear trap card, 2 lines, 50 gems, 3 lines, 50 gems, 4 lines, 1 lucky iron axe equipment spell card, 5 lines, 50 gems, 6 lines, the metal morph trap cards, 7 lines, 50 gems, 8 lines, 50 gems, and when you complete the first sheet, you get a quick play spell card, which is Enemy Controller. So we also have a look at his skills that will be made available as well. So you'll start off at level 4 with the Monster Change Evolution. This can be used each time your life points decrease by 1,500. Once per turn, send 1 monster on your side of the field to the graveyard, accept a token to summon 1 random monster from your deck, whose attribute and type are the same, but are 1 level higher than the tributed monster. This can enable you to get a better monster out. However, the problem is it can be very situational, and you would have to run the same type of card, such as dragons, as the classic example, in order to bring out a new card consistently. The next skill is at level 13. This is called Heavy Starter. If your deck has 3 or more level 5 or higher monsters with different names, you will have improved chance of having a level 5 or higher monster in your starting hand. This effect enables you to search for a higher monster, and this can increase your odds of getting a better monster to defeat your opponent. Considering that you can go from as little as level 5, that means you may only need the 1 sacrifice requirement. The last skill is at level 20. This is Draw Sense Light. It can be used each time your life points decrease again by 1,500. And in the draw phase, instead of doing a normal draw, you will draw a random light attribute monster. This can be used to search for something like a Blue Eyes White Dragon. That's probably the best utility of it if you've got an existing field and are probably just waiting on this card. So what do you guys think about this unlockable event? I think it's great. It provides something different and entertaining to complete without being too difficult. As with some characters, you have to dedicate hours in order to unlock them. This also enables you to unlock items with the time to unlock this character. This will motivate more people to do so. And though a couple of the tasks can take a bit longer to achieve, best example being summoning 20 monsters, the rewards that come from them would take you longer to find or pay for without this event.
Send 1 light fairy monster from your deck to the graveyard. Fairy monsters you control gain 100 attack for each fairy monster in your field and graveyard. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target 1 level 4 or lower fairy type monster in your graveyard, special summon it. You can only use this effect of Vingolf's Blessing once per turn. You can only activate 1 Vingolf's Blessing per turn. This is a continuous spell card which is meant to support fairy type monsters just generally, but it requires emphasis on light attribute fairy monsters, so you're looking at the Valkyries would benefit from this, and it aligns very much within what they do. As soon as this card's activated, you then Foolish Burial 1 of your light fairy monsters from your deck to graveyard. That'll make it easy to recover those monsters back onto the field, and hopefully they will then have their own abilities. There are a few monsters within the fairy types that cannot be special summoned and have to be just summoned by either their own card text or summoned normally before they can actually be revived, so keep that in mind. Fairy monsters you control gain 100 attack for each fairy monster in your field and graveyard. This is fantastic for archetypes where fairy-type monsters are particularly weak and build upon having monsters in the graveyard. So in the case of the Valkyrie archetype, that gains kind of small boosts anyway. There is a monster that actually... There's a couple of monsters that gain some sort of boost. The first one is Dritte, which gains 200 attack points for each banished monster your opponent has. So there's that boost, and I believe there is another one which is also within the archetype, but it's pretty small. I think it only has like 800 attack points, and that boosts up your other Valkyrie monsters 200 times the number of banished monsters in your opponent's banish pile, so that's also quite good. The more of these fairy-type monsters you happen to have in the graveyard, the more of these small incremental bonuses actually help to recover and boost those cards up. And if this card happens to be sent to the graveyard, so for example with the previous monster, that could be responded to with this card, you can then bring out a level 4 or lower fairy monster from your graveyard. Only concern with that is that with one of the Valkyrie monsters, I believe it's the one with like 100 attack and 2000 defense, that one only gets its special summon effect when it's special summoned through the effect of a Valkyrie type card. This isn't classified as such, and unless its wording actually changes.
So today we've got some news to do with the Maximum Gold series. This is a basically, for anyone who isn't aware, there's like a printing where it's like a gold rare. They have in the past looked quite tacky. I have a few of them. They're just awful looking cards. But in this one, they were actually promising that they're creating a brand new style of gold, which means that the cards are supposed to look a lot slicker, a lot better, just better design, and more comfortable to use, and it's a card that you would actually want to purchase. Unfortunately, because of the virus, that's probably why the release date has been delayed. This had originally been for release in October the 12th and 13th. So the 12th is like the sneak peek, 13th is for the general launch date and for legal events. This has been pushed back a month, so it's now November 12th for like the sneak peek, and the 13th for the general release dates. I don't see this as a big problem considering it's a month. You know, lots of things get shifted down the line by a month or two, just because they're having to make the product in circumstances where they have to socially distance. They have to kind of remove themselves from having to do too much. And obviously, they want to give it as much hype because they put an investment into this as much as possible.
This is Lumina Twilight Swan Shaman. This is a dark spellcaster monster. It's level 3 with 1000 attack and 1000 defense. And its card effect reads, once per turn, you can banish one Lightsworn monster from your hand or your graveyard, then target one of your banished Lightsworn monsters, except Lumina Twilight Swan Shaman, and special summon it. Once per turn, if your other Lightsworn monster's effect is activated, send the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard. Generally speaking, the stats for this card are fine, considering that its purpose is to summon cards from your banished zone. The ability to use this effect was necessary, as this card helps to make the banished zone act almost like a second graveyard. As you will be getting rid of a lot of monsters using, obviously, the effects of the other Twilight Swans that have been mentioned in the previous videos. At the time of recording, the price of this card is a minimum of £10.90. I would not advise getting this card now, as it is far too expensive. I wouldn't do it if you're looking at just your pocket money, or for some of the older watchers, some of the older players. It's not worth this price. It will go down at some point, you know, people will either lose interest, or simply because this is the first couple of weeks that the packs have been out, that you've got the hype train running around saying this is going to be the next meta, or you have people anticipating various things, especially considering that the link format throws away everything, and completely changes how certain cards work and how summoning works as well. However, since it's a secret rare, it's not surprising the price of it. If you were to consider getting this card, I would consider just purchasing multiple boxes of Code of the Duelist, as this could end up being the cheaper option for you, as well as, you'll be getting other cards in there that you might desire, such as Topologic Bomber Dragon or Firewall Dragon, cards I'll be mentioning later, Mrs. Radiant, some of the useful spells and traps in there as well. So obviously this card is the heart of the Twilight Swarm deck, and is necessary to play at 2 to 3. So if you were to purchase them outright from eBay, this would cost you at least £31.70. Again, since these are the lowest prices of the cards, they'll probably have been snapped up by now. And, you're probably looking at somewhere between £15 to £20 per card, knowing eBay's secondary market, inflation, inflammatory, pricing by unscrupulous card sellers. Well, as always, that's just the nature of the game, isn't it? You just have to wait until the prices go down. So what do you guys think of this card? Would you run it at 2 or 3, or do you think it's not necessary in the deck? Do you consider this to be a archetypal deck that you will build? Will you build it as a pure version or as a chaos version? As always, can you please like the video if you enjoyed the content? Please subscribe. Please comment below. And I'm trying to do more videos, trying to get more videos, higher quality videos. As you've seen, I've just recently added an intro and an outro for the videos. I will have links, obviously, to other videos, older ones that I've made. This is a new channel, so again, I'm still growing, so it'd be great if you were to perhaps consider looking at Patreon. I'm not begging you here for money. It's more just to increase the quality of the content. You can choose to or not. I just say, please just have a look for my sake.
Today we're looking at a new set of cards which is supporting the Injection Fairy Lily. This is a monster that was back in the original series of Yugioh, but now it's going to get brand new support alongside a new artwork for itself. The original card itself is the Injection Fairy Lily. This is a level 3 Earth Attribute Spellcaster effect monster. It has 400 attack and 1500 defense, and the requirement is to pay 2000 life points. The effect, this card gains 3000 attack until the end of the turn. It's always been seen as quite a powerful card because it does receive quite a boost, and actually for the number of life points you lose, it gains more attack than that, making it a 3400 attack monster. The downside of it is that you have to pay 2000 life points in order to use this effect, so it can really only be used several times within a duel, unless you can continually increase your life points. Another downside in terms of this being in the rush duels as opposed to when it's used in the original series is that this only activates during your turn, so when you're battling. The original version allows you to use this cost both during yours and your opponent's turn when your opponent is battling this monster, making this a weaker version. I remember this card actually from a couple of examples. There was in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Pyramids of Light movie, which I've got videos on as well. Please check that out. I'll have those in the description down below and in the comments section. And there was a point where Joey was trying to distract a set of duelists from chasing after Yugi as they wanted the title of the King of Games, and they thought it was like a weak, shrimpy little guy that they could easily beat, and they wanted a shot. Joey Wheeler ended up being against a particular duelist who ended up having this injection fairy lily, and it ends up like having this cutesy moment where it kind of tries to give Joey a booster shot. I think it was in his backside. And there was another example, and this was used by one of the Big Five. I believe it was Lecter, and he was as a Jinzo, but he used Injection Fairy Lily as part of his strategy to get over defeating Seto Kaiba, but he ended up losing at the end. Animal Dr. Lily is a level 3 Earth Attribute Beast Warrior effect monster. It has 400 attack and 1500 defense. The requirement during the turn this card is normal summoned, pay 500 life points. The effect is to choose one Earth monster with 400 attack and 1500 defense in your graveyard and special summon it face up. Then you can choose one face up monster on your field and have it gain 1000 attack until the end of the turn. This is another version of the Injection Fairy Lily, but apparently as a doctor, a vet, as you've got some sort of animal in a cage, and you have her dressing like a vet would. Has the same stat line and same typing, same level as the previous one, but this is a beast warrior, and that's in reference to, caring for animals. The effect lets you revive a Earth attribute monster with 400 attack and 1500 defense. Interesting, that's the same attack and defense as the Injection Fairy Lily. It gets special summoned from the graveyard, and then you can choose a face-up monster on the field, and it gains 1000 attack until the end of the turn. So if you do this with the Injection Fairy Lily, that becomes a 1400 attack monster, then pay another 2000 life points, that gains another 3000 attack points, making it a 4400 attack monster. So you're kind of seeing where the direction of the deck is supporting. It's very much trying to boost your Injection Fairy Lily without having to rely too much on paying life points to get its attack points up. Lily's Injection Needle is a normal spell card, and this is funny. I mean, of course, they had to have reference to the anime and to the movie, and this is pretty much the iconic card. The requirement is if your opponent controls a monster, so that's pretty easy to do. The effect is to choose a Earth attribute monster with 400 attack and 1500 defense in your graveyard and add it to your hand. Then if you activate the effect of Injection Fairy Lily this turn, you can pay 100 life points for the requirement of its effect. That is fantastic. The massive downside of Injection Fairy Lily is having to pay 2000 life points. Not only does this card let you choose an Earth monster with the same set line and add it back to the hand, but provided you activate the effect of Injection Fairy Lily at some point in the turn, it doesn't have to actually be present on the field before you activate this card. You just pay 100 life points to gain the 3000 attack point boost rather than the 2000 life points you would normally. And here we have Fairy's Injection. This is a normal trap card. The requirement is when your opponent draws during the opponent's turn, or your opponent normal summons a monster, the effect is to choose one monster on the field and send it to the graveyard. Then if there is an Earth monster with 400 attack and 1500 defense in your graveyard, you can choose one monster on your opponent's field and destroy it. The requirement on this is when the opponent draws during the opponent's turn, or if your opponent normal summons a monster. Both of those conditions are pretty easy to meet and can be really used before your opponent really does too much of anything. The effect just lets you choose a monster on the field and it gets sent straight to the graveyard, so before anything happens, they lose a powerful monster potentially, and unless they have some sort of effect which is immune to trap cards, this will pretty much apply to any of their monsters. And if you happen to have an Earth monster that has the same stat points, the 400 attack and 1500 defense in the graveyard, you're then able to just choose a monster on the opponent's field and destroy it. Potentially this gets rid of 2 cards your opponent controls, and there isn't too much for your opponent to do about it. They can't really manage what you do. I love this kind of mini archetype around the Injection Fairy Lily, and it's quite useful, but we need quite a few more cards in order for it to become its own standalone deck. I'd say out of all the cards, we've only got the 2 original monsters and we've got a spell and a trap card. I know to some people that would be classified as an archetype, as it does meet the conditions of having at least a monster support, at least a spell support, and at least a trap support, but it's not enough. It has to be splashed within a very specific type of deck. And because all of these affect monsters that have a 400 attack and 1500 defense, I don't think we have too many of those within the Rush Duels itself, and so you're reliant on other things to happen. You're reliant on hopefully Konami bringing out other cards before this archetype can actually see play. I'm excited to see the future of it, but I'm not holding my breath too soon. I'm hoping sometime within the near future, but we'll have to wait and see.
This is Stack Reviver. This is a level 2 Dark Cyburst with 100 attack and 600 defense. And its effect reads, if this card is used as material for a link summon, you can target one other level 4 or lower Cyburst monster in your graveyard that was used as a material for that link summon. Special summon it in defense position. You can only use this effect of Stack Reviver once per duel. This card is a common and so will be easy to find in a box. It does have some utility as it can help to summon additional link monsters when paired with cards that revive from the graveyard, such as Call of the Haunted, or have the ability to special summon more frequently. This card has utility specific to its own type, as it cannot be used to summon back any other monsters except Cyberse types. This means it's very restricted and its stats are such that you can substitute this card for something that is stronger. The greatest risk this card runs is that its effects can be negated, or when trying to go for that initial link monster. Link summon, your opponent identifies this and then stops it, leaving you with a weak monster on your field that can be easily gotten over. Lastly, as though this card is not limited enough, the effect can only be used once per duel, so at best you should be running one to avoid bricking your hand. Overall, this card has no real use outside of a Cyberse deck and will be replaced by a better version in a pack or two later within Vrains. So my recommendations are literally just collect it for collector's sake. It won't be worth much.
Brand new Maximum Monster, which has been introduced within Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s. The Maximum Monsters are a series of monsters that happen to have a middle form and a left and a right form. They all have the same name, except one has that name with an L, one has the name without anything, and one has the name with an R to them. They are incredibly powerful monsters and actually can fuse their abilities together. And this one is apparently called Great Imperial Dino Carriage Dynar Mix. Apparently, according to this is the first one of the Maximum Monsters that is mass-produced and isn't attached to any specific character, so that's actually quite decent. The first one, the L version, is a level 4 Earth Attribute Dinosaur type Maximum Effect monster with 1300 attack and 0 defense. The requirement is needs to be in maximum mode, and the continuous effect is this card cannot be destroyed by battle with monsters that are level 7 or lower. The actual Maximum Monster itself is a level 10 Earth Attribute Dinosaur type Maximum Effect monster, and the maximum attack is 3400, its regular attack is 1900, and the defense is 0. You can maximum summon this together with Great Imperial Dino Carriage Dynamax L and R. The requirement is maximum mode. You can activate if your opponent does not control a face-up monster, must be level 9 or higher, by sending one monster from your hand to the graveyard, and the effect is to choose up to 2 monsters your opponent controls and destroy them. And the R version is a level 4 Earth Attribute Dinosaur type Maximum Effect monster. Its attack is 1300 with a defense stat of 0. The requirement is also maximum mode. The continuous effect is this card cannot be destroyed by the effect of your opponent's trap cards. So the whole way of how the Maximum Monsters work is the middle version gains the effects of the other two. So to be able to be protected from destruction from level 7 or lower monsters, it's very much like a satellite cannon effect. I think that's a mirror of that effect. It's the same. The secondary ability, which is its own version, is actually also quite decent, because this means if your opponent doesn't have any maximum monsters, you're then able to just choose up to 2 monsters your opponent controls and just destroy them. I compare this a little bit to like Icarus Attack, but it's very specific to your opponent having monsters rather than their spell or trap zone. And it's only by sending a monster from the hand to the graveyard, so it's a very easy cost. And the last effect, to be protected from the destruction effects of trap cards, it's very much inbuilt into most of the Maximum Monsters. There might be one exception that I can't be thinking of at the moment, but this tends to be inbuilt within all of them, and it's a very generic effect. It's quite useful for the time being, but as the game progresses and Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duels gets a bit further on, we should be able to get some spell trap or trap support, or even monster effects that are able to shut this type of effect down, and then to be able to destroy this card. Generally speaking, I do like the design of the card. I think it's an amazing combination of cards. And actually, as a fan of dinosaur-type monsters, I know they don't tend to get that much support. Last support was like the massive one within the usual Yu-Gi-Oh series, but we don't really have that much in the Rush Jaws, means actually they might be getting a little bit more attention and possibly some more support in the future. What do you guys think of these cards? Is this something you consider running? Do you think of any cards that combine well with this? Or do you think this is something they're just trying to splash out within any actual deck?
Secretary. It is a light Cyberse type level 3 with 1200 attack and 800 defense, and its effect reads: if you control a Cyberse monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. You can only special summon backup Secretary once per turn this way. This card is a common, therefore you will find it easily to find. It really does nothing to benefit the archetype outside of creating a link monster or a rank 3 Exceeds monster. The hard once per turn restriction on this card makes it very limited. Light monsters have greater abilities than this and would support and replace this card. Even thinking to a card like Daybreaker that has a decent 1700 attack and can summon multiple versions of itself. Unfortunately for this card, there will be much greater cyber support in the future. I feel this card will be forgotten about and will probably be mentioned somewhere within the next 3 or so years as one of the most forgotten Cyberse cards by higher ranking YouTubers. The only good thing about the card, I feel, is the design and the background, which is very cybernetic. Overall, you will likely pick up multiple copies of this. If you're opening up a box, my advice, sell it for about 38 pence. You'll get your money back on this card, or alternatively, just keep it in your collection. Chances are this card might coincidentally support a specific Cyberse archetype that they bring in the future, like Daybreaker was used to support photons. So that's unfortunately just the way Backup Secretary is looking at the moment. Hopefully they will have a Cyberse archetype specific that finds that this card works. I don't know, loads of rank 3 Cyberse monsters or loads of various link monsters that require Cyberse types. Maybe then it might become more useful. So what do you guys think? Do you think this card has a place within the Cyberse monsters, or do you think Yusaku is just going to get much greater monsters? This will be outclassed in no time. It probably is already outclassed already, and this is the first set.
We have a brand new card, along with some reprints. Now, it doesn't mention where in the article you can find these cards or where it will be released, but this is still some new information nonetheless. Now, the brand new card is to be called Storm Cypher. This is a level 4 Dark Cyberse monster with 2400 attack and 0 defense, and its effect is 1. This card cannot attack directly and cannot attack monsters your opponent controls in an extra monster zone. 2. This card is unaffected by the activated effects of monsters in the extra monster zone, and it cannot be destroyed by battle with monsters your opponent controls in an extra monster zone. This card is an attempt to combat the nature of extra deck monsters, but with enough restriction to not make it an extra deck destroyer, and frankly it's far too low leveled to manage that in the first place. The attack stat is good. You can compare this maybe as like a Link version of something like Xyz Slayer. That is in part for show. Sometimes Konami releases cards that may not do much, but are there to warn your opponent not to attack recklessly. And another example of this is something like Rare Metal Dragon, which is a Dark Dragon level 4 with 2400 attack and 1200 defense. Now, that seems like far too strong for a level 4 monster. Well, you would normally be quite correct about it. Outside of the fact it cannot be normal summoned or set, it must rely on something forcing its own special summon. The first effect to not attack directly is a large disadvantage. However, there are support cards that provide that same disadvantage, so in that case, it would be worth running or adding those cards to this especially if they are attack increasing cards, and the prevention of acting against extra monster zone is to prevent it from being too strong. As for the second effect, this works as some form of balance, as whilst it cannot act as a threat to the extra monster zone, it in turn cannot be dealt with by their effects, nor by their attack stat through battles. The main downside of this, which you notice I have yet to mention, is it only works against the extra monster zone, rather than extra deck monsters themselves. So your opponent could just bring out a link monster, go for an extra deck monster, and place it into a main monster zone, therefore being able to run over this card. This is best described as a one-turn stalling card. As for the reprints, these include Traptrix Trap Hole Nightmare. This is a normal trap card that says, when a monster that was special summoned at this turn activates its effect on your opponent's side of the field, negate that effect, and if you do, destroy that card. This is useful against extra deck monsters, as most players are not patient. If they can activate an effect that turn, they will only walk into this trap. This card was first released in Judgment of the Light as a super rare on the 8th of August 2013, and its final release was as a common in the Master of Pendulum structure deck on the 3rd of December 2015. So being 2 years old deserved a reprint. The next card is Goblinberg. This is an Earth Warrior level 4 with 1400 attack and 0 defense, and its effect is, when this card is normal summoned, you can special summon one level 4 or lower monster from your hand. Also, after that, change this card to defense position. This card is used to go into rank 4 monsters or into a link 2 link monster. It was first released as a common in Generation Force on the 6th of August 2011 and last as a common in the Master of Pendulum structure deck as a common on the 3rd of December 2015. It did not need the reprint as it has had multiple reprints. The next card is Safe Zone. This is a continuous trap card that says, activate this card by targeting one face-up attack position monster on the field. That face-up monster cannot be targeted or destroyed by your opponent's card effects or be destroyed by battle. It cannot attack your opponent directly. When this card leaves the field, destroy that monster. When that monster leaves the field, destroy this card. This card was used within Beetle Lock to protect itself, and this card that has not seen play in some time, as this card could be easily returned to the hand to destroy that monster. This came out as a super rare in Extreme Victory on the 30th of April 2011, and as a common in Astral Pack 8 on the 23rd of October 2015, so therefore it needed the reprint. The next card is 1 for 1. This is a normal spell card that says, send one monster from your deck to the graveyard, special summon one level 1 monster from your deck or hand. This card is used within many synchro decks. It was first released in Raging Battle as a rare on the 2nd of May 2009, and lastly as a common in the Pendulum Domination structure deck on the 19th of January 2017. This has had a total of 9 forms of printing. The next card is Call of the Haunted. This is a continuous trap card that says, activate this card by targeting one monster in your graveyard, special summon that target in attack position. When this card leaves the field, destroy that target. When that target is destroyed, destroy this card. This is a revival card that sees much less play now, as there are better incarnations that came out. This first came out in Dark Beginning 1 as a super rare on the 12th of October 2004, and as a final release was as a common in the starter deck Link Strike on the 20th of July 2017, having multiple reprints. The next card is Nightbeam. This is a normal spell card that says, target one set spell or trap card your opponent controls, destroy that target. Your opponent cannot activate the targeted card in response to this card's activation. This card is good for instant removal, as your opponent cannot use the card. This was first released in Galactic Overlord as an ultra rare on the 28th of April 2012, and its last release was as a common in the Synchron Extreme Structure Deck on the 27th of August 2015. This was a couple of years ago, so it required the reprint. The next card is Blazing Mirror Force. This is a normal trap card that says, when an opponent's monster declares an attack, destroy as many attack position monsters your opponent controls as possible, and if you do, take damage equal to half the combined original attack of those destroyed monsters. Then inflict damage to your opponent equal to the damage you took. This card can cause a lot of monster destruction, alongside forcing both you and your opponent's life points closer to 0. This came out as a secret rare in Dimension of Chaos on the 5th of November 2015, and as a gold rare in the Premium Gold Infinite Gold on the 18th of March 2016, so it needed the reprint. The final card is Scapegoat. This is a quick play spell card that says special summon 4 sheet tokens. These are Beast Earth attribute level 1s with 0 attack and 0 defense in defense position. They cannot be tributed for a tribute summon. You cannot summon other monsters the turn you activate this card, but you can normal set. This card has become a staple for many players to use in combination with their Link summons. It was first released in Tournament Pack 5 as a rare on the 1st of November 2005, and finally in the OTS Tournament Pack 5 as a common on the 3rd of August 2017. So it has had many reprints, so it has not needed any more. What do you think of the new card? Is it something you will make use of, or is it far too specific to be useful? And which of the reprints did you like from this list?
Today we're looking at a brand new Maximum monster that's also supporting Yugioh. He already has one as a main version, but actually this secondary one might actually be a little bit more powerful. It's called Super Magiflag Ship Magnum Overroad. So you've got the L version, you've got the Maximum monster in the middle, and you've got the right version. The L version is a level 4 Dark Attribute Machine Maximum Effect monster with 800 attack and 0 defense. The requirement is the Maximum mode to shuffle one monster from your graveyard into the deck. The effect is to choose one monster in your graveyard and inflict damage to your opponent equal to the chosen monster's level times 100. Then if you inflict damage to your opponent with this effect, you can add that monster to your hand. The Maximum monster itself is a level 10 Dark Attribute Machine type Maximum Effect monster, which has 3500 attack as its maximum attack and potentially 1900 attack if summoned in a different way. The defense is 0, and you can maximum summon this card together with the L and the R versions. The requirement is in maximum mode to send this face-up card you control to the graveyard, and the effect is to special summon up to 2 monsters from your hand. Then you can choose and destroy one spell or trap card your opponent controls. And the R version is a level 3 Dark Attribute Machine type Maximum Effect monster with 500 attack and 0 defense. The requirement is to maximum summon is to send the top 2 cards of your deck to the graveyard. The effect, this card loses 1000 attack until the end of this turn. This turn, this card cannot attack directly, but it can attack all opponent's monsters once each, and it can inflict piercing battle damage. So my assessment of this card is it's a little bit underwhelming in comparison to some of the other Maximum monsters, simply for a few reasons. The L version, okay, it's able to do some burn damage, and then you're also able to recover a monster. That's fine, but I would have preferred if it had been based on either its attack or its defense stat, whichever was higher. That way you could have inflicted a bit more. Based on whatever you're really choosing, say it's a level 8, that's me being generous here. That's up to 800 life points of damage, but then you've got a level 8 monster stuck in your hand that you might not be able to do anything with. Whereas if you choose a level 4 or below monster, you're able to do very small amounts of damage, but something that you're probably going to be able to summon a lot easier. The effect of the Maximum monster itself is the one that I find really shocking, because it requires it to be sent basically to the graveyard to actually use its effect, which you really don't want to be using with the heavy investment of these 3 monsters. It does allow you to special summon up to 2 monsters from your hand, and then be able to rip away one spell or trap card your opponent has. But this is a very desperate strategy. It might be useful if you've already lost one of the other pieces, or maybe two of the other pieces of your maximum monster, because that way you really have this card as a 1900 attack monster, and at least that way you're getting more field presence, replacing the other two cards, as well as ripping one of your opponent's cards, which I think is more of a way of saving yourself rather than actually going on the offensive. The final monster, which is the right version, sacrifices 1000 attack points, so that would make it a 2500 attack monster, with the ability to attack all of your opponent's monsters and inflict piercing battle damage. That's okay if your opponent is running a very defensive style of deck, because that actually might total enough damage to deplete your opponent's life points. But it also risks actually weakening your condition if your opponent happens to have something that's of similar attack to this stat reduction, and they happen to have anything that boosts their own monster's attack points. You could end up walking into a trap which actually destroys your own monster through that battle. Or actually, the maximum monster is a bit more unusual because there's only one or two examples that don't grant the maximum monster a trap card destruction immunity. This is one of those examples, and I don't necessarily think for what the trade-off of the other effects that this is necessarily good enough. What do you guys think of these three cards? Is this something you consider using? Do you think this is actually stronger than Yugioh's other maximum monster? I will leave that in the link below so you can actually check out that video as well. If you have any comments, please leave those down below. Do you like the card, or do you think it's particularly too weak?
So we've got a brand new card, which is supposed to be one of the final cards for Merrick within the collection pack 2020. And it's apparently it was originally one of Merrick's spells, but is now a normal trap card. This is Dark Spell Regeneration. The first effect is when an opponent's monster declares an attack, you can target one spell in your opponent's graveyard and set it to your field. The second effect is you can banish this card from your graveyard, then send to the graveyard one Monster Reborn that is in your hand or face down on your field. Special summon one the Winged Dragon of Ra from your graveyard, ignoring the summoning conditions, but send it to the graveyard during the end phase. Then you can send one monster your opponent controls to the graveyard. The first effect lets you use one of your opponent's spell cards, of course, depending on what type of deck they're running. If they're running archetype-specific cards, this might not be so good. If they're running generic spell cards, it's not going to be that much of a problem, and you might get a lot more use out of it than your opponent does. Anything you can kind of take and use of your opponent's is always a good idea. The second effect, it lets you basically get rid of your Monster Reborn to bring out a Winged Dragon of Ra. The good thing is that, you know, if you bring out, you're able to get rid of one of your opponent's monsters, but the problem is the Winged Dragon of Ra is not going to have any attack points attached to it. I think there are interactions that you can have the card gain attack points. And I don't know whether it's just the pure version of the Winged Dragon of Ra you can bring this out, or whether any of the others can be used, such as Spear Mode or the Immortal Phoenix. If that's the case, then that makes this card incredibly powerful. If not, it's just kind of a way of dealing with other cards. I do like the effect of sending a monster your opponent controls to the graveyard, because by sending it, it's not destroyed, it's not put in a position where it can kind of trigger another effect, and it can't usually be negated. That's quite viable. There is some information to say that the ending theme song for Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains is to be changed soon, the original being called Believe in Magic. It states now that in November, Believe in Magic will be retired and will be replaced with Writing Life, a song by the band Goodbye Holiday. Fukuyama-san of the new band has said, "I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! As a teenager. I never thought I'd be in charge of this ending song. The song's written to my teenage self. It's about reaching out to become someone's friend." It mentions as a side note, Goodbye Holiday is a J-pop/rock band that has been around since 2008. So what do you think about the change of ending themes? Did you like the original and would have preferred for them to remain with that? Or are you looking forward to a fresh and new ending song? We have some important information about a text change to scars caused by the World Legacy. This is the Jack Knight field spell, and it makes its third effect much more difficult to achieve. This is a field spell card with the following effects. One, Jack Knight monsters gain 300 attack and defense. This is a very standard boost seen within most field spells. 2, once per turn you can discard one Jack Knight monster or World Legacy card to draw one card. This then helps to stop you from having a bricked hand, and they can access each other through the graveyard. The final effect, which was to me a very strong effect until they've changed it, is you can banish 8 different Jack Knight monsters from your graveyard and or face up on your side of the field. Send all cards in your opponent's hand and in their extra deck to the graveyard. This is a very powerful effect. Getting rid of your opponent's entire hand makes it difficult to come back from, and even if they do, removing all extra deck monsters makes it impossible for them to come back. At the moment, there are only 6 of these, 7 if you include the Link monster, but some have searching effects such as Blue Sky, who can search for 3 cards, Flickering Flame that summons a Jack Knight from the hand, and Purple Dusk that searches from the graveyard. Now, as for the text change itself, it used to say 6 Jack Knights. Currently within the game, there are 8 now. This would mean that you could find other ways to send the Jack Knights to the graveyard in order to abuse this effect, to get rid of your opponent's entire hand and extra deck. But it seems that was far too good to be true. Now it clarifies to be 8 Jack Knights, and I know what you're going to ask, but Peter, how can you do this if there are only 7 Jack Knights? Well, the fact is, and I mentioned why it's actually 8 Jack Knights, is the Link monster is classified as the 8th Jack Knight. It's Jack Knight of the World Scars, which requires 3 Jack Knight monsters in order to summon. This is problematic as it slows down the effect of the field spell, and typically by the time you use this effect, the chances are you will have already got the advantage within the match. I am disappointed the Jack Knights are my favourite archetype going forward, and since this has been stifled, I will still be using it, but I'm going to have to figure out some way of getting the Link monster out faster. So, what do you guys think about the text change? Are you a budding Jack Knight player who is disappointed by this? Do you think this makes the field spell more balanced, as you are forced to use all the Jack Knights? Or are they completely untenable?
Wheel Synchron is a light attribute machine type tuner effect monster. It's a level 5 with 800 attack and 1000 defense. If this card you control is used as synchro material, you can treat it as a non-tuner monster. You can only use each of the following effects of Wheel Synchron once per turn. During your main phase, you can immediately after this effect resolves normal summon one level 4 or lower monster. Also, you cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck for the rest of this turn, except synchro monsters. You can banish this card from your graveyard, then target one synchro monster you control, reduce its level by up to 4. The main benefits of this card are, as soon as it's summoned, you can use it as either a tuner or a non-tuner, so depending on what you actually have on your field, you're able to instantly synchro summon using it. You also have to consider, as soon as this card is normal summoned and used as part of this effect, that you're then able to just normal summon a level 4 or lower monster, which means you can go into an instant synchro monster. Also, the benefit is you're able to take a synchro monster you control and reduce its level by up to 4, so you can choose 1, 2, 3 or 4 as its level reduction manipulation. This is useful for when you're trying to go into some of your most powerful synchro monsters like Shooting Quasar Dragon, as they often require a synchro monster plus a synchro tuner in order to bring them out.
Courtesy of Extreme Force, and provides more support towards the World Legacy monsters. This is the 3rd World Legacy monster, and we have already seen it within an image on the Jack Knight's field spell. Anyway, this is World Legacy World Shield. It is a level 6 Dark Machine with 0 attack and 3000 defense, and its effects are: you can only use this card's third effect once per turn. First effect is this card in a monster zone is unaffected by the activated effects of monsters special summoned from the extra deck. Its second effect is World Legacy cards you control in the same column as this card can neither be targeted nor destroyed by your opponent's card effects. Its third effect is if this card is in your graveyard, during the standby phase, you can pay 1000 life points, special summon this card from the graveyard. Then your opponent can special summon one monster from their hand or graveyard. The first effect makes this unaffected by extra deck monsters that your opponent controls. This is an amazing ability, as the variety of cards within the extra deck often, as they keep growing, often it means that monsters that do have things such as destruction protection will often be made to be gone by effects such as Castell. But now, since this is a bulky defensive card, it cannot be gotten rid of unless they have a higher attack monster. If you were to pair this effect with card protection such as Safe Zone, you could make this an unbeatable defensive wall. This is quite an unusual effect. Overall, most cards now provide protection, usually against back row, but with the massive shift towards monster effects, which can occur much faster, this can shut down certain decks. The second effect enables you to protect a World Legacy back row. This may not seem like much of an effect, but can help to protect your Jack Knights from trap effects through the card through key to the World Legacy. Recover 5 World Legacy cards that have been displaced between the banish pile, the hand and graveyard or field to the deck to draw 2 cards. This acts like a better Pot of Avarice through the trap card Trap Crawling on World Legacy, and to banish a World Legacy to bring 2 monsters from your graveyard and special summon them through the normal trap card World Legacy Landmark. This effect is good as these cards have decent effects. However, with the limits of there only being 3 cards currently to abuse with this effect, I'm sure later down sometime in the future it will become much stronger when more support is added. The final ability to revive this card is good as it is defensive. However, you have to pay 1000 life points and enable your opponent to special summon a monster. So to use this effect, you must be sure your opponent does not have anything that could be of any immediate threat to you. Overall, this card is very versatile and can be splashed into either pure World Chalice World Legacy decks or through their incarnations, such as the Jack Knights, as it provides protection for both itself and your back row cards, and the revival will keep you protected for a few turns. So, what do you guys think of this card? Is it strong enough to be used? What weaknesses can you see in this card? And is there enough cards for its second effect to still make it semi-viable?
With that done, I'm now gonna summon another monster simply by removing one that I already have from play. So now your Midgard, make way for Different Dimension Sprite! Different Dimension Sprite, now rise and tune with Life Guard!
Hey guys, what's up? Today we'll be looking at a new an old card that is going to be reprinted. This is DD Sprite. It's a fairy that was a tuna monster used in the duel against Team Ragnarok. It was used to remove one of those Nordic Beast cards from Yusei's field, and then he went into Formula Synchron. This hasn't been reprinted in Japan since Storm of Ragnarok was originally printed, which is more or less around 7 years ago. Its effect, you can special summon this card from your hand by removing from play one face-up monster you control, and if you do, return the remove from play monster to the field during the next standby phase. This can be quite useful, as since this is a special summon, you can bring out another monster to go into a synchro monster. Not only that, but it protects a monster that you remove from play for that turn, as it's simply coming back to your field the next turn. It has a great utility, it's a light monster, and I'm looking forward to it being reprinted. I can imagine, since it hasn't been reprinted since the original set it was released, it might be sought after, because anything that generally special summons, especially considering it's a tuner, means it's going to be very useful. So what do you guys think of this card? Do you like its effect? Do you think it's going to be any use in the link format? Do you think it's about time that it's got a reprint? And since it's being reprinted in Japan, the likelihood is at some stage it will get reprinted in the TCG as well. So when do you think this is going to be?
We have a new flip campaign which is tied to the PC version being released. This is focused on Chaolen the Prophet. This is a fire spellcaster level 4 with 1800 attack and 200 defense. And its effect is, once per turn you can declare either spell or trap, then target one set card in your opponent's spell and trap card zone, look at that target, and if it is the declared card type, that card cannot be activated this turn. This card can help to stun your opponent from activating the card. However, there is already a better version of this card called Sergeant Electro, which guarantees the card to be stopped for the turn, rather than having you risk whether it's a spell or a trap card. This was made available as of the 23rd of November to the 30th. The event, as always, provides extra gold, gems, jewel orbs, and will provide 10 additional jewel orbs, and is supposed to be tied to the event jewels, which provide you with an extra 1,000 points. What do you think of this card? Will it have a place in your deck? Or is it a slightly more offensive version of an existing card called Sergeant Electro?
Signs of the Ticina is a continuous trap card. Its effect is activate this card by targeting one face-up monster on the field. Special on this card as an effect monster is an Aqua type light attribute level 10 with 0 attack and defense. With the following effect, this card is also still a trap. During your opponent's turn, when that target leaves the field, destroy this card. During your opponent's turn, when this card leaves the field, destroy that target. So it seems to be a mutual type of destruction type of effect, but I think it's a bit weak in order to really rely on a card such as that.
This is the third video about a new GX boss monster. This is the support for Jesse Anderson and his Crystal Beast cards. They, like the previous two, have been struggling, despite out of the three archetypes being the most recent, not so much in terms of support, but rather in terms of that the other two were released in the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, whilst the Crystal Beasts were introduced in the third season. So, by definition, you would think Konami would have developed their thinking so that the monster's effects would at least be decent. Anyway, the new card is called Ultimate Crystal God Rainbow Overdragon, or as it's probably likely to be called, just Rainbow Overdragon. It is a level 12 Light Dragon fusion with 4,000 attack and 0 defense. It requires 7 Crystal Beast monsters. Its effect is must be special summoned by fusion summon or the following method, and cannot be special summoned by other ways. You can special summon this card from the extra deck by attributing a level 10 Ultimate Crystal God monster you control. You do not use Polarization. Its first effect is, once per turn, you can banish one Crystal Beast monster in your graveyard. This card gains attack equal to the banished monster's attack until the end of this turn. Second effect is a quick effect. You contribute this fusion summoned card, return all cards on the field to the deck. To start off with, there is a small disclaimer saying that the Ultimate Crystal God part of this card may seem confusing at first. In fact, both Rainbow Dragon and Rainbow Dark Dragon are considered ultimate crystal god monsters. That part of the name was dropped in the TCG versions of these cards. Certain cards actually ask for ultimate crystal god cards in the OCG versions of their texts, such as Rainbow Gravity, but that was worked around by specifying the only two at the time, the only two ultimate crystal god monsters that existed. You should note that Malefic Rainbow Dragon omits the ultimate crystal god part from the name, meaning it is not part of this theme, unlike the other two Rainbow Dragons. The summoning requirements for this card are a bit of an annoyance to pull off though. The original Rainbow Dragon can benefit from being summoned from both the field and their spell and trap card zone.
I summon the all-powerful Rainbow Dragon!
When the crystal beasts have been destroyed, and so in turn enables this card to benefit and piggyback off that effect. But the issue is the crystal beasts are limited to 7 of them and have not had any other forms. Also, since their stats are common and easy to get over, with the highest being a level 4 monster, means keeping them on the field can be tricky at best. The field spell helps to mitigate this issue by permitting your crystal beasts to move between the field and the spell and trap card zone, provided you can get all 5 in the back row. As for its effects, the first to gain the attack of a crystal beast by banishing it from play is counter to what the archetype hopes to achieve. The strongest crystal beast out there currently is Crystal Beast Sapphire Pegasus.
You want to see a monster? Well, here's my Crystal Beast Sapphire Pegasus!
Which has 1,800 attack. That would make this card 5,800 attack. Not bad, but compare this to the original Rainbow Dragon, who has the ability to send all Crystal Beasts to the graveyard to gain 1,000 attack for each one. This means it can become over 10,000 attack.
And now I activate his special ability! You see, my Rainbow Dragon can absorb every Crystal Beast on the field, and for each beast it absorbs, it gains 1,000 more attack points! Go Rainbow Overdrive!
And can work during either player's turn. Even considering the differences by a limited number, it would only take 2 Crystal Beasts to make Rainbow Dragon stronger than this newer version. The act of banishing a card is also a problem one. One of the ways that Crystal Beasts like to win is from a card called Crystal Abundance. This is a normal spell card that says send 4 Crystal Beast cards from your spell and trap card zone to the graveyard, send all cards on the field to the graveyard, then special summon as many Crystal Beast monsters as possible from your graveyard, up to the number of cards your opponent controlled that was sent to the graveyard by this card's effect. This revives only from the graveyard, and so in removing them you can no longer benefit from this effect. It is also against the nature of a number of different cards, including the field spell. As for the second effect, this requires you to tribute this card. This right off the bat is bad, because of the amount of resources needed to bring it out in the first place. As for the return all cards on the field to the deck, it can be easily negated or worked around, and now people don't necessarily go all in, meaning that this effect could do minimal damage. Also, people have cards that recover resources quickly, and so even if this effect is able to resolve, it may not do the damage you expect it to. This card again is a worst effect of the original Rainbow Dragon, as rather than attributing itself, it would banish all your Crystal Beasts from your graveyard. The chances are, when you would have Rainbow Dragon out on the field, you will likely win the duel, and so you wouldn't need to keep the Crystal Beasts in your graveyard in case of anything happening. In contrast, the new version provides you with no winning card on the field. So at best, this will reset part of the duel and leave both players with absolutely nothing. Overall, I see this as the worst out of the 3 GX series cards because it is so much worse than the original card. At least the others in some way support their archetype, with Megaton replacing itself and Armed Dragon Catapult Cannon banishing everything. I think, however, that it can be saved, providing that more Crystal Beast monsters are made. I know they are based off some historical event, from where only 7 jewels were lost from a boat. It's obviously ancient Rome. It's a story to do with Julius Caesar. That's as far as I remember from the anime. I believe it was explained if you wanted to look at episode 106 or 107. This is where Jesse faces Jaden, and I believe it's Chaz who explains the history of the Crystal Beast cards. But at the very least, they should create stronger alternatives of these cards. Maybe, a level up higher, much the same as what they have done with the original 6 Samurai. I consider this to be the only means of them becoming good in the future. So, what do you guys think about this card? Is it a good addition to the Crystal Beasts? Is it missing something? Or did they need simply other Crystal Beasts to make this card at all viable? We have some more information about merchandise coming from the OCG that will be featured within the Jump Festa 2018 event. These include a Jaden Yuki figure, which is announced to have pre-orders beginning from November 2017. Now, the reservation period is January 18th, 2017. Up to that time, the figure itself will cost 12,960 yen, or are around £87.50. This is a very expensive figure. I hope it does more, or is at least more intricate than a standard model. The size will be 23.5 centimeters and is meant to be a 1/7 scale figure. It will come alongside a winged Karibo and is also stated to come with heterochromatic eyes. Displaying Jaden using the power of Yubel after his fusion with her at the end of Season 3. You see this in the Japanese version where they have their last half term and Jaden uses those powers to have those weird looking eyes. This reminds me to an extent of the Seto Kaiba figure. It is supposed to be expected to be released between August and September 2018. There will also be a dual disc Playmaker version, rubber key holder, and a rubber strap with a cost of 600 yen, or £4.05, and a Playmaker tapestry, which is 4,200 yen, or roughly £28.35. There will also be a Yami Yugi and Seto Kaiba tapestry, which is 2,500 yen or £16.88. And lastly, there are to be 2 different clear file folders. These will cost 1,000 yen each, or roughly £6.75, as well as pins of Karibo, Winged Karibo, and one of the scapegoats, each costing 1,000 yen. Are you interested in any of the merchandise here? Is the Jane figure far too expensive, or are you hoping they will provide a couple of more extras to encourage you to buy it? The confirmed printing of the errated Grand Soil The Elemental Lords. It will be coming out in Tournament Pack 2018, Volume 1. in January 2018 to get the new once per turn effect. As you're all aware of what this card basically does, you have to have exactly 5 Earth monsters in your graveyard, and it can't be special summoned by other ways. You summon it to the field, and its effect is you can revive a monster from either your or your opponent's graveyard. So in effect, it acts like a walking monster reborn. It in itself has quite extensive attack and defense stats, and if it used to be able to be looped with certain cards, which could return it to the hand, resummon it, and use this a number of times in order to get, to perhaps steal some of your opponent's monsters, go into Xyz monsters or now Link monsters, and be generally very abusable. Now, with the once per turn effect, it's a hard once per turn. It means once you've activated it, you better choose what you want. You better have a powerful card or one that you can easily Xyz with and use it immediately. It basically is a means of trying to weaken it without making it completely ineffective. What do you think of this change, and do you believe they should have made this card more accessible, considering the tournament packs are limited to sanctioned events? Today we have some information about brand new monsters being introduced to the GX era series of cards. You have, as I have already covered, Armed Dragon Catapult Cannon, which is obviously Chaz Princeton's monster. Well, we have 2 more cards. One is to support the Ancient Gears. This is for Dr. Velian Crowler, and the other for Jesse Anderson and his Crystal Beasts. I will probably cover these 2 in 2 separate videos, as I hope, like the other, to add some more information about potential strategies and problems with these cards, along with any summoning, within the anime. I did a few clips with the other one. By the way, just a hint, guys, if you guys like the little clips that I added, just leave a comment in the comment section, just so I know kind of where I'm going with this and whether you're actually enjoying the content. But back to the video. So we will have a look at the new Ancient Gear today. This is Megaton Ancient Gear Golem. Wait, did someone just say Megaton? What, are you calling him fat? He's just big-boned. Or just savaged a few smaller Ancient Gears to act like armour. Aside from that, this is a level 9 Earth Machine fusion with 3,300 attack and 3,300 defense, and it requires 3 Ancient Gear monsters. Its first effect is, if this card attacks your opponent, cannot activate spell or trap cards until the end of the damage step. The second effect is, if this card was fusion summoned using 2 or more Ancient Gear Golem and or Ancient Gear Golem Ultimate Pound, the alternative card, this card can make a number of attacks per battle phase equal to the number of those monsters used. The third effect is, if this face-up fusion summoned card leaves the field by an opponent's card effect, you can special summon 1 Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem from your extra deck, ignoring its summoning conditions. So, let's break this down, this card effects down. The first, preventing your opponent from activating their back row. It's the standard effect within the Ancient Gears. You will see this effect set within monsters ranging anywhere from Ancient Gear Golem, Ancient Gear Soldier,
Ancient Gear Soldier!
to Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem. The exceptions to the rule tend to be the smaller monsters, including Ancient Gear Box and Ancient Gear itself. The second effect enables it to gain a bonus effect for the trouble of using Ancient Gear Golem to provide it with up to an additional 3 attacks. This can be quite devastating, as your opponent will not be able to respond to the attacks within anything outside of monster effects, and even this can be shut down when paired with Chaos Ancient Gear Jump. This will result, if used properly, with as much typically as 6,600 damage providing you are attacking a defense position monster. The downside of this effect is that it does, this will result if used properly with as much, typically as 6,600 damage, provided you are attacking an attack position monster. The downside of this effect is that it does not have that staple ability that you'll find with the Ancient Gear Golem to inflict piercing battle damage. But I suppose in another way, if I could do this as well, then that would make this... If it could do this as well, that would make it too powerful. As for the final effect, it is removed by an... If it is removed by an opponent's card effect, it can replace itself with an Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem. Is a frightening effect. Very rarely do monsters that summon other monsters bring out a stronger monster. And even when they do, there is usually a side effect or consequence in summoning it, whether that be you cannot summon for the rest of the turn, or it cannot attack on the turn it is summoned. To get the true idea of how damaging this is, we must look at Ultimate Ancient Gear Golem. It is an Earth Machine Fusion level 10 with 4,400 attack and 3,400 defense, and it requires an Ancient Gear Golem and 2 Ancient Gear monsters. This effect must be fusion summoned. If this card attacks a defense position monster, inflict piercing battle damage. If this card attacks, your opponent cannot activate spells or trap cards until the end of the damage step. If this card is destroyed, you can target 1 Ancient Gear Golem in your graveyard, special summon it, ignoring the summoning conditions. This monster has 1,100 attack and 100 defense more than the newer card, and even if this gets sent to the graveyard, you can bring out an Ancient Gear Golem. This creates a vicious cycle. Just imagine having something like a Mystic Tomato with triple the attack and defense, and can keep bringing things back. This makes it very annoying and difficult to deal with them as an archetype. I was just thinking back, when the archetype was initially released, it was very much ignored. The monsters were too high a level, and only consisted of Ancient Gear Soldier, a level 4 monster with 1,300 attack and defense, Ancient Gear Beast, which had 2,000 attack. It was a level 5, level 6. It was a 1 tribute monster who could negate the effects of monsters that it destroyed, and obviously Ancient Gear Golem itself, along with 1 or 2 spell supports. That was all they had back then. It has come a long way considering the support from the Ancient Gear structure deck and its use within the anime of Arc V, which provided decent support. The Obelisk Force all used Ancient Gear monsters. This included Ancient Gear Wyvern, which enables searches and has a decent 1,700 attack, and a more generic Ancient Gear fusion monster in the form of Chaos Ancient Gear Giant. You can imagine what this support would have done with Crowler if he ever received it. I could just picture the duel between Crowler and Jaden and how it would have gone if the tables had been turned. Overall, Megaton Ancient Gear Golem has a very balanced attack and defense, so could be used in either way. It can, if you want it to be, just act as a stepping stone, considering you might not want to go into its multiple attack effect and would prefer its destruction effect. It is very generic, and if you think about it, it could enable you to run some of the weaker Ancient Gears, which provide some form of advantage, but would often break your hand. The main downside of this card, and I would consider this to be a very minor downside, is that its summon cannot be protected. Therefore, it's at risk of cards such as Solemn Warning or Solemn Strike, and if this was to happen, does not enable its destruction effect to activate, as it would be treated as though the monster had not yet been properly summoned. The best part of the archetype is, as well, with Ancient Gear Hunting Hound, it can now act as a polarization and fuse these monsters, as well as the myriad of fusion cards such as Fusion Recycling Plant, which makes it easy to bring back your fusion materials and reuse for multiple fusion monsters. So, what do you guys think of this card? How useful do you think it is? Does it provide versatility within the deck? Or is it just some beatstick monster just in another package? This is going to be a quick update just to let you know that there's a brand new pack. It's called King's Court. It's going to be a TCG product, which is brilliant. Often there's stuff that gets the OCG and we might see it maybe 5-10 years later. And then by that point, it's no longer relevant, it's no longer useful. And for anyone who just seems to be a collector, it seems to be that's how it works. It's going to be a 60-card booster set with world premiere cards that can be played by themselves or as an engine as part of the Egyptian God card strategy, with the release on the 24th of June 2021. The set contents are the complete King's Court booster set contains 60 cards, of which the breakdown are 10 ultra rare cards, 15 super rare cards, 35 rare cards, 15 cards in the set are also available as collector's rares. Now, I don't know how much this is going to make a difference, because no doubt there's going to be some reprints on certain cards. So how many original cards are we actually getting? You can imagine things like the Egyptian gods going to be in there, so that's instantly removing 3 cards. Maybe some of Yugioh's other cards. I think if from my point of view, if you think King's Court, I think of the 3 knights. I think of Queen's Knight, King's Knight, and Jack's Knight. I also think of Arcana Knight Joker, which is the fusion of 3. I would love to see there was a card used by Yugioh in the series in season 4, where he was facing against not Siegfried but his brother, and he brought out what looked to be like a Joker fusion version, which actually was summoned by getting rid of 5 leveled monsters. So it was level 1s through 5, and there was a specific spell card which was used in comparison with it. That might be on the forefront as a new card to be introduced, considering it has never seen a release, despite many of the other cards that I've mentioned being printed more than 10-15 years ago. I would love to see more collections and more generic support for the Egyptian God cards, and personally I can't wait to buy these. Whatever you think, make sure to like the video, comment down what are you expecting in this pack, and don't forget to subscribe for more daily Yu-Gi-Oh content.
The next card is DD Vice Typhon. This card is a Dark Fiend type level 7 monster with 2300 attack and 2800 defense. And its card effect reads, when this card is normal summoned, you can tribute 1 DD monster, special summon 1 level 7 DDD monster from your deck. During your main phase, if this card is in the graveyard because it was sent there this turn, you can fusion summon 1 level 8 or higher DDD fusion monster from your extra deck by banishing fusion materials listed on it from your graveyard, including this card. You can only use each effect of DD Vice Typhon once per turn. This card has good stats for a level 7 and enables you to get rid of one of your weaker DD monsters to bring out a level 7 one. This enables a rank 7 Xyz monster to be summoned. Also, as this card can help to bring out a fusion monster when it is sent to the graveyard, and does not specify how it must be sent there, you can replace this card, which can be both offensively to defeat your opponent or to protect your life points if they have a large board of monsters. This can be found as a common and is not difficult to bring out the set. The price value of this card won't be much. I estimate to be about £1, as though it is a staple within the deck. It is too easy to find, and the time of DDDs
being at their highest competitively, was back in Arc V. Their playstyle likes to use various extra deck monsters consisting of Xyz, Fusion, and Synchro monsters, but are now limited to the one extra deck zone, unless you get out a Link monster first, slowing down their plays. Overall, unless you think you will be playing this deck, I would not invest in this card. Just pick up the box, and you shouldn't have difficulty finding it in there. So what do you guys think? Do you think this card has been released too late, or do you think this is the perfect time? This is graveyard support. This helps to use up cards that would necessarily in the graveyard may be wasted. Do you think it has a place in the competitive scene? Do you remember that video I made a while ago about the manga card that Declan Akaba has, which is his final boss monster? It has 4 Ds in its name. Well, apparently the effect was incomplete, so I may have to take back what I said about this card. To make it easier to find, I will leave the link to the video down below, so you can see my initial assessment of the card. However, obviously with the changes, you will tell from this video how much I actually love this card now. This is DDDD, Super Dimensional Sovereign Emperor Zero Paradox. That's quite a posh name. To introduce sovereign into the name makes it sound like some sort of DDD nobility. Well, I suppose it is, being the only one of the cards with 4 Ds in its name. This is a level 12 with 3000 attack and 3000 defense. And its effect is, this card cannot be normal summoned, but can be special summoned when you pendulum summon a DDD monster, and the combined value of your pendulum scales exceeds this card's level. So that means you need to have a total of 13 or above. When this card is special summoned, you can destroy all other cards on the field. Once per turn during either player's turn, you can treat a card or cards in your opponent's pendulum zone as your cards. Once per turn, if a DDD monster leaves the field, you can double this card's attack. Now, I have already covered the first effect about the destroying all other cards on the field, so I will move on to the other effects. I'll just briefly say that it's used within a couple of cards, and these other cards are actually much easier to get out in the first place. So by this effect alone, this does not make this card great. The ability to manipulate your opponent's pendulum cards is beneficial, as this means you can gain their effects as well. People tend not to always use specific pendulum monsters. They may splash them into normal decks just for their additional generic effects. You can manipulate their effects to your advantage. These abilities can range from card destruction to searching. Now, to say the biggest issue with this is, since we've got the introduction of the Link format, the attention is less towards pendulum summoning and more towards Link summoning. That's not to say that this card is useless, but it would have been great if it had been released maybe to the tail of the pendulum era, as this would have encouraged use, and people will still have been running pendulum monsters anyway. So at that, in that respect, you would have almost been guaranteeing, card advantage through this card's effect. It would also be interesting if you can use your opponent's scales. So, for example, you have your scales set up, but they are not as good as you want them to be. For example, you have a scale of 5 and a scale of 9. This would only enable pendulums of monsters leveled 6 to 8. And if your opponent had a scale of 1, you could replace your lower scale of 5 to a 1 to bring out a wider variety of monsters. In this example, you would be able to run and summon monsters between the levels of 2 and 8. The manipulation of pendulum monsters is the ultimate means of protecting yourself, as this will either discourage your opponent from using them, or at least force them to think twice about using them. I like this effect as the monster is still difficult to bring out, but provides a reason to run this card. The final ability to double this card's attack is an amazing ability to think this could become a 6000 attack monster without much fear of being defeated by your opponent, as even your opponent's Utopia the Lightning won't be able to defeat this. This is an effect that keeps the attack increase for as long as the card is on the field. This means unless your opponent has something like Book of Moon or Fairy Tale Snow, they may be unable to remove this card. There is no real downside to this effect, as since it can be continually used, provided obviously that it is the once per turn, this card can increase to over 12,000 in a matter of 2 DDD monsters leaving the field. The final benefit of this is it does not say how the DDD monster has to leave the field. This means provided it has actually been summoned properly to the field in the first place, whether your opponent decided to banish it, send it to the graveyard, or return it either to your hand or deck, this will still trigger the effect. It is also not reliant on your opponent, as either of you could get rid of a DDD monster, so you can increase this card's attack artificially by yourself, without having to rely so much on what they're doing. Overall, I have completely changed my mind about this card. When its first effect was revealed, this was an effect that was mirrored by other monsters beforehand, and would just act as a pendulum incarnate of the same effect. However, since it acts like the master of pendulums to manipulate any pendulum monsters on the field, it has a rightful and deserving place within any pendulum deck that obviously runs DDD monsters. The final effect being the icing on the cake, the ability to continue doubling its attack can force your opponent onto the defensive and result in relatively easy to execute OTKs. So, what do you guys think about the new effects of Declan's final manga card? Is it all you expected it to be? Was there anything else you wish it could have included in its effect? Or do you believe that the effect is perfect to meet its difficult to summon condition? This is Lockout Gardener. It is a level 3 Earth Cyverse type effect monster with 1000 attack and 1000 defense, and it has the following effect. When an opponent's monster declares a direct attack, you can special summon this card from your hand in attack position, and if you do, it cannot be destroyed by battle during this turn. Its second ability is, when a monster effect is activated on your opponent's field that targets exactly one Cyverse monster you control, and no other cards, as a quick effect, you can activate this effect. Both that Cyverse monster you control and that opponent's monster have their effects negated, if any, until the end of the turn. This card is useful for protecting your life points, as it cannot be destroyed, and is useful if your opponent has a greater number of monsters, and could have one OTK'd you if you didn't have this card. As per battle, you have to consider this would reduce your damage by 1000, giving you an extra turn, often being the case. The other effect that negates both monsters, if they are Cyverse, makes it very specific to the Cyverse deck. Therefore, to take full advantage of this card, you will need a Yusaku-style deck. I'm sure down the line you'll have more Cyverse decks, but for the moment you'll have to rely on what we have. So guys, what do you think of this particular card? I know you do have other cards that tend to respond, as in they get to summon themselves to the field. I think I look at Gaga Gardener and other cards that have some sort of protection effect on them. It's decent for what it is, and you know, it prevents itself from being destroyed by battle during that turn, so you know, it could be used for a link monster the next turn, or for a rank 3 Xyz monster if you wish. Leave your comments down below. Do you like the effect? Do you think its effect could be better? And do you think there will be other Cyverse type monsters that can abuse this kind of effect? Remember, I had an update video about the change of ending theme songs, obviously for Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains. Well, now they have been given a confirmed information about something related. It has been confirmed that the full-length version of Writing Life will be released on January 24th, 2018, in a mini-album to be released by Goodbye Holiday. The album is obviously going to be called Doppelganger. Will you be picking this up? Do you like the style of music they provide, the mix between J-pop and rock? Or are you not interested in the type of songs they provide? Leave your comments down below, like the video if you enjoyed it, subscribe, click the bell for notifications, and as always, thank you for taking the time to watch this video. Also, if you're not necessarily fans of their style of music, are you going to at least listen to the ending theme to make a judgment call, or are you someone who's very stuck in their ways and just don't feel that this type of music has any place within the anime? We have the promotional content of the new fairy structure deck called Wave of Light, so sit back, enjoy, and let me put my promotional voice together. Feel the surge of radiance with structure deck Wave of Light. Fairies are back in a big way this new year, harnessing a bounty of wisdom to counter anything their foe throws at them. You get to make the final call on what resolves with structure deck Wave of Light. This 41 card themed deck takes the popular counter trap fairy strategy to new heights. Whether it's a monster, spell, or trap, you get to use its fate. You get to choose its fate with powerful negation effects that decide the duel. This deck is all about careful planning and decision making. Corner your opponent and negate their last chance at survival to pave your way to victory. Air Knight Parasath is back and more powerful than ever. A massive 2,800 attack makes this new form the strongest Parasath yet, and its synergy with Counter Trap allows it to either descend from the sky or resurrect itself if it has fallen. A new field spell fills the role of the sentry in the sky, whilst also providing your fairies with added protection. There is also a Counter Trap that not only negates any effect, but summons any Parasath from your main or extra deck. All of these cards and other brand new fairies play off of the Counter Trap fairy synergy, making structure deck Wave of Light a streamlined strategy right out the box. Even an unidentified extraterrestrial biological entity has lost its way and crash-landed into this structure deck. With all the extravehicular activity and fairies coming down from the sky, you can see why structure deck Wave of Light is out of this world. Each structure deck Wave of Light contains a 41 card main deck plus a token card, 30 common cards, 3 super rare cards, 2 ultra rare cards, 1 token card, 1 beginner's guide, and 1 double-sided deluxe game mat / dueling guide. This is released on January 19th, 2018. So that's enough of that. I apologize to any Americans that have actually been watching this. I've probably offended any Texan out there. Just please forgive me for that. Anyway, so what do you guys think of the new fairy structure deck? Will you be picking it up, or will you be giving this deck a miss? I personally am a bit 50-50 with this deck. I like the idea that they are trying to synergize Air Knight Parasath into something outside of obscurity, as if you were to ask any person, where does the archetype work with? People probably wouldn't have been able to answer, or they would have said, oh, they are their own standalone cards. I, however, do not wish to play counter fairies. I know it's Peter being controversial yet again, as they can be quite annoying, and do not consider it to be a deck that would be fun to play, as I generally like to enjoy the back and forth between winning and losing. That's what makes this game exciting to me.
Within the latest set for the Dark Attributes, we received quite a few Evil Hero support cards. Evil Hero Toxic Bubble is an alternative version of Bubble Man. Evil Hero Doom Prison is an alternative version of Prisma. So it takes on the similar characteristics of being able to substitute the types of cards that can be used as fusion material. There's a new card which is the Evil Hero Infernal Rider. That is based on the design that was used in Sir Brody's mind, where he wakes up from a nightmare as the Supreme King is riding his loyal steed. But ironically, it's based also on the card Picador Archfiend, and that card was initially a card used by Titan in episode 43 and 44, and that was against Alexis Rhodes. We have a brand new fusion, which is a combination of Neos and the armor used by Jaden as the Supreme King, with the ability to protect itself from being destroyed by battle or card effects. An alternative version of Evil Hero Infernal Wing, but not using its attack, but actually the effect as part of its name. A brand new version of the Infernal, with the opportunity and ability to attack twice, and to supplement your opponent's attack points to make it weak. A brand new version of Contact in the form of Dark Contact. A new search card in the form of Evil Assault, which brings a card from the deck to the hand. Add a brand new negation card, which is a trap. The ability to negate multiple cards in the same turn.
This is an update video about Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, and provides with the start a nice little bonus in its honour of the start of, obviously, the GX world. Konami is providing gifts and goods for logging in. The login bonus itself is 1010 gems. Don't ask me why it is such a random number, but just be grateful. It provides you with the ability to get 20 packs of a particular pack if you want, or a variety up to 20 packs of whichever combination you want. Don't let me deter you from doing so. You will also receive a mat that features both Yami Yugi and Jaden, as well as Yami Yugi sleeves. So, what do you guys think about this initial reward? Personally, I like it, as these are free gems and enables me to collect some of the packs that I have been perhaps paying less attention to, as well as the options to trade any copies. You know, if I get, general rule for me is if I have more than 3 copies of any particular card, I will have them shifted and converted so that I can get cards from the card trader, so that, you know, there's no point in because you can only run up to 3 of any particular card. So in order to get some rare cards from there. Today we'll be looking at a card that was in the manga and is now going to be released into the OCG. This is Ren's Ace card. This is a White Aura Biphomet. This is a level 10 Water Fish Synchro with 3,300 attack and 3,000 defense, and it requires a tuner synchro and 1 or more non-tuner monsters. Its effects reads, 1. When this card is synchro summoned, during your turn, you can special summon 1 Divine Dragon token. It is of the same stats. It's Fish, Water, level 10, attack 3,300, defense 3,000, in defense position. The second effect is once per turn during your opponent's turn. If you control no tokens, you can special summon 1 Divine Dragon token. The third effect is, if this card is destroyed by your opponent's effect and sent to the graveyard, and you control a Divine Dragon token, you can special summon this card in defense position. This card works very much like a Hydra, you know, from mythology, where if you cut off its head, another one sprouts out in its place. Its effect enables a token with the same strength as it to be summoned when it is properly synchro summoned. To an extent, it reminds me a lot of the Sun Dragon Inti and Moon Dragon Quilla whereas one gets sent to the graveyard, the other one revives. If you don't know what I'm talking about, perhaps look at, it was in the Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, it was the battle against, what's his name, it was Rex, it was a battle against Rex, the person who was in charge of the, he was in charge of the facility and everything around it. He basically controlled the entire island and what it did and how it worked, and he kept, people divided. He had these two specific cards. One was one of these, shall we say, like the negative synchro monsters, and the other was just a normal synchro monster. If you get the chance, have a look. They are quite decent monsters, and I'm sure you'll probably be able to find something in order to run them in. Even when the token is removed, a new token can take its place, and lastly, being able to revive itself from a card effect makes this card difficult to remove from the field, as you have to deal with both cards at the same time to properly remove this from the field. Such examples include Dark Hole, Raigeki, and obviously you've got the Mirror Force cards. You've got Quaking Mirror Force, Standard Mirror Force, Storming Mirror Force, the water one, I can't remember its name. So what do you guys think of this new Synchro monster? If you notice, the other two White Aura monsters are meant to help bring this card out fast and fully support this card, as they can be made into Synchro Tuner monsters. So by that extent, they make this card easier to summon, and they work off each other very well. This card also, since they are all water and fish, they are heavily supported by general fish and water monsters. Do you guys like the effect of this? I think it is quite unique and has great potential, provided you obviously keep your guard up and perhaps keep one of them in defense position, whether that be the main monster or the token itself. This will protect you from yourself from mass removal during your battle phase, because usually there's some sort of stipulation you will only destroy attack position monsters or you'll only affect defense position monsters. So by having one in each mode, you create a general protection for yourselves. As always, leave your comments on this card below. What's up? We have something that makes the Mythical Beast archetype much more different to your standard pendulums, and this being that they cannot pendulum summon. They develop the game by being in the pendulum zone and abusing spell counters. So this video is going to be about how Mythical Beasts work and their interactions with certain cards, as well as basic strategies that the OCG as well as Konami have come up with to assist you in order to play them at their most basic level. Extreme Force, which went on sale October 14th, 2017, includes the Mythical Beast arc theme, which is based on making its moves using spell counters, while utilizing the Pendulum Zone. All of the Mythical Beasts that appear this time around are Spellcaster Pendulum monsters, whose Pendulum scale is 4. Let's check out the tactics of these brand new Pendulum monsters that don't need to Pendulum summon. So the basic characteristics of Mythical Beasts include it has an effect to place spell counters on it, and they have powerful effects that use spell counters. Their pendulum effects, they have powerful pendulum effects that support the developments of allies by activating them as spell cards. By the Pendulum Zone, it makes a combo by placing spell counters on all your allies. Mythical Beast Pendulum monsters all have a monster effect that places spell counters on them whenever a spell card is activated. For what it's worth, in the case of high-level Mythical Beasts, 2 spell counters are placed on them. This is obviously because to deal with the fact that, you know, it's been more difficult in order to summon them. They want to give you a little bit more of a reason to run the higher level ones, which typically, if you're in certain archetypes, sometimes it's not even worth running the higher ones. And each of the mythical beasts have a powerful effect that lets you remove the spell counters you gain to make use of powerful effects. And besides using them as monsters, pendulum monsters are spell cards when activated in the pendulum zone, meaning you bring out effects by placing spell counters on your allies. Also, each card's effect is also strong, meaning they strongly support playing mythical beasts. So we have a few questions that have been answered. What is a counter? Well, a counter is a marker placed on a card on the field due to things such as card effects. So you'll have cards not just within this archetype. You've got generic spellcasters, Skilled Dark Magician, Break the Magical Swordsman, and various other spellcasters especially, who can have counters placed on them. These cards can accumulate multiple counters, so make sure you have some means of keeping track of the duel without your markers being intrusive or obstructive. Certain cards, such as Skilled Dark Magician, have a maximum to their counter load, so you can only run up to 3 counters before you can activate the effect, and you cannot gain any more than that. Introducing Mythical Beast Pendulum Monsters, we'll check out all of the Mythical Beasts that have currently appeared. Banish your opponents to greatly strengthen it. Its pendulum effect is also an intense starting point for your combos. So this is Mythical Beast Master Cerberus, 2800 attack and 2800 defense. Each time a spell card is activated, place 2 spell counters on this card when that spell resolves. If there are 4 or more spell counters on your field, this card cannot be destroyed by card effects. Once per turn, you can remove 4 spell counters from your field, then target 1 monster your opponent controls, banish it, and if you do, this card gains attack equal to the original attack of the banished monster until the end of your opponent's turn. Its pendulum effect is, if you have no cards in your other pendulum zone, you can destroy this card, and if you do, add 1 level 7 or lower Mythical Beast effect monster from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of Mythical Beast Master Cerberus once per turn. The next one is for Restrain your opponent with its effect that seals monster effects. Its pendulum effect also can explosively deploy your ace monsters. So this is Mythical Beast King Jackal with 2400 attack and 1400 defense. Each time a spell is activated, place 2 spell counters on this card. When that spell resolves, once per turn when an opponent's monster activates its effect, as a quick effect, you can remove 2 spell counters from your field, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card. Its pendulum effect is, if you have no cards in your other pendulum zone, you can destroy this card, and if you do, special summon 1 face-up Mythical Beast Pendulum Monster from your extra deck, except Mythical Beast King Jackal. You can only use this effect of Mythical Beast King Jackal once per turn. The next card, it has a strong effect to call allies from the deck. Its pendulum effect that places spell counters also prepares you for using your allies' effects. So this is Mythical Beast Jackal with 0 attack and 1400 defense. Each time a spell card is activated, place 1 spell counter on this card when that spell resolves. You can remove 3 spell counters from your field, then tribute this card, special summon 1 Mythical Beast effect monster from your deck except Mythical Beast Jackal. Pendulum effect is, if you have no cards in your other pendulum zone, you can target 1 card you control that you can place a spell counter on, destroy this card, and if you do, place 1 spell counter on that card. You can only use this effect of Mythical Beast Jackal once per It appears from the hand, disrupting your opponent's moves. It also has a powerful pendulum effect to destroy spell and trap cards. So this is Mythical Beast Garuda with 1200 attack and 1600 defense. When your opponent normal or special summons a monster, except during the damage step, you can remove 3 spell counters from your field, special summon this card from your hand, then return the monster or monsters your opponent summoned to the hand. You can only use this effect of Mythical Beast Garuda once per turn. Each time a spell card is activated, place 1 spell counter on this card when that spell resolves. Its pendulum effect is, if you have no cards in your other pendulum zone, you can target one other spell or trap card on the field, destroy both it and this card. You can only use this effect of Mythical Beast Garuda once per turn. The next one is it supports battle with an effect that halves a monster's attack and defense. Its pendulum effect is a handy effect that can special summon monsters beyond mythical beasts. So this is Mythical Beast Medusa. It has 1500 attack and 1500 defense. Each time a spell card is activated, place 1 spell counter on this card when that spell resolves. Once per turn during the battle phase, as a quick effect, you can remove 2 spell counters from your field, then target 1 face-up monster on the field. Its attack becomes half its current attack and defense until the end of this turn. Its pendulum effect is, if you have no cards in your other pendulum zone, you can target 1 monster in your graveyard that you can place a spell counter on, destroy this card, and if you do, special summon that monster. And if you do that, place 1 spell counter on it. You can only use this effect of Mythical Beast Medusa once per turn. Next card is it broadens your strategies by returning allies in your pendulum zone and extra deck back to the hand. Its draw-centered pendulum effect is also strong. So this is Mythical Beast Basilisk. It has 1800 attack and 500 defense, and its effect is, each time a spell card is activated, place 1 spell counter on this card. When that spell resolves, you can remove 3 spell counters from your field, return 1 Mythical Beast card from your pendulum zone, or face up from your extra deck to the hand. You can only use this effect of Mythical Beast Basilisk once per turn. Its pendulum effect is, if you have no cards in your other pendulum zone, you can destroy this card, and if you do, shuffle 1 face-up spellcaster pendulum monster from your extra deck into the deck, except Mythical Beast Basilisk, then draw 1 card. You can only use this effect of Mythical Beast Basilisk once per turn. Now, as for the combos themselves, they've provided a basic way of how they work. So, with 1 card in hand, you can have Mythical Beast Master Cerberus combine pendulum effects to make your ace monster appear on the field. So, step 1, activate Master Cerberus in a pendulum zone and activate its pendulum effect. 2, add King Jackal from your deck to your hand. Activate King Jackal in a pendulum zone and activate its pendulum effect. 4, special summon Master Cerberus from the extra deck. With 1 Mythical Beast Master Cerberus from your hand, by combining pendulum effects, you can special summon Mythical Beast Master Cerberus to the field. And as for the spell and trap lineup, they have also provided some suggestions. So handy, good, powerful spell and trap cards make their debut. Let's check out the new spell and trap cards with effects related to spell counters. Now, the first one says it has 2 intense effects that place spell counters by setting it to bait your opponent. You can then chain it to draw out both effects. This is Magical Boost. This is a quick play spell card that says send the top 2 cards of your deck to the graveyard, then target 1 card on the field that you can place a spell counter on. Place up to 2 spell counters on it. If this card is in its owner's possession is destroyed by an opponent's card effect, you can special summon 1 monster from your deck that you can place a spell counter on, and if you do, place up to 2 spell counters on it. You can only activate one magical boost per turn. This card can be used as a bluff. Your opponent might use something like Heavy Storm Duster or Twin Twisters to try and destroy this, not realizing that you suddenly activate it. So not only have they wasted their spell and trap removal, but they have given you not only the spell counters, which are important necessarily within the deck, that also encourages you to summon into a boss monster. Now, as for this other card, it says it has an incredibly powerful effect to add any spell card from your deck to the hand. This is Magical Burst. It is a continuous trap card that says each time an opponent's monster activates its effect, place one spell counter on this card. When that effect resolves, you can send this card with 6 or more spell counters to the graveyard and one spell from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of Magical Burst once per turn. It's a new Pendulum spell card, also appears that strongly supports mythical beasts who share the same scales. So you have add 2 different face-up Pendulum monsters with the same scales from your extra deck to your hand with this powerful effect. People probably won't need much of an introduction to what is the next card. It has been a means of providing more consistency to Pendulum cards, and it is Pendulum Paradox. This is a normal spell card that says add 2 face-up Pendulum monsters with the same Pendulum scale, but different names from your extra deck to your hand. You can only activate 1 Pendulum Paradox per turn. This is better on later on in the duel, when some of your cards have ended up in your extra monster zone. And obviously with the link format, they're treated as extra deck monsters. You only have 1 extra deck monster zone. So this at least provides you with the ability to recover them. The next card they like to introduce are several compatible good cards. First is no surprise to anyone. It's called the Magical Citadel of Endymion. Not to be confused, there is also a spellcaster, I think it's a level 7, who works well with this card as well. This is a field spell with 4 effects that can also have spell counters placed. Not only does it have an effect to place spell counters, but it makes sure spell counters that were placed on are the cards that are destroyed, making this card's placement effects very strong. Also, this card has an effect to protect itself from destruction while maintaining the spell counters on your field, allowing you to strongly support other cards that make use of these spell counters. These involve obviously cards whose monster effects involve spell counters, as well as the pendulum effects that involve spell counters. It mentions to take advantage of the features of mythical beast pendulum effects. So first we have Astrograph Sorcerer. The pendulum effects of mythical beast destroy themselves in order to unleash their effects. You can use this as a trigger to special summon this card from your hand, and you can use its effect to add 1 monster from your deck to your hand. That if another copy was destroyed that turn, meaning you can add the mythical beast that was just destroyed back to your hand. The next card is Wavering Eyes. Again, this is not a this is very predictable for the pendulum monsters. It was to an extent banned for a while because pendulums were doing too well, and people were citing this as a means of getting rid of your opponent's pendulum zones. This is Wavering Eyes. This card has an effect that destroys all cards in all players' pendulum zones, and then applies effects depending on the number of destroyed cards. By destroying 2 or more, you can add a pendulum monster from your deck to your hand, with Astrograph Sorcerer as a good choice. You can immediately special summon Astrograph Sorcerer from the hand, and create an intense combo by adding a copy of the destroyed monster from your deck to your hand. Also, by arranging the conditions for the pendulum effects of mythical beasts, which cannot be activated if the other pendulum zone is occupied, you also get a chance to refill your hand. The next card is Pendulum Switch. This is a continuous trap card that says its effect that special summons a card from the Pendulum Zone, allows you to call forth powerful monsters, which also allowing you to fulfill the activation conditions of Mythical Beast Pendulum effects. Its effect that places Pendulum monsters from the Monster Zone to the Pendulum Zone is extremely powerful and can be chained to your opponent's effects, allowing you to escape them. And since it's a continuous trap card, keep in mind its effects can be used during each turn, bringing a breadth of strategy. The next card is Duelist Alliance. This is a spell card not to be confused with the actual pack, which was the first pack within the Arc 5 era. It's a powerful card that adds cards from your deck to your hand that work well with this deck, such as Pendulum Paradox or Pendulum Switch. It even adds Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon, which will be mentioned later, to your hand. It also mentions that there are various Odd Eyes cards that add strength to the strategy. The first card being the original Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon. It's a great pendulum monster that works well in all sorts of ways. Its pendulum effect not only adds cards to your hand, but it also enables the conditions of activating the pendulum effects of mythical beasts. If you destroy this card with its own effect, and since it destroys itself, you can make the combo in tandem with Astrograph Sorcerer. It also has a pendulum scale of 4, just like your mythical beasts, making it work and synergize well with Pendulum Paradox. The next card is the actual attack of the Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon, called Spiral Flame Strike. While triggering the effect that places spell counters on cards, this card can also add Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon from the deck to the hand, and if there's an Odd Eyes card already present, you can make use of its intense effect that constricts the opponent's field. The next card is Performer Pal Odd Eyes Dissolver. It can be special summoned from the hand to protect allies from battle. Also, it has a powerful monster effect that lets you fusion summon by using itself, and even cards in the Pendulum Zone. And its pendulum effect is powerful, allowing you to fusion summon Dragon Fusion monsters. Since this card is both an Odd Eyes monster and a pendulum monster, it can be used in tandem with the powerful effects of Odd Eyes Vortex Dragon. Also, it has the same pendulum scale 4 as the mythical beasts. The next card are the Odd Eyes Vortex Dragon. It has a powerful effect to constrict the monsters on your opponent's field, as well as an intense effect that can negate the activations of monster effects, spell cards, and trap cards. The last card they recommend is Performer Pal Odd Eyes Synchron. It can special summon a card from your Pendulum Zone, allowing you to use this card, and that card only as material to call forth a Synchro monster. This not only sets up for activating the effects of mythical beasts, but since it's an Odd Eyes card, you can use this card for a combo involving fusion monsters. So you've got your Odd Eyes related cards that will help. What cards will you use together in your deck? And now we have the promotional material, as always, for Extreme Force, which will be on sale from October 14th. This is in the OCG. Besides the cards that have appeared in the Yugioh Frames animated series, cards all duelists will need are included in this basic pack, the third one of 2017. Of course, there's Cyverse types used by the protagonist Playmaker, but there's also powerful cards used by Revolver, along with the Tindangle series used by Akira Zaizen. Also keep your eyes on the new series Mythical Beast, which fights with spell counters, and the Jack Knights, whose effects affect the same column. So, what do you guys think about the Mythical Beast archetype and their inability to pendulum summon. Is this something refreshing that provides a different option rather than the standard mass summoning by focusing more on the effects of the cards, or are you disappointed that they don't have any scale manipulation by themselves? Hello and welcome to my Yugioh channel. Today we're covering a little bit of information to do with a brand new character which is coming out of Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's The Anime. He's called the Mysterious Youth Sayonji Nail. It says here that Yuga and Co visit the Garden of Providence. A boy named Nile waiting there will make a huge impact on the show's story. So I wonder whether it's a kind of like a mid kind of rival or an enemy in some way, or whether he's meant to be trying to ruin Yuga's, rush duel style, whether he's trying to bring it back to traditional Yu-Gi-Oh, or whether there are more sinister plans afoot. I haven't seen anything to do with him as of yet. I'm quite curious to see what he will bring to the storyline and what type of deck he will be running. There is no indication as to when he will feature or whether he's actually featured already.
With the brand new ban list introduced around the corner for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, we'll be reviewing what these cards are and what they're going to do and potential impacts of the future for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duels. Good news for anyone who is not a fan of floodgates such as skill drain, as those are going to be banned or at least limited, which means that your opponent isn't going to be able to stall for however many turns and you're not going to be relying on a very dead-end duel. A new forbidden limited list has been announced for Master Duel, applying from April 10th. So from the time of recording, for me that's another several days. As usual, you'll get a bonus for dismantling cards whose maximum number of allowed copies have been reduced until May the 10th, with time zones applying, so this will be relevant to wherever you are in the world. So for me, for example, they might do like a 12 o'clock UK time style of situation. It says here as part of this that there are, in terms of newly forbidden, there aren't any. Newly limited, so that means you can only have one of them, is Herald of Orange Light and Floowandereeze and the Magnificent Map. Goes and match Rivalry of Warlords and Skill Drain. Newly semi-limited, which are going to be 2 copies, are Necroface, Thunder Dragonhawk, Runic Fountain and Runic Tip. And in terms of no longer limited cards, they have Altergeist Multifaker, Soul Eating Overraptor, Spiral Quick Fix, Galatea the Orcust Automaton, Divine Wind of Mist Valley, Spellbook of Judgment and Super Polarization. So the reason I think some of these cards have been limited or restricted are because they are far too frequently used within multiple types of decks. In terms of the newly limited, with Herald of Orange Light, that's used within the Divine Herald type of archetype, Herald of Perfection, the ritual decks that tend to negate absolutely everything. Herald of Orange Light negates specifically monster effects, and it's also a tuner monster, so there is a little bit of a difference between that and the Herald of Green and Purple Lights. Green Light is obviously spell cards because spells are green. The Purple Light is relevant to trap cards, but neither of those came out at the... I think those two came out at a different time for Herald of Orange Light. Orange Light came out in Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. The other two came out around the GX seasons. Floowandereeze and the Magnificent Map, well, the obvious reason for that is Floowandereeze are able to tribute over your monsters, so they can kaiju your monsters and you're not really able to respond to that. They are acted as normal summons and there isn't really a disadvantage to using the card, so unless you have the specific spell of traps to destroy the field spell, you're not able to do anything about it. Rivalry of Warlords and Goes on Match, I think, are very similar. One is specific to an attribute, the other is specific to typing, and you can only have one of each. So with Goes on Match, that creates an issue, because if your opponent is running a specific deck that only has a mono typing and a mono attribute, if they use any one of those two, then it can make it very difficult if you're running any variety of cards. As for example, if you've got an extra deck solution to it, you've got Baron de Fleur, for example, in there, and you can actually summon that card. With this, unless you're running purely wind attributes, you're not going to be able to make it, because you won't be able to have the synchro materials out on the field to be be able to do that. Skill drain is annoying in certain decks because if your opponent has established their board, they've already got the monsters they need necessary up on the field. That is an issue, as they don't care whether they don't have effects anymore because they'll have their back row cards. They'll have monsters with likely 3,000 or so attack points. I don't really need any other types of protection to them. The other thing is it can be used for like big beatstick decks such as Malefics that rely on that card. In terms of newly semi-limited, so 2 obs, Necroface, that's to do with banishing. It's really annoying dealing with banishing, as those cards tend not to be able to be recovered. Your opponent tends to be able to recover their cards as they're running a Macro Cosmos style of deck. It tends to be used for Grand Marshal Isa, and to boost that card up to 10,000 attack points, you know, you see it at this point where it just OTKs you, you don't have anything prepared for it, and it just runs you over, steamrolls you. Thunder Dragon Hawk, I don't think is particularly that big of a deal. I like the fact that they're reintroducing the Thunder Dragons, and I think because Colossus is currently running at 1, it's not so big of an issue. If it had been, you've got multiple of the fusion monsters, then maybe it wouldn't be so high up. Runic Fountain and Runic Tip, these 2 cards get on my nerves. I don't like the Runic archetype. For anyone who hasn't played these, they have a tendency of banishing and removing all of your cards from your deck, so you end up decking out. Runic Fountain is the irritation of this, because what it does is it continues as a field spell card to recover the runic cards and the quick play spells that you've already used in the turn. That means it goes back to the top of the deck, you get to recover 3 of them, you get to then recycle them, and it's just a never-ending cycle. Until you can actually get rid of the Runic Fountain itself, your opponent will continue to use those effects. In terms of the no longer limited list, Altergeist Multifaker, Altergeist don't really do too much in Master Duel, however they can be quite irritating, as just by bouncing back the Multifaker you're able to negate certain effects, and then they can re-bring them out and then search for other cards. It can be, if they're allowed to set up, they can be an absolute irritation. Soul Eating Oviraptor, well, that's to do with the dinosaurs and Ultimate Tyranno, and that can be quite an irritation, but you know, it's just how you're going to have to face them. You're going to have to manage how you deal with dinosaur type monsters. In terms of Spiral Quick Flicks, I'm not too familiar with the Spiral archetype, but the Spiral agents do rely on guessing the various cards you have on the top deck and then getting some sort of advantage of those. Galatea, I don't think it's going to be too big of an issue. I think no one is really playing that archetype, and with the changes and the 2 elements that are coming out soon, I think it's not going to be too big of an issue. Divine Wind of Mist Valley, that's very much used for wind attribute decks, so that will be your Dragunities, your Harpy ladies, anything along those lines, and it doesn't really do much. It kind of bounces things back. Spellbooker Judgment, again, I don't think it's too relevant. It's relevant for spellcaster type decks, and it can be useful in, there's a particular type of Pendulum deck that does rely on these type of cards, which could benefit from Spellbooker Judgment. I think they're called mystical beasts or something like that, along those lines. That could be relevant. Super Polymerization going to 3, I think, is slightly concerning, just because people are using all sorts of generic fusion monsters in their deck. Super Polymerization lets you, cannot be negated. It is basically one of those cards, one of the few cards that cannot have any interactions with any other cards. As soon as it's activated, nothing can happen. You just have to let whatever monster comes out be released, and then you have to deal with that monster specifically. There are cards and decks which are quite annoying for it, and there are more fusion monsters which are more generic, and means that Super Polymerization actually becomes far better than it ever used to be. So now we'll actually go into the breakdown of the specific cards, so you can actually see a flavour of their card text and why they can be quite devastating. So this being Herald of Orange Light, it's a light attribute fairy type tuner monster with a level 2 and 300 attack and 500 defense. When your opponent activates a monster effect as a quick effect, you can send this card and 1 other fairy monster from your hand to the graveyard to negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it. This can be quite devastating if you have decks that rely on monster effects to help stack up your presence on the field, or actually just help you to search out for things to then make the deck far more accurate and flow better. Floowandereeze and the Magnificent Map is the field spell. During your main phase, you can reveal 1 level 1 Floowandereeze monster in your hand and banish 1 Floowandereeze card with a different name from your deck. Then immediately after this effect resolves, normal summon the revealed monster. If your opponent normal summons a monster immediately after this effect resolves, you can normal summon 1 Floowandereeze monster. You can only use each effect of Florunges and the Magnificent Map once per turn. This is a way of adding to the consistency of the deck, and it can be very annoying because most of their monsters are either the level 1 or the level 8 monsters, which are their boss monsters. So it just adds too much consistency, and then they're able to just normal summon too frequently. Ghost and Match is a continuous trap card. Its effect is each player can only control one attribute of monster. Send all other face-up monsters they control to the graveyard. If and when this card is flipped face-up, this stops you from doing so many plays and is a very difficult card to out. Rivalry of Warlords is a continuous trap card. Its effect is each player can only control one type of monster. Send all other face-up monsters they control to the graveyard. If you're running a deck that has multiple attributes and multiple typings, this can be near impossible to run. For example, in a tech genus, you've got typings of Beast Warrior, you've got Warriors, you've got Spellcasters, you've got various other typings, and it's an absolute irritation to face off against. Skill Drain is a continuous trap card. Its effect is activate this card by paying 1000 life points, negate the effects of all face-up monsters while they are face-up on the field, but their effects can still be activated. This is one of those win harder based cards. It means your opponent isn't likely to use this effect until they're in a position where they have so much advantage over you that by flipping this over, it basically wins them the game. Necroface is a dart attribute zombie type level 4 with 1200 attack and 1800 defense. The effect is if this card is normal summoned, shuffle all banished cards into the deck. This card gains 100 attack for each card shuffled into the main deck by this effect. If this card is banished, each player banishes 5 cards from the top of their deck or their entire deck if less than 5. So this has a couple of effects. Really, the top bit of the effect isn't the one that's relevant. It happens to shuffle all banished cards back into the deck, but in all likelihood, you're not going to be running that unless you really want to reset the cards that you've already had banished. And even when it does this, it gains 100 attack times the number of cards that have been shuffled back into the main deck for the effect. That's not really that useful. The 100 attack boost is just a little bit of an icing on the cake. It's when it's banished, to be able to just banish 5 cards from both players' deck means it's going to disrupt your opponent, and you'll have set your deck in a way that you can just recover those cards. Thunder Dragon Hawk is a light attribute Thunder type level 6 with 1800 attack and 2200 defense. The effect is you can discard this card to special summon one of your Thunder Dragon monsters that is banished or in your graveyard, except Thunder Dragon Hawk. If this card is banished or sent from the field to the graveyard, you can shuffle any number of cards from your hand into the deck, then draw the same number of cards. You can only use one Thunder Dragon Hawk effect per turn and only once that turn. The purpose of this card is simply by discarding it, you're able to just revive any of the Thunder Dragon monsters, and that can even be the fusion monsters if they've been banished or sent to the graveyard, so it does have that reoccurrence to it. The alternative effect, if this happens to be banished or sent from the field to the graveyard, being able to shuffle your cards back from the hand into the deck and then redraw those cards without any loss to you is too much advantage. You may completely reset what you need, and that can be quite dangerous. It's a bit like having a magical mallet without any cost. Runic Fountain is a field spell card. You can activate Runic Quick Play spell cards from your hand during your opponent's turn. Once per turn, if you activate a Runic Quick Play spell card, you can target up to 3 Runic Quick Play spells in your graveyard, place them on the bottom of your deck in any order, then draw the same number of cards. See, this is what I mean when I say this particular card is very irritating within that archetype. Not only are you able to activate Quick Play spell cards from your hand during your opponent's turn, which is, by the way, irritating enough, as you can't deal with those cards unless you are constantly able to rip those cards from your opponent's hand. They're still going to be able to recover those cards, and they get sent back into the deck, and then you get to redraw those cards. So you're constantly in the cycle of, unless you get rid of this card, you can't beat the Runic player. Runic Tip is a quick play spell card. The effect is activate one of these effects, but skip your next battle phase after activation. Add one Runic card from your deck to your hand, except Runic Tip, then banish the top card of your opponent's deck, or special summon one Runic monster from your extra deck to the extra monster zone. You can only activate one Runic Tip per turn. This card can be used to search for the field spell itself, which is the Runic Fountain, so that's where the issue comes, as well as, you know, being able to just special summon the extra deck monsters. There's a couple of them. There's one that boosts your life points, there's one that prevents your card from being destroyed by returning itself back to the extra deck. Altergeist Multifaker is a dart attribute spellcaster type level 3 with 1200 attack and 800 defense. The effect is if you activate a trap card except during a damage step, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is special summoned, you can special summon one Altergeist monster from your deck in defense position, except Altergeist Multifaker. You cannot special summon monsters the turn you activate this effect, except Altergeist monsters. You can only use each effect of Altergeist Multifaker once per turn. This card can be quite irritating to face off against because it's constantly being able to return itself and to search for more Altergeist monsters actually from the deck, which makes it quite dangerous. The trap cards that you're able to constantly go through also make it quite difficult to actually defeat this deck. Soul Eating Oviraptor is a dart attribute dinosaur type level 4 with 1800 attack and 500 defense. Its effect is if this card is normal or special summoned, you can take one dinosaur monster from your deck and either add it to your hand or send it to the graveyard. You can target one other level 4 or lower dinosaur monster on the field, destroy it, then special summon one dinosaur monster from your graveyard in defense position. You can only use each effect of Soul Eating Oviraptor once per turn. This card is used to set up a lot of the plays for the dinosaur typings, so as soon as it's summoned, you're just able to take a dinosaur monster and either have it in your hand, so it can be any level, that's what's dangerous about it, or you can send it to the graveyard, so actually if it's got a graveyard based effect, that's also useful. And then you're able to also, with its secondary ability, destroy one of your dinosaur monsters and special summon a dinosaur from the graveyard. It does have to be in defense position, so it cannot really go into attack for that turn, but there are a few dinosaur type monsters that actually gain effects from being destroyed, so you're not losing anything by destroying those cards with this card's effect. Spiral Quick Fix is an Earth attribute machine type effect monster, level 1 with 500 attack and 400 defense. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add one Spiral Gear card from your deck to your hand. If this card is in your graveyard and you control Spiral Super Agent, you can discard one card, special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. The purpose of this is it's just able to help search for your Spiral Gear cards, so there must be an issue to do with that. I think there's some type of looping effect that happens, and it also is able to reoccur itself just by discarding an additional card. Galatea the Orcust Automaton is a dart attribute machine type link monster with a link points on the bottom left and top right. 1800 attack points, and it requires 2 effect monsters including an Orcust monster. This link card cannot be destroyed by battle. You can target one of your banished machine monsters, shuffle it into the deck, then you can set one Orcust spell or trap card directly from your deck. You can only use this effect of Galatea the Orcust Automaton once per turn. The concern about this card is it's able to just continue recovering your banished machine monsters and being able to search for Orcust spell and trap cards straight from the deck. So if those have specific effects and interrupt your opponent in any sort of way, that's where the concerns have been. Divine Wind of Mist Valley is a field spell. Once per turn, if a wind monster you control returns to the hand except during a damage step, you can special summon one level 4 or lower wind monster from your deck. This is very useful within the Harpy Ladies because there is a couple of cards that can actually do this. I think Harpy Conductor is an example, and in doing that you're able to just constantly special summon monsters from the deck and to have far more field presence and advantage. Spellbook of Judgment is a quick play spell card. Its effect is during the end phase of the turn this card was activated, add one spellbook cards from your deck to your hand except Spellbook of Judgment up to the number of spell cards activated after this card's resolution. Then you can special summon from your deck one spellcaster type monster whose level is less than or equal to the number of cards added to your hand by this effect. You can only activate one Spellbook of Judgment per turn. The problem with this card is that in these type of decks you are running multiple spellbook cards, and those provide advantages typically to generic spellcaster type monsters. It's not an archetype based effect. So long as it's standardized for the typing, this allows you to then draw into additional cards as well as summon a monster that happens to have those types of effects. I know it's during the end phase, so you're not getting the immediate effect, and that's why I think it's gone to 3, but again with Mythical Beasts it will become a big issue in the future. And this card is Super Polymerization. It's a quick play spell card with the effect discard one card, fusion summon one fusion monster from your extra deck, using monsters from either field as fusion material. Neither player can activate cards or effects in response to this card's activation. The concern I have with this card is that it simply cannot be responded to. By having it at 3, I think it's a bit extreme. I don't think it's a good idea on their part. It's a decision they're probably going to have to reverse maybe after the next ban list, but we'll have to wait and see how and where that happens. Overall, I'm pretty happy with the ban list. I think they should have limited the runic cards, but I think because those have only just been recently introduced, they don't want to go too hard too quickly on those. I would like to see in the future some other options being put in place. Maybe I just don't. The only one thing I wasn't too much in agreement with is superpolymerization. I think keeping it at 2 is where it should be. But if you guys disagree, or if you wanted any other cards to be on the limited and forbidden list, put those in the comments down below. And make sure to watch a video in the end screen or on the channel. It really helps to support
This
it.
pack.
Thank you.
This is an evolution of the Dragon Catapult Cannon, and for some bizarre reason, it requires an Armed Dragon level 7. This is Armed Dragon Catapult Cannon, as if the old one wasn't difficult enough to summon already. It is a level 10 light machine type fusion monster with 3,500 attack and 3,000 defense, and it requires VWXYZ Dragon Catapult.
Sure, they say 2's better than 1, but I have to disagree, especially when the one in question is the ultimate V to Z Dragon Catapult Cannon!
And an Armed Dragon level 7. Its effect is cannot be special summoned unless you have special summoned all the above cards during this duel. Must first be special summoned from your extra deck by banishing the above cards you control and or from your graveyard. You do not use polymerization. 1. Your opponent's cards and effects that have the same name as any banished card cannot be activated. And the second effect is, once per turn, during your opponent's turn, as a quick effect, you can banish 1 card from your main deck or extra deck, banish all cards from your opponent's field and graveyard. What is this? Service announcement. Tannoy system calling Chaz Princeton. I repeat, Chaz Princeton. Make your way to the Chancellor Shepherd's office. This is the most unusual combination of cards I have ever seen. It's as though Konami has decided, right, that's it. We have no synergy between any of Chaz's monsters. We need to find some way of fusing these cards together to make them something usable. Be careful, folks. I forecast in Chaz's future a fusion between Ojama King.
Ojama King!
What is this?
And Beetletop Turbo.
Alright, boys! Join to form Assault Cannon Beetle!
This was one of his anime exclusive cards used in the second season. If you guys don't know what it is, look it up. It's Yugioh GX when he was under the control of Sartorius in the Society of Light. This card is so difficult to summon. In order to bring it out, you need to bring out VWXYZ Dragon Catapult Cannon. This requires 2 fusion monsters, VW Tiger.
Now merge! Alright, the VW Tiger Catapult!
And XYZ Dragon Cannon.
It's what I discarded with my catapult special ability, and now I combine them all to create XY.
VW Tiger Catapult requires V Tiger Jet and W Wing Catapult, and XYZ Dragon Cannon requires X Head Cannon, Y Dragon Head, and Z Metal Tank. This means if you look at the total number of cards to bring this new form, 7 monsters to bring out the regular Dragon Catapult Cannon. As for Armed Dragon level 7, this has to be properly special summoned through its effect, so you would need to run both Armed Dragon level 3, who will need a turn before it can become an Armed Dragon level 5, and then the Armed Dragon level 5 to upgrade to its level 7 form. But even within that, it has to attack and successfully destroy a monster in order to upgrade to its level 7 form. This makes it very difficult because battle traps exist, all forms of negation, negating attacks. They might still not be as popular as they used to be, but they're still prevalent within certain decks. This is then an additional 3 cards the final fusion requires, resulting in a total of 10 cards.
Even if you were to forget the Armed Dragon level 3 and were to use, say, for example, Armed Dragon level 5 and use the normal spell card level up, you would need very specific support, which could end up with a bricked hand. I know what you were about to say, but Peter, you know you can run Fusion Tag, right? Wrong. This card has a specific requirement in its effect that both monsters must have been properly special summoned within the duel. Konami ain't no fool when it comes to bypassing requirements. They are fully aware of the cards they make. At best, Fusion Tag could be used to make a monster act as either the VW Tiger Catapult or the XYZ Dragon Catapult Cannon. So could act as a stepping stone to bringing out VW XYZ Dragon Catapult Cannon in the first place. I would say that they made its summoning so difficult in this way, but have looked and thought people won't run this if there is next to no hope in summoning this, as your resources make all the difference, so they have the contact fusion effect found within them, therefore you don't require polymerization, and can banish the required cards from the graveyard. So in a longer duel, you may have these in there and pull this card off. As for its effects, these are why it is as difficult to summon as it is. The ability to negate your opponent's cards and effects if they have an existing card in the banish pile. This is good against archetypal decks, as they will often run more than one of those cards, whether they be monster, spell, or trap cards. The second effect enables you to banish a card to banish all cards from your opponent's field and graveyard. This works like a banishing version of Raigeki and Harpy's Feather Duster, all at once. The benefits of this card are, since the first effect works on any banished cards, this works well with any generic cards that are run between both players. Examples include Twin Twister or some hand traps such as Max C. By taking out some of your own cards, you can end up punishing your opponent. So it's a little bit of, what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. You punish yourself, but you make it significantly worse for your opponent because no longer are they able to use that particular card, and they have to face this beast of a machine. As for banishing your opponent's cards, this means if they run multiple for whatever reason, the longer a duel has been playing out, the more likely they will be unable to use their cards. This could pair well with a banish type deck. This might seem strange, as the V to Z monsters aren't well known for this, outside of the obviously summoning of its fusions. So if you were to pair this with Macrocosmos, that continuous trap card, and they will run through cards just as fast as you are. The one last downside of this card is this can only be activated during your opponent's turn. This is a problem considering that since it's a quick effect, normally you would assume it to work on both turns, so you have a choice to make when activating its effect. You can either go nearer the beginning of their turn to prevent the use of any face downs they have already on the field, or you will have to wait and risk to see if you can get rid of as much as possible. Having said all this, there are a couple of cards that can help bring this out. Immediate examples include Frontline Base, another card used by Chaz during the practical test against Jaden in episode 4. I will just put a small clip in to show you that example.
Out the magic of Frontline Base! It lets me summon another level 4 or below monster this time,
which enables the special summon of a level 4 or lower Union monster, as well as Union Hanger. It was a card, I know people will argue against this, it was a card used against Adrian Gecko in Season 3 of GX, but it came under the name of Different Dimension Hanger when it was in its anime form, and I believe that card turned into this when it got translated into an actual card. It lets you search a light machine type as soon as it's activated, so you can bring forth something immediately, And when a light machine type is summoned to the field, you can equip a Union monster from the deck to your field. This is the fastest method of getting out these cards. You also have very unusual and out of the blue supports, not direct supports, but it helps anyway. Since a couple of the monsters are normal monsters, these are the V Tiger Jet and the X Head Cannon. So one material for each of the two fusions. You can bring out those cards with the spell card Unexpected Die, and it sends the card straight from your deck to your field. So this can actually be another way of getting to your pieces a lot faster. So I know this was a bit of a long explanation of this card, but what do you guys think of this card? Is it worth the effort in bringing out? Today we'll be looking at a card called Magical Something, or in the OCG, which has a better name, Magic Absorber. This is a level 4 Dark Spellcaster type with 1800 attack and 1300 defense. Its effect reads, you can only use the third effect of Magical Something once per turn. First effect, each time a spell card is activated, place one spell counter on this card when that spell card resolves. The second effect, this card's level is increased by the number of spell counters on this card. Third effect, you can remove 3 spell counters from this card, then target one quick play spell card in your graveyard. Set that card to your spell and trap zone. Now, the first effect is very generic. You've got various other cards, Magical Massacre, and other cards that just generate spell counters when they are either summoned, a spell card is used, or they somehow destroy something in battle sometimes. The fact that this card increases its level does not really do too much. It's got decent stats, so that means if it does, if it is able to stay around on the field for a while, it could be used for higher ranked Xyz monsters. But again, being restricted in the link format means this isn't necessarily a good thing. It's not going to last that long. The ability to remove the 3 spell counters from the card to bring out a quick play spell card is very situational. Unless you're specifically running lots of quick play spell cards, there's all the likelihood that you're not going to have a quick play spell card in your graveyard to use. Even to that extent, it can be quite limiting. From the top of my head, you can get some use, obviously, from something like Shrink. That would be a good example of a card that would be quite effective to bring out using this card. From having a quick look at the various quick play spell cards that you can activate, interestingly, both Cosmic Cyclone and Mystical Space Typhoon could be used to remove spell and traps from the field. You have Poison of the Old Man, that's used in Duel Links, but I suppose has no real place in the meta. Super Hippo Carnival would now enable you to have a token. You've got Inferno Reckless Summon, so you can summon out multiple cards if you need to. You have Book of Moon, but its prevalence is less because of the link format. You have Berserker Soul, but then again, you're not likely to get that off. Reliable Guardian, that's to increase your defenses. Generally speaking, most of the quick plays that you have tend to be very restricted to archetypes or types in general. You've got limited removal to double monsters, machine monsters effects, attack. Forbidden Chalice, Forbidden Lance, so you've got the forbidden cards that you can use. You've got a artifact card, but generally speaking there isn't anything that great to be able to use in conjunction with this.
you might find a deck with some ability to use this effect, but generally speaking, it's not that great. You've got a couple of rank up cards that are quick plays. You've got Twister, you've got Fires of Doomsday to summon out tokens. You've got Mirage Tube to do 1,000 damage. You've got Burial from a different dimension to bring back your monsters that are banished. But generally speaking, this card is very limited. Though, speaking of that, you do have a lot of spell cards that do support this, such as the Magical Citadel, which enables spell counters to be gathered onto it, and so can be accessed. And you also have that magical cannon card, where you, very situational, where you remove 10 counters from the field, and you destroy your opponent's field. Okay, so what do you guys think of this card? Do you think it has any place? Can you see it being side decked? Or would you use it in your main deck? Card we'll be looking at from Code of the Duelist is Cracking Dragon. It is a Dark Machine level 8 with 3,000 attack and 0 defense. Its card effect reads, cannot be destroyed by battle with a monster with equal or lower level. When your opponent normal or special summons exactly one monster and no other monsters are summoned while this monster is on the field, you can make that monster lose attack equal to its level times 200 until the end of this turn. And if you do, inflict damage to your opponent equal to the attack lost by this effect. The attack stat of this card is the same as quite a few general level 8 monsters in the game. The effect is very useful, as well as even monsters that are boosted by spell or trap cards cannot remove this monster. So you could have a card, I don't know, Breaker the Magical Warrior, and it could for some reason have, I don't know, say the trap card Rising Energy is used and increases its attack to 3,100. Because it's a level 4, it would not destroy this in battle. You would get 100 life points damage. So you're able to reduce your opponent's monster's attack stats, which mean they are less likely to get over other monsters you control. So this monster can help to protect your other weaker monsters, and the attack reduction gets turned into damage to your opponent. This can be crucial in long drawn out duels and against opponents that use cards like the Solemns or Soul Charge to reduce their life points. The final benefit of this card is it does not restrict to whether the card is normal or special summoned, as many cards force only one or the other, either normal or special summoning. The weakness of this card is there are now 2 types of cards that can work against this monster. By that standard, this is probably the worst timing for this card to have been released. Those 2 are Xyz and Link monsters, as Xyz have ranks, not levels, and Link monsters have links, not levels. The other issue with this card is it specifies only one monster being summoned. So cards like Soul Charge that summon multiple monsters to the field will bypass this card's activation and remove it from the field easily. Related to this point is that even if a monster is summoned to the opponent's field, they can still Xyz or link with it to deal with this card. Overall, this card has its uses, and it's not restricted to the way it can be summoned. It would be a good investment for you to collect, and I feel that it can have a price spike of about £25 to £30, as it is a super rare. It's generally, I think it's a very good card to pick up. I certainly will be picking this card up, and I think I will be making a deck, hopefully, that I can show on this channel when I can get Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro, when they bring out the link format for this card, when they come up with the updates. So what do you guys think of this card? Do you think it has a place on the competitive scene? Do you think it's generally a good card? For a machine, I think it's a very good card. You don't really see that many machine-type cards with those kind of stats and that kind of effect. So I am actually quite glad that Konami are thinking outside the box. Traditionally, they tend to support Dragon, Warrior, and Spellcasters. Those tend to be the three main types of monsters that are supported. It is nice, for once, as someone who's played the game since the beginning, since Metal Raiders, to see a machine.
So today we're covering a brand new card, and it's called Angel 01. It's a light attribute fairy type level 1 monster with 200 attack and 300 defense. You can only use special summon with the way written in this card's name's first effect once per turn. 1. You can special summon this card from your hand by revealing one level 7 or higher monster in your hand. And 2. While this special summon card is in the monster zone, you can tribute summon one level 7 or higher monster during your main phase, in addition to your normal summonal set. You can only gain this effect once per turn. I am quite unusual. I'm a little bit disturbed why this card is actually a thing. For anyone who doesn't know, there is actually another card called Angel 07. It's a level 7 monster. It's a light attribute fairy type as well, 2500 attack. That came out of Light of Destruction, I don't know, 2008, 12 years ago. And now we've got another version. Is this supposed to be an archetype? Is this supposed to be a thing? I just don't understand. It's very bizarre, and the direction sometimes Konami goes down is just, it's really confusing me sometimes. It's a bit like, I don't know, they brought out various support for these random cards over the years. This is just another one. And the first part of the effect, it's decent. You do have to reveal one of your high-level monsters, but potentially within that turn, you're going to be able to summon it as well. That's quite good. You can actually bring out 07 with this. If you special summon this, normal summon another card, and then you can obviously then tribute summon for that level 7 monster as well, because it gives you an additional normal summon. That's a good way of bringing out things like Christia. It's so good for bringing out some of the various angel monsters. Although I would say you've got Valhalla, which is the continuous spell card, which lets you special summon fairy type monsters from your hand if your opponent has a monster and you have no monsters on your field. This provides a little bit more flexibility, and it's a little bit better for protecting yourself because it's more consistent than Valhalla. But it does come with the downside of being incredibly weak. Your opponent can easily shut down this effect, and if it gets stopped, it's a massive target for your opponent to just swing over and just destroy you with. That's why I just don't see this card being too viable. I like the design. I think it's an amazing looking card, and I think for a level 1 monster, give it credit, it's good for a level 1 monster, but will it see play? No. It should have come out back when the original Angel 07 came out, back in 2008. Maybe then it might have seen play within some synchro builds, or some other types of play, some fairy, types of decks as well, but as it is, it's far too late. It's missed its opportunity. And who's to say, maybe they will be bringing out Angels 2 through 6 within the next year or so. Well, that's my guess. Hopefully they will, but who's to say?
With the release of the brand new pack Infinite Forbidden, this video is going to contain all the cards and a brief explanation of what they do and what their purpose is. Dragon of Pride and Soul is a dark attribute dragon type level 8 with 2500 attack and 2500 defense. It cannot be normal summoned or set and must be special summoned from your hand, or your opponent has 25 or more cards in their graveyard. While you have 25 or more cards in your graveyard, this card gains 2500 attack and defense. Like some of the other support that's recently come out, there was a previous one which was Spellcaster version, had exactly the same effect, but it's extremely situational. It requires to be summoned when your opponent has 25 or more cards in the graveyard, and you're going to have to force this type of decision. And it only gains its boosting ability if you have 25 or more cards in your graveyard. Potentially this could be a 5,000 attack and defense monster, but there are monsters out there that can meet these types of conditions or better themselves without having to do this. This is more the symbolic version to mark the 25 years of the anime. For example, Chaos Armatile can boost itself to 10,000 attack points on its turn through its own effect, or you've even got Rainbow Dragon that's able to tribute over Bristol Beast cards to make it potentially an 11,000 attack monster. Sengenjin Awaits from a Millennium is an Earth Attribute Beast Warrior type level 8 with 2,750 attack and 2,500 effects. It cannot be destroyed by monster effects. You can only use each of the following effects of Sengenjin Awaits from Millennium once per turn. If this card is in your hand, you can place it in your spell and trap zone as a face-up continuous spell. While this card is a continuous spell, you can either pay 2,000 life points or reveal 1 Millennium Egg in your hand, special summon this card, and then you can add 1 Millennium monster from your deck to your hand. This is the reincarnation version of Sengenjin, which was a normal monster, and this has been brought into line with an effect monster. It's interesting that it's actually holding the Millennium Shield as it's kind of angrily being aggressive. The effect itself, it cannot be destroyed by monster effects. It's quite a strange one because it's just a part of an effect. It's still affected by monster effects, so if it vanishes, returns it to the hand, sends it to the graveyard, any of those types of effects still treat and go against its card. It simply cannot be destroyed by those monster effects, so that is a very limited form of protection. Each of the effects is quite decent, as you're able to, when this card is in the hand, just place it in the spell and trap zone as a face-up continuous spell, and either by paying 2,000 life points or revealing it in the Millennium Egg, you can just instantly special summon this card. So there isn't really any cost to it if you can just reveal the Millennium Egg, or even if you're having to pay the 2,000 life points, there are ways within the deck that can support life point recovery. When this card is special summoned, you're able to add a Millennium monster from your deck to your hand, so it's a way of searching. It acts like a rotor for your Millennium deck. Golem that guards the Millennium Treasures is an Earth Attribute Rock type at level 6 with 2,000 attack and 2,200 defense. The activation of your name cannot negate it. You can only use each of the following effects of Golem that guards the Millennium Treasures once per turn. If this card is in your hand, you can place it in your spell and trap zone as a face-up continuous spell. While this card is a continuous spell, you can either pay 2,000 life points or reveal 1 Millennium Egg in your hand, special summon this card, then you can add 1 Wedgery Temple from your deck to your hand. This is another one of the cards that was Millennium Golem, and that was a normal monster. This has the exact same stats, attribute, and typing as that previous monster. It's just got an effect version. This prevents your Millennium Egg from being negated, so that's a good way of providing some sort of protection. And when this card is in this spell and trap zone, just by either paying 2,000 life points or revealing a Millennium Egg, you can instantly special summon this card, and the Wedgery Temple also helps to add to your consistency. When I briefly covered the Wedgery Temple, its effect essentially means that your Millennium monsters, instead of going to the graveyard, will go back to the continuous spell and trap zone, and in doing so, you can then trigger off their effects to then revive themselves, and it helps to cycle throughout the deck without having to add additional generic recovery cards. Shield of the Millennium Dynasty is a Earth Attribute Warrior type level 5 with 0 attack and 3,000 defense. It cannot be destroyed by spell or trap effects. You can only use each of the following effects of Shield of the Millennium Dynasty once per turn. If this card is in your hand, you can place it in your spell and trap zone as a face-up continuous spell. While this card is a continuous spell, you can either pay 2,000 life points or reveal 1 Millennium Egg in your hand. Special summon this card, then you can add 1 Millennium Egg from your deck to your hand. This one is protected from spell and trap effect, so it means when it is in spell and trap zone, it's protected always. That's only whilst it's there. When it's actually been summoned, it's got no real forms of protection to it. By either paying the 2,000 life points or revealing the Millennium Egg, by special summon this card, it has 3,000 defense points, so it's not going to be beaten too easily outside of your opponent changing this monster's battle position to attack position, and then you're just able to search for the Millennium Egg straight from the deck to hand, so that adds to consistency. Maiden of the Millennium Moon is a light attribute illusion effect monster. It's level 4 with 1,500 attack and 1,300 defense. If this card battles a monster, neither it can be destroyed by that battle. You can only use each of the following effects of Maiden of the Millennium Moon once per turn. If this card is in your hand, you can place it in your spell and trap zone as a face-up continuous spell. If your opponent activates a card or effect while this card is a continuous spell, except during the damage step, you can special summon this card. And if you do, for the rest of this turn, your opponent cannot target level 5 or higher illusion or spellcaster monsters you control with card effects. This card is the new version of the Maiden of the Moon, and it has the same stat lining for it, but this is an illusion monster, whereas I think that was a spellcaster monster. This has the first bit of its effect the same as most illusion monsters, that they cannot destroy a monster in battle, and they cannot be destroyed in battle. And in terms of the effects, when this card is in as a continuous spell, when your opponent activates a card effect, you're just able to instantly special summon this card, and it provides your higher level illusion and spellcaster monsters with protection from card effects, but they do have to be level 5 or higher. That's fine because you've got things like Dark Magician Girl, and some of the other monsters, the Diabell Star monsters, that meet these requirements, and it adds to some sort of protection for the decks. This can really be splashed into either illusion or spellcaster decks, as it doesn't have any reliant or requirement that you need to have a Millennium Ankh anywhere in the field or in the graveyard or within the deck. Fiend Reflection of the Millennium is a wind attribute illusion type level 4 with 1300 attack and 1400 defense. If this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by that battle. You can only use each of the following effects of Fiend Reflection of the Millennium once per turn. If this card is in your hand, you can place it in your spell and trap zone as a continuous spell card. If your opponent activates a card or effect while this card is a continuous spell, except during a damage step, you can special summon this card, then you gain life points equal to half the attack of one monster on the field. The first part of this effect is the same as most illusion monsters, that whenever a battle is conducted with them involved, neither monster can be destroyed by that battle. And in terms of its effect, when this card is in the hand, you're just able to put it as a face-up continuous spell card, and if the opponent activates a card or effect whilst it's in the spell and trap zone, just special summon this card, and then you gain a life points equal to half of the attack of one monster on the field. You're going to be aiming for the highest monster on that field, therefore gaining half of those attack points as life points is necessary, as a lot of the archetype require life point costs, as in if you're not feeling the Millennium Ankh from your hand, then you are going to have to pay 2000 life points to summon those cards. Dark Magician, the Magician of Black Magic, is a dark attribute spellcaster type level 7 with 2500 attack and 2100 defense. This card's name becomes Dark Magician while on the field. You can only use each of the following effects of Dark Magician, the Magician of Black Magic, once per turn. If Shining Sarcophagus is on the field, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is destroyed by a card effect and a level 5 or higher monster is on the field, you can special summon this card, then you can set one spell trap card from your deck that mentions Dark Magician. This is an alternative version of the original Dark Magician, and it's almost like if Yugi was to use it instead of Yami Yugi. It has the same stats as the original Dark Magician, but it's got an effect, and it treats itself as a Dark Magician whilst it's on the field. Keep that in mind, so wherever it is, it doesn't consider itself a Dark Magician unless it's on the field. And so long as you've got Shining Sarcophagus on the field, this card can instantly be special summoned. When this card is destroyed specifically by a card effect, and you have a level 5 or higher monster that's already on the field, most of the Millennium monsters meet these conditions, you're able to just then special summon this card and set a spell or trap card from your deck that mentions Dark Magician. So there's plenty of those cards. You know, you've got the ones that the continuous trap card, you've got the continuous spell card that does that, the Dark Magician Circle, you've got all these other support cards that work very intrinsically with Dark Magician, very easy to splash within the deck, and you can almost build a dedicated deck through using Shining Sarcophagus alongside the Dark Magicians. Gimmick Puppet Little Soldiers is a dark attribute machine type level 4 with 0 attack and defense. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can send one Gimmick Puppet monster with a different level than this card from your deck to the graveyard. This card level becomes that monster's. You can only use this effect of Gimmick Puppet Little Soldiers once per turn. You can banish this card from your graveyard, then target up to 2 Gimmick Puppet monsters you control, increase their levels by 4 until the end of this turn. The way the Gimmick Puppets work is the archetype has 2 levels of monsters. They either are level 4 or they're level 8. There's a couple of exceptions. I think there's one which is like the gear change, which adjusts its level from level 1 to copy the level of any of your other monsters, so it can either change itself to the level 4 or to the level 8 to go into either their rank 4s, which is, I think there's one of them, and there's also the rank 8 monsters, which tends to be the bulk of them boss monsters. When this card is normal special summoned, you're able to just pitch a Gimmick Puppet monster that has a different level from this card, so has to be a level 8 that you're pitching, and this card will forcibly become that level, so it will become a level 8. This makes it much easier for a couple of reasons, as firstly, this becomes a level 8, meaning if you've got another monster that's level 8, you can instantly go into one of a variety of their number monsters, for example, Gimmick Puppet, a Giant Grinder, easy enough, just 2 level 8 monsters for its summon. You also have the other one, which is the Gimmick Puppet of Strings, which requires 2 level 8 monsters, but with the Gimmick Puppet of Leo, you do need 3 level 8 monsters to bring it out, so it is a little bit trickier. You also have the benefit of when this card is in the graveyard, just by banishing it, you can take 2 of your Gimmick Puppet monsters that you currently control, increase their levels by 4. So if you've got 2 level 4 monsters already on your field, they adjust and crank themselves up to 8, making them an easy 1 card Exceed summon. This card was actually seen within the anime. It was something around episode 32-33, where Quattro was facing off against Kronk, and Caswell was the other one from Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal, and this character was shown being kind of the controller of the Gimmick Puppet Giant Grinder as it was using its effect. Gimmick Puppet Yugioh is a Dark Attribute Machine type level 8 with 400 attack and 1400 defense. If this card is in your hand, you can reveal 1 Gimmick Puppet Exceeds monster in your extra deck, special summon both this card and Gimmick Puppet monster with the same level as the revealed monster's rank from your deck. If this card is sent to the graveyard except from the hand, you can add it to your hand. You can only use each effect of Gimmick Puppet Yugioh once per turn. Also, you cannot special summon from the extra deck the turn you activate either of this card's effects, except Gimmick Puppet monsters. Okay, so this is a level 8 monster, so that just adds to how that deck likes to play. When this card is in the hand, just by revealing a Gimmick Puppet Exceeds monster in the extra deck, so that could be any of them, you can instantly special summon this card and an additional Gimmick Puppet monster that has the same level as the revealed monster's rank from your deck, so that'll be a rank 8 monster. When this card is sent to the graveyard, except from the hand, this card gets to be added back to the hand. That's useful as it's a way of reoccurring without having to run additional forms of recovery cards that are generic and don't really fit well within the deck. The other benefit is, since you are going to be using a monster of the same level straight from the deck and sending that straight to your field, it's beneficial as that will often have a graveyard-based effect, which will either protect one of your Gimmick Puppet monsters or provide you with some sort of search advantage. Gimmick Puppet's Castle Scream is a Dark Attribute Machine at type level 8 with 2000 attack and 2000 defense. You can detach 1 material from an Exceeds monster you control, special summon this card from your hand or graveyard, but banish it when it leaves the field. You can only use this effect of a Gimmick Puppet Castle Scream once per turn. A Gimmick Puppet Exceeds monster that has this card as a material gains this effect. Once per turn, you can target 1 monster in your opponent's graveyard, special summon it to your opponent's field in a defense position. Now, the first requirement on this card is pretty easy. You're just attaching a material from an Exceeds monster that you already have. There are some of the Gimmick Puppet monsters that you may not need to use both of their materials within the turn, and often more than not, you can't use more than 1 material, so actually using their other material isn't necessarily a bad thing. If this card is used as a material for a Gimmick Puppet monster, you're able to revive 1 of your opponent's monsters in their graveyard in defense position. Fantastic for a couple of reasons. Firstly, if you target an Exceeds monster, then that helps to use the effect of the Gimmick Puppet Giant Grinder, as that can do some damage to the opponent. This can also work quite well with the effect of Gimmick Puppet of Strings, which leaves 1 of the string counters on it, and then of the next turn at the end phase, it destroys that card and inflicts 500 points damage times the number of cards that were destroyed by that card's effect. Very useful for adding consistency to the deck, as there were often very difficult ways for you to kind of shoehorn reviving your opponent's monsters to fuel any of their effects. Now you have an inbuilt version of that effect. Another thing to notice is it's actually quite strange of the level 8 monsters. Most of them have very barely any attack points. I think some of them have like 1000 attack, some of them have 0 attack and defense. This is the strongest of them with 2000 attack and defense. Light End Sublimation Dragon is a light attribute dragon type of 8 with 2600 attack and 2100 defense. You can banish 1 8 dragon monster from your extra deck, special summon this card from your hand. Also, you can special summon for the rest of its turn, except dragon monsters. During your main phase, you can fusion summon 1 fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field. When an opponent's monster declares an attack, you can make this card lose exactly 500 attack and defense, and if you do, that opponent's monster loses 1500 attack. You can only use each each effect of Light Imp Sublimation Dragon once per turn. This has an alternative version, which it happens to be a Synchro monster, and this is much easier to bring out. All you need to do is banish a level 8 Dragon monster from the extra deck. So long as you kind of meet those conditions, that's perfectly fine. It has exactly the same kind of effect as the original Light End Dragon, as it does pretty much the same thing. It makes you lose 500 attack and defense, and your opponent's monster loses 1500 attack. It means in most points that you're able to beat over that card using this card or one of your other monsters. It also has the opportunity to fusion summon a monster from your extra deck just using monsters from your hand or field. They have to be from one or the other. It's a shame that it's not from both, as there are cards that do that, but it means that you're not having to run a dedicated conversation, which at some points can be a brick as you're drawing it into the hat. Dark End Evaporation Dragon is a Dark Attribute Dragon type level 8 with 2600 attack and 2100 defense. You can banish one level 8 Dragon monster from your extra deck, special summon this card from your hand. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of this turn except Dragon monsters. You can activate one of these effects. Fusion summon one Fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field. It will target one other attack position monster on the field, make this lose exactly 500 attack and defense, and if you do, destroy that monster. You can only use each effect of Dark End Evaporation Dragon once per turn. This is equivalent to the Dark End Dragon, which was the Synchro version and was used in the anime, kind of within the manga for Chaz Princeton. It meets all the conditions of that previous monster, but this is easy to summon as it just requires you to banish a level 8 Dragon monster from the extra deck. Pretty much, if you get rid of the Synchro monster that's the equivalent of this card, then that meets this condition. This card can instantly be special summoned, and you can either choose to fusion summon a fusion monster without using polymerization. Again, this is limited to either being purely from the hand or purely from the field, depending on your situation, rather than running additional forms of fusion cards. The other effect is to target another attack position monster. By making this card lose 500 attack and defense, that monster is destroyed. This is a bit worse of an effect because I think with the Dark End Dragon it was a send the card to the graveyard, whereas with destruction based effects that often triggers off other monsters' abilities and can chain to a more negative reaction than if you were to pretty much leave that card alone. This card is Knight Armed Dragon, the Armored Knight Dragon. It's a Wind Attribute Dragon type level 3 with 1400 attack and 1900 defense. If you special summon a level 5 or higher Dragon monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is special summoned, you can make this card's attribute and level become the same as one of your banished Dragon monsters. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target one Dragon monster you control. It gains 1000 attack points. Neither player can activate cards or effects in response to this effect's activation. You can only use each effect of Knight Armed Dragon, the Armored Knight Dragon, once per turn. For anyone who isn't aware, this is supposed to be additional support for the Armed Dragon series, so that's to do with Chaz Princeton. He has the level 3, level 5, the level 7, and the level 10 dragons, and then they have their Thunderbolt versions, which are the equivalent, but seem to be like an upgrade of them, as well as the White Knight Dragon. They do have additional support. There is another equivalent of this card, but it's kind of reversed in that it has 1900 attack and 1400 defense, and that's a level 4 monster. And there's also the Armed Pile Dragon, which is another version of like the Armed Dragon level 7, but it's able to kind of special summon itself to the field and pitch a card and boost its own attack points. It does limit to only one attack during that turn of its effect's activation. But with this card, I think I was watching a video with Team APS and Paul was kind of showing this card a couple of times. He didn't really explain it, he just kind of brushed past it, which is why I thought it was important to cover this card. When a level 5 or higher Dragon monster, bear in mind, level 5 and higher, this card can instantly be special summoned, and it reflects the attribute and the level of that same monster as you want to go at any of those types of cards. Perfect for a Chaos style, as you'll be running lots of different monsters of different typings and perhaps dragons within that, and you can meet that condition. When this card is sent to the graveyard, dragon monsters you control by 1000 attack points. It helps to boost the deck, and with the Armed Dragon series, the more damage you can kind of pile on at one go, the easier it is for you to win. and put your opponent in a position where they might not be able to pay life point costs or may not be able to do anything else. It says that neither player can activate cards or effects in response to this effect's activation, so it's not one that can be interacted with. It forces whatever monster you choose to just gain 1000 attack. Estella of the White Forest is the light attribute spellcaster type, level 2 with 0 attack and defense. You can send one spell or trap card from your hand or field to the graveyard, special summon one light attribute spellcaster tuner from your deck. If a spell or trap is sent to the graveyard to activate a monster's effect, while this card is in your graveyard except during a damage step, you can special summon this card. You can only use each effect of Estella of the White Forest once per turn. By sending a spell or trap from the hand or field to the graveyard, you're just instantly able to bring out a light spellcaster tuner from the deck, and depending on what that card does, can give you additional benefits. It helps you to go into your synchro monsters more easily with fewer requirements. And if a spell or trap card is sent to the graveyard to activate a monster's effect, which will be how the White Forest archetype likes to play with, provided this card's in the graveyard, you're instantly able to special summon this card, so it can be used as more kind of synchro material for your higher level synchro monsters. Elzet of the White Forest is a light attribute spellcaster type level 2 with 0 attack and defense. You can send one spell or trap card from your hand or field to the graveyard, special summon this card from your hand, then add one White Forest monster from your deck to your hand, except Elzet of the White Forest. During your opponent's turn, the light spellcaster tuner is special summoned to your field. While this card is in your graveyard, except during damage step, you can add this card to your hand. You can only use each effect of Elzet of the White Forest once per turn. Similarly to the previous monster, this card has 0 attack and defense, and it's just a standard monster. Just by sending a spell or trap from the hand or field to the graveyard, you can instantly special summon this card, and you can search for a White Forest monster straight from the deck to the hand, except a copy of itself. During the opponent's turn, if a light spellcaster tuner monster is special summoned to your field, so there will be ways within the deck that you can do this. So long as this card's in the graveyard, you can then return this to the hand. It means that your opponent's unlikely to be able to engage with this card and send it back to your graveyard or banish it, unless they've got cards which interact with the hand. Typically less so than if the card was then summoned straight onto the field, and then gives you the opportunity to reuse this resource. Sylvie of the White Forest is a light attribute spellcaster type tuner effect monster. It's a level 4 with 1500 attack and 200 defense. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add one White Forest spell trap from your deck to your hand. If this card is in your graveyard, as a quick effect, you can target one White Forest synchro monster you control, or in your graveyard, return it to the extra deck. And if you do, special summon this card, but negate its effects. You can only use each effect of Sylvie of the White Forest once per turn. Okay, so this is the first of the tuner monsters that I have, and it's level 4, which means you're going to be able to get into your higher level synchro monsters more easily, as it's a decent level. When this card is normal or special summoned, you can just search for a White Forest spell or trap from the deck to hand, so it's an easy search for that. And if this card is in the graveyard, just by targeting a White Forest synchro monster you control or that's in the graveyard, by returning it to the extra deck, you can straight away just special summon this card. It does lose its effects, but it still keeps itself as a tuner monster, so you can then synchro summon into something better. This is more useful when your White Forest synchro monster happens to be, in the graveyard as opposed to on the field, unless it's been summoned onto the field with its effects negated, in which case it won't really matter. Rusia of the White Forest is the light attribute spellcaster type tuner effect monster, level 4 with 800 attack and 1500 effects. If you control a White Forest monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. You can send one spell or trap card from your hand or field to the graveyard and draw one card. If this card is in your graveyard, as quick effect, you can target one White Forest synchro monster you control, or in your graveyard, return it to the extra deck. And if you do, special summon this card, but negate its effects. You can only use each effect of Rusia of the White Forest once per turn. This is another one of their level 4 tuner monsters, okay for its attack and defense, but so long as you've got a White Forest monster, you're instantly able to special summon this card, so it's not eating up your normal summon. By sending a spell or trap from your hand or field to the graveyard, and it can be any, it doesn't have to be like a White Forest based one, you are able to draw an additional card, which can help you to further the game, add to your consistency. When this card is in the graveyard, by targeting a White Forest synchro monster you control, or that's in the graveyard, similar to the previous tuner monster, it gets returned to the extra deck, and this card gets special summoned. Similarly, its effects do get negated, but it's still a tuner monster, so it can be used for a synchro summon of a different monster. More useful when the synchro monster happens to be in the graveyard and gets to be returned into the extra deck without using any form of recovery card. Alternatively, if you've got a synchro monster that happens to have its effect negated, it's a good way of sending that card back to hopefully bring that card out in the future. Fiendsmith Engraver is a light attribute Fiend type level 6 with 1800 attack and 2400 defense. You can discard this card, add one Fiendsmith spell or trap card from your deck to your hand. You can target one Fiendsmith equip card you control and one monster on the field, send them to the graveyard. If this card is in your graveyard, you can shuffle one other light Fiend monster from your graveyard into the deck / extra deck to special summon this card. You can only use each Fiendsmith Engraver once per turn. This is the key card for the Fiendsmith archetype. It is quite powerful in that it's got 1800 attack and 2400 defense, which justifies why it's a level 6 monster. But simply by discarding this card, you can search for a Fiendsmith spell or trap card from the deck to your hand, and you can target one Fiendsmith equipped card you control and one monster on the field. Those cards do get sent to graveyard, but by sending them to the graveyard, it means they're not destruction-based effects, which prevents your opponent from triggering any of their kind of reoccurrence effects. It's a good way of getting rid of one of their imminent threats without you having to expend too many cards. When this card is in the graveyard, just by shuffling another light Fiend monster from your graveyard into the deck or extra deck, be that, an extra deck monster or just a main deck monster, you're able to instantly special summon this card. So it does have reoccurrence, and it's simply a once per turn effect. It's not a hard limit, and it's not a once per duel disadvantage. Ragnarika Wicked Butterfly is a Earth attribute insect type level 4 with 1800 attack and 0 defense. You can discard this card, special summon one insect, plant or reptile monster from your hand. If this card is banished from the hand or graveyard, you can draw cards during the end phase of this turn, equal to the number of different monster types among the monsters you control that are insect, plant or reptile. You can only use each effect of Ragnarika Wicked Butterfly once per turn. For a level 4 monster, it's quite decent as it has 1800 attack points. Just by discarding this card, you're able to special summon an insect, a plant or a reptile monster from your hand, and it's not restrictive of levels. So long as it meets the type conditions, it's fine for anything. So it's quite decent for splashing into multiple types of decks. If this card is banished from the hand or the graveyard, you're just able to draw cards during the end phase of the turn. That is a bit of a disadvantage in that you're drawing kind of end point where you can't really do anything, but at least you've got cards for the next coming turns, equivalent to the different monster types you can have. Potentially, if you're running all 3 types within the deck, that's up to 3 cards that can be drawn. It can be negated by a card such as Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, so there is the disadvantage of that, but that's a risk you're going to have to run. It's a decent consistency card for the deck, and it's definitely have to be run at least 2 copies of. Tenpei Dragon Genroku is a fire attribute dragon type level 3 with 0 attack and 1000 defense. If this card is added to your hand, except by drawing it, you can special summon this card as a tuner. You can then increase its level by 1. As a quick effect, you can tribute this card, special summon one Tenpei Dragon monster from your deck, except Tenpei Dragon Genroku. Also, you cannot special summon up for the rest of this turn, except dragon monsters. You can only use each effect of Tenpei Dragon Genroku once per turn. This card is one of the Tenpei archetypes, and it just adds to consistency of the deck. It hasn't got any attack points, and it's only 1000 defense points, so it doesn't seem like much. But if this card is just added to the hand, except by drawing it, you're able to instantly special summon this card, and it's treated as a tuner. So there's an easy way of you getting into a synchro monster. And then this card's level gets increased by 1, which also helps to go into your higher level synchro monsters. As a quick effect, you can just tribute this card to special summon a Tenpei Dragon monster from your deck, except a copy of itself, so it does have the ability to substitute itself for something better. But you cannot special summon for the rest of the turn except dragon monsters, so it does lock you into dragon types. That isn't so much of a problem as there are so many dragon-based support cards. There is no issue with that. Had there been something like Illusion or some of the newly supported archetypes, then I would say that's more of a concern. Each effect of this card can only be used once per turn, but that's necessary as a form of restriction. Totland Sleepy is an Earth attribute beast type level 3 with 800 attack and 1000 defense. During a turn, a monster in your possession is destroyed by a card effect. As a quick effect, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can fusion summon one Memento fusion monster from your extra deck using the monsters from your hand or field. If this card is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can send one Memento card from your deck to the graveyard, except Momentlum Sleepy. You can only use each effect of Momentlum Sleepy once per turn. This card is the kind of new version of Mystical Sheep as an effect monster. The original version was also an effect monster, and I think it was like the number 2 had like a fusion substitute type of effect where it could treat itself as the name of one of those fusion materials if used as part of a fusion summon, which explains what this card does. You're able to instantly fusion summon a Memento fusion monster. Currently, I think there's only the Momentum, which is the Twin Dragon, and that's the version of Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon as a brand new version of itself. Decent, but until we get more fusion monsters, it's still quite hard locked into that particular card, as it does require to go into a Memento fusion monster. If this card is destroyed by battle or card effect, you're just able to send a Memento card from your deck to graveyard. It's a good way of foolish burying those cards, as those cards can then be easier to revive from the graveyard than to search from the deck. It also has the ability to just... It is reliant on being destroyed by a card effect to trigger off the fusion effect, but you can actually do that very easily within its own archetype. That's how they work, by destroying each other and triggering off their effects. Centurion Atri is a Dark Attribute Dragon type tuner effect monster. It's a level 4 with 1800 attack and 1400 defense. If this card you control would be used as a synchro material, you can treat it as a non-tuner. You can only use each of the following effects of Centurion Atri once per turn. If this card is normal or special summoned and you have both an Emblema card and a Centurion card in your graveyard, you can draw 1 card. Also, you cannot special summon Centurion Atri for the rest of this turn. During the main phase, if this card is a continuous trap, you can special summon this card. This card has the ability to be used as either a tuner or a non-tuner, so depending on your situation, it can be preferable for either. It is a dragon type monster, so there is quite a lot of support for dragon type monsters, and when this card is normal or special summoned, provided you've got an Emblema and Centurion card in your graveyard, you get an additional draw that adds to consistency of the deck. And if this card happens to be treated as a continuous trap, which a lot of the cards tend to interact with the Spell and Trap Zone card, Drytron New 2 is a light attribute machine type level 1 with 2000 attack and 0 defense. It cannot be normal summoned or set and must be special summoned by a card effect. If a Drytron card is on the field, you can special summon this card from your hand or graveyard, but banish it when it leaves the field. If this card is special summoned, you can add 1 Drytron monster from your deck to your hand, except Drytron New 2. You can only use this effect of Drytron New 2 once per turn. Also, you cannot ritual the turn you activate either of this card's effects, except machine monsters. This card is purposed to kind of add to consistency of the Drytron deck. They work by having both their monsters, which happen to be level 1 machine type light attributes, and they work through their ritual spell card by getting rid of monsters that would equate to the ritual monster they're summoning's attack points. So, for example, there's a couple of them that have 4000 attack and defense. By using like 2 of these cards as part of requirements, that meets the condition. The Exceeds monster they have also kind of is able to do this, but extend that type of play. And what this card does is similar to the others in that it cannot be summoned or set unless you special summon this card by a card effect. So there are some Drytron Spell and Trap cards that can do this for you, or if you already have a Drytron card already on the field, then this is a way of special summoning this card from the hand or the graveyard, so it can reoccur itself, but it does get banished when it leaves the field. When this card is special summoned, you can just search for a Drytron monster from your deck to your hand. That includes its ritual monsters because they have Drytron in their name, but it does limit you to only ritual summoning cards that are machine monsters. Perfectly fine, as that's what the Drytron archetype wants to do, but I think it's much to prevent you from using the Cyber Angels, as they were often splash within the deck to add to consistency of ritual decks. Lord of the Missing Barrows is a light attribute fiend type level 10 with 3100 attack and 2900 defense. You can special summon this card from your hand up to 3 cards from your graveyard, 1 monster, 1 spell and 1 trap. If this card is special summoned from your hand, you can banish 1 monster and 2 spell or traps from your opponent's field and or graveyard. You can only use this effect of Lord of the Missing Barrows once per turn. When they were announcing the cards, this was one that that I completely missed, and quite shocked that I was, as it's quite uniquely designed. It is a level 10 monster, and typically you would think that's quite difficult to summon, but actually if you've made your deck in a certain way, then perhaps it's not so much of a problem. It does have 3,100 attack points, as for the cost that you're facing, those cards are already in your graveyard and most likely having been used within the duel and outlived their usefulness. Just by banishing 3 cards, it does have to be one of each of the cards, a monster, a spell, and a trap, so you're going to have to set up your deck in such a way as to force that to work. When this card is special summoned, you can banish a monster and 2 spell or traps from your opponent's field and or graveyard, so it's a good way of clearing your opponent's board enough so that you can either do some direct damage or to put them in such a disadvantage as they can't recover those cards, as often decks that don't rely on banishing cannot run on recovering banish-based cards. Cosmo Queen, the Queen of Prayers, is a Dark Attribute spellcaster type level 8 with 2,900 attack and 2,450 defense. Its effect is if a field spell card is activated, you can special summon this card from your hand in defense position. You can target one face-up card in the field zone, then activate the appropriate effect based on which player controls that card. If it's you, destroy it, and if you do, add one field spell from your deck to your hand with a different name. If it's your opponent, negate its effects until the end of this turn, and if you do, add one field spell from your deck to your hand. You can only use each effect of Cosmo Queen and the Queen of Prayers once per turn. This is a new version of the original Cosmo Queen, which is a normal monster. It was one of the most powerful spellcasters. It was, at a time, the most powerful spellcaster monster that happened to be a normal type. It is quite decent, as it does have field spell interactions, and when a field spell is just simply activated, this card can be instantly brought onto the field. It does mean that you're going to have to rely on having a field spell heavy type deck to harness this effect consistently, and depending on who is activating it will determine what you can do. So if it's yourself, then it destroys its field spell and you get to replace it with just a different field spell. So you might have a worse field spell in your hand, you just want to get rid of that card to actually bring out another one. You may not have any of the other ones to search for field spells such as terraforming or metaverse, and this is a different way of getting to that card. Alternatively, if your opponent activates, often those archetype-specific field spells have ones where, upon its activation, you can then search for a particular monster within its archetype or a spell trap card. This would help to shut down that effect, and it would help you to then also search into one of your own field spells. Paralyzing Mushroom is a light attribute Thunder type level 5 with the 1,400 attack and 0 effects. If a monster that was originally Thunder is sent from the field or handed to the graveyard, even during the damage step, you can special summon this card from your hand. If a Thunder monster's effect is activated in the hand while this card is in the monster zone, except during the damage step, you can special one Paralyzing Token. It's a Thunder Dark level 1 with 0 attack and defense. You can only use each effect of Paralyzing Mushroom once per turn. This is meant to be a Thunder-based support, and it confuses me as to its significance. If a monster that was originally a Thunder is sent from the hand or field to the graveyard, so I'm guessing that will be very much within the Thunder Dragon deck, including during the damage step, this card can instantly be special summoned. If a Thunder monster's effect is activated in the hand, so yeah, there are quite a few Thunder Dragon effects that do activate from the hand. There's a couple of other cards that do work alongside this that have to be Thunder types, and this card is in your monster zone. You're able to just bring out a token. The token itself isn't that useful. It's got 0 attack, doesn't have any requirements, as that would meet often the conditions, or maybe one that might require a Thunder type monster as such demonstrated. If you guys know what this card interacts with, well, please put those in the comments to clarify things. Disablaster, the Negation Fortress, is a light attribute machine type pendulum effect monster. It's a level 5 with a scale of 5. It has 500 attack and 2,000 defense. The pendulum effect is to negate any card effects that are activated in this card's column. The monster effect is if there is a column with no cards, you can special summon this card from your hand to your zone in that column. You can only special summon Disablaster's the Negation Fortress once per turn this way. Negate any card effects activated in this card's column. If this card is in the monster zone, it's destroyed, you can place this card in your pendulum zone. Okay, so I like the design of this card because it does have, its name really tells you what it does. The Negation Fortress. It's intended to negate things. In terms of pendulum effects, negate any effects activated in this card's column. So That includes both yours and your opponent's. You have to be very careful about where you place those cards. With the pendulum scales and the new rulings on pendulum monsters, they have to be either in the further left field or the further right field. So those are the limitations as to how you can negate in terms of it being a pendulum monster. With the monster effect, if there is a column with no cards, you're just able to instantly special summon this card from your hand to your zone in that column. This means you are using that with free zone, so there is a bit of a disadvantage in that. If your opponent isn't willing, knows what this card does, is not willing to commit to those zones, you're going to have to force them to commit to those zones by running other cards such as, I think there's a couple zone-based cards which will negate types of effects. If you can fear them into kind of putting it in the same row as this card, as this only negates effects, it doesn't destroy them, that might be an alternative solution. You could also, there's another way, this is a level 5, so you could technically pendulum summon this card if you've got the right scales perfectly reasonably, so long as there aren't any hard limitations to that, or you can actually tribute over a monster. You know, you could go the old-fashioned way and bring this card out onto a zone with other cards already available in that zone. It does negate those cards in the same column, so potentially that is 3 additional cards, as it will hit your opponent's monster zone, their spell and trap zone, and your spell and trap zone that this card resides within. Charmy Perulia is a water attribute type at level 4 with 100 attack and 600 effects. If you control no cards as a quick effect, you can discard this card, apply these effects this turn. Each time your opponent normal or special summons a monster from the hand, immediately draw 1 card. Once during this end phase, if the number of cards in your hand is more than the number of cards your opponent controls, plus 6, you must randomly shuffle cards from your hand into the deck, so the number in your hand equals the number your opponent controls, plus 6. You can only activate one other Charmy monster effect the turn you activate this effect. This is meant to be another version of the Maxi, so it's a version that's kind of not going to be banned, and as it implies, there are going to be like a sub-series of Charmy monsters. I have seen the other one that has been available, and it's probably better than this card, so that next set, that's going to be one of the chase cards. But saying this, it's also noting that each of the 2 Charmy monsters are of a different attribute and a different typing. This is a water attribute aqua type. The other monster happens to be a wind attribute winged beast type. So I'm wondering whether we're going to get an equivalent for each of the other attributes. We might get a fire and a light and a dark version, each with a typing that corresponds well to what you associate with those attributes, such as, you know, when I think rock. When I think fire, I think pyro. When I think light, I think fairy. When I think dark, I think fiend. In terms of the effect of this card, you do need to have no cards, and then you can discard this card to apply the effect. So this will have to happen when you're going second, or it will have to be in a way where you just don't have these cards to start off with, or you're able to return those cards somewhere else, be that to your hand, to the graveyard, back to the extra deck, back to the deck, whatever those requirements are. When your opponent normal specimens a monster from the hand, immediately draw 1 card. This may seem like a bit of a concern for most people, but bear in mind it's very specific as to where it has to happen. The normal special summons have to happen from the hand. It's not from anywhere else. It's not from the extra deck. It's not from a banishment. It's not from the main deck. That's only when they draw the cards. And so by having this very restricted limitation to them, whereas Mat C was just basically whenever cards were special summoned, you draw a card, that was free range for everyone. This can often be pivoted in a way where it's not so conducive. If your opponent is running a multi-themed style of deck, which can rely on cards from, say, for example, the main deck and special summon straight from there, they can often pivot their strategy in a way which avoids this card's effect and thereby dodging it. This other effect, the secondary effect, is so that you don't end up with so many cards at an advantage, which Maxi always did, as the effect Maxi just kept going and going and going, so unless you could deck out your opponent by specialing that many monsters, it wasn't really worth going for. your opponent would end up with so much advantage. And if their hand limit is over 6, they don't have to discard at the end phase of your turn. They only discard at the end phase of their own turn. That meant they had the entire round of their own turn to be able to use any number of cards. And if they had to discard, it was not much of a cost, as they would discard the cards that they could recover, or ones that would recover from the graveyard based on their own effects. This is depending on how hard your opponent goes as to the number of cards they have to have on their field. The more cards they have on their field, the more cards you're allowed to keep. Realistically thinking, they'll have 2-3 cards that potentially gives you permission to keep up to 9 cards in your hand. If they max out and they fill out their board, you could have a maximum of 12 cards in your hand. Most likely, they're not going to give you that opportunity. They're going to keep that as minimal as possible and to really harness and focusing on those cards that they want at the end board to control. This would often mean going for, the highest extending monsters, maybe going for their level 12 synchro monsters instead of going for like a level 6, a level 8, and a level 10 somewhere. It also means that since you are randomly shuffling the cards from your hand into the deck, if you have drawn too much, you are then not able to choose and pick what is going to be sent back to the deck. And that's where the disadvantage comes into place. But I do see the value in this card, and I do think in the future it will be worth running. Dora Dora is a fire attribute dragon type level 3 with 400 attack and 200 defense. If this card is normal summoned, you can add one a level 4 or the fire dragon monster from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of Dora Dora once per turn. Once per turn during your main phase, you can activate the top card of your deck, and if it's a fire dragon monster, send it to the graveyard. And if you do, this card gains 1000 attack for each Dora Dora you control. Otherwise, place the activated card on the bottom of the deck. There is another card which is like this, which is called like Pokey Draco, and it's similar, but it's just quite useless. This card, as soon as it's normal summoned, you can add a level 4 or lower fire dragon monster from your deck to hand. So I think Horus Blackflame Dragon level 4 is an example of that. There are probably other examples which are better, which suit the deck and are much easier to search for and better for your strategy. In terms of the main phase, you can activate the top card of a deck if it happens to be a fire dragon, so you're going to be looking at running a pure fire attribute dragon type deck. Just to send it to the graveyard, this card gains 1000 attack for each Dora Dora you control. Otherwise, place the activated card on the bottom of the deck. So if you call it right and you have 2 other Dora Doras on the field, this card can become a 3400 attack monster. And it's a once per turn effect during the main phase, but it's not a hard one. It is a harder once per turn because you can only use this effect. No, it's actually the first effect that's only a hard once per turn. The secondary effect can actually be used by each and every one. So I could see some type of cheese deck where you've got all 3 of these cards on the field. They each become 3400 attack points and they beat over your monster. Now, impressive as 3 level 3 monsters can beat over your opponent's life points. It's similar to something like Injection Fairy Lily where, you have to give a load of life points and then this card becomes like 3400 attack points. It's the whole style of trying to make weaker monsters appear more powerful. It's just a bit of consistency issue if you're wanting to run more than one typing or more than one attribute. Broomy is a light attribute spellcaster type tuner effect monster. It's a level 2 with 700 attack and 700 defense. It cannot be used as synchro material except for the synchro summon of a level 8 or lower monster. You can reveal this card and one monster in your hand, special summon one of the 2, and if you do, banish the other. Also, for the rest of this turn, you cannot special summon from the extract except synchro monsters, and can only declare an attack with synchro monsters. You can only use this effect of Broomy once per turn. Within a lot of the sets, you do get some interesting kind of individual cards, and alongside of this, you get some quite different looking and themed tuner monsters. This isn't aligned to any specific attribute or archetype or typing, and it can be splashed within any of them. It is a level 2, so that's actually useful for getting quite a variety of different levels, but it is restricted to only summoning up to a level 8 synchro monster. By simply revealing this card and another monster in your hand, you're able to special summon one of the 2. So if you already have a tuner monster on your field, most likely you're going to want to special summon the other monster rather than this card, and the other card just gets banished. It does then hard lock you into synchro summons for the rest of that turn, and you're only able to make attacks with synchro monsters, so you need to be pretty sure that you're going to go into multiple synchro monsters within that round. Veteran Bat is an Earth attribute Winged Beast tuner effect monster. It's a level 1 0 attack and defense. Up to thrice per turn, if your opponent will special summons a monster, except during the damage step, you can target one of them, toss a coin, and if the result is heads, change it to face up attack position, or if the result is tails, change it to face down defense position. Once per turn, if another monster on the field is flipped face up, or a face up monster is changed to face down defense position, even during the damage step, you can target one of them, change it to face up attack position or face down defense position. Similarly to, having that interaction with other tuner monsters having new refreshing effects, this is another example. This is a level 1, so it's quite versatile in going into most of the synchro monsters that you prefer, and up to 3 times in a turn, as soon as your opponent normal or special summons a monster, just targeting one of them, you toss a coin. If the result is heads, that monster stays in that face-up attack position, or if the result is tails, they go to face-down defense position. So it's a Book of Moon type of effect. Ideally, you want those cards to really be resulting in tails, as when they're in face-down defense position, they can't be used for any of the extra deck summons, so it does restrict them for the rest of the turn. It also means that their cards are not going to be a threat for the duration. It also has the ability, if another monster on the field is flipped face-up, or a face-up monster is changed to face-down defense position, to target one of them, and then they appear in the reverse order, so it kind of flip-flop. The idea of this is to disrupt your opponent. But in order to get the maximum of this type of effect, you have to be running all the kind of flip effect cards that increase your chances, such as, I think the second coin toss is an example that would work very well. You would really need this in a very niche style of deck. Depressed Pard is a light attribute beast type level 2 with 100 attack and 100 defense. If this card is the only card in your hand, you can special summon this card. If you do, this card's attack becomes 2500 until the end of your opponent's turn. If this card battles an opponent's monster, you take any battle damage your opponent would have taken from that battle. If you take damage from battles involving this card's attack becomes 0. Then if your life points are 2000 or less, this card's attack becomes 5000. This is a very unique style of effect, and it's one of those that actually, for the most part, is just a massive disadvantage to you, and I wouldn't consider running it. This card, firstly, to use its effects to be special summoned, has to be the only card in your hand. You are pretty much going to have to run this in something like an Infernity archetype to guarantee that. At least it doesn't have to be the only card on your field. So if you've got loads of spam trap cards in your hand, you can just set those cards and then trigger off this effect. When you do this, this card's attack becomes 2500. Not bad for a level 2 monster. But bear in mind that any damage taken from your opponent is actually inflicted to yourself, so you're actually making your situation worse. Only time this card is actually good is if there's a decent kind of threat on your opponent's field and you just want to wipe that out and you don't mind the life point cost you're going to take. But if you happen to take damage from battles, this card then reverts to having 0 attack points. But if your life points have to be 2000 or less, this card's attack then becomes 5000, which is again a problem as you take any damage that comes from that effect. Although the wording on this is a little bit strange, it almost seems like all the damage that happens to occur to your opponent. Drytron Meteornis DA Draconids is a light attribute machine type ritual effect monster. It's a level 12 with 5000 attack and 5000 defense. You can ritual summon this card with Meteornis Drytron. Other Drytron monsters you control cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. Twice per turn when your opponent activates a monster effect. As a quick effect, you can banish Drytron monsters minimum 1 from your graveyard, whose total attack equal or exceed the original attack of that monster. Negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it. If this ritual summon card in its owner's control is destroyed by an opponent's card, you can special summon one ritual monster with 4000 attack from your hand or deck. This is treated as a ritual summon. This is the most powerful of the Drytron ritual monsters as so far. The others do have 4000 attack and defense points and are extremely powerful in and of their own rights. They are level 12 monsters. This card can instantly be just summoned with the Meteornis Drytron, and that often requires them to have attack points that exceed this monsters, so therefore I think most of the Drytron monsters have 2,000 attack points. You would need to get rid of 3 of those cards in order to bring this card out. But often with the Ritual spell card, it allows you to use that kind of effect with Fafnir from the deck rather than from your hand. This prevents your Drytron monsters from being destroyed by your opponent's card effects, so that does provide a level of protection for your other monsters, and up to twice per turn, so that's 2 times. When the opponent activates a monster effect, just by banishing Drytron monsters, at least 1 from the graveyard, the attack has to equal or exceed the original monster's attack points. So just getting rid of 2 of those cards can negate the effects of a monster with 4,000 attack points, which most of your opponent's monsters will be capped really at. It not only negates their effects, but they destroy it. And if this card happens to be destroyed by an opponent's card, so that can be either by battle or by card effect, you're able to just replace this card with another version of a Drytron monster. It's almost that kind of storyline that kind of, if you cut off the head of a snake, then additional snake heads will grow. The Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate is a dark attribute spellhouse type fusion effect monster. It's a level 10 with a question mark attack and 0 defense. It requires 5 Forbidden 1 monsters. It cannot be destroyed by an opponent's card effect, and once per turn, if this card battles during damage calculation, you can make this card gain equal to your attack equal to your life points. Once per turn, when a spell, trap, or effect is activated, as a quick effect, you can negate that activation. Once per turn, during the end phase, you can set 1 Exiled or Obliterate spell or trap card from your deck. Once per turn, during the standby phase, lose 1,000 life points. The summoning condition on this card requires 5 Forbidden 1 monsters, but bear in mind that the Millennium lets you kind of go into these cards very easily. They can be fusion summoned using monsters from your deck rather than from your hand. This is able to prevent itself from being destroyed by opponent's card effects, so you can actually destroy it yourself if you want to. It's just that your opponent can't. And each turn, when this card battles during the damage calculation, this card gains attack points equal to your life points. So the higher life points, the more attack points this card has. When a spell or trap does disrupt your opponent, and once per turn during the end phase, you're able to just search for an Exalt or Obliterate spell trap from your deck. It does come at the cost of once per turn during your standby phase, losing 1,000 life points. So consistently as the game goes on, it's one of those situations where this card will always become weaker. This has difficulties going up against burn style decks, as they will whittle your life points down to a point where this card is no longer as good. I liken this a bit to how we have I believe there's one of the Mechlor Emperors that gains attack points equal to half your life points. So the more you can reduce the life points, the more weak that card becomes. It's also quite similar to something like the Heroic Challenger monster, the one that's currently been banned. I think it's like number 54, that one, the Ron Dominion, which has, you can get it up to 5 materials and then it's immune to everything. Its attack is doubled. It can wipe out things, it can negate things, and each and every turn you're having to forcibly detach a material from it, and therefore it's losing each of its effects slowly once each turn. The more you can kind of protect yourself from that, the weaker it steadily becomes. Light and Darkness Dragon Lord is a light attribute dragon type fusion effect monster. It's level 10 with 3,400 attack and 3,000 defense. It requires a level 8 light attribute dragon type monster and 1 level 8 dark dragon monster. It must be fusion summoned while face up on the field. This card is also dark attribute. Once per chain, if a spell trap card or a monster effect is activated, as a quick effect, this card loses exactly 1,000 attack and defense, and if it does, negate that activation. If this card is in its owner's possession, it's destroyed by an opponent's card, you can target 1 dragon monster in your graveyard and special summon it. The requirements on the card are pretty simple, as there are many dragons that meet these conditions. Dark attribute and light attributes are the most common attributes to run, and within support cards, dragon types tend to be the most supported archetypes. In terms of must be fusion summon, that's fine, pretty easy to bring this card out. Whilst this card is on the field, it's treated as both a light and a dark. So again, it's just emphasizing that it's a bit of both, and there are other cards that do mimic this style of effect. Once per chain, so this is whenever a chain activates, you're able to negate a spell or trap or a monster effect, and each time it does that, this card loses 1,000 attack and defense. This means that you can use this effect up to 3 times unless you can boost this card's attack points up, and that's pretty decent, as unless your opponent's really trying to disrupt you and use some of the the weakest cards, in which case, if you know the style of deck they're running and you know what they're trying to do, negating worthless cards, you're not going to do that. You have a choice of when you negate effects, not say every time a card is activated, it forcibly negates that. Otherwise, that would make this card pretty useless. If this card happens to be destroyed by an opponent's card, be that by battle or by a spell trap or monster effect, you're able to just take a dragon monster in your graveyard and special summon it. Often more than not, you're going to be trying to revive one of the two cards that you used through this card's fusion summon off. Fiendsmith's the Creamer is a light attribute fiend type fusion effect monster. It's a level 6 with 2400 attack and defense. It requires 2 light attribute fiend type monsters, and monsters your opponent controls lose 600 attack. You can only use each of the following effects of Fiendsmith's the Creamer once per turn. If this card is a fusion, that you can target one of your light fiend monsters that is banished or in your graveyard, add it to your hand or special summon it. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can shuffle one other light fiend monster from your graveyard into the deck or extra deck, inflict 1200 damage to your opponent. This card just requires 2 light fiend monsters as its fusion materials. In its own archetype and deck, that's pretty easy to do, but actually there are a couple of cards even within some of the Archfiend cards that happen to meet this condition. I think there's a Desrook Archfiend, which is also among the cards that can do this pretty simply. Instantly, a monster will lose 600 attack points, and that's just a continuous ongoing effect. So in terms of this card being able to compete against anything, so long as it's got 2,900 or less starting attack points, this is able to just beat those cards. If this card is fusion summoned, you're able to take one of your light fiend monsters that is banished or in the graveyard. It gets either added straight to the hand, or you have the option of special summon it. So this has a recovery style of secondary ability. And when this card is sent to the graveyard, and this could be by any ways, it could be by tributing or by using it as another fusion or by link summoning through other means, you're able to shuffle another light attribute fiend monster from your graveyard into either the deck or the extra deck, and your opponent takes 1200 points of damage. It's very consistent. Not only does it suppress your opponent's monster's attack points, but it does have some recovery utility, and it has a last ability to burn the opponent. Fiendsmith's Disarray is a light attribute fiend type fusion effect monster. It's a level 9 with 2800 attack and 2400 defense. It requires a Fiendsmith Engraver and 2 light fiend monsters. As a quick effect, you can negate the effects of a number of face-up cards on the field up to the total link rating of link monsters equipped to this card until the end of this turn. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can shuffle one other light fiend monster from your graveyard into the deck or extra deck to the graveyard. You can only use each effect of Fiendsmith's Desire once per turn. This requires a specific monster, which is a Fiendsmith Engraver, and any 2 light fiend monsters, so the materials aren't too difficult to obtain. It just instantly negates the effects of a number of face-up monsters up to the total link rating of link monsters equipped to this card, and potentially you can get a few on there, so you could be negating 3, 4, 5 cards, and it can be activated during yours or your opponent's turn. That's the benefit of being a quick effect. When this card is sent to the graveyard, you're just able to shuffle another light fiend monster from the graveyard back into either the deck or the extra deck. You're able to target a card on the field, be it yours or your opponent's, and that gets sent straight to the graveyard. So they don't have any way of responding to that. It's a decent card, and it's fine for a level 9 monster to have those kind of stat lines. Momentomican Tekluklika Creation King is an Earth attribute Rishi Illusion fusion effect monster with level 9, 3000 attack and 2000 defense. It requires 3 memento monsters. You can banish this card from your graveyard, add one Momentomican from your deck to your hand. You cannot activate the following effects of Momentomican Tekluklika Creation King in the same chain. If this card is fusion summoned, you can send 3 memento cards from your deck and or extra deck to graveyard. As a quick effect, you can target an equal number of memento monsters you control, and cards your opponent controls, destroy them. You can only use each effect of Momentomican Tekluklika Creation King once per turn. This card has 3000 attack. It's decent for a level 9 monster and just needs any 3 memento monsters. It's not fussy. This is able to banish itself from the graveyard just to add another copy of a memento card from your deck to your hand. It cannot activate the following effects of the card in the same chain, so it does limit itself in that respect. But as soon as this card is fusion summoned, you're able to just send any 3 memento cards from the deck and or extra deck to the graveyard. You have to then target an equivalent number of memento monsters you control and cards your opponent controls and destroy them. Benefit is memento cards actually they activate their effects based on those cards being destroyed, whereas a lot of your opponent's cards won't respond to being destroyed very effectively. It's a good way of kind of giving yourself the advantage whilst completely taking away any of your opponent's advantage. But it is depending on the situation, as, for example, if your opponent doesn't really have many cards on the field, then you're not really going to want to go fully into this card, unless you want to gain the effects of the memento cards that you're destroying. Silvera, Wolf Tamer of the White Forest, is a light attribute spellcaster synchro tuner effect monster. It's a level 6 with 1900 attack and 2400 defense. It requires a tuner and one or more non-tuners. If this card is special summoned, you can change all face-up monsters your opponent controls to face-down defense position. Illusion and spellcaster synchro monsters you control gain 500 attack. Also, if they attack a defense position monster, inflict double piercing damage to your opponent. The summon condition on this card isn't difficult, as it's very generic. It just needs a tuner and one more non-tuner monsters. It is a synchro tuner, so we will be expecting some high-level synchro monsters somewhere down the line. As soon as this card is special summoned, and bear in mind it just isn't when it's synchro summoned, but actually it could be revived from a graveyard as another example of special summoning, all face-up monsters your opponent controls are looking removed. It's turned from face-up attack position to face-down defense position, and it means that all illusion and spellcaster synchro monsters you control gain 500 attack. That includes this card. It will become a 2400 attack monster, and they can do piercing battle damage to your opponent, and it's double the piercing. So I've seen this within a couple of other cards that they want to really be introducing this with. This initially came in with the Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon with the 4000 attack points, the Ritual Monster, and it's been slowly integrated into other archetypes and to individual monsters. Reikla, Sinister Soul of the White Forest, is a light attribute spellcaster synchro tuner effect monster. It's a level 6 with 2000 attack and 1500 defense, and requires a tuner plus one or more non-tuner monsters. If this card is special summoned, you can send one spell trap card from your hand or field to the graveyard, add one White Forest card or one light spellcaster monster from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of Auricula, Sinister Soul of the White Forest once per turn. Illusion and spellcaster synchro monsters you control gain 500 attack. Also, they cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. The summon condition on this is like the other one in that it's generic, just a tuner and one or more tuner monsters can be splashed into multiple decks. It's a synchro tuner, so it will be preparing for high level synchro plays, and when this card is special summoned, so that can be either through its initial synchronism or when it's revived from the graveyard, you're able to send a spell trap card from your hand or field to the graveyard, and you can either search for a White Forest card or one light spellcaster monster from your deck to hand, and it can be any of those light spellcaster monsters. It doesn't have to be named within the archetype. This can only be used as part of the effect once per turn, but it also grants your illusion and spellcaster synchro monsters an additional 500 attack points, plus they are immune from being destroyed by your opponent's card effects. Diabelle, Queen of the White Forest, is a light attribute illusion synchro effect monster. It's level 8 with 2500 attack and 2000 defense. It requires a tuner plus one or more non-tuner monsters. If this card is synchro summoned using a tuner synchro monster, you can target one spell trap card in your graveyard, add it to your hand. When your opponent activates a card or effect as a quick effect, you can send one spell trap card from your hand or field to the graveyard, special summon one level 7 or lower tuner synchro monster from your deck, or banishment. You can only use each effect of Diabelle, Queen of the White Forest once per turn. This card is an illusion monster, so it's quite unusual for a synchro monster to have this typing. Similarly, this is generic. It's a tuner plus one or more non-tuner monsters, and when this card is synchro summoned, provided you've used a tuner synchro monster, as a quick effect, you can send a spell trap card from the hand or field to the graveyard, and then instantly special summon a level 7 or lower tuner synchro monster from your extra deck. This means it can actually be used within quite things that the secondary part of the effect can be triggered by the recovery of sent spell trap card from your graveyard as part first effect. So it's a good kind of cyclical way of using those cards. DPH Gendam is a fire attribute Cyberse type synchro tuner monster. It's a level 8 with 2000 and 2800 defense. It requires a tuner plus one or more non-tuner monsters. If this card is synchro summoned, you can special summon one level 4 Cyberse monster from your graveyard in defense position that negate its effects. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of this turn except Cyberse monsters. When your Cyberse monster battles an opponent's monster and inflicts battle damage to them, you can banish this card from your graveyard. Inflict that much damage to your opponent. You can only use each effect of DPH once per turn. This card is a Cyberse monster. There are plenty of support cards for the Cyberse typing. It's a Synchro Tuner monster, which I don't typically see with Cybers. They tend to be more Link-based, as they came out in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrain series, and that's where both the Cybers type and the Link etched out monsters came into place at the same point. It requires a tuner and one or more non-tuner monsters, so it's generic, but as soon as this card is Synchro summoned, you can special summon a level 4 Cybers monster from your graveyard in defense position. This emphasizes that it only gets its benefit if you have Cybers monsters in the deck. The effect is negated and you cannot special summon for the rest of the turn, but it does lock you into Cybers monsters if you are intending to special summon. When your Cybers monster battles an opponent's monster and inflicts battle damage to them, just by banishing this card from the graveyard, inflict that much damage to your opponent. So this is a good way of reflecting damage to the opponent, and it's a good way of kind of forcing them to take additional points of damage, the more damage you can kind of do. It's similar to something like the Volcanic Counter, but actually it can double the damage that you are imposing to your opponent rather than kind of mutually taking any type of damage. Gimmick Puppet Fantasix Machinix is a Dark Attribute Machine type Xyz monster. It's a rank 8 with 1500 attack and 3100 defense. It requires 2 level 8 monsters, and you detach 1 material from this card to add 1 rank up magic spell from your deck to your hand. Also, you can normal summon 1 machine monster during your main phase this turn, in addition to your normal summon or set. You can only gain this effect once per turn. If you special summon a Gimmick Puppet Xyz monster, except during damage step, you can special summon this card from your graveyard to either side of the field in a defense position. Then you can add 1 rank up magic spell from your graveyard to your hand. You can only use each effect of Gimmick Puppet Fantasix Machinix once per turn. This is meant to be designed on the look of Quattro. It is a rank 8 monster, as most of the Gimmick Puppet monsters are. I think there's only a couple of exceptions on their extra monsters. You've got a rank 4 and you've got 1 Link monster which came out of that Link collection pack that supported like 20 different themes. It requires just 2 level 8 monsters, pretty easy to do with the Gimmick Puppet archetype. And by detaching material, you're able to search for a magic spell from your deck to your hand. They have one which is like this heritage card, which works alongside all of the other cards that they have. I mean, Trey used it, as well as Quinton, to rank up their number monsters into their chaos versions. This also grants you the ability to normal summon a machine monster in addition. And it's a machine monster. It doesn't have to be a Gimmick Puppet, but more than likely you are going to do that. It does prevent itself from being abused by this effect, because imagine if you could summon 3 of this card to the field in a turn and then normal summon an additional machine monster 3 times in that. That would be far too much. If you special summon a Gimmick Puppet Xyz monster outside of the damage step, this card can be special summoned from the graveyard to either field, so it's useful as if it's summoned to your opponent's field, then you can trigger off the effects of either the Gimmick Puppet Strings or the Gimmick Puppet Giant Grinder to then inflict burn damage to the opponent. It also then allows you to search for another rank magic spell and recover that from the graveyard back to the hand, so you can then rank up your other Xyz monsters. Chaos Xyz Gimmick Puppet Fantasix Machinix is a Dark Attribute Machine type Xyz monster. It's a rank 9 with 3100 attack and 1500 defense, and requires 3 level 9 monsters. If this card is special summoned, you can add 1 Puppet Trap from your deck to your hand. You can detach 1 material from this card, special summon 1 monster from either graveyard to your opponent's field in defense position. If a monster is special summoned to your opponent's field, except during the damage step, you can target one of them, destroy it, and if you do, inflict damage to your opponent equal to half its original attack. You can only use each effect Chaos Xyz Gimmick Puppet Fantasix Machinix once per turn. The attack and defense points of this card are the reverse of the previous monster. In its normal form, it's only 1500 attack and 3100 defense, and by reversing this, it actually comes almost like you're changing it from the Gimmick Puppet Giant Grinder into the other version, which is its Chaos form, and that does pretty much the same thing. As soon as this card is special summoned, and so that can be either through its Xyz summon or revived from the graveyard, you can search for a Puppet Trap card, and that goes from your deck to your hand. By detaching material from this, you can special summon a monster from either graveyard to the opponent's field in defense position, and if a monster is special summoned to your opponent's field, you're instantly able to use this part of its effect to target one of them, and destroy it and inflict damage to the opponent equal to half its original attack. If you're aiming to give one of your cards to your opponent with, I think they give it Puppet Leo that has 3,300 attack points, so you could do 1,650 points of damage just through that effect, or you could choose one of their own cards if they've got something more powerful to do that same level of burn damage. Alternatively, it can also be used the effect can be used only once per turn. This is why it's a way of stopping you from abusing it, but it's nice that it doesn't rely so heavily on its materials for its effects, as in some cards, in order to use this type of effect, you'd have to detach all of its materials to use them, or you'd have to use a material each time you wanted to use one part of each of the effect, which is just as bad. This, by detaching material, it kind of does everything in and of itself when you need, and even when it's not got its materials, by sending it to the graveyard and then reviving it, you are able to just search for Puppet Trap, adding to the consistency. Medoshi Queen Terra Phrase is a attribute fairy type Xyz monster. It's a rank 5 with 2,600 attack and a 2,500 effects. It requires 3 level 5 Medoshi monsters, and once per turn you can also Xyz Medoshi Queen Terra Phrase. By using Medoshi Queen Terra Su, you can transfer its materials to this card. Once per opponent's turn, as a quick effect, you can detach one material from this card, then target up to 2 Medoshi cards in your graveyard, shuffle them into the deck. Also, shuffle up to the same number of cards your opponent controls into the deck. If this card in your possession is destroyed by an opponent's card and sent to the graveyard, return this card to the extra. Typically, this card wouldn't be too easy to summon as it requires 3 level 5 Medoshi monsters, and getting those out onto the field isn't the easiest thing to do. But actually, you can just use the materials off the Queen at Terrasu and transfer that over to this card. Its effect is just by detaching material. You can take up to 2 Medoshi cards that are in your graveyard. They get shuffled into the deck and shuffle the same controls into the deck. This is like one of those Transmigration Prophecy type cards, and in doing this, it helps remove their threats. It makes it more difficult for them to search for those cards, and a lot of the Medoshis work in that they're more consistent if you've got no cards in your graveyard than if you have any. So if you happen to have had the Medoshi cards in your graveyard before you've been able to use cards that protect those cards, it's a nice way of recovering those cards, and it's only a detach of one material. If you're using the other cards, then it's a consistent way of protecting it. And when this card in your possession is destroyed by an opponent's card, and that can be either by battle or by card effect, this card goes back to the extra deck. It means that it's consistently protecting your cards, and it means rather than those cards being shuffled into the graveyard, which will destruct or replace even further, it considers itself to be a no-nonsense card, and it retreats itself back into the extra deck. Heretical Phobos Cobus is a Dark Attribute Illusion Xyz monster. It's a rank 4 with 2,100 attack and 1,500 effects. It requires 2 level 4 monsters, and you can target one effect one opponent controls, negate its effect, then if it battles this turn, you can take control of it until the end phase. This is a quick effect. If this card has an illusion monster as material, you can only use this effect of Heretical Phobos Cobus once per turn. If this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by that battle. This is the first of what I consider to be their illusion monsters that have to be Xyz monsters, and it very much plays on the fact that it cannot be destroying cards in battle. Firstly, you just take a effect monster your opponent controls, its effects are shut down. Then, if that card battles, you just get to take control of it until the end phase. So it's more useful to use this type of effect during your turn than it is to really have it as a quick effect. But you do get that bonus if you want to just disrupt your opponent from going into any of their extended combos. You're only able to use the effect once per turn, but that's fine for what you need it to be. And it's probably one of the more simplistic type of illusion Xyz monsters that we're going to see. You wait in the next couple of years, we're probably going to get far better than this. Fiendsmith's Requiem is a light attribute Fiend type link effect monster with 600 attack points, and it requires a light Fiend monster. You can only special summon Fiendsmith's Requiem once per turn. During the main phase is a quick effect, and you can tribute this card to special summon one Fiendsmith monster from your hand or deck. You can target one link, non-link, light non-link Fiend monster you control. Equip this card from your field or graveyard to that monster you control as an equipped spell card. That gives it 600 attack. You can only use this effect of Fiendsmith's Requiem once per turn. Summoning condition on this card is very easy. It just needs a light Fiend monster that is consistent with the deck. During the main phase, by attributing this card, you can just instantly special summon a Fiendsmith monster from your hand or deck, and you can target one light non-link Fiend monster you control, equip this card from your field or graveyard to that monster, so actually even when it's sent to the graveyard, it can equip itself, and it boosts that monster's attack points by 600. May not seem like much of an effect, but it's a way of recovering cards, searching for cards, and boosting attack points. Fiendsmith's Sequence is a light attribute Fiend type link monster that has 2 link markers on the bottom left and bottom right. It has 1200 attack points. During the main phase, you can fusion summon one Fiend fusion monster from your extra deck by shuffling its materials from your graveyard into the deck. You can target one light non-link Fiend monster you control, equip this card from your field or graveyard to that monster you control as a equip spell with the following effect. Your opponent cannot target the equipped monster with card effects. You can only use each effect of Fiendsmith's Sequence once per turn. The summon condition on this card isn't too difficult, as it just requires 2 monsters, so long as one of them you're able to fusion summon a Fiend fusion monster from the extra deck by just shuffling them the graveyard into the deck rather than actually from the field, so it's more useful, and it means there's an instant form of recovery. You're able to target a light non-link Fiend monster you control. This card gets equipped from either the field or the graveyard to that monster, and that monster gains the ability to be immune from targeted card effects. It's pretty useful for what it needs to be within the deck. Ragnarika Selene Snapper is a water attribute reptile type link 3 monster with 2600 attack points. It requires 2 more insect, plant, and or reptile monsters. You can banish up to 2 monsters from your graveyard, then target that many spell trap cards your opponent controls, destroy them. If this card is in your graveyard, you can target one insect, plant, or reptile monster you control, place it on the bottom of the deck, and if you do, special summon this card. Also, you can special summon for the rest of this turn, except insect, plant, or reptile monsters. You can only use each effect of Ragnaraka Selene Snapper once per turn. This card's summoning conditions are quite easy because the rest of the deck works on insect, plant, and reptile monsters, so adding and splashing those cards into this deck is fine. It requires effectively 3 of those types of monsters, any variety. It could be all of one type, or it could be a mixture of any of the others. And by simply banishing 2 monsters from your graveyard, and they don't have to be specifically any of the types listed, you're able to destroy that many spell and trap cards your opponent controls. So it's a good way of spell and trap removal. If this card happens to be in the graveyard, just by taking one of your insect, plant, or reptile monsters that you already have on your field, just put it in the bottom of your deck. Remember, most likely in the deck you'll have cards that are shuffled, so it won't be sticking to the bottom of the deck for long. You're able to special summon this card, and that's fantastic as this is revival for a 2600 attack monster. It's not a once per duel type of revival, it's a once per turn. So as long as this card has that recyclability to it, it's constantly able to use both of its effects as and when you need them, as opposed to certain cards which might have to use their effects upon their summon. There are Volcanicon Concord is a water attribute spellcaster link monster. It's got 3000 attack and its link rating of 2. It requires 2 monsters, including that link monster. It's unaffected by card effects except Valmonica cards, while you have 6 or more resonance counters on your field, and gains 1 additional attack during each battle phase for each level 4 Valmonica monster you control. Once per turn, when your opponent would special summon a monster, if you have 3 or more resonance counters on your field, as a quick effect, you can negate the special summon, and if you do, destroy that monster. Then remove 3 resonance counters from your field. The concept of the Valmonica archetype works on having this kind of angel and the devil on your shoulder, and so one helps you in terms of if you gain life points, beneficial effects happen, and also if you take life point damage, then other effects happen based on what you need. Each of the cards, the spell cards, have the opportunity to do one or either of the effects. Some of them meet a condition that if you are able to do both, then that's also fine, and then they have linked monster versions of themselves. The 2 original cards are pendulum monsters, so one goes in the left scale and one goes in the right scale, and the link monsters are then summoned by having a certain number of counters on your field. So I think you need at least a starter of about 3, and which also makes quite a lot of sense as this card needs at least a Valmonica link monster plus an additional monster. This is unaffected by card effects, so that's fantastic as it provides it in effect immunity to anything outside of cards which are intended to affect it, which are the Valmonica cards. The field spell card can help to generate these resonance counters, so having 6 or more, it's also pretty easy to do, and it gains an initial attack during each battle phase for each level 4 Valmonica monster you control. Both the original 2 monsters are level 4, and I'm sure they will get additional support in the future. which means this can do roughly 3 attacks if you can kind of maximize on that, and that's not bad for a monster that's unaffected by card effects outside of its own archetype, as well as having 3,000 attack points. And once a turn, when the opponent just special summons a monster, provided you just remove 3 of your resonance counters, you can negate the special summon and destroy that monster. It's a good way of disrupting your opponent, and also consider that the resonance counters can work to help reduce your opponent's monster's attack points. It's a good way of eliminating threats. As of this point, this is the most effective kind of boss monster they have. They have another monster, but this has the extra level of protection about it, as well as disruption to the opponent. Medoshi Mini Meowkaroons is a Earth attribute beast type monster. It's got 2,300 and a link rating of 3. It requires 2 effect monsters, including a Medoshi monster. If this card is link summoned, you can add 1 Medoshi card from your deck to your hand. You can target 1 monster in your graveyard, special 1 Medoshi monster from your hand, and if you do, shuffle that target into the deck. Also, you cannot activate monster effects for the rest of this turn, except Medoshi monsters. You can only use each effect of Medoshi Mini Meowkaroons once per turn. The name is very much to do with macarons, which are a type of little French treat, and they're usually with egg whites. They're kind of whipped up and they're flavoured in certain ways. It's supposed to look all cutesy, and that's very much in reference to this. The archetype combines 2 aspects, usually an animal plus some sort of dessert-based reference to it, such as Queen Tiramisu. That is a queen as a person, but it's also tiramisu is the coffee-based alcohol cream dessert from Italy. It requires 2 or more effect monsters, including a Medoshi monster. That's necessary because that way it keeps within its own archetype and isn't kind of splashed into others. But given its effects, I don't think you'd want to run it in anything outside of a pure Medoshi build. As soon as this card is link summoned, you can just search for a Medoshi card from your deck to your hand, and bear in mind that could be any card. It could be a spell, trap, or monster. It doesn't specify which. And you can target a monster in your graveyard and special summon a Medoshi monster from your hand. The purpose of doing this is actually for having cards in your graveyard. That's what Medoshi don't like. They would rather those cards are either banished or sent elsewhere, usually back into your deck, as a way of then getting additional effects. They kind of stifle themselves if you've got monsters or any other cards in the graveyard, and by shuffling that card back, restrictions, there's no level limit on it. This does lock you into only using Medoshi monsters' effects for the rest of the turn, but it's not likely to affect you that badly. Cosmic Tree Mistil is a Earth attribute plant type link monster. It's a link 5 and it has 2,000 attack points. It requires 3 or more effect monsters. You can only control 1 Cosmic Tree Mistil each time your opponent special summons a monster face up during the main phase. You gain life points equal to their attack. Once per turn, as a quick effect, you can pay life points in multiples of 1,000, maximum of 3,000. This card gains that much attack. I love the design on this card, and there's a lot of information to do with a lot of builds within Europe especially that love the whole plant link monsters, so the Sun Avalon don't, and the other cards to go with it. There are so many plant monsters, the aromatherapy kind of cards, any of those archetypes, as well as some standard plant type monsters. This is trying to treat itself as its own boss monster, which is fantastic in one way, in that instantly able to kind of boost this card's attack points up by the multiples of 1,000 life points you give. So each and every turn, if you can consistently kind of give up life points, this card will only ever get more powerful. And each time your opponent special summons a monster face up during the main phase, you gain life points equal to their attack. So the more they special summon, the more they're actually punishing themselves. The more life points you give up, the more powerful this card becomes. This is a very easy strategy to kind of mitigate against, in that it's just a pure beat stick style of monster. It also requires quite a lot of cards in order to bring it out. It needs 3+ effect monsters. So even if you have, for example, a Link 3 plant link monster, you would still need 2 other monsters already on your field, and you would have already had to have set up for that Link 3 monster. It's fine in some of these decks as they can special summon pretty easily, and you would almost need to bring out the negation and protection cards first before ever facing out this card. For example, I believe there's one that you can detach a material from it and it negates that whatever that's detached from it. So it's a rank 9 monster. By detaching, for example, a trap, you negate a trap. By detaching a spell, that's a spell that you negate, or a monster for a monster. It's an interesting form of support, and I think definitely in the future, as we get additional plant-based support, it probably is already quite busted as it is. It's topped the plant Link deck has topped quite a few European tournaments as of late, and I can see this becoming a part of the strategy. Silhouette Rabbit is a light attribute illusion Link monster. It's a Link 2 with 1,500 attack points, and it requires 2 effect monsters. If this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by that battle. You can only use each of the following effects of Silhouette Rabbit once per turn. If this card is Link summoned, you can set one continuous trap from your deck with an effect that special summons itself as a monster. Also, this card cannot be used as Link material this turn. If a card in the spell and trap zone is special summoned up to the monster zone, except during the damage step, you can target one spell or trap card your opponent controls and destroy it. The summon condition on this card is very easy. It's just 2 effect monsters. It can be splashed into a number of different cards and archetypes that have a monster that is effectively a continuous trap matrix. They've got one of their own within the archetype. You have another within the Metal Reflect Slime. That is one that happens within the God decks. You have another example that happens within the Cleaforts, the Clee archetype. You have another one which is for Shadows that works. You also have generic ones. It works in any of those types of decks. You're able to instantly set a continuous trap card that happens to be a Link monster, and actually it has its own version. There's a trap monster that goes alongside with this card, which we'll discuss a bit further on. If a card in the spell and trap zone is special to the monster zone, you're able to instantly destroy a spell or trap card your opponent controls. That's perfect as it works very well within that deck. To my memory, we don't have any illusion Link monsters to discuss for now, but this is the first example we've got. And if this is the starting point, I can't wait to see how this is going to progress in the future. The only negative I see for this card is the first bit of text on it represents the same issues as with a lot of illusion monsters, in that any battles involving them, neither player's monster can be destroyed by that battle. Millennium Ankh is a normal spell card. Its effect is to show 5 Forbidden 1 monster cards from your hand, deck, and or face-up field, then special one the Unstoppable Yugioh Incarnate from your extra deck, and shuffle the face-up monsters you control into the deck, except Yugioh monster cards whose original levels are 10 or higher, and Millennium monster cards. Also, you cannot summon it for the rest of this turn. After activation, shuffle this card into the deck instead of sending it to the graveyard. This is kind of like having a polarization for this Unstoppable Yugioh Incarnate. It requires you to show the 5 Forbidden 1 cards, but that can be from the hand, the deck, or face up on the field. Very easy to do, and it doesn't require any sort of additional investment or searching into those cards. Those cards then get shuffled back into the deck, so if you have drawn any of those, that's a good way of kind of returning them. You're able to keep any Yugioh monster cards that are high level, so the level 10s, and any Millennium monsters you have, and instead of this card going to the graveyard, it goes back into the deck, which can actually be searched out by some of the other Millennium monsters. Yugioh Temple is a field spell card. During your main phase, you can place one monster from your hand in your spell and trap as a face-up continuous spell. Then place one Millennium monster from your deck in your spell and trap zone as a face-up continuous spell. You can only use this effect of Yugioh Temple once per turn. If a face-up Millennium monster you control is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can place it in your spell and trap zone as a face-up continuous spell instead of sending it to the graveyard. So each and every turn during the main phase, you can just place a monster from your hand in the spell and trap zone, and then you can take a Millennium monster from your deck in your spell and trap zone as a face-up continuous spell. So that's really good, as it helps to instantly search for those Millennium monsters. And if you have one of your Millennium monsters that is destroyed by battle or card effect, instead of it going to the graveyard, it gets returned to the spell and trap zone, so it can reoccur more easily from that point than it can from the graveyard. Obliterate Blaze is a quick play spell card. One level 10 or higher monster on the field with Yugioh in its original name gains these effects. You can pay half your life points to destroy as many cards in the spell and trap zones as possible. Then equip 5 Forbidden 1 monsters from your hand and or deck to this card as equip spells that each give it 2,000 attack points. Also, you can activate other card effects for the rest of this turn. Or if this card attacks a defense position monster, inflict piercing battle damage to your opponent. This will provide your Yugioh monster with quite a offensive type of effect. It grants it either the ability, you do have to pay half your life points, so it is quite a steep cost sometimes, and destroy as many cards in the spell and trap zones as possible. So I'm guessing this is yours and your opponent's. And then you equip 5 Forbidden 1 monsters from your hand and or deck to this card as equip spells that each give it 2,000 attack points. So that's an extra 10,000 attack point boost. The opponent cannot activate other card effects. You cannot activate card effects for the rest of the turn, but that's fine, as with 10,000 plus attack points, that might be enough to OTK your opponent. Think of cards such as Chaos Armatal, which gain 10,000 attack points on their turn, or Rainbow Dragon, that has the ability to send Crystal Beast monsters from the field to the graveyard to boost its attack points. Usually in those cases, you're going for the OTK or to be able to just finish off your opponent in that turn. The alternative option, it just provides piercing damage effect to your monster against your opponent. I don't see this as particularly that useful of an effect, in that you can get that from so many other cards and it's not worth doing. If you're going to do that, I would suggest using a Fairy Meteor Crush. It does the same thing. Mansion of the Dreadful Dolls is a field spell card. When this card is activated, you can add one Gimmick Puppet monster from your deck to your hand. Gimmick Puppet monsters you control cannot be destroyed by battle and are unaffected by the activated effects of your opponent's monsters, except their Xyz monsters. Once per turn, you can detach one material from an Xyz monster you control, then target one Gimmick Puppet monster in your graveyard. Special next to your opponent's field in defense position. You can only activate one Mansion of the Dreadful Dolls per turn. This is a field spell that was actually used quite similarly in the duel between Quattro, and it was against Bronk and Caswell. So the two of them were fans of Quattro and didn't realise that he kind of had these number Xyz monsters, and so it's a different type of effect than the other one. They called that one based on the idea that any monster on the field cannot attack unless it's an Xyz monster, and actually all Xyz monsters gain 200 attack points. So it forced both Bronk and Caswell to summon their Xyz monsters. However, in that situation, it was very much so it could fuel the effects of his Gimmick Puppet Giant Grinder. This is similar in that it's trying to do the same kind of thing, but in a different... As soon as this card is activated, you're just able to search for a Gimmick Puppet monster straight from the deck to the hand. Most field spells, which are archetype specific, give you a similar type of effect, so it's nothing different. Monsters you control cannot be destroyed by battle. That is fantastic as in terms of effect, because a lot outside of the Xyz monsters, even the Xyz monsters, like Giant Grinder only has 1,500 attack in defense position than you are into attack. And they're often, some of them have 0 attack points, to be honest. There's even some of the level 8s that have 1,000 attack points to their name. Some, to my memory, I think the newest form of support, which was a level 4, a Gimmick Puppet, has the highest level 4 attack points for the archetype. It has 1,800 attack points, and that's not even that great. And they're unaffected by the activated effects of your opponent's monsters outside of Xyz monsters, which is to do with trying to run specific themes to do with Xyz monsters. It means that if your opponent is running a deck that doesn't use any Xyz monsters, then all of their activated effects are really just shut down. It's like a skill drain, but it's a one-sided skill drain. It shuts down your opponent's effects. Whereas you're going to be running a purely dedicated Xyz structure for your extra deck. And once per turn, just by detaching a material from an Xyz monster you control, and it can be any of your Xyz monsters, you're able to take a Gimmick Puppet monster in your graveyard, and it gets special summoned to your opponent's field in defense position. Now, the reason for this is that it's meant to fuel the effects of your other Gimmick Puppet monsters. So you've got the new one that can actually instantly, upon using that effect, the Chaotic Xyz version can instantly destroy your opponent's monster and inflict damage equal to half that monster's attack points. You have the Giant Grinder, which can destroy a monster that has been special, and then they take damage equal to the attack points if it happens to be an Xyz monster. And then you have the Puppet Strings, which can put these string counters on the opponent's monsters, and then at the end phase of the next turn, they self-destruct, and they take 500 points of damage for each string counter attached to these monsters. Dragon's Light and Darkness is a quick play spell card. The effect is to activate one of these effects, but you can only use each effect of Dragon's Light and Darkness once per turn. Shuffle one level 8 dragon monster from your hand into the deck, and add one level 8 dragon monster with a different attribute from your deck to your hand. Target one dragon monster you control, it gains attack equal to its level times 200, or when a card or effect is activated that targets a dragon monster you control, negate that effect. The first effect is really just to help you to go into specific fusion lots that you want. So if you have 2 copies of the Light Dragon and you need the Dark Dragon, then you can switch the Light Dragon for the Dark Dragon and then go into the specific fusion monster. Alternatively, you don't really need to think of it as the Light and Darkness Dragons, and you can consider it actually that you've got a level 8 dragon and you just want to swap it out for a different one that has a different attribute that is probably more useful for that situation. Second ability just lets your monster gain attack equal to its level times 200. So the more powerful that monster is, the higher the level, the more attack points it gains. Typically, if you're going to keep this on brand, that it targets and affects level 8 monsters, that would boost their attack points by 1,600 attack. Third ability, when a card or effect is activated that just targets a dragon monster you control, you get to negate that effect. Probably the most useful type of effect as it disrupts the opponent, and often their types of targeting effects are ones that aren't continuous, so once they use the effect, that card then goes to the graveyard, it's been a dead card, and it provides you with the protection you need for your dragon monster. Tales of the White Forest is a normal spell card. If you control an illusion of spellcaster monster, add 1 White Forest monster from your deck to your hand. If this card is sent to the graveyard to activate a monster effect, you can set this card. You can only use each effect of Tales of the White Forest once per turn. First part of the effect, so long as you have either an illusion or spellcaster monster, you can just search out for any White Forest monster from the deck to the hand, so that's actually quite useful if you need to add consistency for the deck and it's specific to the archetype. The additional effect, if this card is sent to the graveyard to use one of the White Forest monster's effects, as they typically will require a discard of a spell trap card, this card then gets set, and it's not a case that it then gets banished after its effect gets activated. It simply has the ability to reoccur. It just means that it can only use its effects once per turn. Beware the White Forest is a normal spell card. Its effect is if you control a level 6 or higher illusion or spellcaster monster, target 1 card your opponent controls, destroy it. If this card is sent to the graveyard to activate a monster effect, you can set this card. You can only use each effect of Beware of the White Forest once per turn. First ability, the level 6 or higher illusion or spell monsters, both of the synchro monsters happen to meet this condition. They're both level 6, and so this can work, and it just targets to destroy 1 of your opponent's cards. So it can be a spell, a trap, or a monster. It's not specific to any one of the 3 types. If this card is sent to the graveyard to activate a monster effect, as is within the White Forest deck, they typically discard spell and trap cards. This card gets set back to the field, so it has a form of reoccurrence without having to run additional forms of recovery. And it's not a case of this card after activation gets banished. It simply goes to the graveyard, and then you'll have other ways of recovering it. Susurrus of the Sinful Swirls is a quick play spell card. Target 1 illusion or spellcaster monster you control, return that face-up monster to the hand or extra deck. Then special summon 1 illusion or spellcaster monster from your graveyard or banishment. If this card is sent to the graveyard to activate a monster effect, you can set this card. You can only use each effect of Susurrus of the Sinful Swirls once per turn. This is a quick play spell card, so it can be activated during yours or your opponent's turn, and you target either an illusion or a spellcaster monster. That has to be returned to either hand or the extra deck, and you get to special summon an illusion or spellcaster monster that happens to be in your graveyard or that's currently banished. It's useful as a way of recovering those cards. If this card is sent to the graveyard to activate a monster effect, as is the nature of the White Forest cards, this card is set. Like the other cards, this has the advantage of being able to be used multiple times, as well as reoccurrence through their own recovery effects. The monsters tend to recover the spell and trap cards. These cards tend to be able to recover themselves if sent from a monster effect. Fiendsmith's Tract is a normal spell card. Add 1 Light Fiend monster from your deck to your hand, then discard 1 card. You can banish this card from your graveyard, fusion summon 1 Fiendsmith fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field. You can only use each effect of Fiendsmith's Tract once per turn. The first part of the effect just searches for a Light Fiend monster, which will be the Fiendsmith Engraver. That is the basic combo starter for most of your cards. You do have to discard a card, but that's of unlimited consequences. You are able to banish this card to act as a polarization and lets you just fusion summon into a Fiendsmith fusion monster, but you do have to use monsters either from your hand or your field. It's not a combination of both. Fiendsmith Scent is a quick play spell card. The effect is if you control no face-up monsters, or the only face-up monsters you control are light fiend monsters, special summon 1 Fiendsmith Fiend Light level 1 with 0 attack and defense. Also, you cannot declare attacks for the rest of this turn, except with fiend monsters. If a face-up Fiendsmith monster you control is destroyed by a card effect, or this card is in your graveyard, you can set this card. You can only use each effect of Fiendsmith Sanct once per turn. So for starters, you do need to have no face-up monsters, or it has to be restricted to having light fiend monsters. You're able to generate a token, but you cannot declare attacks for the rest of the turn except with fiend monsters. I suppose you can use this as part of the materials to bring out either the Link monster or the Fusion monster in the future, and if a Fiend Smith monster you control is destroyed by a card effect, when this card is in the graveyard you're just able to reoccur this by setting it. That's fine, as it doesn't have usually cards which reoccur themselves then have to be banished. This doesn't have that as a downside. Emblem Salvation is a quick play spell card. The effect is to banish 1 face-up Centurion monster card from your spell and trap zone, then target 1 card your opponent controls, banish it. If this set card in its owner's control is destroyed or banished by an opponent's activated effect, you can place 2 Centurion monsters with different names from your hand, deck, graveyard and or banishment in your spell and trap zone as face-up continuous traps. You can only activate 1 Emblem Salvation attack. This is a quick play spell card, so it can be activated during yours or your opponent's turn. Just by banishing a face-up Centurion monster card from the spell and trap zone, you can target a card your opponent controls, it gets banished, so it's typically more difficult for your opponent to recover those cards. If the set card happens to be destroyed or banished, so typically you don't get both options, but this is one of those rare examples where you can. By an opponent's activated effect, and it can be any activation, it can be their monster, spell or trap card. You can take 2 of your Centurion monsters, they have to have different names. From pretty much most places, it's the hand, the deck, the graveyard, and or the banishment. So that as far as I'm concerned, covers all bases, and they get to be placed instantly face up as continuous traps. And from there, you'll be able to spam the board with them using their own effects. Vesper Gursu is a quick play spell card. If your opponent controls 2 or more monsters than you do, they can send any number of monsters they control to the graveyard, after which you apply the following effects based on the number of monsters your opponent controls. 0, your life points become half. 1, your opponent gains 2,000 life points. 2, banish cards in your opponent's hand face up until the end phase. Or 3, plus your opponent cannot activate monster effects this turn. You can only activate 1 at Vesper Gursu. Now, I'd like to say that this card seems extremely powerful, and it's a good way of kind of dealing with what your opponent has on the field, but there are a couple of problems with that. Firstly, your opponent is going to be aware of these types of cards, and generally these are very gimmicky if they're not used correctly. Your opponent has to send any number of monsters they control to the graveyard, so they decide which of these effects are going to be applied. So they're not likely to want to give you what you want, they'll go for what option they desire. It also means that your opponent has to have 2 or more monsters than you do. So if you have no monsters on their field, all your opponent needs to have is 2. If you have cards on your field, they're just going to need to have much more than you do. And each of these effects aren't really that powerful. I mean, think of 0, your life points become half. Okay, outside of using a strategy where your life points kind of get switched around, or a way of lowering your life points to gain some sort of additional advantage, there isn't really any point to it. Second bit of the ability to your opponent gains 2,000 life points, to give them 2,000 life points out of hand, they can use for whatever their purposes are. Sometimes there are cards that are within their deck that cost life points, and so you're giving them a free activation from that effect. 2, banish all cards in your opponent's hand face up until the end phase. That can be more disruptive outside of cards such as the Infernity archetype or some rare exceptions, and is ill-advised. And the third ability, your opponent cannot activate monster effects this turn. I highly doubt they're going to let you be able to do that. Most likely than anything, at least keep 1 card on their field so they gain the additional life points. But it is a good disruption card if you are able to kind of manage the effect better. Trap Gatherer is a equipped spell card. The effect is the equipped monster gains 400 attack for each trap in your graveyard. You can only use each of the following effects of Trap Gatherer once per turn. After damage calculation, if the equipped monster destroyed an opponent's monster by battle or inflicted battle damage to your opponent, you can send this card to the graveyard, set 1 trap from your graveyard. If a face-up trap you control would be destroyed by a card effect, you can banish this card you control instead. I like the design on this card as it's a good way of integrating traps more readily into decks. A lot of decks don't tend to run specific traps. They may only run the generic ones, such as infinite impermanence, evenly matched, and so on and so forth, but they won't run more so their own archetype or those that suit their archetype best. This incentivizes using more trap cards, as the equipped monster gains 400 attack for each trap in your graveyard. The more you've used, the more powerful that monster becomes. And then after damage calculation, if you manage to destroy a monster with battle or inflict battle damage, this card can just be sent to the graveyard and you're able to recover a trap card from the graveyard. It also provides you and your trap card with a form of protection, but it has to be a face-up trap card that you control. If it's threatened by card destruction, it can be protected by getting rid of this card instead. Interdimensional Matter Forwarder is a continuous spell card. You can target one monster on the field, then return it to the field. If your opponent activates a card or effect, you can target one face-up monster on the field, whose effects are negated, banish it, then return it to the field. Before resolving an opponent's effect that targets this card on the field, banish this card until the end phase of the next turn. You can only use each effect of Interdimensional Matter Forwarder once per turn. If you think of the old card, which was the Interdimensional Matter Transporter, that card's purpose was to banish one of your monsters for the rest of that turn. The reason for that is it would then protect the monster from being destroyed if you need it as part of material for bringing something out. It was used in case very much by Seto Kaiba, who used it for bringing out his XYZ Dragon Catapult Cannon, and that was only really able to be used by kind of dodging certain effects. That's another purpose and reason for using it. This is kind of an upgraded version, and it's a more consistent version. First part of the ability, just to target a monster on the field, banish it, and then return it to the field. If your opponent activates a card effect, that dodges the effect. That's exactly what you need it to. And the nice thing is, it's not leaving your field exposed to direct attacks, which was often the problem with the Interdimensional Matter Transporter. That would banish until the end phase, or as it was at that time, it was referred to as remove from play. Second part of the ability, target a face-up monster on the field whose effects are negated, banish it, then return it to the field. Reason for this is that it resets that monster's effect. So if you've used something that, say for example, special summons a monster from the graveyard, but that monster's effects are negated, in using this effect, that card gets banished and gets straight onto the field to then allow you to use that ability. It's trying to mitigate a lot of the downsides and negatives of effects that have reoccurring abilities, as those usually have kind of hard once per turn effects or typical negation-based problems. And the third ability, for resolving an opponent's effect that targets this card in the field, this card gets banished. So if your opponent is trying to threaten this card because it's finding that this card is quite difficult to actually get rid of, simply by banishing this card until the end phase of the next turn. Yes, it is quite a long wait because it's of the next turn, not of your current turn. It can be a long wait, but it's a way of preserving the card, and it's a good way of adding consistency. That's 10 is a continuous spell card. Each time a card or effect is activated except that's 10, you can place one access counter on this card. Maximum 10. Monsters you control gain 100 attack for each access counter on this card. If the 10th access counter is placed on this card, you can return this card to the hand, and if you do, set from your deck one continuous trap with an effect that special summons itself as a monster, it can be activated this turn. The general idea of this card is that, firstly, every time a card or effect is activated, so this can be yours or your opponent's, it does gain these access counters, and your monsters can gain 100 attack for each of the counters, maximum 1,000 attack points, as there are the build-up of a maximum of 10 counters you can have. Once 10 access counter is placed on this, simply by returning this to the card to the hand, you can set a continuous trap that special summons itself as a monster. So you can go for any of the trap monster cards, or I think there's a new trap monster card which was in a set like a couple of sets ago, or previous set, and that one was a 3,000 attack, 3,000 defense, level 10 monster who would be able to disrupt your opponent's effects, and it can be activated during that turn. So there are some protection effects attached to this card. Exod Fires of Rage is a normal trap card. This card is always treated as an Exod and Obliterate card. If you control a level 10 or higher Exodia monster, destroy all cards your opponent controls. If this card is in your graveyard, except the turn it was sent there, you can banish it and activate one of these effects. Add one Forbidden 1 monster from your deck or graveyard to your hand, or shuffle up to 5 Forbidden 1 monsters from your graveyard and a banishment into the deck. You can only use each effect of Exod Fires of Rage once per turn. The first part of this effect lets you just destroy all cards your opponent controls, and it doesn't matter which ones they have. It can be spells, traps, and monsters. It just wipes them all out. And although this effect, the second effect, cannot activate until the turn after this card has happened to use its first effect, it's fine, as it allows you to either add a Forbidden 1 monster from your deck or graveyard to your hand. So if you're going for the original Exodia, it's a consistent form of recovery. Or you can shuffle up to 5 Forbidden 1 monsters that happen to be in the graveyard or banishment into the deck, which will help you to hopefully create the pieces of Exodia to draw into and to win using that win condition. Dark Magic Mirror Force is a normal trap card. Its effect is when an opponent's monster declares an attack or an opponent's monster effect is activated that will destroy a monster on the field. While a monster that mentions Shining Sarcophagus is on the field, destroy as many attack position monsters your opponent controls as possible. Then, if you control a Dark Magician, inflict 500 damage to your opponent for each monster destroyed. Also, for the rest of this turn after this card resolves, the first time each monster you control that mentions Shining Sarcophagus would be destroyed by battle or card effect, it is not destroyed. This is supposed to be a mirror force designed around Shining Sarcophagus, and is meant to reference aspects of, the original Yu-Gi-Oh! As opposed to Yami Yugi. As soon as the opponent's monster declares an attack, or an opponent's monster effect is activated that would destroy monsters on the field, provided you have the Shining Sarcophagus, you can just straight away destroy as many attack position monsters they have. And if you have the Dark Magician already on your field, they take 500 damage to the opponent for each monster destroyed by this effect. This also means that each of your Shining Sarcophagus monsters that happen to feature that in its card text would be threatened by destruction from battle or card effect. It can protect it once each. This is a good way of preserving your cards, and it's quite difficult for your opponent to break predicting this. It also is better than Mirror Force in that it's not only when a monster declares an attack, but it's when a monster effect has been activated that regards to destroying a monster on the field, so it's more versatile. Service Puppet Play is a normal trap card. The effect is to target monsters your opponent controls up to the number of Gimmick Puppet Exceeds monsters you control. Take control of those monsters until the end phase. If this card is in your graveyard except the turn it was sent there, and you control a Gimmick Puppet Exceeds monster, you can banish this card, then target one Exceeds monster in either graveyard, special net to either field and defense position. You can only use each effect of Service Puppet Play at once. The first part of the effect is to just target monsters your opponent controls. It's equivalent to the number of Gimmick Puppet Exceeds monsters you have and take control of those monsters. The reason for this is that you can actually go into potentially either their Link monster or hopefully one of the rank monsters that they have, maybe the rank 4. The secondary ability, when this card is in the graveyard and you have a Gifted Puppet Exceeds monster, just by banishing this card, you can take Exceeds monster in either grave and special summon it to either field and defense position. The reason for this is that the Gimmick Puppet monsters you have, some of them, especially the new Chaos Exceeds monster, the Gimmick Puppet Giant Grinder, and the Puppet Strings, all have abilities which can destroy your opponent's cards and inflict burn damage to the opponent. As you can see from the image, this was actually shown in the episode where Quattro was facing off against Bronk and Caswell. The two monsters that they had were also featured within there, and they were kind of stolen and attacked. As you can see, it's kind of gripping around those two monsters. One of them is the Antidote Nurse, which is on the right. I can't remember the name of the second monster, but that was actually introduced many years ago, far before any of this came out. As soon as they were destroyed, then the opponents would take damage equal to their attack points. Woes of the White Forest is a normal trap card. The effect is to special summon one White Forest monster from your hand or deck. Then immediately after this effect resolves, you can synchro summon that one White Forest synchro monster. If this card is sent to the graveyard to activate a monster effect, you can set this card. You can only use each effect of Woes of the White Forest once per turn. The first part of the effect just special summons a White Forest monster from the hand or deck. But once it resolves, you can then instantly synchro summon a White Forest synchro monster. So it kind of Quick Excel Synchros your monster. If this card is sent to the graveyard to use a monster effect, as is the case with the White Forest monsters, this card just gets set to the field and then you can use its effect. Fiendsmith in Paradise is a normal trap card. Its effect is to target one level 7 or higher light fiend monster you control. Send all cards on the field to the graveyard that are not monsters. If your opponent special summons a monster while this card is in your graveyard, you can banish this card, send one Fiendsmith monster from your deck or extra deck to the graveyard. You can only use each effect of Fiendsmith in Paradise once per turn. The first bit of the effect to target a level 7 or higher light fiend monster you have, you can send all cards on the field to the graveyard and not that monster. So that's yours and your opponent's field that just gets kind of eradicated. As soon as your opponent special summons a monster, provided this card is in the graveyard, just by banishing this, you can send a Fiendsmith monster from your deck or extra deck to the graveyard. This helps to then hopefully recover, as they have effects which can activate from the graveyard to recover themselves. Sangen Kyo is a normal trap card. Its effect is during the main phase, if all monsters you control are fire dragon monsters, minimum 1, and your opponent controls more monsters than you do, end the main phase. If 3 or more attacks have been declared at this turn, you can banish this card from your graveyard, draw 1 card. Then you can special summon any number of 10-pay monsters, dragon monsters from your hand. You can only use each effect of Sangen Kaiho once per turn. The purpose of this card is that provided you have at least one fire dragon monster on your field and your opponent has more monsters than you can, it forces the opponent to end their main phase. This means that they can't really set up any plays, and at best they have to go to the battle phase, or at worst, if they're in their main phase too, they have to go to the end of their turn, and that means it goes straight to you. If you have 3 or more attacks that have been declared this turn, that means you're able to straight away banish this card and draw an additional card. That adds to the consistency for the deck, and you are able to then special summon a number of 10-pay dragon monsters from the hand, so this adds to your overall field presence. Guardian of the Voiceless Voice is a continuous trap card. The effect is if a face-up monster you control is destroyed by battle or card effect, except ritual monsters, you can special summon one Skull Guardian from your hand or deck. You can send this face-up card to the graveyard, then target one ritual monster you control. It gains attack equal to the combined original attack of the other monsters currently on the field until the end of this turn. You can only use each effect of Guardian of Voiceless Voice once per turn, and cannot activate more than one in the same chain. First part of the effect, provided a face-up monster you control is destroyed, whether that be by battle or card effect, except one of your ritual monsters, you can special summon one Skull Guardian from the hand or deck. That was a level 7 light monster which has 2000 attack and 2500 defense points. It's a very old card, and it's one that doesn't have any effects to it. You can send this face-up card to the graveyard, then you can take a ritual monster you have. It gains attack equal to the combined original attack of the other monsters currently on the field, so in doing this, you're able to combine all of those attack points that your opponent's monsters have alongside yours straight onto one ritual monster. Provided that ritual monster happens to have decent protection, it's a good way of then OTKing your opponent or finishing them off for the rest of this turn. It's quite a tricky card to use and to predict, as your opponent's not likely to want to keep this around, as they'll try and get rid of this, or they'll put themselves in a position where they don't have too many monsters, or they get rid of most of your monsters to mitigate the types of advantage you would gain through this secondary effect. Valmonica Creation is a continuous trap card. The effect is while you have 6 or more resonance counters on your field, Valka link monsters you control gain at 1200 attack. You can only use each of the following effects of Valmonica Creation once per turn. If your opponent special summons a monster you can accept during the damage step, immediately after this effect resolves, link summon one Valmonica link monster. If this card is sent from the hand or field to the graveyard, you can place resonance counters on one card in your pendulum zone that you can place a resonance counter on, so it has 3 resonance counters. This is supposed to help support the Valmonica archetype. Provided you have 6 or more resonance counters on your field, your Valmonica link monsters gain 1200 attack points. That'll make them clearly over 3000 attack points, which is quite decent, as you can... The general way they work is they like to reduce your opponent's attack points, take some of their opponent's monsters, and also to kind of strip your opponent of any additional benefits they have on their field, and to potentially OTK within a given turn, or to finish their opponent in a certain turn. So you don't always know when they're going to go for game. Each of the following effects can only be activated once a turn, so when your opponent special summons a monster, you can summon one Valmonic Link monster. This means that you can link the summon during your opponent's turn, which is quite decent. And if this card is sent from the hand, field, graveyard, you're able to place resonance counters on one card in your pendulum zone, so that has 3 resonance counters. This is important as most of the effects work if there are 3 resonance counters on those cards. So it helps to guarantee that those effects can then trigger. Meteora Drytron is a continuous trap card. The effect is if a Drytron card is banished except during damage step, you can attribute one Drytron monster, then target up to 2 of your banished Drytron cards, add them to your hand. You can reveal one Meteorus Drytron in your hand, ritual summon one machine ritual monster from your hand or graveyard by attributing machine monsters from your hand or field whose total attack equals or exceeds its attack. You can only use each effect of Meteora Drytron once per turn. This is a continuous trap card for the Drytron archetype. The first ability, provided a Drytron card is banished, you're able to attribute a Drytron monster, then you can take 2 of your banished Drytron cards and they go back to your hand, so it's an instant way of recovering those monsters. By revealing a Meteorus Drytron, which happens to be the ritual spell card, from your hand, you can instantly ritual summon a ritual machine monster from your hand or graveyard by meeting the conditions of having attack points that equal or exceed it, which is fine. So you can really use the effect of a ritual spell card without having to rely on having to recover that card, and that means by continuously accessing this card, so long as you have the other card in your hand, you're constantly, each and every turn, being able to consistently ritual summon. Madolche Desert is a normal trap card. The effect is to target 2 effect monsters on the field, including a Madolche monster. Return those effect monsters to the hand or extra deck. Then you can special summon one Madolche monster from your hand or extra deck with attack less than or equal to the total original attack of those returned monsters. If a Madolche card is shuffled from your graveyard into the deck or extra deck, while this card is in the graveyard, except during damage step, you can attach this card as to an Xyz monster you control. You can only use one Madolche Desert effect per turn and only once that turn. The first part of the effect lets you take 2 effect monsters in the field. You need to include at least a Madolche monster. Those monsters get returned to either the hand or the extra deck, depending on where they came from. And then you can special summon a Madolche monster from the hand or extra deck with attack less than or equal to the total original attack of those returned cards. So that's fantastic in one respect, in that you can determine what extra deck Madolche monster you have. Downside is those Madolche Xyz monsters that you are going to Xyz summon out and cheat out from the deck do not have any materials to them. So if they've got any inbuilt effects that don't have a detach effect, then those still work. Any detach based effects can no longer work. If a Madolche card is shuffled from your graveyard into the deck or extra deck, whilst this card is in the graveyard, you're just able to attach this card to an Xyz monster you control. So that is meant to mitigate the problems and the downside of this card. However, it's only the one material. It would be nice if it had a type of effect that would also attach a Madolche monster from the deck to it, so that at least it has a couple of rounds of using its effect. Dominus Purge is a normal trap card. The effect is if your opponent controls a card, you can activate this card from your hand. When a card or effect is activated that includes an effect that adds a card from the deck to the hand, negate that effect. Then if you have a trap card in your graveyard, destroy that card. If you activated this card from your hand, you cannot activate the effects of dark, water and fire monsters for the rest of this duel. You can activate one Dominus Purge per turn. This card gives you the opportunity to prevent your opponent from searching for specific cards. The benefit is you really have a choice how this card is activated. If it's activated whilst it's been set on the field, it means that you're not going to be limited from using those dark, water or fire attribute monsters effects for the remainder of the duel. However, if you don't run any of those attributes and monsters in your deck, which pretty much is okay if you don't, then this limitation from activating in the hand isn't a problem and you might want to just keep it in your hand. But these days, given that your hand is almost as much as a threat of being discarded as from your field, the only reason I would more so use its effect from the hand is because it can be activated during that turn. Whereas if it's set and your opponent's able to interact during your turn, which given most cases they tend to be able to do so now, then you can't really stop them from searching for those cards as it can't activate until your next turn. So you have to chop and change based on kind of the support cards you're looking at. This is part of the sub-archetype of cards, much like you've got Solemn Brigade cards. So there's a Solemn Strike, Solemn Warning, Solemn Judgment, and there's like 5 or 6 Solemn cards in total that are able to negate various types of effects. You have the Forbidden cards, which are like these quick play spell cards that either boost effects, boost attacks, negate attacks, or treat cards to be unaffected by things. And you also have the Overroot cards, like the Terrors cards, the Terror of Overroot, the Terror of Underroot, and there's another Terror card which I can't remember as of now. Then this seems to be this kind of aspect of looking at having these kind of trios or sub-archetypes of specific support that work alongside certain generic cards. Lesser to an extent is the example I give of the orange Herald of Arclight. You've got the purple one and you've got the green one. Those respectively perhaps, but they kind of tend to be more generic. Silu Hat Trick is a continuous trap card. The effect is to special summon this card as an effect monster. It's an illusion at Dark at level 4 with 1500 attack and 600 defense. With the following effects, this card is also still a trap. If this card is special summoned, you can target face-up cards your opponent controls up to the number of illusion monsters you control, negate their effects until the end of this turn. Or if this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by that battle. You can only activate one Solo Hat Trick per turn. The card is a trap monster. It has 1500 attack and 600 defense, same as the Link monster, and it's supposed to be attached to that Silo Hat Rabbit. But this card, as soon as it's special summoned, you are able to negate face-up cards your opponent has up to the number of illusion monsters you control. So if you include this card and the Link monster it is attached with, that's a minimum of 2, and those cards have to be negated until the end of this turn. Problem is, it's only the face-up cards. You can't just negate any of those cards if they happen to be face down. Other part of the ability is the same as all other illusion monsters, that when they battle, when they're involved in any battles, neither player's monsters can be destroyed in those battles, which is the downside of that. But I like that they've kind of got a 2-step combo with not only the Link monster, but you actually have a monster trap card to go alongside it. A 3-in-1 is a normal trap card. During your opponent's end phase, if your opponent has more total cards in their hand and field than you have in your hand and field cards you control, with different original names, set one spell or trap card from your hand or deck that mentions the original names of all 3 targets. The idea of this is really focused on the Ojama trio, as you can see within the image, and it's supposed to be helping you to search for the Ojama Delta Hurricane. That's the card where if you've got all 3 Ojamas on the field, it destroys all of your opponent's cards. That's, as you can see, the 3 of them kind of sticking together and the kind of swirling around in some sort of hurricane tornado looking thing. The problem with this is it can only be activated during your opponent's end phase, and they have to have more total cards in their hand and field than you have in your hand and field. So you need to regulate yourself to make sure that you don't have too much advantage. You also need to have 3 normal monsters that have been set in your graveyard. So you're going to have worked to get those cards into the graveyard, and they will need to be of different names in order to use the banish-based effect. And just by banishing this card, you can set a specific spell or trap card that mentions those cards, but the problem with that, again, is a lot of the Ojama cards don't necessarily name all 3 of these, and until you have named specific ones or ones that can kind of say, like, we treat them as though this is how they're named, means that this might only really be useful in the case of Ojama Delta Hurricane, or that's my believing as an interpretation of the effect. Magic Colloidal Soul is an Aqua Water attribute tuner effect monster. It's level 2 with 400 attack and 300 defense. If a monster is special summoned by your trap effect, except during the damage step, you can special summon this card from your hand or graveyard. But if you summon it from the graveyard, banish it when it leaves the field. During the opponent's battle phase, as a quick effect, you can activate one of these effects. Immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon it using this card that you control. Or immediately after this effect resolves, exceeds summon it using this card you control. You can only use each effect of Magic Colloidal Soul once per turn. The general idea of this card is that it can be used as either a tutor for a synchro summon or for an exceed summon. It can be used and special summoned provided that you are summoning a monster by a trap effect, so a trap monster can be done through this effect, or just by summoning a monster through any sort of trap effect, that's fine. that if this card is summoned from the graveyard, it gets banished after it leaves the field. But if it's from the hand, then it's perfectly easy to do, and it could be a surprise for the opponent. Depending on the level of monsters you already have on your field, you might be able to excel Synchro into a decent level Synchro monster, as 2 is a good, decent number for bringing out higher level monsters. With the Exceed summon, it is restricted to rank 2 monsters, as this is a level 2 monster, and because it doesn't have any adjustments on its levels, I don't know of many, if any, level 2 monsters that really interact during your opponent's turn, outside of maybe the Malfi monsters, and perhaps something along those lines. I don't think of too many cards that activate really during your opponent's battle phase. Other than that, if you know anything, put those in the comments down below and see how this card will interact from the Xyz perspective. Volmine, Statue of the Sacred Dragon, is a light attribute dragon type pendulum effect monster. It's a level 2 with pendulum scale of 1. 200 attack and 1800 effects. The pendulum effect is if a monster is special summoned by your trap effect, except during the damage step, you can target one card on the field, return it to the hand. Then you can special summon this card. You can only use this effect of Volmina, Statue of the Sacred Dragon once per turn. The monster effect is when an opponent's monster declares an attack. You can place this monster in your pendulum zone, and if you do, return the opponent's monster to the hand. You can only use this effect of Volmina, Statue of the Sacred Dragon once per turn. If this card is in the monster zone, is destroyed, and you can place this card in your pendulum zone. This is another card which is supposed to interact with your various trap monsters. The pendulum effect itself is if a monster is special summoned by a trap effect, hence either by a trap monster or actually a card that actually is summoned through the effect of a trap card, you can target a card on the field and return it to the hand. So it acts as an emergency compulsory evacuation device for you or your opponent, and then you can instantly special summon this card. The monster effect, just as soon as an opponent's monster declares an attack, you can place this monster in your pendulum zone. You can then return that monster to the hand, so it's a good way of disrupting your opponent, especially if it happens to be from the extra deck, as instead of going to the hand, it goes back to the extra deck. And once per turn, if this card in one zone is destroyed, you can then put it back into the pendulum zone. So it's very good at recycling itself. Kubiko is a continuous trap card. The effect is to special summon this card as an effect monster. It's a fairy earth level 2 with 0 attack and defense. With the following effect, this card is also still a trap. Once per chain, when your opponent activates a monster effect on the field that targets a card you control, as a quick effect, you can set this card in your spell and trap zone, and if you do, negate that opponent's effect. Then, if that monster has the highest attack on your opponent's field, return it to the hand. You can only activate one Kubiko per turn. The interesting thing about this card is, whilst it is a trap monster and treats itself as such, it's got 0 attack and defense, but that's not really what its purpose is. As soon as the opponent's monster activates an effect that targets any card that you have, you're able to just straight away set this card and negate that opponent's effect. If that monster happens to be the highest attack on the opponent's field, that card then gets returned to the hand. So if it happens to be an extra deck monster, that can be a problem for them, as that gets returned to the extra deck, where they have to use the same level of resources to bring that card back. Often it's the case that when this card is on the field, you almost have to go straight into the battle phase, get rid of this, and do anything you want to with any additional effects during main phase 2, where this card is no longer a threat for you. The way I see it as well is it's very similar to some of the Scrap Iron cards. Scrap Iron Scarecrow, and there's a Scrap Iron like Traffic Light and the Scrap Iron Statue. Each of those effects have the ability to kind of activate and then reset themselves. They can only activate themselves once during the turn, but they keep bringing themselves back. And this card really does the same thing until it's gotten rid of normally. Dipsy Fiend is a water attribute fiend type level 4 with 1500 attack and 1000 effects. You can discard one card and then declare one attribute except water. Special summon this card from your hand to a field, then this card becomes that attribute until the end of this turn. Then if you special summon this card to your opponent's field, you can special summon that one at level 4 or lower fiend monster with an original attribute other than the declared one from your hand or graveyard to your field. Also, for the rest of this turn, you cannot special summon from the effect except fiend monsters. You can only use this effect of Dipsy Fiend once per turn. This is quite a strange kind of effect. It's 1,500 attack and 1,000 defense. It's not bad for a level 4 monster. It's a fiend, but it looks almost like a fish. It does look a bit like, I don't know, one of those, it's not a piranha, it's the ones with the light bulbs, kind of, which trick the fish, whichever they are, I can't remember the name. Just by discarding a card, you are able to declare an attribute, so it cannot be water. And you're able to special summon this card to either field, so it can be yours or your opponent's. And then you can special summon, if this card happens to be special summoned to your opponent's field, you can then special summon a monster that's a level 4 on that fiend with an attribute that has to be different to the declared one. So if you chose Dark Attribute as your called card, then the monster you summon from this effect cannot be a Dark Attribute. Likewise, if you choose any of the other attributes, you're limited as to what you can get, but that's actually quite decent as it lets you search a monster from your hand or graveyard. It would be nice if it also included the deck, but I think that might be extending it too much as an effect. Those cards don't actually have their effects negated, so keep in mind you can have fiend monsters, and there's so many fiend monsters that have effects that are useful even when they're recovered. And really, what is your opponent going to do with this card? In all likelihood, you're using this during your turn. You'll plan to get rid of this from your opponent's field, so even if they were to try and use it as a rank 4 Xyz play, you will have gotten rid of this before they can ever use it as a resource. It does limit you from using any other monsters from the extra deck except fiend types, so bear in mind that if you are running this, it's not really useful as within a general water attribute deck, but rather one that intensifies and focuses on fiend type monsters. Necroquip Princess is a dark attribute fiend type fusion at level 6 with 2,000 attack and 2,000 effects. Requires a monster equipped with a monster card and one fiend monster card. Must be special summoned from the above cards from your hand and the field to the graveyard. You can only control one Necroquip Princess. If a monster is sent from the hand to the graveyard to activate a card or effect, you can activate one of these effects. Equip one of those monsters to this card as an equip spell that gives it 500 attack, or draw one card. You can only use this effect of Necroquip Princess once per turn. The summoning conditions on this card are a bit tricky. One monster equipped with a monster card and a fiend monster card outside of maybe the Fiend Smith archetype. That's generally where I think this is pointed to. And it can only be special summoned from the extra by sending those above cards from the hand or field to the graveyard. You don't have to use polymerization. If a monster is sent from the hand to the graveyard to activate a card or effect, so that can typically be based on any sort of costs, like a discard cost, you're able to equip one of those monsters to this card as an equip spell that gives it 500 attack points. So this becomes a 2,500 attack monster, or you have the option of drawing an additional card. I would always prefer the drawing of the additional card, which might give you more advantage than to the boosting of attack points. The League of Uniform Nomenclature Strikes is a normal spell card. The effect is to target one face-up monster you control. Equip 2 monsters with the same original name as that target from your hand, deck, and or graveyard to that target as equip spells. And if you do, it cannot attack or be destroyed by battle while equipped with those 2 cards. You cannot special summon it for the rest of this turn after this card resolves, except monsters with the same original type as the targeted monster. You can only activate one the League of Uniform Nomenclature Strikes per turn. The effect on this card requires you to target a face-up monster you control, and you straight away equip 2 monsters with the same original name as that target. In the given example, you have that for Ojama Yellow. It has to be from either hand, the deck, and or the graveyard, and they're just treated as equip spells. Seems a little bit strange as we're pushing towards having monsters that are treated as equip spells that don't really have any business being equip spells. I can make the argument that things such as, a Crystal Beast makes sense as being a continuous spell because that's just how the deck works, but this is kind of splashing these types of effects into pretty much anything. And if you do, it cannot attack or be destroyed by battle while equipped those 2 monsters. So you're forcing your monster to become like some sort of protection for you. You're forcing them in a situation where they're useless in and of themselves, but they prevent your opponent from going into direct attacks on you until they actually get rid of those 2 cards. It's very much this sitting duck style of strategy, and I don't personally like it. It's a niche card and there are very few utilities for it. It says you cannot special summon for the rest of the turn after this card results, so it even cuts off your special summons, except monsters with the same original type as that targeted monster. So okay, so you go with the Ojama series, that's beast type. That's fine if you're making a dedicated deck that unless you're really trying to narrow your opponent's cards into just affecting that card, then it's not a good idea to be running this card. And a lot of it would require you to run things such as Ring of Magnetism, which forces attacks into your monster, or to use Metal Silver Armor, which forces effects into your monster. It's just not the greatest way of dealing with things, and often these decks kind of get broken apart by just a simple thing as a Harpy's Feather Duster. One or two of those cards are enough to just clear your board and to fully just outplay you. It says you can only activate one of these cards per turn, and good riddance. I don't think it's going to be that useful. Kochoru's Hinamatsuri is a dark attribute machine type, level 7 with 2200 attack and 2200 defense. If this card is in your hand or graveyard, you can target one machine monster on the field. For the rest of this turn, you cannot special summon from the extract except Xyz monsters. Also, special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. And if you do, half that monster's attack. Also, this card's level becomes that monster's. You can only use this effect of Kochoru's Hinamatsuri once per turn. This card's effect lets you target a machine monster on the field, and you cannot special summon them from the extract except Xyz monsters, so it hard locks you into machine type monsters. You're then able to use its effect from here, so it special summons itself, so that's fine, it's a level 7 monster. But you have to halve that monster's attack, and this card's level becomes that monster's. So it's a good way of you getting into Xyz monsters of a particular type, maybe focused on Xyz machine type monsters. There's a few of those, and it replicates the level of that monster. That's fine, as I think rank 10 machines the rank 10 trains would work alongside something like this. Sapphire Shrimp is a light attribute fish type synchro tuna monster. It's got a level 2, 1000 attack and 1200 defense. It requires a tuna and one non-tuna monster. If this card is special summoned, you can send one other card from your hand or field to the graveyard, then target one spell or trap card your opponent controls, destroy it. You can only use this effect of Sapphire Shrimp once per turn. Once per chain during your opponent's main phase, you can, as a quick effect, immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon using this card you control. It being a synchro tuna monster makes sense, as a lot of the synchro tuners tend to be they're level 2 typically. This requires a tuner and a non-tuner, so you're going to need a level 1 for each of those to bring this out. And when this card is special summoned, so it can be either when it's effectively synchro summoned or if it's revived from the graveyard, by sending another card from your hand or field to the graveyard. So this does give you the option, if you've got a useless card either on your field or in your hand, you can then get rid of that to get rid of a spell or trap card your opponent controls. The secondary ability is just the same as most of the XL synchro style of plays, and isn't anything different to what typical synchro tuner monsters tend to interact like. Aerial Eater is a wind attribute fiend type fusion effect monster. It's a level 6 with 2100 attack and 2600 defense. It requires 2 fiend monsters with the same attribute. If this card is fusion summoned, you can send one fiend monster from your deck to the graveyard. If this card is in your graveyard, you can banish 2 level 6 or higher fiend monsters with the same attribute as each other from your graveyard, except Aerial Eater. Special summon this card. You can only use each effect of Aerial Eater once per turn. The purpose of this card is that it's actually based on an old card called Aerial Eater it was a normal monster. It had the same stats, typing, level, all of that, except that it was a normal monster and this is a fusion. This requires 2 fiend monsters with the same attributes, so it is a super polymerization target. It can be. When this card is fusion summoned, you can send a fiend monster from your deck to the graveyard. That's perfectly fine, because maybe the fiend monster has easier search and recovery from the graveyard, or it has an effect that activates in the graveyard. And if this card is in your graveyard, just by banishing 2 level 6 or higher fiend monsters with the same attribute as each other from the graveyard, you can special summon this card. So it's a way of bringing this card back, and certain cards can actually be revived from the banish pile, so it's a good kind of rank 6 toolbox type of effect. Mimighoul Master is an earth attribute zombie type level 4 with 1800 attack and 1200 defense. It cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects while your opponent controls any face down monsters, or you control a Mimighoul monster other than Mimighoul Master. You can only use each of the following effects of Mimighoul Monster once per turn. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add one Mimighoul monster from your deck to your hand, except Mimighoul Master. During your opponent's main phase, as a quick effect, you can change one face down monster on the field to face up attack or defense position. This card is meant to be the main piece, kind of like the boss monster of the Mimigal archetype. It's got 1,800 attack points, so you're thinking, how can this be a boss monster? We'll wait and see as we see the additional cards within the archetype, and you'll understand why. The first part of the effect, it cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects, while either your opponent controls any face-down monsters, so if they've got a very defensive deck, then that actually supports you, or if you have another Mimigal monster that happens to be outside this named card. Each of the following effects can only be used once per turn, and if this card happens to be normal or special summoned, you can instantly search for a Mimigal monster from your deck to hand, and during the opponent's main phase, you're either able to change a face-down monster on the field to face-up attack position or defense position. This helps to trigger off various types of effects, or to put them in a position where they're not able to really do anything. Mimigal Dragon is an Earth attribute dragon-type flip effect monster. It's a level 1 with 500 attack and 2,000 effects. Its effect is flip if it is the main phase. Apply these effects in sequence. Destroy all face-up monsters you control except Mimigal monsters, or give control of this card to your opponent. During your main phase, you can special summon this card from your hand to your opponent's field in face-down defense position. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add one Mimigal spell or trap card from your deck to your hand. You can only use each effect of a Mimigal Dragon once per turn. So I see design on this card. By giving this to your opponent, you're able to search for a Mimigal spell or trap card from the deck to hand, so it adds to the consistency of your cards. And with the previous card, you're able to flip one of their monsters into either face-up attack position or face-up defense position, which is the effect of the Mimigal Master, and that then triggers off their effects, which means either you opt to give this back to yourself from your opponent's side, or it destroys all face monsters that they control on their field, except any Mimigal monsters, so it provides a lot of disadvantage for them. Mimigal Cerberus is an Earth attribute beast-type flip effect monster. It's a level 1 with 400 attack and 1,800 effects. The effect is to flip if it is the main phase. Apply these effects in sequence. Banish the top 3 cards of your deck, then special summon one of your banished monsters to your opponent's field in defense position, or give control of this card to your opponent. During your main phase, you can special summon this card from your hand to your opponent's field in face-down defense position. You can only use each effect of Mimigal Cerberus. Your opponent cannot target face-up spells you control with card effects. The nice thing about this effect is, similar to the previous one, this just special summons itself to your opponent's field, and when this flip effect activates, either it gets returned to you for your field, or the other effect is it banishes the top 3 cards of that opponent's deck, and then you're able to have one of their banished monsters go into your field in defense position. So this provides you with a level advantage. And you can target face-up spells you control with card effects, so that's good, because if this does come back to your field, it provides your spell cards with some form of protection. Mimigal Archfiend is an Earth attribute fiend-type flip effect monster. It's a level 1 with 0 attack and 1,900 defense. The flip effect is, if it is the main phase, apply these effects in sequence. Your opponent draws a card, send one card from your hand to the graveyard, or give control of this card to your opponent. During your main phase, you can special summon this card from your hand to your opponent's field in a face-down defense position. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can change one face-down monster on the field to face-up attack position or defense position. You can only use each effect of Mimigal Archfiend once per turn. It's able to revive itself onto your opponent's side of the field in a face-down defense position. And if this card happens to be normal or special summoned, you can change a face-down monster on the field to face-up attack or defense position, so it adjusts them, and then those effects, if they're Mimigal monsters, then trigger by being flipped face up. The flip effects in this card is either the opponent draws a card, so that'll be you. You send a card from your hand to the graveyard, so that player will have to discard a card, or that this card then gets sent back to you as the controller player. Mimigal Dungeon is a field spell card. Mimigal monsters you control that were not normal special summoned this turn gain attack equal to their original defense. Any player who controls a face-down monster cannot normal summon monsters, nor declare an attack with monsters that special summoned this turn. During the main phase, you can add one Mimigal monster from your deck or graveyard to your hand. You can only use this effect of Mimigal Dungeon once per turn. The design on this card is, it being the field spell gives you justification of why they have such low attack points. The idea is that if your Mimigal monsters that you control that are not normal or special summoned on that turn, and then obviously they come back to you, they give you attack points combined with their defense points. So with the Mimigul Master, since it has 1,800 attack and 1,200 defense, that becomes a 3,000 attack monster. The Dragon has 500 attack and 2,000 defense, that becomes a 2,500 attack monster. The Archfiend had 0 attack and 1,900 defense, that becomes a 1,900 attack monster. So even though those cards seem particularly weak, but when they're combined both their attack and defense, it justifies why they've been brought out as such. Any player that has a face-down monster that cannot normal summon with monsters nor declare attacks with monsters, that will special summon that turn, so it does hard lock your opponent and stops them from going into their plays. And consistently, each and every turn, you're able to either add a Mimigul monster from your deck or graveyard back to your hand. Mimigul Maker is a normal spell card. Reveal 2 flip monsters with different names from your deck. Your opponent randomly picks one for you to special summon to their field in face down defense position, and you add the other to your hand. Then you can special summon one Mimigul monster from your hand. If your opponent special summons a monster except during a damage step, you can banish this card from your graveyard, then target one face down monster your opponent controls, change it to face up attack position or defense position. You can only use one Mimigul Maker effect per turn and only once that turn. The idea of this is that it kind of forces a decision on your opponent. By revealing 2 flip monsters with different names from your deck, and they have to select one which they take, both of those give your opponent a disadvantage, so it pretty much isn't really up to them, and it's quite similar to cards such as then if it's 3 of the same card, doesn't matter which of those cards you choose, you're going to be given that. There's another one which works within the Monarchs that does similar type of thing, and if you choose triple of that card, your opponent really doesn't have a choice. Same with this, choose 2 of the same card, you get one, your opponent gets the same named card, that goes face down defense position, and it means that you then special summon a Mimigul monster from your hand, so it does provide you with some protection. If the opponent special summons a monster, except during the damage step, by banishing this card from the graveyard, you're targeting a face-down monster the opponent controls, so that'll be a Mimigul monster. It gets changed either to face-up attack position or defense position. That flip effect then triggers off that card's negative effects towards the opponent. A Mimigul Room is a normal trap card. The effect is to special summon one Mimigul monster from your hand or deck to your field or in face-down defense position to your opponent's field. Then you can change one face-up monster on the field to face-down defense position. You can banish this card from your graveyard, then target any number of Mimigul cards you control, return them to the hand. You can only use one Mimigul Room effect per turn and only once per turn. The first part of the effect just lets you special summon a Mimigul monster from your hand or deck to either your field or to your opponent's field, but that has to be in face-down defense position. Then you're able to change one face-up monster on the field to face-down defense position, so you're able to Book of Moon and reset hopefully another Mimigul monster. By banishing this card, you can then target a number of Mimigul cards that you control, and then get back to the hand. The reason for the resetting them like this is that they can then be special summoned to your opponent's field, trigger off their effects, and to dismantle your opponent's kind of hand and deck without you having to interact too much. Blazing Bombardment Beast is a fire attribute machine type fusion effect monster. It's a level 6 with 1,900 attack and 2,400 defense. Requires machine monster and a pyro monster. If this card is special summoned, you can destroy all monsters your opponent controls with 1,900 or less attack. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target one monster your opponent controls with 1,900 or less attack, destroy that monster, and if you do, inflict damage to your opponent equal to its original attack. You can only use each effect of Blazing Bombardment Beast once per turn. I would call this a super polarization target, but the problem is that the variety of decks that you're going to face, most likely you're not going to meet these conditions. I know Pyro's been getting a lot of support recently, but I still don't think that's necessarily a great target for this, and you can't guarantee even with machines. I know Cyber Dragons are somewhat popular, but it's not advised. There isn't any massively concurrent machine type deck that people are going for and that's screaming that's the super poly target for this type of card. When this card is special summoned, and by the way, before that, how would you run a machine and a Pyro deck synergize too well? When this card is special, so it can be actually from its fusion, or if it's revived from a graveyard, you destroy all monsters your opponent controls that have 1,900 or less attack. It's fine, it's like a way of disrupting kind of smaller attack monsters rather than the big ones. So it's a little bit like the opposite of a crash card virus. When this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target a monster your opponent controls with 1,900 or less attack, and that monster then gets destroyed, and you inflict damage to your opponent equal to its original attack. So it does have a burn destruction, like a real destruction type of effect, which is fine, but it's nothing home about. There are so many cards that can either have their own protection cards or provide protection to other. Moon of the Closed Heaven is a light attribute fiend type link monster. Its links are the top right and the top center, and it's link 2 with 1,200 attack. It has 2 effect monsters as a requirement. You can target one face-up monster your opponent controls this card points to. This turn, if you link a link 5 monster using this card you control, you can also use that monster your opponent controls as a material. You can only use this effect of Moon of the Closed Heaven once per turn. This is a junior version of the other card, which is like 5 monster. This also has the ability to use one of your opponent's cards, monsters that happens to be pointing to this card as part of the requirements to summon it. But bear in mind that this can be conditional, and it does require specific prep and a specific style of deck to rely upon. But it's a mini version of the Underworld Goddess. Spell card Monster Reborn is a quick play spell card. The effect is to target one monster in either graveyard, special summon it to your field, but for the rest of this turn it cannot attack, and neither player can activate its effect. You can only activate one spell card Monster Reborn per turn. This is meant to be in reference to the anime where I believe it was Yugioh who is facing off against Arcana, and that was in the Battle City tournament. That was the second of the rare hunters that he faced off against. Both of them used a Monster Reborn at the same time, and they both brought their Dark Magicians back, and they attacked each other and they destroyed each other. That was what this is referencing. It simply has the ability to target a monster in either graveyard, and it gets special summoned to your field. It's similar to Monster Reborn in that it allows for access to any card in either graveyard, but for the rest of the turn, that monster cannot attack, and if it does have an effect, it cannot activate that effect. So it does limit you for the duration of that turn. Ideally, if you use this type of effect, for example, during your opponent's main phase 2, then you can always use this, during your next turn. Spell card Soul Exchange is a normal spell card. The effect is immediately after this effect resolves, tributes control, but it cannot be attributed at this turn. If this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, your opponent can apply this card's preceding effect. You can only activate one spell card Soul Exchange per turn. The great thing about this card is it's meant to be like Soul Exchange, but it only activates during your turn. It's not a quick play spell card, and it is a little bit limited in certain respects in that you're able to tribute summon a monster, and as well as a certain card that your opponent controls. But bear in mind that if you have any other cards on your field, then your opponent can also use this effect against you to tribute one of their higher level monsters. The benefit is if you don't have anything else on your field, then the card that you initially tribute through this card's effect cannot be used as tribute, so that's a way of kind of disregarding the negative side of this effect. But I still would rather run the Mark Stole 4th card as it's more versatile. So this concludes what is effectively the entire list for the set. Your Finished is a continuous trap card. Its effect is if 10 or more cards and or effects have been activated during this turn, you can special summon this card as an effect monster. It's a Cybers, Dark Attribute level 10 with 3,000 attack and defense. This card is also still a trap, but set it in your spell and trap zone during the end phase. Once per turn, when your opponent activates a card or effect while this card is in your monster zone, as a quick effect, you can destroy as many cards your opponent controls as possible, then set this card in your spell and trap zone. This is one of those interaction based cards that works based on multiple times of somethings or effects activating, but to get 10 or more cards to have activated during a turn means that your opponent is going to have had to have run quite a link climb type of synchro climb or exceeds climb style of deck to do that. The summoning on this card is quite decent as it's 3,000 attack and defense, and instantly when an effect is then activated, it just destroys all your opponent's cards before returning itself back face down. But it's a lot to ask for 10 or more cards to have been activated in a turn. It's easier for Nibiru to activate because summoning those 5 monsters is not so tricky, but activating that number of effects, especially when you have no idea as to when you're drawing into this card, seems a bit of an uphill struggle.
So today we're looking at an amazing card which is being introduced to the gods. The Egyptian gods, you thought, okay, they're getting some decent support out here, they're getting some ways of being tribute summoned easier, ways of actually destroying your opponent's spells and traps and getting rid of your opponent's monsters, and often in cases they're not able to respond to them. Well, it's just been taken another step, another level higher. Of course, you've got things like Mound of the Battle Creator, which already have this kind of protection to them for level 10 or higher monsters, but you don't have anything specific for the god cards themselves. Until now, Divine Evolution. It's a normal spell card. This card's activation and effect cannot be negated. 1. Choose one monster you control that hasn't already had the effect of Divine Evolution applied to it, whose original type is Divine Beast, or whose original name is the Wicked Avatar, the Wicked Dreadroot, or the Wicked Eraser, and if you do, it gains 1000 attack and defense. Also, its effects activations cannot be negated. Also, its activated effects cannot be negated. Also, it gains this effect. When it declares an attack, you can make your opponent send one monster they control to the graveyard. I can't tell you how amazing this card is enough. Okay, let's break down the effect. Firstly, it can only be monsters that are Divine Beast or the Wicked cards. Divine Beast, I think you've got the fusion of the Egyptian gods. I think that's a OCG exclusive card, and when it's summoned, you win the duel. That is why it's not been introduced in the TCG, nor will it ever be introduced officially into the TCG. They might introduce it as like a prize card, but it will never have use within the game. So the 3 divine cards, Winged Dragon of Ra, Slifer the Sky Dragon, and Obelisk the Tormentor. The other cards, the Wicked Avatar. The Wicked Avatar, I think, gains... It basically becomes the attack stat of your opponent's strongest monster, well, of the strongest monster on the field, plus 100 points. So it will always be stronger than one of your opponent's monsters. Wicked Dreadroot, 4000 attack, massively, massive monster. I think the same as the Wicked Eraser, it's got something like that. Now, actually, I checked the card now. Eraser's attack is based on the number of cards your opponent has on the field times 1000. So if they've got a few cards out there, then, it's multiples of 1000. But if you look at it from the Wicked Dreadroot, that becomes a 5000 attack monster. Obelisk becomes 5000 Slifer, depending on how many cards you have in your hand. Plus that 1000, these are not small stat lineups already. And then you've got to think, their effects cannot be shut down. Slifer is amazing for its effect. Now it's a massive threat. Traditionally, it's been a problem if people want to normal summon, and if their if their monsters have been under 2,000 or less, they instantly get destroyed. Even if they have more than 2,000, they lose those 2,000 attack points, making them very weak and very susceptible to being OTK'd very easily. Obelisk, is just become a 5,000 attack monster. Slife, with the Winged Dragon of Ra, you can get rid of most of your life points, trade in those to make it incredibly powerful, plus the 1000 is just amazing as an effect. Also, the ability to not shut down their effects is key to working with some of these cards. Slifer, if you shut down its effect, it has 0 attack. Same with the Wicked Dragon of Ra, same with basically the Wicked Avatar and the Wicked Eraser. The only ones who aren't affected by this effect negation to have, some stat lineup are Dreadroot and Obelisk. So those are the only 2 that kind of deviate from that, which is also very decent because it protects them. And that's ultimately what you want to do. Combine this with things like Mound and Battle Creator and you're very good. And the cherry on top, when they declare an attack, you can make your opponent send one monster they control to the graveyard. Not destroy, send. The difference between destroying and sending are night and day. Destroying, if your opponent has a monster that happens to be protected from being destroyed, then that doesn't work. The other thing is there's lots of monsters that float, and the problem with those monsters are that you can destroy them as many times as you want, but your opponent is still getting advantage from them by sending them. Traditionally, there aren't any effects that actually work, so I love how this card is. And actually, I'm going to just to see how good this card is, I'm actually going to briefly break down what these other cards do as their effects, just to give you that idea. Okay, so here we've got Slifer the Sky Dragon. I'm not going to go through the stat lineup. You know, it's question mark, attack and defense. It requires 3 tributes to normal summon, and it cannot be normal summoned or set. This card's normal summon cannot be negated. When normal summoned, cards and effects cannot be activated. And once per turn during the end phase, if this card was special summoned, you send it to the graveyard. It gains 1000 attack and defense for each card in your hand. And if a monster is normal or special summoned to your opponent's field in attack position, that monster loses 2000 attack. Then if its attack has been reduced to 0 as a result, destroy it. Potentially, if you've got certain cards in your hand, if you've got 6 cards, this becomes a 6000 attack monster. With the effect of the spell card, that becomes a 7000 attack monster. No joke to face, especially since your opponent's monsters are constantly going to be losing 2000 attack. This all builds up to an OTK very quickly with this card. So with Obelisk the Tormentor, it's one of those that isn't really affected by the effect negation. It's 4000 attack and 4000 defense. Again, it requires 3 tributes to normal summon, and it cannot be normal set. This card's normal summon cannot be negated. When normal summoned, cards and effects cannot be activated, cannot be targeted by spells, traps, or card effects. And once per turn during the end phase, if this card was special summoned, send it to the graveyard. You contribute 2 monsters to destroy all monsters your opponent controls. This card cannot declare an attack the turn this effect is activated. Again, the effect isn't really what we're here for. It being 4000 attack and defense means it becomes instantly a 5000 attack and defense monster. Very decent and very powerful. Potentially stronger than Slifer, as that's too dependent on the cards you have in your hand. The Winged Dragon of Ra has question mark, attack and defense. It cannot be special summoned and requires 3 tributes to normal summon. It cannot be normal set. This card's normal summon cannot be negated. When normal summoned, other cards and effects cannot be activated. When this card is normal summoned, you can pay life points so that you only have 100 left. This card gains attack and defense equal to the amount of life points paid, and you can pay 1000 life points, then target one monster on the field and destroy that target. For a couple of reasons that evolution card is so good for this. First, the massive weakness of Ra is, okay, you can pay it your life points so you only have 100 left. If your opponent shuts down the effect, normally this means it has 0 attack points. So you've spent all those life points, you put yourself in a bad position, and your opponent can just one-shot you the next turn. The other thing is, you don't have the life points to use the secondary effect, even if you wanted to, unless you're able to recover your life points. Whereas with that evolution spell card, you've got the ability to just send a monster, which is so much better than destroying. So even from that effect, looking at it, you can do so much with that card to help with Winged Dragon of Ra. Okay, so the Wicked Eraser is question mark, attack and defense. This card cannot be special summoned. This card cannot be normal summoned or set, except by attributing 3 monsters. The attack and defense of this card are each equal to the number of cards your opponent controls, times 1000. When this card is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, destroy all cards on the field. During your main phase, you can destroy this card. This is dependent on what your opponent has, so that even if they have only like 1 or 2 cards, it's still a 1000 or 2000 attack monster. With the Divine Evolution card, that boosts it by another 1000, so you're not too dependent on what your opponent has. At least it will have a stat line up to it. That's a big flaw to it, and also the fact that your opponent would normally try and shut down this effect. It makes it so much more worthwhile to run this card. The Wicked Dreadroot is a dark attribute fiend type level 10. It's got 4000 attack and defense, and its effect is this card cannot be special summoned. This card cannot be normal summoned or set except by attributing 3 monsters, and you halve the attack and defense of all monsters on the field except this card. It basically doesn't want anyone else on the field. Get off my field. It's very powerful. Instantly shutting down your opponent's attack is a massive ability in itself. It will also come at a 5000 attack and defense monster, and also it's able to send a monster using Divine Evolution once per turn. That is just unbelievable how strong that is. And again, like Obelisk, it's not susceptible to, okay, we negate your effects, but we're still having to deal with a 4,000 body on board, which makes it devastating. And of course, we need to look at the final card, which is the Wicked Avatar. Again, this has question mark attack and defense. This card cannot be special summoned. This card cannot be normal summoned or set, except by attributing 3 monsters. Your opponent cannot activate spell or trap cards until the end of their second turn after this card is normal summoned. The attack and defense of this card are each 100 points higher than the highest face-up monster's attack on the field, except the Wicked Avatar. This card is also really good for what it does. Firstly, it shuts your opponent down from using any spell or trap cards for 2 turns. That can be enough to just stop your opponent in their tracks if they can't activate things. Think of it as like a massive, like a double version of Cold Wave. People still love that card, and that was banned for a while. The other thing is, yes, it is dependent on, being 100 points higher than the highest face-up monster. I'm a little bit confused about how this is going to work in with Divine Evolution, because surely doesn't it always have to be 100 attack points more than that monster? If it is, then that's probably the only downside I can see to Divine Evolution. Otherwise, if it's just flat another 1,000 points on top regardless, that's always a good idea. Especially if you can put that other monster on board, and this, so you have a little bit more control of the game. Otherwise, essentially this card has no attack points until something is face up, so you always want to have that level of control. I do question one thing I would say is it is limited to the Egyptian gods and the Wicked cards. I would have loved to have seen it introduced to maybe the Sacred Beasts, but I can understand they've just had a structure deck. They've had quite a lot of support, and that support has been very decent for them. Not as massive as I would say for the Egyptian gods, as I can see now. So that's probably the justification of kind of separating all the different god archetypes. I mean, you've also got, by that standard, you'd be looking at things like, the Norse gods as well as another reason why should this card impact on those. I would love to see in the future maybe something similar to this help those cards, because they're still incredibly weak. I know they got like a Link monster and they've got a little bit more support, but none of those are to the point where this card is, or any of the recent support for the Egyptian gods. I'm so excited about these cards. Have some more circuit break rarities and a confirmed new synchro monster to be released in here as well. The synchro monster is Samurai Destroyer. This is a level 7 Earth machine with 2,600 attack and 1,400 defense, and it requires 1 tuner and 1 or more non-tuner monsters. And its effects says, they say that they have translated it from the Spanish text, so it's perfect effect. Anyway, we'll look at it. If this card battles an opponent's monster, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects until the end of the damage step. Also, negate the effect of that opponent's monster during the battle phase only. If this face-up card in its owner's control leaves the field because of an opponent's card effect, you can target 1 machine monster in your graveyard and special summon it. The first effect is much the same as our Mardi's, but this isn't a problem. It means that if your opponent is intentionally running battle traps, they all become pointless while this card is attacking. This means even if you have a couple of monsters and don't feel necessarily comfortable attacking, whilst they have multiple back row, you can at least keep them down by attacking with this card. Now, as for the second effect, it reminds me of one of the oldest synchro monsters. It was one of the first to be released, called Colossal Fighter. The difference being that rather than being destroyed in battle, this needs to be destroyed by a card effect. This can be resummoned. However, the problem with this is your opponent will be aware of this, and so will just decide to either reduce the card's attack or alternatively increase their monster's attack. As for the rarities themselves, The ultra rare is Goki Thunder Ogre. The super rares are Link Bumper and Altergeist Protocol. The rares are Metaverse and Samurai Destroyer. The commons are Shadows Crawling on the World Legacy and Quiet Life. So, what do you guys think about the rarities? Are they easy enough to get? Were they how you expected them to be? And what about Samurai Destroyer? Is this good enough to be used, or will you be ignoring this card? I think since it's a rare, this is a good pick and a likely draw from the box or of the set, and so it could be quite viable from that point of view. It could be paired with a super heavy samurai deck.
Guess what? There are new cards and new collector's boxes being released out in September. Heroes, villains, and some of the greatest monsters of all time return to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game this September as 3 massive releases from Konami Digital Entertainment. Konami pay homage to the past and revisit recent hits, Legend Duelists, Yugi's Collector Box, and Code of the Duelist Special Editions. Classic Duelist and their signature strategies are reborn in the Legendary Duelist Booster Pack. Decks used by Mako Tsunami, My Valentine, and even Joey Wheeler all get big upgrades, with brand new cards for Mako's Yumi deck, Mai's Amazonas Arsenal, and Joey's Red Eyes Forces. The Lion is complete. The Legendary Fisherman 2 bridges the gap between the original and the Legendary Fisherman 3, searching a level 7 monster like Fisherman 3 from your deck when it's defeated. Fisherman 2 can resist monster effects and can help you summon the next in the line. Cards like Amazon Princess bring new dimensions to Mai's Amazonas strategy, searching Amazonas cards and calling powerful warrior queens into battle straight from your deck. And monsters like Gearfried the Red Eyes Iron Knight power up Joey's Red Eyes with new equip cards, tricks, while the mighty fusion monster Red Eyes Slash Dragon takes fallen monsters as riders, using them to negate your opponent's monsters. Now, the pack for Legendary Duelists arrives on September 8th with 52 cards, consisting of 28 commons, 10 rares, 7 super rares, and 7 ultra rares. The retail price is $1.99. This is in US dollars, 5 cards per pack. If this comes to Europe, it will still probably translate to a £1.99. Next is with Yugi's rivals back and better than ever. The King of Games isn't far behind. Yugi's Collector Box is all about the original hero himself. The Ultimate Yugi fan collection comes with a revamped version of the deck that started it all. Starter deck Yugi Reloaded. You can customize your Yugi Reloaded deck with 3 packs each of Duelist Pack Kaiba and Duelist Pack Yugi and create your own dueling style. You could find everything from Dark Paladin to Crush Card Virus to the legendary Chaos Emperor Dragon, which, let me remind you, is still banned. Actually, it had its errata, so it's no longer banned. Dark Magician fans are in luck too. Starter deck Yugi Reloaded comes with 2 copies of Yugi's signature monster. Obviously, that'll be Dark Magician. And Yugi's Collector Box includes a special ultra rare version with variant art to finish out your playset, plus an oversized Dark Magician card, the perfect way to commemorate the Ultimate Wizard. Yugi's Collector's Box is available from the September 15th, and each box contains 1 starter deck Yugi Reloaded, 3 Duelist Pack Yugi Booster Packs, 3 Duelist Pack Kaiba Booster Packs, 1 Ultra Rare Variant Art Dark Magician card, and 1 Variant Art Oversized Dark Magician card, for a retail price of $19.99 per box. It's good value for money. I think it's decent for what you get from it. And lastly, we have Code of the Duelist, revolutionised dueling forever with the introduction of Vendred's, Goki's, World Chalice, Trickstars, and new Link monsters. The Twilight Sworn added a dark new chapter to the Light Sworn legacy, with new monsters like Lumina, Twilight Sworn Shaman, and Punishment Dragon, while Spellbook of Knowledge, Topologic Bomber Dragon, and Firewall Dragon made duelists take immediate notice. Now, the Code of the Duelist Special Edition box gives duelists a second chance to collect the hottest cards from the set, and at an even better price. Each code of the Duelist Special Edition also includes one of 2 super rare preview cards from October's Circuit Break booster pack, either Master Boy or Cyrus Beacon, as well as one of 2 super rare variant cards, Skullmeister or the coveted Solemn Strike. The Code of Duelist Special Edition releases September 22nd. Each special edition includes 3 Code of the Duelist booster packs and 2 of 4 super rare cards for a retail price of £9.99. Well, this is in US dollars. That's per box. That is decent. That is very good, actually. That's really cheap for considering it's a special edition release box. Usually these can go for upwards of £15. Duelists can now watch episodes of the exciting new Yu-Gi-Oh! Animated series, Yu-Gi-Oh! Frames, available subtitled on Crunchyroll. The series will be simulcast with a new episode available 1 hour after it is broadcast in Japan at 6:25 EST. Simulcast currently available in the US and Latin America, and it gives you a link to that. Additionally, Duelists can watch a new episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc V every Sunday on Nicktoons. Check local listings for times. In addition, all new Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal episodes every Tuesday, as well as all of the classic Yu-Gi-Oh!, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, and Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds can be seen on www.yugioh.com in the US. In Canada, Duelists can watch episodes of Arc V every Friday and Saturday on Teletoon, and it just gives you a link to how you can find that. So, what do you guys think of these 3 releases? Obviously, Code of the Duelist is worth picking up. It's the newest set. If you have higher chances of getting these cards, likelihood is you are. I would advise picking this up. You're more likely to get some of the rarer cards, such as Firewall Dragon, through this method, or then even perhaps picking up boxes. Everyone remembers, the box with the Necros of Trishula and Bryonak. That card, I purchased 8 boxes before I got one version of that card. So you never know how the rarities will be distributed here. As for the Yugi's collector box, it has a great utility. You've got very old cards that are going to be released, re-released, reprints. That's always a nice thing. And obviously some cards that may have not ever seen a reprint, all the way back from Metal Raiders, might see a look in now. As for the Legendary Duelist pack, some of the newer cards have already recently been printed, but it's nice that they get the potential for reprint. Really, out of the 3, this is the one I'm least excited for. It's a generic kind of pack, and short of maybe wanting to build a specific deck from these cards, I wouldn't probably pick this particular pack up. So what do you guys think? Would you be willing to pay money for any of these products? Which ones would you buy? And
Telematic Clatis is a Dart attribute spellcaster type Xyz effect monster. It's a rank 8 with 3000 attack and 900 defense, and it acquires 2 level 8 monsters. If this face-up card would be destroyed, you can detach 1 material from this card instead. Each time your opponent activates a card or effect, except spell cards and effects, place 1 spell counter on this card. When that card effect resolves, as a maximum 9. You can remove 3 spell counters from this card, apply 1 of these effects. You can only use this effect of Telematic Clatis once per turn. You can either add 1 spell or spellcaster effect monster from your deck to your hand, or you can special summon 1 spellcaster monster from your hand or deck. The summoning requirement on this card isn't difficult, it just needs 2 generic level 8 monsters, and if this card would be destroyed, you're just able to detach the material to protect it. Every time an opponent activates a card or an effect, you can accept the spell cards and their effects. You're able to add a spell counter on this card when that effect resolves, and and just by removing 3 spell counters, you're able to use either the effect to add a spell or spellcaster effect monster from the deck to the hand, so depending on what you're running, that might be more useful, or special summon a spellcaster monster from the hand or deck, depending on which situation is more favourable for you. Bear in mind, this happens to be whenever an effect is activated by your opponent, so you are reliant on the opponent, but there are ways of adding spell counters to this card without needing your opponent to do anything, and that's where this card is going to have most of its advantage.
So back to the video, we're looking at a brand new card, which is a boss monster of Rook, who is the series rival of a Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duels. It's called Royal Demon's Heavy Metal. It's a level 8 light fiend effect monster with 2500 attack and 0 defense. Its requirement is during the turn this card was normal summoned by distributing a level 5 or higher monster. You can select one face-up monster level 8 or lower your opponent controls with the lowest level and have this card gain attack equal to the selected monster's attack until the end of this turn. Destroy the selected monster. So the whole point of this card is that this effect activates during the turn this was normal summoned, but it does require you to have gotten rid of a level 5 or higher monster, which means potentially within a turn you will have gone through maybe your entire hand to use this effect. I don't like the idea that it's actually targeting your opponent's lowest level monster. I would have preferred it to have said that, okay, with the restriction of choosing a level 8 or lower monster, but it's your personal choice. Because of that, if your opponent has a weaker monster on the field, if it has something like 1000 attack monster, you're creating an issue for yourself. Firstly, this card isn't going to get that many attack points. Say 1000 attack monster, this will become 3500 attack, and actually through triggering the destruction of that monster, you're reducing the amount of battle damage you could potentially be putting on board. For example, a lot of players, what they do is if they see a weak monster on the field that hasn't been used properly, they will use that as a target for most of their attacks if they can't get through to direct life point damage. This works against that strategy and kind of relies on you having multiple monsters already on your field to create as much damage as possible. I like how this card is designed. I just think it's partially been designed poorly. I don't mind a couple of restrictions on it, the requirement and the level 8 or lower. I just wish it had been a little bit more flexible with its effect and even the destruction part of its effect. Had it been you can destroy any monster your opponent controls and then gain, even if you're gaining a weaker opponent's attack points, it still would have been a little bit more effective than what this card is designed as. What do you think of this card? Is this something you can see being quite useful, or do you think this is a bit of a waste of a space? Whatever you think, leave your comments down below, like the video if you enjoyed it, and don't forget to subscribe.
This card is Neo Kaiser Seahorse. It's a level 4 light attribute dragon type tuner effect monster with 1700 attack and 1650 defense. You can only use the first, second and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. 1. If you control a Blue Eyes White Dragon, you can special summon this card from your hand. 2. You can target whether a light tuner you control, increase or decrease its level by 1. 3. If this card is sent from the field to graveyard, you can send one Blue Eyes monster or one monster that mentions Blue Eyes White Dragon from your deck to graveyard except Neo Kaiser Seahorse. This is based on the original version of Kaiser Seahorse. That monster was it's the same kind of stats. Its effect was, it was one of the attribute summoners, so if you wanted to bring out a light attribute monster, you could use it as both the tribute summons for the summoning of that card, which is why it worked within a Blue Eyes White Dragon deck, as Blue Eyes White Dragon's a level 8 monster. Similar to other things like the Angler monster, which is for water attributes, you've got Whirlwind Prodigy, which is for wind attributes, you've got equivalents to all of the other attributes. The first bit of the effect, just so long as you've got a Blue Eyes White Dragon on your field, you get to instantly special summon this card. Second ability is to adjust the levels of a light tuner monster you control by 1. It can either increase or decrease, but it doesn't have to be specifically a Blue Eyes style of card, it's just a light attribute tuner. so you can go for any of them. But also consider that the ones existing already in the Blue Eyes deck are level 1, so you can't reduce that to a level 0. It would have to be increased to a level 2, which isn't bad, as you do have quite decent monsters that can be synchro summoned through those types of abilities. Adjusting levels means you've got more scale to run a variety of synchro monsters without being too linear and too predictable. Let's see if this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, so that's by any means. So long as it's sent to the graveyard, it's fine. It could be Kaiju, it could be just sent there by battle or by any sort of effect. You're able to send a Blue Eyes monster or one monster that mentions Blue Eyes White Dragon from your deck to the graveyard, except another copy of itself. This can help you to set up things such as the Blue Eyes Jet Dragon, as that can be revived from the graveyard, or through other effects which, when they're sent to the graveyard, can recover through their graveyard-based effects.
In today's episode, we'll be looking at cards which were introduced within the 9th episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s, but have yet to have like an official quote-unquote release. The first card is Tribolite King. It's a level 2 Water Aqua effect monster with 400 attack and 300 defense. The requirement and the effect is ineligible, so we can't read it, but I'm assuming it will have an effect considering that it has mentioned that here. The next card is called Yugioh, which is a level 3 Water Aqua normal monster. It has 0 attack and 1500 defense. That, in terms of a monster, is actually quite powerful for defense stats, considering we don't have that many monsters in the game, especially for a level 3. The next card is Stegoceratops. It's a level 2 Earth Dinosaur normal monster with 700 attack and 1100 defense. It's used by that new character that I mentioned, who is kind of like the president of his own fossil club / science-based club. So that's kind of why it's put there. The next card is Mysterious Sea. Its Japanese name is quite interesting as well. It's called Shinpi no Yumi. So actually it might have some interactions with Yumi potentially. The requirement is you can activate if you control no monsters, and the effect is to special summon 3 monsters which are level 4 or lower water attribute from your hand face up, then you can draw 1 card. That, as an effect, isn't actually that good. With how Rush Duels work, where you can actually just normal summon a mass number of monsters, however many you like, that you have in your hand, provided that they're actually lower than level 5, before obviously tributing, this isn't really that effective. The +1 in the draw really isn't much to consider as well, because you're just replacing this card you've got with another card, so it's got no relevance to it. The next card is Miraculous Co-Evolution. It's a normal spell card with the requirement activate by sending 1 face-up monster at level 5 or higher dinosaur type you control to the graveyard, and the effect is special summon 1 monster, it has to be a dinosaur type, from your hand to the field face up, and until the end of the turn that monster gains 100 attack times the level of the monster sent to the graveyard for the requirement of this effect. So this is actually quite decent. You've got a couple of dinosaur types out there. You've got that Super King Rex, which I think is either a level 7 or a level 8, and you've got Megatala as well. So potentially you're increasing another monster you've got by between 600 and 800 attack. For the time being, that kind of stat boost is quite good. There are better. Seven Roads Magician is able to increase its own attack by 200 times the number of different attributes in the graveyard, so that's one way of being better, but this is at least consistent for what the deck wants to do. We actually have a trap version of Ultra Evolution. Its requirement is you can activate when your opponent normal summons a monster. It must be level 7 or higher, and the effect is choose 1 monster. It must be a dinosaur type on your field. Until the end of this turn it gains 1500 attack. During this turn that monster cannot be destroyed by the opponent's effects. So this card is actually good for responding to your opponent's plays depending on what they're doing. The attack stat boost is really good. It reminds me a bit of Do you remember a card called Rising Energy? It's a trap card which basically does the same. It gives it a monster of yours 1,500 attack, but it does require a discard cost. This is a bit of an issue though, because it does require your opponent to have normal summoned a level 7 or higher monster, and it has to be activated on the normal summon, as opposed to when your opponent says, for example, attack, which means it kind of eliminates the surprise factor of it. It does have the benefit though of at least protecting your monster from effects, and at that point with the attack gain, I don't think anything's going to try and battle it for that time. The next card is the Pinnacle of Predatory Evolution. It's a normal trap card. The requirement is you can activate if there is a face-up monster, it must be a dinosaur type, on your field, when a card on your field is sent to the graveyard during the opponent's turn. And the effect is, choose one monster dinosaur type on your field. During this turn, while the monster is on your field, your opponent's monsters must attack that monster. So it's one that actually forces attacks one way or the other. This is similar to something like Battlemania, but actually a little bit worse. It does have the benefit, of course, if you've put something, say for example in defense mode, and your opponent's decided to just go after that. Of course you'll lose that card, and then you're able to either prevent your opponent from attacking, because they might not want to attack into your strongest monster, or at least you have a choice then to kind of protect any other cards you have on the field. The downside of this is it's incredibly specific, and it's only useful within the dinosaur type. It cannot be used by other types because it relies on that type specifically, and isn't generic enough to be viable. It's okay for the time being, but I can see it easily being displaced a bit later on. The next card we have is Kuro Bot Triple. It's a normal spell card, and it's one of the new cards used by Yugioh. Its requirement is activate by returning 3 Kuro Bottle from your graveyard to the deck, and then you can draw 3 cards. You can think of it a little bit like a mini Pot of Avarice, but it's very specific to to these new versions of Kuribo. I don't even want to try and pronounce the name, it's just awful. These cards aren't particularly useful anyway, so even if you send them, back to the deck, they're not really going to do anything for you. Although drawing 2 cards is okay because you're still doing the +1, but it does require you to exactly return the 3 cards, which is just a bit too specific for it. And the final card is Diastrophism. It's a normal spell card, and the requirement is if there's a face-up monster level 7 or higher spellcaster type on your field, you can send one monster, it has to be an earth attribute, from your hand to the graveyard. The effect is choose one face-up monster on your opponent's field. Until the end of the turn, it loses attack equal to the attack of the monster with the highest printed attack in your graveyard. The good side of this card is actually this is decent. I actually have to say I like this card. Out of most of the cards within the series, I have not liked the design of the card. This is something that's good. At the moment, I don't think Yugioh has anything other than his 7 Rogues Magician, who can use this in response. So we have to kind of wait, and obviously he will be getting more spellcaster support. It's just a given that's what he's doing. He's using spellcasters, and even though he only has the 7 Rogues Magician, there will be more support further down the line. He does have earth monsters, so provided you can discard one, even it just has to be an earth attribute anyway, so you can just run certain things. And actually it's not a case of just whatever monster you send you reduce your opponent's monster's attack by. It's actually whatever you have with the strongest attack in your graveyard. If you've got a very strong monster, say a 2,500 attack monster in your graveyard, you might be able to zero out your opponent's attack points and be able to run over them to either win the duel or to cause them significant life point loss. I think out of the cards, this is my favourite from this episode. Hopefully they get introduced relatively soon within the Rush Duels series. What do you think of the cards? Is there anything in particular you like. What's your least favourite card? And whatever you think, leave your comments down below. Like the video if you enjoyed it, and don't forget to subscribe. We have a new card coming out of Extreme Force. This is one of Yusaku's new Link monsters from his duel against Akira Zaizen, and its intention is to make all your existing Link monsters stronger. This is Flame Administrator. It is a Fire Cyberse Link rank 2 with the Link markers pointing left and bottom right. Its attack is 1200, and its effect is you can only control one Flame Administrator, and Link monsters you control gain 800 attack. This is one of those rare Link monsters that does not favour monsters directly attached to them by a mutual link. This means that any and all of the Link monsters you have on the field will gain that attack boost, including, most surprisingly, itself, making it a 2000 attack monster. Not bad, considering that it only requires 2 monsters for you to summon. This is a good stat to increase by, as it is more than what most cards do. If you were to compare this to something like certain field spells, for example, Dragonic Diagram will give like 300 attack. Even if you looked at the attribute field spells, they give 500 attack. So, for example, Yumiruka boosts your water monsters by that much. It is also more versatile than and easier to go into than most specific boosting cards. An example I can give is Rising Energy, as this has a discard cost, meaning you need a card in your hand, which can leave in certain situations where you will either have to forego a card in your hand that may be useful to protect a monster, or choose not to activate it to save the card you have in your hand, assuming, of course, you only have the one card in your hand. I know there are cards currently out there that provide this level of boosting as well, but they are very archetypal. The best example I can give is Chronomaly Pyramid Eye Tablet, which is specific, obviously, to the Chronomaly archetype. The problem with this card is it is very specific to the Cyberse monsters. Of course, considering it was used by Yusaku, it's very predictable that it would be created this way. However, unless you intend to run a certain level of Cyberse monsters, this is by no means worth running, as you have a limited extra deck space as it is, and depending on what you're running, especially if you're running a synchro variant deck, you'll pretty much use up all your cards anyway, and so this would only be useful if Konami actually sat down and decided, right, we're going to increase the extra deck limit from 15 to, say, a random number such as 18. So, what do you guys think about this card? Will you be using it in a Yusaku-based deck? Can you see times where you can splash it into another deck? Or do you think I am being too optimistic about the chances of this card being used?
Behemoth, the King of 100 Battles, is an Earth Attribute Beast type level 10 with 2700 attack and 1500 defense. It has the effect you contribute summon this card by attributing one monster. This card is unaffected by the activated effects of special summon monsters if it was normal summoned or set. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can target one Beast, Beast Warrior or Winged Beast monster in your graveyard and add it to your hand. And if you do, this card loses 700 attack. Once per turn during end phase, you can make this card gain 700 attack. So the purpose of this card is this is actually an upgrade of another card which is also a Behemoth, so we are seeing a lot more of these type of effects. It is similar in that it is a Earth Attribute Beast type monster with same attack and defense, but I think that was a level 7 monster, whereas this is a level 10. This card can also be tributed by just tributing one monster to bring it out, and it happens to be protected from the effects of special summon monsters provided this was normal summoned or set. When this card this normal summon, you're able to target any of the Beast, Beast Warrior, or Winged Beasts and add it straight to hand. It does come at the cost of losing 700 attack points for the rest of the turn, but then again, you're going to get that 700 back at the end of the turn, and the longer you are able to keep this card onto the field, the more likely you are to be able to then boost it to a point your opponent cannot effectively destroy this card in battle. Let's compare this actually to the original Behemoth to see how that fares in comparison. So here is the alternative version, which is out many years ago. Magician of Faithfulness is a light attribute spellcaster type flip effect monster. It's a level 5 with 600 attack and 800 defense. The effect is you can target one spell in your graveyard, add it to your hand, then you can special summon one Magician of Faith or Magician of Faithfulness from your deck in face down defense position. You can only use this effect of Magician of Faithfulness once per turn. I would say that this is quite right that they've had an upgrade. Previously to this, if you look at various other cards, for example, Hain had its graded version to Hain, which is a level 5 version of itself. You had Man-Eater Bug have an evolution into Noble Man-Eater Bug, and actually it's got an even more evolved version, which is actually more powerful than itself, and even its level 5 version. This is the evolution of Magician of Faith. Not only does this have the ability to recover a spell in your graveyard and add it straight back to the hand, but you're able to special summon a Magician of Faith or another copy of itself from the deck in face down defense position. Now the benefit of that is then you're able to then hopefully trigger off its effect to then recover another spell card, but keep in mind if that this effect can only be used once per turn, so actually you're not going to want to run into multiple of this card, as you risk your opponent destroying another copy of itself and not being able to recover another spell card. It might be safer for you to recover a Magician of Faith, as then you have the ability to recover up to 2 spells in that turn.
This is Traptrix Mantis. This is an Earth Insect level 4 with 1500 attack and 1300 defense, and its card effect reads: when this card is normal summoned, you can add one Traptrix monster from your deck to your hand. This card is unaffected by the effects of whole normal traps. Once per turn, as a quick effect, you can target one set spell or trap card you control, return that target to the hand, then you can set one spell or trap card from your hand. The stats on this card are below average for a level 4, but its purpose as a searcher makes it more desirable. The ability to bring a Traptrix monster to your hand means you can get out your stronger and more advantageous Traptrix monsters. The ability to be unaffected by whole traps is inbuilt into all the Traptrix monsters, so does not provide anything new to the archetype. The last ability is effective, as if your opponent ends up targeting your spell and trap cards from cards like Twin Twister, Heavy Dust Storm, or Mystical Space Typhoon, means you can replace your strongest spells and traps with weaker ones that you don't mind getting destroyed, or to one that benefits from its own destruction to get off another effect. This is a strange time for a Traptrix to be made into the next generation in the Link format, as they may have a greater place now than they had before. By that reason, the limitations of extra deck monsters only being able to be summoned to the extra monster zone until they have a Link monster on the field means bringing out traps can be a better strategy than competing extra deck monsters with your opponents. So rather than Castell facing off against, number 101. This card is a super rare, and so will be difficult to find at the time recording. The price of this card on eBay is 99 pence, which is a reasonable price to pay for it. With this being an introduction to more Traptrix monsters, this means there could be more cards in the future, and of course, with an obvious saying, there is the potential of a Link monster, so I would advise collecting these cards whilst they are this low. This card might just be underestimated by everyone else. So, what do you guys think of this card? Do you enjoy its swapping effect? I can't think of any other card that has this kind of effect. It seems quite unique. And even if you're not necessarily going to put it into a Traptrix archetype or a pure build deck, what's good about it is the ability to swap the set spell or trap is not limited to, say, what I would have expected it to be. I would have expected only whole type trap cards to be affected by this effect. But being able to deal with all of your cards that way means that you can respond to your opponent quite effectively and risk them wasting their resources. And by doing this, you're also distracting them from perhaps your other cards on the field. Again, it's decent for a level 4. So what do you guys think? Do you think you'll be running any? Do you think you'll be running 1 or 2? Or maybe stuff it all 3?
And it's a V-Jump promotion. This is Harpy's Pet Dragon Fearsome Fire Blast. It's a level 7 wind attribute dragon type effect monster with 2000 attack and 2500 defense. You can only use this card's name's first and third effects once per turn each. 1. If you control a level 6 or lower wind attribute monster, you can special summon this card from your hand in defense position. 2. Monsters cannot target level 6 or lower Harpy monsters for attacks. And 3, if this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can send 1 wind attribute winged beast type monster from your deck to the graveyard. So we'll start with the naming of this card. Fearsome Fire Blast happens to be the attack name of Harpy's Pet Dragon, so you do have examples of that. Some of them are monsters, some of them are spells. So for example, Blue Eyes White Dragon has Burst Stream of Destruction, which is a spell card. Dark Magician has Dark Magic Attack, which is also a spell. Red Eyes Black Dragon has Inferno Fire Blast, so on and so forth. The attribute level, typing, attack and defense are exactly the mirror image of the Harpy's Pet Dragon, but it does have alternative effects. The first effect is actually really easy to pull off and is a nice summoning condition, because it just means you need to special summon it if you've got a low level wind attribute monster. Harpy monsters are level 4, so they actually meet this condition really easily. It's perfect fit for the deck. The secondary ability to prevent your Harpy monsters that are weak from being attacked is also quite useful. It protects most of them, I think, except for maybe the Synchro Monster. Yeah, I think outside of the Synchro Monster, which is Scratch Clash, everything else can really be protected from being attacked. They would have to target this card first, and since it summons itself in defense position, it actually has higher defense than attack, so it does have that level of protection, or at least to a case that it stops you from losing some of your other key cards. The third effect happens when this card is sent from the field to graveyard. It doesn't have to be by battle, it can be by card effect, or if it's just tribute for something as well. And you get to Foolish Burial one of your Harpy ladies, or one of the other monsters that meets the Wind Attribute Winged Beast condition. I don't know why you'd go for anything outside of the Harpy ladies, but, that's your choice. There are probably some tech cards that you can take advantage of, and it's definitely something I think works to support the direction of the deck. Do I think this card is particularly that powerful? No, it's not, but it's definitely something they could use, and to an extent, it can see some niche play in the future. This is definitely an improvement on the original, considering that the original Harpy's Pet Dragon just gains 300 attack and defense for each Harpy lady you've got on the field. So even if it doesn't get a stat boost, it does have arguably better effects and more diverse ones, and it doesn't require the 2 tributes that the original version needs. What do you guys think of this card? Is this something you consider running? Do you like the look of the design of the card? Or do you think there's anything that needs to be introduced to actually make Harpy's Pet Dragon?
Today we're looking at the confirmation of a brand new structure deck called Ice Barrier of the Frozen Prison. You might have remembered a couple of months ago that they were running a poll on various themes that potentially people could vote on, and of course the most popular of them would then be released as a structure deck and to give more support for that archetype. So obviously the Ice Barriers won from this, and this is the first of the 2 structure decks from the poll has now been announced. So it's been referred to as Yu-Gi-Oh! Official card game, Duel Monsters Structure Deck, Ice Barrier of the Frozen Prison. Its release date is supposed to be the 21st of November 2020, so I'm guessing we're not actually going to receive any more information about the cards until quite late. We're going to need another couple of months before I can see substantial amounts of information being released. It's going to be 1,200 yen. I don't know how much that is. I would imagine it's something like $10 or something like that. And the contents are a pre-constructed deck made of 41 cards. Three of these are super parallel rares and 8 normal parallel rares. 1 deck power-up pack. 5 cards. All cards come in super parallel rares, and they can come in a secret parallel form as well. 1 special dual field / playing guide. Also, the Ice Barrier deck's trump card, Trishula, Dragon of the Ice Barrier, will get duelist card protectors. It's quite a decent card for what it is. And the contents you have are 70 card protectors as well. And so what do you think of this? Is this something you're looking forward to? Are you excited to receive the Ice Barriers? Or did you prefer one of the other archetypes to win? What if
Arahime, the manifested Mikanko, is a light attribute fairy type ritual level 9 with 0 attack and defense. You can ritual summon this card with Mikanko Kagura, and it cannot be destroyed by battle. Also, your opponent takes any battle damage that you would have taken from battles involving this card. If you have this card in your hand or graveyard and another Mikanko card in your graveyard, you can target one face-up monster on the field, equip this card to it as an equip spell. You can only use this effect of Arahime, the manifested Mikanko, once per turn. Once per turn during the end phase, while this card is equipped to a monster, you can return this card and the equipped monster to the hand. The benefits of this card are, firstly, it cannot be destroyed by battle, and it also reflects any damage that you would have taken to your opponent, so it's very similar to the, I think there's a wind attribute pendulum deck that actually does something similar to this, as well as the Gustos, and you know, it's actually quite decent, but the problem is that it can be easily interrupted by cards such as Breakthrough Skill and Skill Drain, as these cards have no attack or defense values to them. And so long as you've got this card in the hand, you can target a face-up monster on the field, so it can be treated as an equipped spell. And bear in mind, during the end phase, you're able to then return this card and equip monster to the hand, so it can equip not only to your monsters, but to your opponents. Therefore, if it's an extra monster that they've taken time in order to summon, that's going to be a bigger problem for them, as it's going to be difficult for them. Which is coming out of Dawn of Majesty. It's called Carpe Ponica, Mystical Beast of the Forest. It's a level 7 Earth attribute beast type effect monster with 1,000 attack and 2,600 defense. You can only use this card's first and second effects once per turn each. 1. If this card is sent from the hand to the graveyard, you can target 2 other monsters with different types from each other. Beast, Beast Warrior, Winged Beast, Insect or Plant in your graveyard. Shuffle them into the deck, and if you do, special summon this card. 2. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add 1 Mystical Beast of the Forest or Mystical Spirit of the Forest monster from your deck to your hand, except Carpe Ponica, Mystical Beast of the Forest. Okay, so I've got very split opinions on the design of this card. For starters, you do have to send this card from the hand to the graveyard, and that has to be from a different effect. It's not actually within its own effect, so you do have to rely on having various other cards. I know you can have cards such as Raigeki Break, which can just trigger this with its discard cost, and you probably have archetypal support somewhere down the line that can do this as well, but it's not always that consistent. The ability to affect and reshuffle 5 different types of monsters actually represents what the Mystical Beast archetype seems to be able to do. They are a mixture of all of these types, so you're able to flexibly shuffle those cards back, a little bit like Pot of Avarice, except you don't get a bit of a draw effect from it. That's fine, because actually it just lets you reuse those resources somewhere down the line. My concern with this card is, even though that's a decent enough effect, it's not a very livable card. It's got 1,000 attack and 2,600 defense. That means even though it can survive by being in defense mode, your opponent knows it's just a sitting duck, and really, once it's summoned, it doesn't have any trigger effects. As for the second effect, if this card being normal summoned or special summoned, you can search for any of the Mystical Beast monsters within the archetype, that's also fine as an effect. It acts as a searcher. But then again, after that, you don't have any effect from it. It being level 7 is actually quite useful. There's a brand new Xyz monster, which is a dragon type monster that works alongside this card, even though you do need another level 7 monster. And if one of those happens to be a dragon type Xyz material as well, that actually gives it a quick effect. As of time of recording, you've only got about 6 other monsters that cover this entire archetype. So we'll just have a quick look at these. The first one is Alpakaribu, the mystical beast of the forest. It's a level 7 earth attribute beast type with 2700 attack and 2100 defense. The effect, while in attack position, winged beast, insect and plant type monsters you control cannot be destroyed by battle. While in defense mode, defense position, winged beast, insect and plant type monsters you control cannot be targeted by or be destroyed by card effects. This provides some level of flexibility and it's not actually too bad of an effect. I just think it's very slow and for this time it's just not that useful. Now this one's a little bit questionable, Mystical Beast of Circuit, simply because this was used by Odeon in the original series of Yu-Gi-Oh! Battle City. So this was the second series and it didn't really have or was a member of an archetype. It was more simply a boss monster that Odeon seemed to use. An Earth attribute fairy type level 6 with 2500 attack and 2000 defense. The effect, if you do not control Temple of the Kings, destroy this card. Banish any monster destroyed by battle with this card. If this card destroys a monster by battle, it gains 500 attack. Like I said, it isn't really that much of an archetype of itself. It might simply be one of those cards that has an OCG name which is slightly different, which means that it's not classified within that archetype. Now this card is called Vereliforn, Mystical Beast of the Forest. It's an Earth attribute beast type tuna monster. It's level 2 with 400 attack and 900 defense. You can discard one card, then target one level 2 or lower beast monster in your graveyard, except Vereliforn, Mystical Beast of the Forest. Special summon it in attack position or face down defense position. You can only use this effect of Vereliforn, Mystical Beast of the Forest once per turn. I remember when this card actually came out. This was around the 5Ds era. Of course it being a tuna monster. This was in Season 3 where they were facing Team Unicorn and they specialised in using beast type monsters, so this was very much alongside cards such as Thunder Unicorn, Baltic Bicorn and Lightning Tricorn. And now we've got another card which is Kalantosa, Mystical Beast of the Forest. It's an Earth attribute beast type level 2 with 200 attack and 1400 defense. The effect, if this card is special summoned by the effect of a beast monster, you can target one card on the field and destroy that target. It's not a bad effect and actually it's relatively decent because if you're able to use it off of your opponent's turn to be able to be summoned, because it's just a special summon of itself, it means that you can destroy any card your opponent controls, be it monster, spell or trap card. I think this was also released around the Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds era. The next one is Uniflora, Mystical Beast of the Forest. It's a Earth attribute beast type level 1 with 700 attack and 500 defense. If all the monsters in your graveyard are beast type, you contribute this card, special summon one beast type monster from your hand or graveyard, except Uniflora, Mystical Beast of the Forest, but it cannot attack this turn. It's really useful for some of the beast type monsters if they've already been properly summoned. For example, you had the monsters that I listed before about the Baltic Bicorn, Lightning Tricorn and Thunder Unicorn. Those, if they've been properly summoned, can actually be summoned from the graveyard and revived through this effect. Alternatively, you do have the power-based cards, such as the ones that, like Barbados, which summon from the hand, and there are a series of those monsters. The most interesting thing I've got to say is the one card, and there's only one of them at the moment, which is called a Mystical Spirit. So I'm wondering if we're actually going to get many more of these cards, just considering that the other part of the deck seems to have been supported, whereas you've just got the one card with this. This is probably the plan for Konami within this pack. We still have a few cards yet to be released. Anyway, it's an Earth attribute plant type level 4 with 1700 attack and 1000 defense. The effect, when you take damage from the opponent's card effect, you can special summon this card from your hand, and if you do, inflict damage to your opponent equal to the damage you took. Also, both players take no further effect damage this turn. Essentially, it's able to kind of just special summon itself if your opponent does any card effect damage to you. Whilst it's not a bad effect, do I think it's that useful at the moment? No, it's not. I think until we see more support for the mystical spirits, maybe they will have more interaction around card effect damage and being special summoned, then that's fine. But this is the same effect as cards such as Damage Eater, and I'm sure there's things like Damage Mage as well, which can special summon themselves by feeding on your opponent's burn effect damage. Depending on the amount of burn effect damage your opponent is trying to apply to you, it can be game ending, but typically it won't be more than about 1,000 points of damage, not usually enough to finish off your opponent. So personally, I think at the moment it's a little bit too close to call to say this card is going to be of any significant use. In the future, maybe
I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding. From the words I spit, so sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding. From the words I spit, so sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding from the words I spit. So sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding from the words I spit. So sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding from the words I spit. So sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough I be in my feelings, I'ma be fine. Need time and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I don't lie at night, I be in my feelings, I'ma be fine. Need time and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding. From the words I spit, so sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings, I'ma be fine. Need time and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings, I'ma be fine. Need time and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding. From the words I spit, so sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings, I'ma be fine. Need time and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings, I'ma be fine. Need time and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat,